At the time of my birth, the river surged, carrying a coffin into our home, and 15 years later, it was opened to reveal her. The intricate tapestry of geomancy and fate, intertwined with folklore and bizarre occurrences, thus began to unfold. Chapter 1. The Scent of Corpses. My name is Li Yang, and I was born on October 15th, 1987. This day coincided with the Lower Yuan Festival, a time when the water god dispels misfortunes. It was meant to be a fortuitous day. However, my father recounted that it was the most harrowing and terrifying day of his life. The torment stemmed from my mother's arduous labor, which stretched from dawn until dusk. The terror arose from an inexplicable coffin that unexpectedly crashed into our home. To say it was without cause would not be entirely accurate. For on that fateful day, a torrential downpour had begun in the morning, and by evening, the river's waters had reached our doorstep. The villagers had long since relocated to higher ground, yet our family remained trapped due to my mother's difficult delivery. Around 10 o'clock that night, my mother's voice had grown hoarse from her cries. The midwife from the neighboring village emerged, urging my father to brace himself for the worst. Just then, a flash of lightning cleaved through the darkness, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. As the thunder echoed, my cries filled the room. However, before the family could revel in the joy of my arrival, the front door was flung open with a resounding bang. A pitch-black coffin was swept into the courtyard by the raging waters, lying silently amidst the chaos. Faced with the sudden appearance of the coffin, my grandmother stood frozen for several seconds before erupting into a tirade, seizing a pole from the yard and chasing after my grandfather in a fit of fury. Her reasoning was quite simple. I was not meant to be born on this day. To understand this, one must delve into events from years prior. My grandfather, having attended a private school, was one of the few educated individuals of his era and was widely recognized in the village as a young man with a promising future. However, he later acquired a book on feng shui and destiny, which significantly altered his demeanor. He became inseparable from that tome, carrying it with him everywhere, even during meals. As a result, the agricultural responsibilities at home were neglected, falling entirely upon my grandmother. A few years passed, and my grandfather, having only a superficial understanding, decided to offer his services in feng shui and fortune-telling. In contemporary terminology, one might say that my grandfather was both inept and overly enthusiastic. The outcome was predictable. Within a few years, he garnered a notorious reputation, and even his free assistance was met with avoidance from the surrounding villages. Consequently, he turned his attention to our ancestral graves. It is said that over the span of a year, he relocated the ancestral grave of the Li family 18 times, causing several of my uncles to sever ties with him. It was only when my mother became pregnant with me that my grandfather changed his ways, ceasing his fortune-telling endeavors and spending his days at home, engaging in obscure mutterings, the purpose of which remained unclear. As my mother's due date approached, the family discovered that he had been calculating my birth chart, intending to select an auspicious day to alter the fate of the Li family. To this end, he arranged for 2 doses of oxytocin to be brought from the city. Despite his erratic and unreliable nature, my grandfather was nonetheless the patriarch of the household. My parents found themselves unable to oppose him, which led to the comical scenario of my grandmother chasing after him. Amidst the commotion, the coffin in the courtyard could not be ignored. There exists a timeless adage: cats bring poverty, dogs bring wealth. A coffin at the door signifies 3 generations of demise. Thus, coffins are typically retrieved by the family when the need arises. Even though some funeral homes offer delivery services, they only transport the coffin to the doorstep, never crossing the threshold. However, in this instance, a coffin was unceremoniously placed in the courtyard. This particular coffin appeared to be an ancient relic, as if it had tumbled down from the mountains. Inside, it was not empty. As the family found themselves in a state of despair, grandfather chuckled, proclaiming that this was a water coffin sent for his wife, and that he would surely become a man of wealth in the future. According to my father, by that time, grandfather had succumbed to madness, his mind filled with peculiar notions, to the extent that the entire family could not contest his whims. Ultimately, they acquiesced, leaving the coffin in grandfather's room. Fortunately, No misfortune befell the family thereafter, and the presence of the coffin gradually became a topic seldom mentioned. Nonetheless, this incident led to grandfather and grandmother sleeping in separate rooms. When I was 5 years old, my father decided to have a second child and arranged for me to sleep with grandfather. It was then that I discovered grandfather would daily pay homage to that coffin. Merely a few days after I moved in, he coaxed me with a piece of candy to hold a red cloth, and before the coffin, I bowed 3 times. At that tender age, I was oblivious to the significance of the act. I found it amusing and enjoyed the sweet treat. By the time I comprehended the absurdity of the situation, it was too late to turn back. In addition to this, grandfather imparted the wisdom contained within his old book to me. For a decade, he guided me through its pages. Now, I find myself at the age of 15. Grandfather has aged significantly. His hair now a mix of white, his eyes clouded with time. I am acutely aware that his days are numbered, as for how I came to know. It was a skill acquired from that book. However, I dared not disclose this to my family, keeping it concealed. In the final days of his life, my grandfather spent long hours alone in the room, speaking peculiar words to the coffin. It felt as though he were conversing with someone. Apart from my occasional entries and exits, the only other presence in the room was that solitary coffin. On the last day, I observed 2 streams of light, one black and one white, emanating from my grandfather's forehead. These were the dissipating essence of his soul and spirit. Once they faded, his life would reach its conclusion. On that day, he ceased speaking to the coffin and called me to his side, imparting 2 important instructions. The first was that he must be buried in that very coffin after his passing, warning that someone would attempt to seize it, and I must ensure its protection. The second was a plea for me to treat my wife well and safeguard her. The first instruction was easily comprehensible, yet I found it hard to believe that the coffin would be so coveted as to attract thieves. As for the second, even after many years, I had never seen what lay within the coffin, leaving me somewhat bewildered. Nevertheless, my grandfather would not allow further inquiries, grasping my hand tightly and insisting that I remember his words. Sensing his agitation, I nodded in agreement. It was at that moment, as I affirmed my promise, that the 2 streams of light from his brow dissipated. That my father, who had lived an honest life and was dutiful, agreed to fulfill my grandfather's last wishes upon hearing them. Together with my uncle, he pried open the coffin in the room. Before the coffin was opened, preparations had already been made at home. After all, upon its arrival, it was evident that the coffin was not empty. Thus, my father had specifically procured a brand new coffin to contain the remains within. However, as the coffin was unveiled, those present were left in a state of shock. Inside lay not the anticipated skeletal remains, but a remarkably lifelike female corpse. The body exhibited no signs of decay and possessed an enchanting beauty, reminiscent of a sleeping beauty. That I cast a glance and felt my thoughts waver. I mused that if she were to breathe, marrying such a woman would be worth a decade of my life. Alas, she was but a corpse. Reflecting on my grandfather's actions, I found them utterly absurd. Yet before I could ponder further, an unusual fragrance wafted from the coffin, lingering in the air. In no time, the entire village was enveloped in this captivating aroma. My expression shifted dramatically. This was the scent of a corpse, a phenomenon clearly documented in my grandfather's ancient texts. The fragrance of the dead spreads for miles, enticing demons and drawing spirits to pay homage. It was only at this moment that I comprehended the 2 crucial tasks my grandfather had entrusted to me, realizing that the second was the most formidable. Chapter 2. The Paper Man. I gazed at the villagers, drawn by the alluring fragrance, peering curiously at my doorstep, my heart a tumultuous storm. At this juncture, I could no longer conceal the truth. I divulged the secrets of my grandfather's clandestine activities over the years. My father, a man of integrity throughout his life, could not restrain his anger, delivering 2 furious kicks to my grandfather's mortuary plank. At that moment, my second uncle, who had roamed the world for many years, was the first to regain his composure and inquired about the skills I had acquired under my grandfather's tutelage. I replied candidly, somewhat substantial. Without regard for the authenticity of my grandfather's teachings, my uncle pressed, "What shall we do now?" What to do? I was momentarily taken aback. Yet having promised my grandfather I realized I must conjure a plan regardless of the circumstances. Regaining my composure, I turned my gaze to the female corpse lying serenely on the bed, resembling one in a deep slumber, my emotions a tangled web. Given the present situation, setting it ablaze would undoubtedly be the most prudent choice. However, after years of my grandfather's relentless indoctrination, the moment I had opened the coffin, an inexplicable sentiment had taken root within me. Yet even a child of 3 understands that the deceased cannot be a spouse. I steel myself, preparing to suggest we incinerate the female corpse while my grandfather was laid to rest. But then I recalled my grandfather's words. The scent of the corpse is akin to the fragrance of elixir. This implied that within the female corpse lay a refined essence, perhaps of significant consequence, thus rendering it untouchable. Over the past decade, my grandfather's teachings have been eclectic, yet many remained unfinished. In that instant, my words lodged in my throat, and my heart grew even more tumultuous. At this moment, my mother, having regained her composure, looked at my second uncle with concern and inquired, "Uncle, what can we expect from his grandfather, who has always been unreliable? How can we expect Yang Yang, a mere child, to handle this?" My father, equally troubled, gazed at my second uncle. The latter, with a furrowed brow, turned to my mother and then to my father, asking, "What do you propose we do?" My parents fell silent, rendered speechless. My second uncle then shifted his gaze to me. Taking a deep breath, I recalled my grandfather's words about impending danger. It might not happen today, after all. I still had time to prepare. After a moment's contemplation, I said, "Uncle, I wish to transfer the female corpse to the ancestral home, our ancestral residence, situated on the mountainside and distant from the village, had been allocated to my second uncle during the division of property and had remained unoccupied since his move to the city." After a brief hesitation, my second uncle acquiesced. He dispersed the gathering villagers, and seizing the opportunity when no one was around, I wrapped the corpse in a black cloth and carried her to the ancestral home. My second uncle had long been away from home, and the ancestral residence had fallen into disrepair, barely providing shelter from the elements. I selected a room and, disregarding the cleanliness, laid the corpse on the bed. Perhaps due to the wind encountered along the way, the scent of decay had diminished significantly upon our arrival. After placing the corpse down, I intended to return, as my grandfather had yet to be buried. However, upon reaching the doorway and glancing back at the rudimentary bed, I felt a pang of compassion and turned back to find a clean sheet from the cupboard. While changing the bedding, there was no place to set the corpse aside, so I had no choice but to lift her, threading the sheet beneath her. The process inevitably led to some physical contact. When we faced each other directly, I was abruptly taken aback. It is not that I harbored any sinister thoughts, but rather a peculiar sensation enveloped me. Beneath the black cloth, her eyes appeared to be open. A shiver coursed through me. Surely, it was impossible for a corpse to rise in broad daylight. After a moment of hesitation, I cautiously lifted the black fabric. Even upon this second encounter, I remained awestruck by her beauty. Unadorned by makeup, she resembled a delicate work of art. Her thin lips curled slightly upwards, exuding an enigmatic smile. I dared not breathe until I revealed her tightly shut eyes, at which point I exhaled in relief. However, once the black cloth was draped back over her, that unsettling feeling returned. How eerie, though I had yet to encounter such bizarre occurrences. I had heard my grandfather recount many tales over the years. One might say my worldview diverged significantly from the ordinary. Yet, faced with such a situation, I still felt a chill run down my spine, my mind solely fixated on completing the task and returning home swiftly, for my grandfather's burial awaited. And the presence of that coffin promised no small amount of trouble. Having laid the sheets, I scattered some herbal ashes by the bedside to temporarily mask the scent of decay and then prepared to leave. Yet, just as I reached the door, I heard a thud behind me. Startled, I turned to see an ancient tome lying by the bed, seemingly fallen from the corpse. In that fleeting moment of turning back, I sensed that the head of the female corpse had tilted towards me. A gasp escaped my lips as I hurried to the bedside, retrieving the book from the floor. Not daring to linger, I shut my eyes and tucked it back beneath the corpse's waist, swiftly turning away. After locking the door, I took a deep breath. The herbal ashes proved effective. The stench of decay had lessened considerably. The wind howls in the mountains, and I surmise that before long, this odor will be dispersed. If it does not dissipate, then let those who desire it take it away. This is precisely why I relocated it here, far from the village, to avoid entangling too many people. If someone takes it, I shall be rid of my troubles. Thinking this way, I felt a considerable weight lift off my shoulders. As for the matter entrusted to me by my grandfather, I would need to possess the necessary skill to manage it. His meager abilities, I do not believe, could secure the safety of this woman. Upon returning home, my second uncle inquired about my affairs. I fabricated a story, claiming that I had arranged everything concerning my grandfather, and that everything else would be smooth sailing. My uncle said nothing further. The funeral arrangements for my grandfather were beyond my involvement. It was entirely managed by my uncle and my father. Perhaps due to the incident involving the female corpse, I found little time to mourn. Alone in my room, I retrieved my grandfather's chest. He was a man of discernment, possessing limited capabilities yet an abundance of possessions. Inside, there lay a peachwood sword, a compass, a money sword, among other items, and beneath it all, a yellow Taoist robe. After much deliberation, I selected the peachwood sword and the money sword, returning everything else untouched to the chest. Yet, despite my meticulous preparations, my grandfather's funeral was unexpectedly tranquil. 3 days later, he was laid to rest in that ancient coffin, fulfilling his wishes. As I watched relatives and friends gradually disperse, I secretly sighed with relief, though my thoughts were still consumed by that female corpse. I pondered that several days had passed, and she was likely taken away. Yet come nightfall, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the dead of night, unable to contain myself any longer, I stealthily equipped myself with a golden sword and a peachwood sword while the rest of my family slumbered. As I made my way to the ancestral home, my mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how I might protect her. If I could not assist her, I would simply have to stand by and watch. After all, if the tales were to be believed, the scent of the deceased would attract nothing but malevolent beings. The mere thought of encountering one sent shivers down my spine, for I had never even laid eyes upon such a creature. As for my future spouse, how delightful it would be to marry someone who could actually breathe. Lost in contemplation, I arrived at the mountainside, and just a few steps further would lead me to the old residence. Yet, at that moment, I spotted a group of individuals descending the path towards the ancestral home. Panic surged within me. It was indeed true that one fears what one attracts. I hastily crouched down, concealing myself beneath the ridge of a field. Before long, the group reached the entrance of the old house. The moonlight, now unnaturally bright, illuminated their figures, and I gasped in horror, my hair standing on end. These were no ordinary people. They were a collection of rigid, colorful paper effigies. Chapter 3. As the paper figures drew nearer, I discerned that the four behind were carrying a small palanquin. The occurrence was exceedingly sinister. Encountering such a spectacle immediately upon stepping outside felt like an ill omen that had plagued me for 8 lifetimes. My current position was rather precarious, too close to them, and any slight movement would undoubtedly draw the attention of those vividly adorned paper figures. Amidst my turmoil, the curtain of the palanquin was lifted, and a yellow creature leapt down from above. In ordinary circumstances, a mere stone would suffice to dispatch such a creature. Yet, this yellow figure, emerging from the palanquin, was far from ordinary. It was clad in resplendent crimson attire, adorned with a red flower at its chest, its sharp teeth and glimmering green eyes emanating an air of festivity. At that moment, the intention of this creature became alarmingly clear. It was drawn to the female corpse, and its motives were unmistakable. Witnessing its eager stance, legs tightly pressed together, a surge of indignation welled within me. I would not allow something so base to claim what I deemed undesirable. Such entities, like the so-called Yellow Fairy, were only revered in the northeastern regions. Here, despite its humanoid semblance, it was merely a creature of thievery. My grandfather, in his prime, would have dispatched several in a year. As I searched for stones, the creature approached the entrance, bowed its clawed paws, and addressed the interior with a repulsive tone, saying, "My dear, your husband has come to take you back to the mountains." The fact that it could articulate human speech startled me so much that the stone I had managed to grasp slipped from my fingers. The mountains were rife with strange tales, and I had heard many an eerie story. My grandfather once recounted a tale of a household in the eastern mountains that incurred the wrath of a yellow weasel. Within a mere few days, the entire family of 7 fell victim to this creature's malevolence. Just as I hesitated, the weasel, with its chest adorned by a tuft of white fur, approached the door with an eager gait. Following closely behind were 2 garishly colored paper figures, moving stiffly as they prepared to assist it in pushing the door open. Observing its swagger, the image of that woman flooded my mind. This beast, indifferent to the breath of life or death, would surely wreak havoc upon anyone caught in its grasp. With this thought, I picked up a stone once more and hurled it with determination. As the creature attempted to enter, the stone struck the back of its head, sending it tumbling to the ground. However, it quickly regained its footing, its small eyes glowing with fury in the moonlight as it turned to survey its surroundings, unleashing a furious growl. After casting the stone, I sought refuge beneath the ridge, too fearful to look or even breathe, akin to an ostrich burying its head in the sand. Yet once the stone was thrown, I was engulfed by regret. Provoking this creature would surely lead to relentless troubles. Just as despair took hold of me, a peculiar itch arose on my neck, reminiscent of a tiny brush teasing my skin. Raising my gaze, I spotted the weasel perched on a ridge above me, one paw swiping playfully across my neck. Our eyes locked in an intense gaze. In the next instant, clarity returned, and I seized its neck, slamming it forcefully against the ridge. The creature emitted a mournful cry, scratching my hand with its claws, leaving 2 bloody marks. In response to the sharp pain, I instinctively hurled it away. It rolled several times on the ground before regaining its footing, blood trickling from its mouth as it glared at me with beady eyes, menacingly declaring, "You little brat, do you not know who I am? I am Lord Huang Jiao, well known in this region. Dare to thwart my endeavors, and I shall claim your life." Truly, it was a remarkable beast having survived such a blow. Faced with the ferocious Huang Jiao, my temper flared. How could a living person fear a mere creature? I drew the coin sword, sheathed at my waist, and ascended the ridge without hesitation, pursuing it for an attack. Huang Jiao did not flee. Instead, it grinned wickedly, blood staining the corners of its mouth, resembling a smug little villain. My grandfather had imparted much knowledge to me. Although I had never practiced it, I was quite adept. I sidestepped slightly, using the wound it had inflicted to smear blood onto the coin sword. Instantly, the blade became searing hot. Sensing the sword's reaction bolstered my confidence. However, just as I was about to lunge forward, a flash of green light flickered in Huang Jiao's small eyes, and I suddenly felt lightheaded and disoriented. Behind me, 8 paper figures, adorned in red and green, turned stiffly, raising their arms to encircle me. A chill ran down my spine as I realized the peril I was in. Huang Jiao was adept at sowing discord. I recalled the family across the mountain, where the head of the household had suddenly gone mad, using a butcher's knife to slay his entire family before taking his own life. In my current state, it was evident that I had fallen victim to the situation. As I felt my sanity slipping away, I seized the last vestiges of clarity and bit down hard on the tip of my tongue, which instantly brought me back to lucidity. With renewed determination, I swung my golden sword, and the paper figures, mere paper figures, despite their sinister nature, remained unchanged in essence. My sweeping strike rendered the 8 paper figures into mere shreds, releasing a billowing cloud of black smoke from the gaping holes, while several small, palm-sized yellow creatures scrambled out in a panic. Old Master Huang, fixated on the golden sword in my hand, momentarily glinted with cunning, evidently plotting to bewitch me. However, before he could execute his trickery, I hurled the golden sword in his direction. Quick as a flash, he dropped to the ground, shedding the wedding attire he wore, and scuttled several meters away to evade the descending sword. Recognizing his trepidation towards the golden sword, I rushed to reclaim it and pursued him for another strike. Seeing my fierce resolve, old Master Huang grew anxious. With a swift twist of his body, he raised his rear, releasing a cloud of yellow smoke from his posterior. This foul emission, capable of uttering human speech, suggested he had cultivated his abilities for over a century. The noxious release brought tears to my eyes and provoked a fit of retching, forcing me to wave my hands in the air while retreating hastily. Seizing the opportunity, old Master Huang, along with his disciples, leapt and bounded to higher ground, turning back to declare with indignation, "You're doomed, my boy. Even the deities cannot save you." Mark my words. Overwhelmed by the stench, I was too disoriented to respond by the time I regained my senses. Old Master Huang and his followers had already vanished into the depths of the 10,000 great mountains beyond the river mouth. Gazing at the moonlit peaks, I hesitated to pursue them further. The great river flows eastward, carrying with it an unending procession of corpses and coffins. Within the depths of the 10,000 mountains lies an abundance of secrets, for otherwise a coffin would not have been swept into my yard. As I gradually regained my composure, my eyes still stung, and my clothes were reeking of that foul odor, which was quite unbearable. Yet, having arrived here, I mustered the courage to open the door and take a glance inside. The female corpse remained. "You wretched being, you nearly suffocated me with that stench." Upon seeing her still there, I was uncertain whether to feel joy or dismay, and I uttered a curse. I contemplated returning home to change my attire, yet I was apprehensive of the return of old Master Huang. Fortunately, there were some old garments belonging to my second uncle in the ancestral home. I rummaged through and donned a set, which alleviated the odor considerably. Back inside, gazing at the corpse, I found myself in a state of confusion, unsure of how to proceed with her. I could only hope that old Master Huang was not merely boasting. He truly is the most formidable within 100 miles. With the scent of death permeating the area, other entities would dare not approach to contest with him. When it comes to dealing with a mere beast, I still retain a degree of confidence. Chapter 4. Movement from the tender age of 5, I was regaled by my grandfather's tales, growing up alongside a solitary coffin, which inevitably instilled a sense of courage within me. The lessons imparted by my grandfather were never questioned, despite my lack of practical experience. Having just driven away the notorious Huang Jui, my confidence surged. Thus, when I sensed the gaze of that female corpse upon me once more, I found myself devoid of the fear that had gripped me during the daylight hours. I climbed onto the bed and nestled within its confines, for it was, after all, the cleanest spot within the room. Though I lay there, my heart remained restless. After a spell of anxious thoughts, I became unaware of the thickening scent of decay that permeated the air. As I inhaled, the aroma gradually transformed into a warm current, spreading throughout my limbs. Realizing something was amiss, I attempted to turn over, only to be horrified to discover that my body was immobile. To compound my terror, my eyelids felt as though they were weighed down by lead, refusing to budge. Yet, contrary to fatigue, my mind was alarmingly alert, sharper than it had ever been. The stench intensified, and an insatiable fire ignited within my abdomen. To my horror, I heard rustling nearby, as if the female corpse was rising. No matter how bold I believed myself to be, fear gripped me tightly. I silently lamented my decision to lie alongside her. Such calamity would surely result in my being drained of life. The adage, "what one fears most is what comes to pass," echoed in my mind, just as I felt a face drawn near to my neck. In an instant, my entire body tensed, and goosebumps erupted across my skin. Just as I was engulfed in terror, something cold and soft enveloped my mouth. Instead of biting my neck to draw blood, it seemed intent on my lips. I found myself in a state of confusion. However, the sensation of coolness was rather pleasant, allowing me to momentarily forget my fears. Regrettably, within mere seconds, those icy lips withdrew from mine. I felt an insatiable longing, a desire to lift my gaze and chase after her, yet my body remained immobile, leaving me with a sense of lingering regret. Amidst the rustling sounds, the female corpse seemed to recline once more. Was she refraining from biting me due to the reverence I had shown? Did she, too, harbor thoughts of men? My mind wandered, growing heavier with each passing moment, until I unknowingly succumbed to sleep. At the break of dawn the following day, I was jolted awake. Sitting upright in bed, after taking several deep breaths, my gaze instinctively darted towards the corpse. She lay still upon the bed, veiled in a black cloth, seemingly untouched. However, as I dismounted from the bed, I discerned that she had indeed shifted. She had inched away slightly, distancing herself from me, as though expressing disdain. I gasped in shock. Could it be that she was not truly deceased? Recalling the moment I had carried her up the mountain, her limbs had felt remarkably pliant, decidedly unlike those of a cadaver. After a moment's hesitation, I deemed it essential to ascertain whether she possessed a heartbeat. Through the fabric, her body felt somewhat cool, yet surprisingly soft. Fearing an inaccurate conclusion, I lingered for quite some time. After several minutes, I confirmed the absence of a heartbeat, reluctantly withdrawing my hand, which now bore a lingering fragrance. A wave of embarrassment washed over me, my cheeks burning with heat. Feeling as though I had committed an indiscretion, I dared not linger. Just before departing, I recalled the book nestled beneath her form. I found an excuse, saying, "I am not trying to touch you on purpose. I merely want to clarify something, for I fear that in my ignorance, I might inadvertently set you ablaze." Now, I needed to retrieve a few items. With that, I reached beneath her, and the book was still there. As I exited the old house, I felt an unsettling sense of guilt, as if I had engaged in something clandestine, and I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched from behind. Yet, after taking a few steps, I realized that it was not mere paranoia. There were indeed eyes fixed upon me. A small yellow weasel had been trailing me. I pretended not to notice. Upon returning home, I found my mother chopping pig feed in the yard. She inquired about my whereabouts, and I replied that I had gone to play with Xiaopeng. She hesitated, ultimately cautioning me to be careful and to communicate any issues with the family. I responded with an affirmative grunt and retreated to my room, where I retrieved the old book. Initially, I paid it little mind, driven by mere curiosity, for the cover bore no title. However, upon opening the first page, I was taken aback. This book was, astonishingly, the second volume of the one my grandfather possessed. After the initial shock, a profound confusion enveloped me. Was there a connection between my grandfather and that coffin? Or had he hidden this book within it? The coffin had remained in his room for so many years. He certainly had the opportunity. Yet, after perusing the entirety of the book, I concluded that it was impossible for my grandfather to have concealed it. The second volume elucidated a method of cultivating qi. Only with the presence of qi within one's body could the knowledge from the first volume be effectively utilized. My grandfather, throughout his life, had always been a half-measure, precisely because he lacked this vital energy within him. Given his profound obsession with the previous scroll, it would have been utterly impossible for him to conceal the subsequent one had he possessed it. Could it be that my grandfather ventured deep into the mountains and encountered a female corpse, or perhaps a relative of the deceased, from whom he acquired the earlier scroll? Alas, with the passage of time, the truth has been buried alongside him, leaving me bereft of answers. Upon further examination of the latter scroll, my already unconventional worldview was once again profoundly challenged. I even began to suspect that my grandfather had glimpsed a fragment of the latter scroll, which might explain his ensuing madness. The content within is potent enough to unhinge a rational mind. Regrettably, after scrutinizing it for an extended period, I still failed to grasp the essence of its teachings. During lunch, I noticed the absence of my second uncle and, concerned he had returned to the ancestral home, I inquired about him. My father informed me that my uncle had already returned to the city, leaving me an address should I need to reach out to him. My grandfather often remarked that a beast, even if it attains some semblance of intelligence, remains inherently limited. I held no apprehensions regarding the yellow weasel that had been trailing me, so I tucked away my uncle's address without a second thought. My knowledge of my second uncle is rather scant. I only know that he moved to the city long ago and visits my grandfather 2 or 3 times a year, always bringing me delightful treats. It is said that my ability to complete junior high was largely due to his influence. Otherwise, my father intended for me to return home after elementary school to carry on the family line. After breakfast, seizing the opportunity while the adults toiled in the fields, I darted into the chicken coop to capture a robust rooster. Armed with the hemp thread my mother uses for shoe soles, I stealthily made my way back to the ancestral home. Throughout my journey, the yellow weasel continued to follow me. I lifted the rooster triumphantly, feeling a sense of secret satisfaction. It is often said that there are no men who do not stray, just as there are no weasels that do not pilfer. Upon entering the courtyard, The scent of decay was no longer perceptible. However, that aroma seemed to arise in intermittent wafts, undoubtedly to re-emerge under the veil of night. That woman remains a harbinger of misfortune, destined to attract figures far more formidable than the likes of Master Huangjio. In the courtyard, I slaughtered a magnificent rooster, deliberately splattering its blood across the ground. The scent of chicken blood ignited the eyes of the yellow weasel lurking in the distance, glimmering with a predatory gleam. Yet, I harbored no intention of capturing just a solitary creature. Rather, I aimed to ensnare them all. For if one does not eradicate the serpent, it will surely return to haunt you. Once I had dealt with the rooster, I utilized an old pot from the ancestral home to stew it whole. Then, I took my place before the bed of the deceased woman, crafting several snares. These traps, though simple, were impeccably effective for ensnaring small creatures. Once the snares were prepared, the chicken was stewing to perfection, tender and succulent. I tore off the chicken's rear, feigning disdain, and tossed it into the thicket. The yellow weasel, upon spotting this, could not resist the temptation and soon ventured forth. Seizing the opportunity, I hastily set up snares at both the window and the doorway. Chapter 5. Awakening, I fastened my buttons securely and retreated into the room, tearing off a chicken leg to toss into the pot, preparing it for dinner, while reserving the rest. As darkness enveloped the sky, I divided the half-cooked chicken into several pieces, placing one in front of each button. However, by around 10 o'clock, there was still no sign of the yellow weasel. Could it be that old Master Huang was afraid? A sense of pride welled up within me at this thought. Glancing at the lifeless female figure on the bed, I suddenly felt it imperative to ascertain whether she was truly deceased or not. The most effective method, of course, was to check for a heartbeat. Thus, I extended my hand once more. This time, I resolved not to withdraw until I was certain. Yet before long, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Startled, I quickly withdrew my hand, casting a wary glance towards the entrance. After half a minute of silence, I finally called out, "Who is it?" There was no response from outside. Cautiously, I drew out my money sword and crept over to peer through the crack of the door. The moonlight cast a ghostly glow, revealing the entrance to be utterly desolate, devoid of any shadow. Upon opening the door, my gaze fell upon a scattering of 7 or 8 golden beans at the threshold. Gold, an item of considerable value. Yet, I refrained from picking them up. Creatures of the mountain bear grudges, but they also remember kindness. The yellow weasel is particularly notorious in this regard. Having burrowed in the mountains for years, it often stumbles upon ancient graves, hoarding any valuable finds encounters. Such treasures are utilized for both acts of gratitude and vengeance. If I were to collect the gold now, I would be ensnared by its deceptive allure. This trick is rather foolish. Indeed, for the avaricious and the uninformed, it may not necessarily signify foolishness. I disregarded the matter, retrieving the stewed chicken leg and deliberately positioned myself at the doorway to consume it. Contemplating that old Master Huang was drawn to the female corpse, I pulled aside the black cloth that veiled her face and illuminated the room, allowing for a clear view. I must admit, the woman was undeniably beautiful. Particularly under the dim, yellow light, her beauty appeared almost surreal, evoking a temptation within me to once more ascertain the flutter of her heartbeat. However, this thought was swiftly quelled as I chastised myself for being a beast, unwilling to spare even the lifeless. Yet, I found myself breathless as well. As anticipated, my action soon summoned a constellation of small green lights amidst the grass outside the door. Upon counting, I discerned 7 or 8 pairs, indicating yet another family outing, perfectly positioned for a comprehensive capture. Now, it remained to be seen what held greater significance in old Master Huang's heart, the chicken or his wife. I closed the door and extinguished the lights within the room. A pair of eyes peered through the crack of the door, fixated upon the courtyard. Before long, old Master Huang emerged at the entrance, clad only in a pair of floral shorts. The culmination of the yellow weasel-esque cultivation had rendered it akin to a human. In the mountain villages of northeast China, one often encounters yellow weasels seeking to test their transformation. This so-called testing the transformation involves the yellow weasel adopting a human guise, obstructing passers-by to inquire whether they perceive it as human. Should they affirm, the transformation is deemed successful. and it is said that such a weasel can ascend to become a celestial being. Conversely, if they declare it unhuman, the weasel must start anew. In the northeastern regions, the locals revere the deity of Chuma Sien, offering homage to the 5 great spirits, Hu, Huang, Bai Lu, and Hui. The yellow weasel is regarded with particular respect. Ranked second among them, encountering one would not incite any animosity. Moreover, should the yellow weasel successfully receive its title, it is known to bestow gratitude in return. However, the situation is markedly different in the Southern Territories. Should anyone encounter a yellow weasel demanding a title, they would likely find themselves subjected to a barrage of stones, only to be dragged home for skinning and dismemberment. Master Huang Jiu dares not venture forth to seek a title and thus resorts to mere pretense. Nonetheless, among the yellow weasels, Master Huang Jiu exhibits a degree of caution. He circles the entrance several times before stealthily approaching the hall door, his nose twitching in anticipation. I felt a surge of delight, thinking to myself that a beast is but a beast, easily distracted by the prospect of food, forgetting all else. Yet, just as I presumed it was about to fall into the trap, Master Huang Jiu halted abruptly, gesturing with his paw, at which point a small yellow weasel sprang forth from behind him, acting as his advance scout. Behind the door, my fists clenched involuntarily. It seemed I had underestimated this creature. As the small yellow weasel approached, its beady eyes fixated on the chicken. After surveying the surroundings, it nimbly leaped onto the door and window. 2 of its companions, upon arrival, found themselves ensnared in a trap. In their struggle, the trap tightened around them, causing them to panic and whirl in place, while several others, startled, also tumbled into the snare. Observing this, I contemplated intervening, only to see that Master Huang Jiu remained utterly unperturbed. He strode to the entrance, opened his mouth towards the door's crack, and released a plume of green mist. The mist surged through the gap, and fortunately, I was quick to react, retreating hastily. Nevertheless, I inhaled some, and in an instant my head spun. My vision turned a vivid crimson, revealing countless ghostly figures with bared fangs and claws. With a sly chuckle, Master Huang Jiu pushed open the door, just a crack, and sauntered in, exuding an aura of enchantment that clouded the mind and made illusions increasingly vivid, driving me toward a state of delirium. Yet at that moment, a wave of warmth surged from my lower abdomen, a current flowing through my body, causing the phantoms before me to vanish and clearing my mind. Was it the Taoist energy? I felt a surge of joy within, though I masked it, continuing to feign confusion, flailing my fists and grasping wildly around the room. Child, you are but a novice to challenge me. Master Huang Jiu smirked triumphantly, neglecting to rescue the small yellow-skinned creatures, as he eagerly leapt onto the woman's bed, as if admiring a rare gem, his eyes gleaming with delight. Amidst the confusion, I deliberately inched closer to the bed, preparing to seize my opportunity to restrain him. However, at that moment, Huang Jiu revealed a sorrowful expression, lamenting, I had intended to take you back to the mountains to slowly absorb your essence, but alas, sigh. He appeared quite disgruntled, filled with a sense of injustice. Yet, he soon regained his composure, mimicking a human by sitting cross-legged beside the woman, self-soothing, if I cannot savor the flesh, a sip of broth will suffice. With that, he closed his eyes, eagerly beginning to inhale and exhale. With each breath, the woman's abdomen rose and fell in synchrony, filling the room with the intoxicating scent of death. I was inwardly astonished. It seemed this corpse fragrance indeed held the essence of elixir. A corpse elixir, for demons and spirits, is a priceless treasure. Keeping such a thing nearby would inevitably lead to my demise. Deep in thought, I cautiously approached the bed, intermittently emitting growls and cries of anguish. Huang Jiu presumed I had fallen victim to his sinister sorcery and paid me no heed, quickly becoming engrossed in the intoxicating aroma of the corpse. Seizing the opportunity, I lunged forward, one hand gripping his neck while the other clutched his waist and abdomen. With my initial strike successful, I exclaimed with exhilaration, Beast, what do you think you can escape? Huang Jiu jolted awake, panic reflected in his small eyes, and he began to thrash violently. However, His expression of terror swiftly morphed into sheer horror, his eyes widening in disbelief. I assumed he was frightened at the realization that he was trapped and unable to flee, and I raised an eyebrow in triumph. Yet, it soon became apparent that his gaze was not fixed upon me, but rather directed towards the head of the female corpse. Turning to investigate, I discovered that in my fervor, I had pressed half my body onto the corpse, causing the black cloth draped over her to become disheveled, revealing her exquisite face. At that moment, her eyes were wide open. Chapter 6. Do not fright me. A sudden chill coursed through me. Yet I did not release my grip. Instead, I tightened my hold, eliciting a startled cry from Huang Jui. It was only by securing my grasp that I managed to rise from the lifeless form of the woman. Her eyes, a ghastly crimson, sent a shiver down my spine, prompting me to hastily free one hand and cover her face with the black cloth. At that moment, Huang Jui trembled uncontrollably, his struggle forgotten. Observing my actions, he stammered, "Kid, you must confess. Where did you acquire this woman? Why should that concern you?" I retorted, maintaining my grip as I made my way toward a nearby wooden stump, where a club awaited my grasp. Seeing my intent to strike, Huang Jui panicked, exclaiming, "Listen to me, kid. Release me, and I can save your life. Otherwise, you cannot fathom the peril this woman brings. Your 10 lives would scarcely suffice." Unperturbed by his threats, I slammed him against the stump with a flourish, declaring, "She is my wife. Can she truly bring about my demise?" Huang Jui scoffed derisively. "Ignorance breeds fearlessness. You may call her your wife, yet in 7 days, you shall find no salvation." 7 days? What do you mean? I halted, my club suspended in midair. Huang Jui, sensing a glimmer of hope, urged after 7 days. Her inner core. His gaze shifted in terror, fixated behind me, rendering him speechless. Even at this juncture, he still sought to play tricks. I had no intention of indulging him. Seizing the opportunity, I placed his head upon the stump and swung the club down with resolve. As Huang Jui's eyelids flickered before his limbs convulsed, he succumbed to lifelessness. A breath of relief escaped me as I stood, gripping the club, poised to vanquish the small yellow creature frolicking at the window and doorway. However, in that fleeting moment as I turned, my legs felt as though they were laden with lead, causing the club to clatter to the ground in fright. To my astonishment, the female corpse upon the bed suddenly sat upright. I inhaled deeply several times, striving to regain my composure. We remained locked in a tense standoff for several minutes, until, seeing her motionless, I cautiously approached, muttering, "My dear, please do not frighten me. I am merely tidying up after the yellow creature. Had I not intervened, you might have been delivering little yellow ones by now. We have pledged ourselves to one another. Should you bite me or scare me to death, you would be left a widow." Upon uttering these words, the woman collapsed back onto the bed. Phew! I exhaled, realizing that even a zombie fears becoming a widow. Yet, before I could fully catch my breath, Huang Jui, lying inert on the ground, abruptly sprang up and darted towards the doorway. Frustrated, I pursued him. He reached the entrance, turned back to me, and proclaimed, "You little rascal, there will come a day when you shall weep." With that ominous threat, Huang Jui swiftly vanished into the fields. I was left seething. This creature, having transformed, truly possessed a thick skull. Nevertheless, while he had fled, his progeny remained ensnared in their predicament. Glancing back at the woman on the bed, she lay in tranquil silence. I made my way to the side room, where I procured an iron cage typically used for trapping rats, and unceremoniously tossed the small yellow weasel inside, securing the door frame with wire before hanging it on a wooden post in the courtyard. Having completed this task, I called out to the desolate fields, declaring that if matters were not resolved this evening, I would ensure that her disciples would be subjected to a rigorous awakening come dawn. Huang Jio, lacking foresight, had just missed the opportunity to sever the hemp rope and liberate the small yellow creature. However, though he lacked intelligence, he possessed a certain cunning, and went not stray too far. He could hear my words. After considerable turmoil, it was already midnight. I closed the door and returned to the room, my gaze landing once more on the lifeless woman, ultimately fixating on her once rising and falling abdomen. The memory of my mother's worried expression lingered in my mind, I understood that this situation could not be prolonged any further. Yet, the thought of igniting a fire now filled me with trepidation. After much contemplation, I found no satisfactory solution. Resolutely, I decided to wait and see what transpired after 7 days. For now, I would check for any signs of a heartbeat. With flushed cheeks, I reached inside. My intentions were purely to ascertain the presence of a heartbeat. If the duration was somewhat prolonged, I could hardly be blamed. It was her lofty aspirations that clouded my judgment. Nonetheless, the sensation was undeniably peculiar. As dawn broke, Huang Jiu had not made an appearance, seemingly indifferent to the fates of his disciples. Eventually, weariness overtook me, and I succumbed to sleep beside the woman's bed. Upon waking the next day, I still felt no sign of her heartbeat. Alas, I sighed, feeling a twinge of helplessness. It seemed I would have to try again in the evening. Upon stepping outside, I spotted a nest of yellow weasels hanging about. A surge of determination surged within me. Since they refused to approach, I would have no qualms about taking matters into my own hands. After rummaging for a while, I unearthed a rusty machete and, grasping a metal cage, I began sharpening the blade against the stone. The sound of the grinding echoed in the air, causing the little yellow weasels to huddle together in the cage, trembling with fear. Though these creatures had yet to attain any true intelligence, they possessed a flicker of awareness, understanding their impending fate and thus quaking in trepidation. As I sharpened the knife, I murmured, "You cannot blame me. Blame that Huang Jiu for neglecting you." After some time, I tested the blade's edge with my hand, growing increasingly anxious about Huang Jiu's absence. Was it possible he truly intended to abandon them? Without eliminating him, I dared not touch the little weasels, for that would solidify an enmity that would be hard to erase. After more than half an hour of sharpening, impatience began to gnaw at me. With a fierce gaze fixed upon the trembling weasels in the cage, the urge to kill surged within me. Just as I was about to extract one of the little creatures and press it against a wooden stump, the familiar voice of Huang Jiu finally reached my ears, dripping with obsequiousness. "Brother, little brother Liang." The moment I heard my name, my heart sank, and the murderous intent within me deepened. Huang Jiu, noticing my halted action, entered holding a box. Upon opening it, I discovered a jade bracelet nestled within. What was the meaning of this? I positioned the machete against the neck of the little weasel, gesturing menacingly. Huang Jiu's short legs trembled as he squeezed them together, stammering, "Ligo, Ligo." This is indeed a remarkable find, unearthed from the depths of an ancient tomb. I observed its reluctance as the blade glided back and forth across the little yellow creature's neck. The esteemed Lord Huang Jiu was so startled that he momentarily recoiled, collapsing to his knees with a resounding thud. I scrutinized the little yellow creature in my grasp, committing its likeness to memory. "Brother Li, let us let this matter slide. I, Huang Jiu, vow that if I ever trouble you again, may I never attain humanity in this lifetime." Finally, Huang Jiu grasped the crux of the situation. To them, failing to attain humanity equated to never becoming immortal. While I do not subscribe to the notion of immortality, the yellow creature does. It invoked this matter in its oath, which reluctantly assuaged my concerns. I had no desire for the situation to escalate further. If Huang Jiu remained the sole, formidable figure within 100 miles and refrained from targeting the female corpse, we could consider this matter resolved. I set down the machete. Huang Jiu then remarked, "Brother Li, I must bring something to your attention." "Yes, please do." I lifted the little yellow creature, prompting Lord Huang Jiu to instinctively reach out with his claws, anxious that I might drop the tiny creature. He ingratiatingly added, "Within this 100-mile radius, a formidable presence has arrived." Chapter 7. A great trouble. The sin of the corpse has lingered for 5 or 6 days, a rather lengthy duration. Yet I thought with Huang Jiu around, we could delay for a few more days. To my surprise, it arrived sooner than anticipated. Recalling the boasts it had made, I cannot help but question, weren't you just bragging a couple of days ago, claiming dominion over this 100-mile radius? Huang Jiu, embracing the small yellow creature, displayed a fatherly affection in his eyes and awkwardly replied, "It's not that my wife is absent. If she were here, who would dare to intrude within this territory? However, Li, What has come this time is something from the mountains, so you must remain vigilant." As he spoke, his beady eyes darted towards the tightly bound iron cage. This fellow was clearly submissive. No wonder when it had visited the second time. Its gaze upon the female corpse had been one of deep sorrow, akin to that of a wronged wife. Is it that with his wife's imminent return, he dares not misbehave? Fortunately, I refrained from acting impulsively. Otherwise, I might have inadvertently swapped a male for a female. Moreover, from what it seems, its wife possesses significantly greater prowess. Yet, despite the creature's abilities, there are certain feats that they cannot accomplish, such as unlocking the cage before us. In consideration of its wife's dignity, I chose not to impose further hardship upon it. I untwisted the wire and released the small yellow creature, inquiring, "Could you enlighten me as to what has come?" However, the moment the cage was opened, Huang Jio's demeanor shifted. He stood upright, his claws raised in a gesture of respect, and declared, "Let us maintain our friendship and part ways for now." I furrowed my brow, feeling a tinge of displeasure, yet I called out to him, "Take the bracelet back. From now on, you may come here at your leisure whenever you desire." Huang Jio, with his small eyes darting about, looked at me and said, "Li Xiaoga, I truly do not know what comes from the mountains." I replied, "Then you need not come here again. Otherwise, I shall strike you each time we meet." Upon hearing this, Huang Jio grew anxious. "Brother, please don't be this way. Why not propose a new condition?" Reflecting on the possibility that Huang Jio's wife might indeed be the queen of the grasslands, well-informed and astute, I decided to retreat a step. "I shall not make things difficult for you. Simply inform me at the first sign of any unusual occurrences in the coming days. How does that sound?" This request was simple for him, and without a moment's hesitation, he agreed. After Huang Jio departed, a weight settled heavily upon my heart. Should anything from the mountains venture within 100 miles, it could very well arrive tonight. Preparations were in order. I returned home for a brief visit at noon. My mother's eyes were filled with worry, though she asked nothing. After lunch, I gathered some rice and sweet potatoes, shouldered my grandfather's box, and stepped outside. Unable to contain her concern, my mother followed me out, grasping my arm, and asked, "Yang Yang, is that girl dead?" Whether she lived or not remained unclear to me. However, not wanting my mother to be engulfed by fear, I smiled and replied, "She's just catching her breath." Naturally, my mother did not believe such words. After all, that coffin had been in our home for 15 years. Could the occupant truly be breathing? Yet, when one finds themselves at a dead end and feels utterly helpless, even a lie can become a source of hope. Upon hearing this, my mother told me to wait a moment. She turned and went into the inner room, returning shortly with a small bag, which she pressed into my hands, saying, "There isn't much of value at home. These are a few garments I bought yesterday. Take them to her for a change." As I accepted the clothes, I felt a surge of emotion, almost on the verge of tears. Perhaps in the heart of every mother, there resides a singular hope that her child may lead a good life. I am not adept at expressing my feelings, so I simply buried my head and said, "I won't be home for the next couple of days. Don't wait for me to have dinner." As I took a few steps away, I glanced back to see my mother discreetly wiping away tears at the doorway, and my heart grew heavier with each passing moment. Though rural folk may lack exposure, they're not foolish. My mother understood certain truths. Upon returning to the old homestead, I organized the provisions I brought back and tidied up the stove. Once I completed these tasks, I retrieved my grandfather's chest, emptied its contents, and discovered a small box beneath a robe. Inside lay several yellow talismans, which appeared to be of significant value when stored separately. I counted them. There were 7. When I spotted the Bagua mirror, I turned to glance at the woman on the bed. I pondered whether this object could discern her true nature, whether she was alive or a zombie. Although the thought was intriguing, fear began to creep in, for she was capable of movement. If I mishandled the situation, could she potentially harm me? After much internal conflict, I resolved to take the risk. I approached her stealthily, lifted the black cloth, and carefully placed the Bagua mirror upon her forehead. Minutes passed without any reaction from the mirror when I tested the surface with my hand. It remained cool to the touch. It seems that she's not a zombie. Nevertheless, I remained undeterred. Testing the peachwood sword and the hemp rope soaked in black dog blood, both yielding no unusual results. Finally, I resorted to the yellow talisman. Licking it with my tongue to moisten it slightly, I affixed it to her forehead. Noticing that the talisman elicited no reaction, I let out a profound sigh of relief. Regardless of her true nature, she was at least not a zombie, as all the previous methods were specifically intended to combat the undead. Gazing at her heart, I swallowed hard, feeling compelled to check for a heartbeat once more. Seeking reassurance, I left the yellow talisman in place. Over half an hour passed, yet I could not detect a heartbeat. Strangely, however, a sense of joy welled up within me. This way I could check each day. Quite splendid indeed. As evening approached, I casually consumed a modest meal and kindled a fire in an iron bucket. My grandfather once said that in malevolent places, electric lights are unreliable, and one must rely on the warmth of human flames. Finishing before darkness fully enveloped the sky, I retrieved the book that had fallen from the corpse and began to peruse its contents. Although I had only completed middle school, I possessed a considerable vocabulary and recognized many ancient characters. Yet, when it came to executing the instructions within the book, I found myself utterly incapable, particularly regarding the concept of chi mentioned within. After holding my breath for an extended period, all I managed to produce was the near release of flatulence, yielding no fruitful results. As twilight deepened, I finally set aside the ancient text, rising to remove the ash from the iron bucket and evenly scattering it throughout the room. In this world, there exist entities invisible to the naked eye, but with the use of plant ash or incense ash, one may reveal the footprints of such beings. After finishing with the wood ash, I secured the willow branch whip around my waist. This whip was crafted by my grandfather and me, soaked in tung oil, and imbued with remarkable resilience, making it particularly effective against malevolent entities. Naturally, I was also equipped with a peachwood sword and a money sword, adding to my sense of security. Just then, the scent of corpse incense wafted through the air once more. Unable to restrain myself, I directed my ire towards the female corpse, exclaiming, "You're quite the nuisance, eager for everyone to notice your fragrant presence, shamelessly promiscuous." The latter part of my statement felt somewhat inappropriate. After all, we had exchanged vows, and regardless of her nature, she simply could not be frivolous. Contemplating this, I deemed it essential to test her heartbeat once again. However, as I approached the bedside, a noise emanated from the window. Cautiously, I turned around to see Huang Jiu peering in, clad in flamboyant shorts, his demeanor suspicious and furtive. Chapter 8. More than a wife. Huang Jiu, upon seeing me fully equipped with my hand resting on the hilt of the golden sword, hurried to ingratiate himself, saying, "Li Gu, I only wish to take a couple of puffs." "A couple of puffs? Once the scent of the corpse dissipates, it will be gone. I might as well do him a favor and allow him to come inside for a moment." Huang Jiu leaned against the window, shaking his head like a rhythmic drum. "I'll just peek in through the window. No need to trouble you by entering." I raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether this fellow intended to partake in the feast without contributing. However, I suspected that if I laid my thoughts bare, he would surely bolt. After a moment's reflection, I inquired, "Old Huang, does your wife know about your intentions to take a concubine?" Huang Jiu instantly panicked, springing to his feet. "Li Xiaoge, one may indulge in meals haphazardly, but one must not speak thoughtlessly. My lady will be returning in a couple of days." Indeed, he was a henpecked husband. I chuckled softly. "If you wish for my silence, I require your assistance tonight. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to speak. Domestic discord is indeed a grave matter." Huang Jiu, fearful, hesitated, cunningly querying, "Li Xiaoge, from which sect did you acquire your skills?" The origins of ancient texts were never disclosed by my grandfather, and having only studied the first volume, I was but a novice. Nevertheless, I understood he was testing the waters. Puffing out my chest, I proclaimed proudly, "The tale is lengthy. My skills were imparted by my grandfather, who asserted that even the most esteemed figures of the Maoshan school would kneel and address him as senior upon encountering him." Upon uttering this, I felt as though I had exaggerated somewhat grandiosely. Moreover, any mention of the Maoshan sect was merely gleaned from the family's old recordings. In reality, I remained oblivious to its existence. In an effort to persuade Huang Jiu, I gestured towards the woman lying on the bed and remarked, "Surely you must realize that if my grandfather lacked any capability, he would never have secured such a wife for me." It is only natural to inquire whether assistance can indeed be rendered. Upon hearing my words, I noticed Huang Jio's eyes begin to dart about. Moments later, with a sly expression, he proposed, "How about this? In 6 days, you have her return a favor for me? A favor concerning a female corpse? Who exactly is she? To have even the cunning Huang Jio pondering such a request? 6 days. I too was filled with anticipation and nodded in agreement. Setting aside other matters, having someone breathing beside me certainly emboldened my spirit. However, noticing my nod, Huang Jiu still seemed unconvinced and questioned. "What assurance do you have that she will honor this favor?" I chuckled lightly and replied, "She is my wife. When I direct her east, would she dare venture west?" Huang Jiu pursed his thin lips, clearly skeptical. His furtive gaze revealed his thoughts, prompting me to retort, "Do you suppose all men in this world are as timid as you? If she disobeys, I shall not hesitate to slap her. Do you believe me?" As I approached the bed and gently patted the woman's face, Huang Jiu, alarmed, lifted his short legs in a defensive stance, pleading, brother, I believe you. I believe you." With that, Huang Jiu leapt forward. Casting a glance at the woman on the bed, he whispered, "Li Xiaoge, I assure you, I did not coerce you earlier. It was your own desire to strike her." I shot him a disapproving look. Yet after striking that woman twice, an overwhelming discomfort enveloped me. It felt as though I bore 2 knives embedded in my back, a chill creeping through my body. Whether it was a mere figment of my imagination, I quietly distanced myself from the bed. Huang Jiu, displaying a remarkable sense of propriety, found a corner and sat cross-legged in meditation. I had numerous inquiries swirling in my mind, yet despite calling out to him twice, he remained unresponsive, and I had no choice but to relinquish my questions. The thought of her potential awakening in 6 days weighed heavily on my conscience. I approached the bedside and softly whispered into her ear, imploring her not to harbor anger towards me. I explained that had I not acted in that manner, that brute would have been disinclined to assist. I pondered, if I alone could not protect you, what would become of you if someone were to abduct you? Encountering a lecherous individual, would you not suffer indignities? After a brief pause, I continued, asserting that your silence must signify forgiveness, but I cautioned against seeking retribution later. Once I had finished my explanation, I exhaled a long breath of relief, yet the chill seemed to intensify. At that moment, the firewood in the iron barrel crackled twice, transforming the originally amber flames into an eerie green. Huang Jiu suddenly opened his eyes wide, rising on tiptoe, his demeanor shifting as he prepared to flee. However, I had been vigilant since the flames turned green. He had barely taken 2 steps before I caught up and seized him by the tail, pulling him back. "You are quite unkind," I exclaimed, slamming him down on the ground twice before swiftly retreating to the bedside. For the source of this chilling aura was evidently emanating from outside. Huang Jiu nervously rubbed his head with his claw-like hand, exclaiming, "Li Gu, leaving me here is akin to adding another corpse to the pile. It would be far better to release me. When my wife returns, I shall have her exact vengeance on you. What ist? Eating without working is simply unacceptable in my presence." I forcefully slammed him onto the ground a couple more times, threatening, "Should you dare to flee, I shall return in 6 days with my wife and lay waste to your entire household. I am most eager to see whose wife proves to be the more formidable. After all, who among us does not have a wife?" Huang Jiu wore a pained expression, his eyes fixated on the wooden door, and he boldly proclaimed, "Add one more favor to the deal." "Very well," I readily agreed, not pausing to consider the peril outside, as the favor was not mine to repay. At that moment, the flames in the iron bucket turned an increasingly ominous shade of green, casting a ghastly hue across the room. Just as I was about to release Huang Jiu, the decrepit wooden door was suddenly blown off its hinges, sending splinters flying throughout the space. At the entrance stood a small girl, no more than 8 or 9 years old, dressed in a crimson garment that resembled a bloodstain. The instant she appeared, the flames in the iron bucket dwindled to mere pinpricks, their green glow becoming unsettling. My hand, which had been prepared to let go, tightened instinctively. Huang Jiu squeaked in pain, warning me, "My tail, Ego, my tail." Realizing my oversight, I hastily released him. Huang Jiu dropped to the ground, swiftly turning to hide behind me, clutching my pant leg, peeking out from between my legs as he stammered, "Lily good, this is—" Silence. With a grave expression, I unfastened the willow whip from my waist and gave it a couple of sharp snaps in my hand. "Little girl, you may indulge in the scent of corpses, but let us draw a boundary. I shall remain inside while you stay outside. Our realms shall not intersect. What do you say?" The girl in the red attire chuckled, and her laughter seemed to make the flames in the iron bucket flicker with life. The aura of malevolence surrounding her was astonishingly potent, befitting a vengeful spirit clad in scarlet. Once her laughter subsided, she produced a dagger from behind her and tossed it into the room, her voice dripping with a chilling tone. "As for our realms not intersecting, that is acceptable. However, you must extract the essence within her and present it to me. Then I shall consider your proposal." Had she not added the phrase, "I shall consider," I might have truly been tempted to comply with her demand and extract the woman's essence. After all, such a task exceeded my capabilities. But now that she had invoked the notion of consideration, I could only leave it to her to weigh her options. Chapter 9. Lingcorpse, I have grown this large by consuming rice, not by being deceived. Sweet words do not sway me. I lower my head and seize the fur around Huang Jio's neck, lifting him and with a swift motion hurled him towards the girl in red. If she dared negotiate with me, she must demonstrate her worth. Upon my attack, the girl's originally delicate face shattered like fine porcelain, blood seeping from the cracks. With an open mouth, she revealed a set of fangs and let out a feral scream, delivering a powerful slap that sent Huang Jio flying. He was momentarily dazed, only letting out a shriek after the blow, as acrid smoke rose from his fur. He tumbled to the ground, rolling several times before his legs went limp. Was this creature truly so fragile? As I pondered, the girl in red glided towards me, her fingers outstretched, revealing sharp black nails that lunged for my face with alarming speed. Her movements were even more agile than mine. I hastily retreated, taking a defensive stance, and lashed out with my willow whip. The girl did not flinch. Instead, she seized the whip, twisting it around her arm, pulling me forward until we stood face to face. Realizing the whip posed no threat to her, I quickly released it, drawing my money sword from my waist, and struck her arm with all my might. To my astonishment, her arm was as solid as iron. The sword shattered upon impact, coins scattering across the ground. Yet, with a hiss, black smoke erupted from her arm, and she let out a cry of pain, stumbling back a couple of steps. Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly grasped the peachwood sword in my hand, stepped diagonally forward, and retrieved Huang Jio from the ground. "Child, if you continue to feign death, I shall cast you into her grasp." The blow to its head seemed inconsequential. It was as if a mere tap had been delivered. A mere threat caused Huang Jio to roll its eyes, revealing a pair of cunning orbs. Just as the girl clad in red lunged once more, I found myself unable to attend to it, my hands firmly grasping the peachwood sword. Huang Jio descended to the ground, clambering up my trousers to perch upon my shoulder, exclaiming, "Brother Li, this is a malevolent spirit from mountains. Quickly, produce your most treasured talismans. These withered branches and leaves are of no use." When it comes to treasured items, I only had 7 yellow talismans tucked away in my pocket. However, given the ferocious nature of the spirit, affixing a talisman to her forehead would be no simple task. In my moment of hesitation, the girl in red lunged again. Realizing this, I reached out to seize Huang Jio. To me, even something as hard as a club was a prized possession. Yet, Huang Jio, ever vigilant, swiftly evaded to my back and leaped to my other shoulder. With this missed opportunity, the girl in red approached rapidly, baring her fangs and delivering a crushing blow to my chest. I felt as if I had collided with a wall, sent flying backward. The girl in red pursued fiercely, intent on sinking her teeth into my neck. Was this truly a malevolent spirit, or had she taken a biting like a zombie? However, in that fleeting moment as she lunged, I steadied my peachwood sword and swiftly slapped a talisman onto her forehead. With a resounding bang, accompanied by a burst of flames, the yellow talisman detonated against the girl's forehead, propelling her away. Witnessing the efficacy of the talisman, I grasped my peachwood sword and gave chase, ready to seize another opportunity for an additional strike. As I raised the sword, I realized it was charred black like coal, reduced to a mere half. With nothing in hand, I hastily paused while Huang Jio urgently shouted in my ear, urging me to use the talisman. However, in the blink of an eye, the girl in red appeared before me, gripping my neck and directing her thumbnail towards my carotid artery. Upon witnessing this, Huang Jio unleashed a burst of demonic energy that enveloped the girl's head and face. Though malevolent spirits may lack wisdom, they are driven by obsessions, and in an instant, she was ensnared by the demonic aura, loosening her grip on my throat. Seizing the opportunity, I escaped, gasping for breath. Sensing something was amiss, I pondered why this vengeful spirit in red resorted to biting and slashing, exhibiting none of the typical ghostly demeanor. Could it be that the entities of the mountains possessed such distinct personalities? Huang Jio's abilities seemed somewhat lacking, for in merely 10 seconds, the girl in red violently tossed her head, scattering the demonic energy, and her blood-red eyes fixated on me once more. Huang Jio, trembling on my shoulder, anxiously inquired what to do. Apart from 6 yellow talismans, nothing in my possession could inflict tangible harm upon her, and I was momentarily gripped by fear. Moreover, attempting to affix a talisman directly to her forehead with bare hands seemed a certain path to demise. Observing her sharp fangs and claws, I deemed it prudent to maintain my distance. Yet, while I contemplated this, the girl in red had other intentions. She opened her mouth, and a scarlet tongue shot forth from between her fangs, agile as a venomous serpent, lunging toward me. By the time I reacted, a chilling sensation enveloped my neck, and I found myself ensnared. Even the formidable Huang Jio, perched upon my shoulder, was not spared. That serpentine tongue constricted around him, pressing him against my face, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries by my ear. In a moment of desperation, I hastily reached for the talisman in my pocket. Yet before my hand could delve into the depths, the girl in red retracted her tongue and appeared directly before me. It was over. In my fright, my hand faltered, and I struggled to retrieve the talisman. Fortunately, Huang Jio had earlier expelled a surge of demonic energy, afflicting the girl in red, who now bore a grudge. Her chilling gaze fixated on Huang Jio, and she seized him by the neck, yanking him away from my ear. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. With a firm grip on Huang Jio, she squeezed tightly. His form elongated significantly, blood oozing from his mouth. Just as he appeared on the verge of being reduced to a pulp, Huang Jio urgently lifted his rear, leading me to assume he intended to pass gas. I swiftly turned my head aside. To my astonishment, however, he clawed at his behind, producing a thumb-sized, pearly object. Though I struggled to breathe under the pressure, I was nonetheless astounded by this spectacle. His palm-sized, flower-patterned undergarment had a hidden pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, Huang Jio seized the object and hurled it at the girl in red. A burst of golden light erupted, engulfing the room in a vast swastika symbol. The girl in red shrieked in agony, hurtling backward like a ragged sack, crashing against the floor at the entrance, where she lay motionless after a brief bounce. With the absence of her tongue, I collapsed to the ground, utterly spent. Huang Jio, panting with fear, crawled over to retrieve the white stone that had fallen to the ground and stuffed it back into his pocket. I had always suspected this fellow possessed a certain audacity. Otherwise, why would he linger for the sake of a mere favor, if he were truly terrified of death? After all, one must have a life to collect such debts. However, the object he produced was astonishingly powerful. I had no time to inquire further, for the girl in the red dress, after being struck, did not dissipate, but lay motionless on the ground. It seemed she was not a specter after all. I took out a yellow talisman and approached, placing it upon her forehead. The talisman showed no signs of change, and as I curiously touched it, my expression shifted dramatically. What lay on the ground was, in fact, a corpse. I looked at Huang Jio in bewilderment. Shouldn't a vengeful spirit be an ethereal entity? Huang Jio, equally perplexed, crawled closer to investigate with his claws. His gaze now filled with trepidation. Chapter 10. Divination. The terror reflected in Huang Jio's eyes ignited a spark of realization within me, prompting me to hastily retreat until I reached the edge of the bed. Just as I steadied myself, the girl in the red dress rose upright, the symbol on her forehead transforming into a flicker of flame. This entity was a spirit corpse, impervious to the talisman. To put it simply, It was a zombie endowed with a soul. When the spirit manifests, it resembles a ghost. When it lies dormant, it takes on the form of a corpse. If the spirit merges with a cadaver, it gives rise to a being that ought not to exist in this world. It is said that this constitutes a form of malevolent sorcery that grants eternal life, allowing the nearly deceased to harness dark magic to transmute their bodies into undead forms while their souls reside within, rendering them immortal. I had only heard my grandfather mention similar occurrences. I never anticipated encountering one here. What manner of existence lurks within the 10,000 great mountains? In a state of dread, I held my breath, forcefully closing my eyes. When I reopened them, I beheld the girl in red enveloped in a miasma of putrefaction. I initially suspected a flaw in my vision and rubbed my eyes, yet the ghastly aura persisted, overshadowing any trace of spiritual light. My grandfather's teachings were indeed half-baked, yet they contained a modicum of truth. My spiritual eye was a testament to his craft. However, at this moment, I began to question whether my spiritual sight had also faltered. As the girl stood, her shattered visage withered instantly, leaving only a layer of purplish skin stretched taut over her bones. A series of ghastly sounds escaped her lips as she rigidly advanced towards me. Filled with uncertainty, I quickly inquired of Huang Jio, "What did you use to strike her just now?" Huang Jio also recognized the spirit corpse, trembling as if in a state of shock. Buddha, the relics of the Buddha. I excavated a cave in the mountains and, inadvertently, stumbled upon an ancient tomb. The tomb's occupant was a devout follower of Buddhism, and I discovered the relic among the burial offerings, the sacred object of the Buddhist sect. It seems that the girl in red had underestimated her own powers. As she struck, the spirit and body separated. Unaware that Huang Jio possessed a treasure of the Buddhist realm, which instantaneously vanquished the spirit. Indeed, both Huang Jio and I are fortunate. Had we encountered a complete spirit corpse, neither the sacred relics nor even the Buddha himself would have been of any help. Confirming that the spirit of the girl in red had been extinguished, I seized the opportunity to dash outside and retrieve the willow whip, swiftly wielding it. It is common knowledge that peach and willow branches are effective against spirits. However, what truly fears willow branches are the ancient zombies of this mountain. A corpse becomes a zombie due to an excess of lingering breath, while the willow tree possesses purifying properties. As I lashed the willow whip against the girl in red, it emitted a hissing sound, dissipating a considerable amount of corpse energy. Huang Jio, taken aback, exclaimed, "What is happening? Why is this spirit corpse so feeble?" I explained, its spirit was just dispersed by the relic, leaving only a shell. Upon hearing this, Huang Jio, noticing my intention to strike again, shouted, "Hold on." Startled, I paused, wondering if there was something I had overlooked. Wearing flamboyant shorts, Huang Jio leaped in front of me, arms outstretched, declaring, "Step back. Allow me to handle this." Just now, I nearly expelled my bowels. This matter I shall resolve personally. In its current state, if its tail were any larger, it would resemble a great-tailed wolf, without the need for pretense. With the spirit extinguished, a mere hopping corpse poses little concern. I retreated to the edge of the bed, observing its performance. The relic of the Buddha was extracted, and Huang Jio's rear end perked up considerably, akin to the release of glass marbles, as it swiftly launched the relic. The sacred object of the Buddhist realm is not to be trifled with. In an instant, flames erupted from the red-clad female zombie, sending her flying into the courtyard. It was only then that I discerned the appearance of the relic, pristine and white as jade, likely a phalangeal relic, seemingly inscribed with sacred texts. After 2 attempts, the second rising of the red-clad female corpse not only dispersed her corpse energy, but also ignited her in flames. Given that zombies are already desiccated, containing minimal moisture, they succumbed to fire like autumn grass, reduced to ash in less than 2 minutes. Huang Jio entered with an air of arrogance, clad in flamboyant shorts. But upon seeing me staring, he immediately covered his backside, regarding me with a thief-like caution. I initially intended to examine the Buddha relic, having never encountered one before. However, witnessing his demeanor, I decided against underestimating him. I huffed lightly and stepped outside, confirming that the red-clad corpse was utterly incinerated, which allowed me to relax. Upon returning indoors, Huang Jiao was already seated in a corner, meditating to absorb the lingering scent of the corpse. As dawn approached, the aroma gradually faded, and Huang Jiao opened his eyes. Rising to inquire, "Brotherly, are you capable of seeing Qi?" I responded affirmatively, "Indeed. I merely doze for a brief moment, and my mind feels somewhat clouded." Huang Jiao's eyes glimmered as he fixed his gaze upon me, inquiring, "Could you discern whether fortune has favored me recently?" The art of observing one's aura is fundamental to both feng shui and destiny analysis. My grandfather once remarked that possessing the skill to perceive such energies renders divination through casting lots unnecessary, and that feng shui arrangements similarly rely on the observation of these energies rather than calculations and deductions. It sounded quite remarkable, yet I had never employed it myself and remained uncertain of its authenticity as he claimed. Intrigued by Huang Jiao's suggestion, I decided to give it a try. Closing my eyes and then reopening them, I directed my focus towards the heavenly spirit above him, only to discover a faint haze of rosy mist hovering. "In the past couple of days, you may encounter a calamity involving bloodshed," I stated candidly. Huang Jiao rolled his eyes in disbelief, retorting, "You must be jesting." Huang Jiao, sleep soundly and eat heartily. Where could such misfortune arise? Given my grandfather's unreliability, I chose not to engage in further debate. As Huang Jiao grumbled while sauntering towards the door, he muttered, "Even if there were a calamity, it would surely be due to your ill omen. I ought to keep my distance from you." With that, he discreetly slipped away while my attention wavered. In truth, he had rendered significant assistance the previous night, and I had no intention of insisting he stay. Once he departed, I reclined upon my bed and began to measure a woman's heartbeat. As I continued my measurements, sleep overtook me. I awoke to find it was already midday. After a light meal, I gathered additional plant ash and sprinkled it throughout the entire old residence. As for the feng shui arrangement, I possessed some understanding. However, it required an array of items that were not readily accessible. Otherwise, establishing a feng shui arrangement should adequately conceal the scent of decay. Having finished with the plant ash, I noticed the sun was nearing its descent. My heart sank once more. Ever since the female corpse emerged from the coffin, the onset of darkness has been my greatest terror. However, the presence of two tigers cannot coexist on one mountain. It is unlikely that the entities from the 10,000 great mountains would continuously venture into this realm. Yet, I cannot shake the apprehension that my next encounter may not be as fortuitous. That night, the scent of decay was largely obscured by the ash of vegetation, and Huang Jiao did not make an appearance. I surmised that my words had pricked at its conscience, causing it to remain sheltered within its abode. I lost all interest in measuring the corpse as heartbeat, instead keeping vigil with my eyes wide open within the confines of the room. It was only when the crowing of roosters echoed from the village below that I exhaled a sigh of relief, preparing to ascend to my bed for a brief respite. I intended to measure the corpse as heartbeat once more. However, just as my hand slipped beneath the dark cloth, the door swung open, revealing Huang Jiao clad in floral shorts, a length of hemp rope dangling from its neck, accompanied by a small arm, limping as it entered. I quickly withdrew my hand from beneath the cloth, scrutinizing it closely. Not only were its legs and arms impaired, but a tuft of white fur was also missing from its chest. Is this a certainty? Chapter 11. The misfortunes of Huang Jiao as I beheld Huang Jiao entering. I could not help but burst into laughter. "Ah, Master Jiao, it has only been a night, and what has befallen you?" Huang Jiao cast me a sorrowful glance, revealing that in the darkness of the previous night, he had inadvertently tumbled from the ridge of the field. Such a flimsy excuse. Even a weasel's tumble would seem more credible. I had heard of fierce women likened to tigers, yet I had not anticipated that within this yellow-skinned creature there would be a similar ferocity. It appears that all creatures, regardless of their guise, share a common fate. I bent down to assist him, offering a chair. As Huang Jiao settled onto it, he inadvertently strained his muscles, wincing in pain. Once he composed himself, he exhaled deeply, clearly finding relief. "Oh, Master Jiao, who has scratched your head, causing it to bleed?" I inquired, teasingly ruffling the fur atop his head. Huang Jiao shot me a sidelong glance. realizing that I was feigning ignorance while fully aware of the truth. Enraged, he leapt up, but alas, his vigorous movement led to another pang in his groin, causing him to gasp and return his seat with a limp. Do not gloat too soon, young one. In 5 days, let us see how much better you fare than I. In light of this conversation, I pulled up a stool beside him and asked, Master Geo, pray tell, what will transpire in 5 days? Will she awaken, or? Huang Jio's sharp beak opened slightly as he furtively glanced back at the lifeless woman on the bed. She forbade him from speaking, and I dared not utter any reckless words. Yet, the vast expanse of the 10,000 great mountains concealed numerous secrets, some of which could terrify even the bravest soul. Forbidden to speak? I recalled that just 2 days prior, he had been on the verge of sharing something when the corpse had unexpectedly sat up. Was that a warning? If that were truly the case, it would imply that the female corpse could hear the sounds from the outside. Contemplating this notion left me quite unsettled. Over the past few days, I had not hesitated to monitor her heartbeat. Observing Huang Jio's wretched state made me ponder whether I ought to make an early escape. Leaning back in his chair, Huang Jio grumbled, Kid, I did you a huge favor last night. Shouldn't you bring me something to eat to replenish my strength? Having earned his merit, his tone had distinctly shifted. Yet, with the absence of a companion beside me, I dared not contest his words. After a brief conversation, I confirmed that Huang Jio had indeed been struck by his wife and was now fleeing from home, intending to stay with me for a few days. I welcomed this development and promptly stood up, declaring that I would return home with a chicken for him. The mere mention of chicken caused Huang Jio's eyes to gleam with excitement. He eagerly smacked his lips, urging me to hurry. With a smile, I stepped outside, feeling a considerable weight lifted from my heart. Huang Jio possessed a relic of Buddha's bones, making him impervious to malevolent forces. More importantly, his wife had returned, and if she could inflict such punishment upon him, she must be a formidable character. Leaving Huang Jio here, should any trouble arise, it was inconceivable that his spouse would remain indifferent. After all, as the old adage goes, to strike is to show affection, to scold is to express love. In the afternoon, with no one at home, I ventured into the chicken coop and caught a large rooster, also filling a sack with ash to carry up the mountain. Upon seeing the rooster, Huang Jio hobbled into the yard, directing me on how to slaughter the chicken and drain its blood. Knowing that the yellow weasel had a penchant for chicken blood, I filled a bowl and offered it to him. After savoring the blood, Huang Jio wore an expression of pure delight. As I stewed the chicken, I laid another layer of ash from the plants I had brought home on the ground. Huang Jio sat in a chair, observing, Lee's lad, you may guard against the creatures of the mountains, but you cannot shield yourself from humankind. I sensed the underlying meaning in his words, and after shaking out the bag of ash, I settled beside him. Huang Jio, eager to converse, shared numerous tales. It turned out that the realm of Taoism truly exists, encompassing not only Maoshan, but also a myriad of sections. I was astounded, hearing of things I had never encountered before. Huang Jio further revealed that each year, numerous individuals ventured into the vast 10,000 mountains, seemingly in search of something. However, over the years, he had only witnessed people entering, never anyone emerging. The implication was clear. Those who entered had perished within the mountains. I felt a pang of melancholy and inquired why, despite so many entering, I had never crossed paths with even one in over a decade. Huang Jio rolled his eyes at me, his gaze reflecting a lack of worldly experience. Those who enter are significant figures, vanishing without a trace. For an ordinary person like you, encountering them would be remarkable. The profundity of Taoist arts is indeed vast, a belief I hold. Yet, to assert that they vanish without a trace, while still being mortals, that I cannot accept. These individuals must have slipped into the mountains surreptitiously. Huang Jio's mention of my inability to guard against such individuals only heightened my apprehension. At that moment, he sniffed the air and, using his uninjured paw, nudged me, urging me to check if the meat was ready. Realizing that Huang Jio possessed considerable knowledge, I hastily brought forth the chicken. Having indulged in delightful conversation, it recounted numerous tales from the mountains. Yet, whenever I inquired about the origins of the female corpse, it would remain cryptic, urging me not to pry. It suggested that since we had exchanged vows, perhaps a remarkable destiny awaited us, cautioning me to seize the opportunity for a different future. My grandfather had imparted similar wisdom. However, this union seemed like a forced arrangement tinged with opportunism. If she were to awaken, it might yield an entirely different outcome. Nonetheless, after hearing all this, my resolve to protect her intensified. It was not for the sake of fate, nor to appease my grandfather. It was simply because we had pledged ourselves to the heavens. I merely wished to fulfill my responsibilities with utmost diligence. Huang Jio, now with a full belly, suggested a rather dubious plan, urging me to take advantage of the situation and pursue that woman within the next few days. He claimed that once we were wed, the bond would foster a certain ease in communication. I shot him a disapproving glare, not out of pretentiousness, but simply because I lacked the confidence to do so. Having satisfied my hunger, I noticed the sun descending in the sky, heralding another approaching night. I began to tidy up the dishes and organize the scattered items from the previous night when a small yellow weasel suddenly darted in. It paused before Huang Jio, chattering for a moment, then cast a glance at me before hastily retreating. As soon as the weasel departed, Huang Jio's expression turned grave, calling out to me, "Xiao Zi, you may need to relocate your wife. My little one just informed me that 2 bull-headed figures have appeared in the mountains." I furrowed my brow at his casualness in addressing me as Xiao Zi. Yet, considering the message it conveyed to me, I temporarily suppressed my anger, vowing to address it later. At the same time, I couldn't help but wonder, aren't all Taoists supposed to be righteous? Shouldn't they lend a hand in times of trouble? Huang Jiu offered no reply, merely casting a glance at the lifeless female form on the bed. In that instant, the truth dawned upon me. Huang Jiu then remarked, "Good and evil are determined by the individual, not their profession. Some individuals, even if cloaked in the guise of righteousness, can be more terrifying than the average person." This sentiment rang true. However, in this desolate wilderness, where could I possibly seek refuge? Returning to the foot of the mountain, I feared for my parents' safety as well. Observing my internal struggle, Huang Jiu suggested, "Not far from here lies a cave. Perhaps you could temporarily take shelter there. The enclosed space will help conceal the fragrance of the elixir." After a moment's hesitation, I realized that a cave was certainly preferable to sleeping exposed in the wilderness. Chapter 12. The cow's nose. The lifeless body of the woman weighed no more than 40 kilograms, yet it felt burdensome against my slight frame, hindering my progress along the rural paths. The ascent was mostly overgrown with weeds, leaving traces wherever we tread. Fortunately, Huang Jiu summoned his disciples, and as I bore the weight of the corpse, Huang Jiu limped ahead, followed closely by 7 or 8 little yellow foxes who diligently restored the trampled grass, striving to erase our footprints. The cave was not far. In just over half an hour, we arrived at the base of the cliff. Huang Jiu pointed the way, and soon we discovered a relatively concealed entrance. I hesitated before entering, taking a moment to gauge the atmosphere within. Only when I sensed it to be normal did I carry the body inside. The cave was shallow, roughly 10 meters deep. I found a flat spot, cleared away the stones, laid out the mat I had brought, and covered it with a clean sheet before placing the corpse upon it. By this time, darkness had enveloped the outside world. Huang Jiu dismissed his disciples and buried the sacred relic at the cave entrance to mask the scent of death. Observing his actions, I furrowed my brow. If a mere chicken or 2 individuals warranted such elaborate precautions, I found it hard to believe. This creature must have ulterior motives. Once everything was arranged, Huang Jiu said, "Xiao Li, with the cow's nose's abilities, surely you can locate the old residence. Why not go down and scout the situation?" "You're not going?" I inquired calmly, while my hand discreetly brushed against the pocket of my waist. Inside lay the remaining 6 yellow talismans, setting aside any potential malice. The unfamiliarity of his wife alone left me feeling uneasy. Only with Huang Jiu by my side would I abandon the female corpse. As long as it expressed reluctance to leave, I would immediately pounce upon it with lethal intent. Huang Jiu, oblivious to my intentions, glanced down at its injured leg and lamented, "Look at me in this state. My presence would only cause chaos." "I will carry you." I offered it a final opportunity. After a moment's hesitation, Huang Jiu nodded and clambered onto my shoulder with one leg. I breathed a sigh of relief. to facilitate my leap over the rugged terrain. I had not brought much. In my pocket were only a talisman and a few coins that had fallen from the golden money sword. Under the moonlight, I stealthily returned to the vicinity of the old residence, finding a dirt slope to lie upon. I maintained my vigil for over an hour. Thoughts of the female corpse lingered in my mind, and I felt a desire to return to the cave. Yet Huang Jiu urged me to wait, saying, "If they are indeed coming for your wife, knowing our enemy will aid us in overcoming them." Upon reflection, I recognized the wisdom in its words. Gaining prior knowledge would undoubtedly ease our response. Around 9 o'clock that evening, an elderly man and a young boy appeared along the narrow path. Concerned that I might not see them, Huang Jiu quietly provided an introduction. I replied softly, "I can see them." Huang Jiu cast me a surprised glance. It was not unusual for animals to possess superior senses, yet even with my spiritual sight, it seemed implausible that I could have night vision. Its confusion was palpable. However, there were matters I had never disclosed to my family, and I would certainly not share them with it. All I could say was that my grandfather had fallen upon misfortune and had not obtained the lower volume. Otherwise, he would not have been a mere dilettante. Huang Jiu seemed truly capable of perceiving my presence, and he prepared to relay their conversation. I interrupted him, stating, "Quiet down, I can hear." "Hiss." Huang Jiu inhaled sharply, casting a penetrating glance at me as he inquired, "Where did you learn such skills, you rascal?" "I've told you, even a Taoist priest from Maoshan would have to kneel and bow before my grandfather. Given that Maoshan truly exists, I can continue to boast unabashedly." Huang Jiu appeared skeptical, yet fell silent. At that moment, the elderly man and the youth had arrived at the entrance of the old residence. Upon entering, they immediately noticed the ash from the plants strewn across the courtyard. The elder crouched down, grasping a handful and bringing it to his nose, declaring, "There's the scent of corpse incense. It seems someone has been ahead of us and possesses some knowledge." The youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, scoffed at the elder's words, retorting, "Master, these are merely rustic tricks, hardly worth consideration. They probably won't last long." The elder did not dispute this, nodding in agreement. I felt a twinge of discomfort at his dismissive remark. "Not worth considering? Just wait until I grasp the knowledge from the scroll. Then we shall see." However, I had struggled to comprehend the contents of the lower scroll for several days, uncertain of when I would fully master it. A sense of regret washed over me, and I found myself yearning for my grandfather. If he were here, he would undoubtedly teach me. Reflecting on this, I realized that compared to those from established sects, I was indeed akin to a rootless plant. The elder, being astute, surveyed both the interior and exterior of the house before asserting, "The individual hasn't been gone long, and 1 have traveled far. As the night deepens, the scent of the corpse will once again permeate the air, and we shall follow the fragrance to locate them." The elder spoke as he produced an object resembling a compass, saying, "Chower, take this corpse-seeking disc and remain here. If you detect the scent of the dead, do not act alone. Await my return before proceeding." The youth accepted the item from the elder and inquired, "Master, where are you going?" The elder replied, "I shall take a stroll through the village." I silently rejoiced at having discreetly placed the female corpse in the old residence. As for the house, by the time I returned to catch chickens, there was scarcely a trace of the scent remaining. Otherwise, once the old man departed, he would undoubtedly uncover clues that could complicate matters for my father and mother. Once the elder left, only the youth remained in the courtyard. He fetched a chair and sat at the entrance, fixated on the corpse-seeking disc as he awaited the emergence of the scent. I whispered to Huang Jiu, who was perched on my shoulder, "Can you use illusionary arts to control him?" Huang Jiu pondered for a moment before responding, "The elder is beyond my reach, but the youth should be manageable. However, I must be within 5 steps of him for it to be effective." 5 steps? That should pose no significant challenge. Huang Jiu suddenly grasped my collar and demanded, "What are you planning, you rascal?" "What am I planning?" I chuckled mischievously. "I intend to seize the corpse-seeking disc from him." Since they were after the female corpse, I saw no reason to hold back. Huang Jiu, upon hearing this, warned me, "You better not cause trouble. Offending these major sects will lead to dire consequences." I retorted, "If we do not take the disc, can you assure me that the scent will not escape at all? If they find us, Do you think there will be a favorable outcome? Huang Jiu fell silent. I am aware of its concerns and asked if my wife awakens. Do you think these formidable figures from various sects could pose a threat to her? What began as a mere probe elicited an unexpected excitement from Huang Jiu, who, with fervor, exclaimed, "By all means, let us proceed." I furrowed my brow, contemplating whether I should curry favor with the female corpse in the coming days. This way, when she awakens, even if she bears no fondness for the past, she might at least appreciate the efforts I made to flatter her and grant me some advantage. Huang Jiu, brimming with impatience, urged me on incessantly. While approaching another person within 5 steps is a trivial matter, greeting them at this particular moment might arouse suspicion. Should that occur, Huang Jiu's enchanting techniques may prove ineffective. What initially seemed straightforward, upon further reflection, revealed itself to be somewhat hasty. Chapter 13. The Heist After Much Contemplation. I glanced at Huang Jiu and said, "Master Jiu, why not summon your disciples to lend a hand?" "What for?" Huang Jiu regarded me with suspicion. I chuckled. "To assist me in staging a performance. They can run towards that young Taoist while I pursue them from behind. Even if the Taoist is vigilant, the ensuing chaos will surely distract him, granting you the opportunity to act." "Absolutely not." Huang Jiu vehemently shook his head. "That's far too perilous." I insisted. "Your disciples have not yet attained their full potential. Faced with a few ordinary spirits, the Taoist will likely refrain from intervening." Huang Jiu remained resolute, shaking his head. With a serious expression, I stated, "Master Jiu, the fragrant elixir is beneficial for your cultivation, is it not? You may freely enter my home henceforth." Huang Jiu snorted dismissively. "Enough of your empty promises." I rubbed my nose and replied, "If you continue to think this way, I am at a loss. However, if you assist me now, we can support each other in times of need in the future." Over the past few days, I had come to realize a fundamental truth. A solitary tree cannot withstand storm. Compared to the treachery of mankind, the openly displayed desires of Huang Jiu provided me with a greater sense of security. Huang Jiu's small eyes darted thoughtfully. "Mutual support between our families, huh?" "Indeed," he remarked. "Are we in agreement?" I felt a twinge of irritation. "When have I ever deceived you?" Huang Jiu muttered. "Who can be certain when the others are still asleep?" I fell silent. Given the current situation, it must weigh its own choices. After a few moments of hesitation, Huang Jiu raised his head and emitted several calls. Nestled against the deep mountains and ancient forests, the sound was not at all out of place. Before long, 4 little yellow weasels scurried over. I noticed that his son was not among them. Huang Jiu, with one paw hanging and limping, stood upright, gesticulating and chattering away. The 4 little yellow weasels, understanding his cues, glanced at me with caution before turning and darting towards the old residence. "Jiu, hold steady," I urged, rising from behind the earthen mound to pursue the little weasels, muttering under my breath, "Damn yellow weasels, daring steal my chicks. Just wait until I catch you." As I cursed, I picked up stones to throw. At the sound of my voice, the young Taoist sitting in the yard became alert and stood up. Within mere moments, the 4 weasels had reached the gate of the courtyard. Upon seeing the young Taoist, they hesitated, fearful, and came to a halt. I furrowed my brow and threw a stone. This time, I truly aimed to hit. Startled, the 4 weasels dashed chaotically around the Taoist and bolted into the courtyard. I intended to follow, but the Taoist deftly blocked my path, his gaze filled with suspicion, his hand resting on the yellow satchel at his waist. The plan had not anticipated such a turn of events, so I had no choice but to stop bewildered and say, "Ah, who is this foreigner blocking my way? I must skin those weasels today." The little yellow weasels, frightened by my words, dashed about in the courtyard. The young Taoist remained silent, scrutinizing me up and down. A sudden jolt surged through my heart, and I silently feared that things might go awry. After a moment of hesitation, I turned sideways to block Huang Jiu behind me, hurling a small stone towards the little yellow creature in an attempt to divert the young Taoist's attention. The creature struck by the stone let out a piercing scream, a sound distinctly different from what I had heard earlier, resembling the cry of a child. I was taken aback. These little beings, having listened to Huang Jiu speak human language for an extended period, had picked up a few words, and in their fright, they spoke without thought. The young Taoist, intrigued, glanced back at the little yellow creature. I shouted urgently, "Now, Geo." No sooner had the words left my mouth than I seized the young Taoist's hand that was reaching into his satchel, preventing him from drawing it out. The young Taoist was startled, yet at that moment, Huang Geo had already emerged from my shoulder, unleashing a torrent of demonic energy that enveloped the young man's face. Indeed, the righteous sect possessed a certain level of skill. The young Taoist reacted swiftly, preparing to bite his tongue as soon as he was engulfed by the sinister aura. A disciple of the Tao can channel their energy to the tip of their tongue, and a single drop of blood from the tongue, known as the true yang splash, carries formidable lethality. Given the young man's age, he was likely still in his innocent phase, which would amplify his power. Earlier, I had observed in the shadows that golden light had manifested around the young Taoist's abdomen, presumably his Tao energy. If he were to unleash that true yang splash, not only would Huang Geo's spell be disrupted, but he might also sustain severe injuries. In a moment of desperation, I grasped his chin, preventing his mouth from closing. At that very instant, Huang Geo's demonic spell had also ensnared his spirit, and after a brief struggle, the young Taoist's gaze became vacant. Upon witnessing the scene, I relinquished my grip and seized a piece of firewood, delivering a swift blow to the back of his head. The young Taoist emitted not a sound, collapsing motionless to the ground. Huang Geo, visibly shaken, gaped and inquired, "Li, is there some vendetta against the heads of others?" It seemed he had recalled some unpleasant memories, even altering his address. However, this was not the moment for me to revel in my triumph. The old Taoist could return at any moment, and his golden aura radiated far more intensely than that of the young disciple. I swiftly snatched the corpse-seeking plate from the young Taoist's grasp and turned to make my way back to the mountain. But my eyes caught sight of the satchel at his waist, prompting me to pause and appropriate it as well. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Geo dispatched the small yellow creature. Once outside the old residence, I dared not linger for a moment, hastening across the fields towards the cave. Along the way, I gathered some dry branches, and upon returning to the cave, I made a rudimentary concealment of the entrance. Having completed these tasks, I leaned against the rock wall, gasping for breath. Huang Geo, limping, eagerly rummaged through the satchel I had pilfered. To my astonishment, he extracted a stack of yellow talismans. I counted them and found no less than 20. My grandfather had spent a lifetime collecting only 7, which he cherished like treasures, reluctant to use them. Yet, here was a mere young disciple possessing 20. Wild grass, indeed, cannot compare to the cultivated blooms of the garden. Recognizing this disparity brought a tinge of sorrow to my heart. Huang Jiu then uncovered a money sword, and upon grasping it, I immediately recognized its superior quality. In comparison, my grandfather's sword seemed but scrap metal. I wiped it clean and affixed it to my waistband. What a remarkable discovery! Huang Jiu gasped in surprise, retrieving a jade tablet from his bag. Upon discerning the characters inscribed upon it, he grimaced and exclaimed, "We have certainly stirred up a hornet's nest this time." The name Laozan sect struck me with astonishment. Huang Jiu had casually mentioned this sect during our conversation, noting that it was a prestigious order comparable to Maoshan. I had not anticipated that such a formidable sect would also dabble in these remote and desolate mountains. As for whether they would let the matter rest, I harbored no concerns, for even if I refrained from seizing their possessions, they would inevitably seek us out. While I was in the midst of gathering Huang talismans, a faint scent of decay wafted from within the cave. Here we go again. A wave of apprehension washed over me as the corpse-seeking compass, resting beside me, emitted a soft crimson glow, its needles spinning to indicate the woman's location. Observing its remarkable sensitivity, I silently rejoiced at having acted first. Yet in the next moment, my brow furrowed once more. This device, after all, was a corpse-seeking compass. Chapter 14. She called me foolish. The term corpse-seeking plate suggests a mystical artifact employed for locating the undead. I rose to my feet, clutching the plate as I advanced toward the position of the female corpse. As I drew nearer, the light emanating from the plate intensified, illuminating the surrounding rocks and terrain. Despite consistently referring to her as a corpse, deep within my heart, I harbored a wish that she was not. The emotions entwined with this sentiment are beyond my articulation. Huang Jio, limping in pursuit, expressed relief that we had seized this item. Otherwise, we would have found it impossible to evade that old Taoist. I remained silent, my gaze fixated on the glowing plate, pondering. Is she truly a zombie? Huang Jio, sensing my thoughts, replied. There are only 4 days left after tonight. Why the urgency? When she awakens, we shall know. Indeed, as I regarded Huang Jio, a sense of tranquility washed over me. He is a pragmatic individual, unlikely to be foolish enough to seek favors from corpse. To reassure myself, I placed the seeking plate upon her forehead. Apart from its radiant glow, the plate exhibited no adverse reactions. It appears my worries were unfounded. If she were indeed a zombie, she would not possess such softness. The thought of her softness inadvertently drew my gaze to her chest. However, I swiftly quelled the notion of checking her heartbeat. Whether we could elude the old Taoist tonight remains uncertain. I ought not to become preoccupied with trivial matters. Huang Jio began to organize the contents of his bag. The Taoist artifacts were of no use to him, and I graciously accepted them all. As for the wooden plaque inscribed with Lao's Han and the yellow satchel embroidered with the yin-yang fish carried by the young Taoist, I took them deep into the cave and buried them in a pit. After completing this task, I ventured to the cave entrance for a moment. The relic of the Buddha's bone truly deserves its reputation as a treasure of the Buddhist realm, as the fragrant essence remained contained, not a whiff escaping. Seeing that the fragrant essence was not dispersing, I decided to clear a patch of ground at the entrance and carried the female corpse outside. Huang Jio, who was absorbing the fragrant essence, looked puzzled and inquired, "What are you planning to do, young one?" With that, he limped along behind me. There were no other exits within the cave. If the old Taoist were to find us here, we would be akin to fish in a barrel. I expressed my concerns, and Huang Jio reassured me, thumping his chest with a paw. Rest assured, this cave is well concealed, and few villagers are aware of its existence, let alone 2 outsiders. While his words were comforting, it is always wise to exercise caution, for days would not be easy to endure. Huang Jio exited the cave, confirming that the corpse's scent had not wafted away, and then returned to a corner to sit cross-legged, continuing to absorb the essence. After a day of exertion, I too felt fatigue settling in. Sitting beside the female corpse, I peered through the gaps in the branches at the entrance, my peripheral vision fixed on Huang Jio. His abdomen rose and fell with each breath, a pulsating orb of green light the size of a fist flickering in intensity. Was that the dantian? I touched my own abdomen, recalling the contents of the lower scroll, and attempted to mimic Huang Jio's breathing techniques. However, after numerous attempts, I felt no change within myself. Just as I was on the verge of surrendering to slumber, I suddenly felt the familiar warmth of the fragrant essence coursing through me once again. The first time this phenomenon occurred, my body lay paralyzed, helpless, as the energy roamed chaotically within. However, now that I regained mobility, I felt a surge of joy and hastily held my breath, attempting to channel that warmth into my dantian. According to the teachings in the lower scroll regarding breath cultivation, if one can consolidate their energy within the dantian without dispersing it, they have accomplished the initial step of energy gathering. Once I successfully gathered this energy, I could summon it at will to activate talismans and magical artifacts, enabling me to achieve a multitude of feats. Yet, after holding my breath for what felt like an eternity, just as I felt the energy coalescing in my lower abdomen, it suddenly spiraled out of control, desperately plunging downward. I instinctively clenched my legs together, but it was too late to avert the impending release. An awkward sound reverberated through me, leaving an emptiness in its wake. Ultimately, it was just a passing gas. Nevertheless, I glimpsed a glimmer of hope and was unwilling to resign myself to such a fate, destined to live a life overshadowed by the mockery of others like my grandfather. What are the trees in the mountains? They too can grow into towering giants. Just as I was rallying my spirits, filled with confidence, a light, ethereal voice suddenly pierced through the air. "Fool! Who is it?" I jolted awake, my hair standing on end, my body tense with apprehension. I scanned the surroundings. Huang Jio remained in the corner, oblivious to the world around her. My gaze fell upon the female corpse. In retrospect, that voice was slightly cold yet soft and sweet, unmistakably belonging to a girl. In this cavern, she was the sole female present. It could only be her. But what did she mean by calling me a fool? Did she look down upon me? I felt a pang of sadness, yet predominantly irritation, surged within me. She epitomized the well-fed who failed to comprehend the plight of the hungry. If I had a master to guide me, like that little Taoist, would I need to endure this torment? Noticing her eyes still wide open, I, in a fit of anger, withdrew 2 copper coins and placed them upon her eyelids. Even that did not suffice to quell my fury, so I seized 2 leaves, crushed them, and stuffed them into her ears. Let her eavesdrop and spy. I would render her blind and deaf. What could she possibly do to me then? Gazing upon my handiwork, my anger subsided considerably. To challenge me? She ought to ponder who holds the reins of power. With a self-satisfied smile, I resumed my meditative posture. As dawn approached, my internal energy remained tumultuous, and upon a moment of release, it dissipated entirely. Yet in my moment of despair, I discerned a trace of energy lingering in my lower abdomen. Though minuscule, it undeniably represented a glimmer of hope. As the fragrant essence faded, Huang Jiu exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and rose. I was astounded to observe that after a night's passage, the bloodstains upon his head had scabbed over, and his little arms could now move. It was astonishing to realize that even internal energy could expedite the healing process. Huang Jiu approached the cave entrance. Noticing the copper coins covering the eyes of the female corpse and her ears obstructed, he stared at me in disbelief and exclaimed, "My dear ancestor, did you do this?" I raised my chin with pride and replied, "What of it? She is my wife. I can do as I please. Do you have any objections?" Huang Jiu gazed at me with a peculiar expression for a moment before exclaiming, "The youth of today is indeed formidable." As he spoke, my brow furrowed suddenly. A palpable aura of decay swirled above his head. I possessed the ability to perceive the energies of others, yet I remain oblivious to my own. This mirrors the principle of a healer who cannot heal themselves. However, now that Huang Jiu is in my presence, the malevolent energy hovering above him suggests that I, too, may be afflicted. Moreover, this ominous presence was absent yesterday, its sudden emergence likely tied to the events of the previous night. Anxiously, I urged old Huang, "Step outside the cave and keep your distance from me." Although Huang Jiu appeared puzzled, he complied and moved toward the cave entrance. The moment we exited the cave, the dark energy dissipated from above his head. My complexion changed dramatically, and I hastily rose to gather my belongings. Chapter 15. Huang Jiu's wife Huang Jiu was taken aback by my appearance, rushing back into the cave to inquire what had transpired. Though I was flustered, my mind remained relatively clear. If I were to speak the unvarnished truth, Huang Jiu would undoubtedly flee at once. After a moment's contemplation, I nervously declared, "Old Huang, oh, Master Jiu, you are now my elder. I implore you to keep your distance." Huang Jiu gazed at me with confusion, trepidation, and unease. I feigned urgency, giving him a slight shove, saying, "You exude an air of impending doom. Today is surely your last. Master Jiu, considering I have allowed you to indulge in the essence of my elixir for several days, I beseech you, spare me this time." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu's fur bristled. His eyes widened in disbelief. "Shaoli, are you jesting with me?" In a panic, I hoisted the female corpse and pushed him away, insisting, "I have no inclination to jest. I suspect I offended the Taoist priests of Laojun Mountain last night. As vile as they may be, they would not resort to murder, which means their wrath may now fall upon you." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu rushed over, clutching my pant leg tightly. "Li Gu, I risked my life for you last night. You cannot abandon our bond at this moment." "Bond? What value does a bond hold in such dire circumstances?" I urged him to release me, kicking my legs in protest. Huang Jiu, however, remained rigid, refusing to let go. "Li Gu, had I not thrown caution to the wind last night, your wife would already be in the clutches of that bull-headed fiend. You cannot be so ungrateful." Huang Jiu was on the verge of tears. I was deeply moved by his words, and with heartfelt sincerity, I said, "Ninth Master, it is not that I do not wish to assist you, but rather that you see my limited capabilities. Even if I wanted to help, I would be of little use. If you could find another ally, I, Liang, would certainly dedicate my life to aiding you. Upon hearing the mention of an ally, Huang Jiu was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a resounding slap of his thigh, exclaimed, "Look at how I've left you bewildered. Let us go to my home. My wife has returned, and even that formidable bull-nosed figure would not dare to act recklessly." Seeing that he had fallen into my trap, I secretly let out a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, I feigned hesitation and remarked, "With your wife included, we should barely be able to contend with that bull-nosed figure." When Huang Jiu spoke of his wife, his eyes reflected not only apprehension, but also a hint of pride. Noticing my skepticism, he pounded his chest and assured me, "Rest assured, with my wife present, as long as you can dismantle some of their strategies against us, not even one bull-nosed figure, let alone 10, would pose a threat to her." The more he boasted, the more reassured I felt. I pretended to be in a state of distress, as if I were constipated. After a few seconds, I gritted my teeth and declared, "Very well, we must not delay. Lead the way. We shall depart at once." Huang Jiu was genuinely startled by my demeanor. Throughout the journey, he walked without a limp. Were it not for his concern that I might flee mid-journey, he would have sprinted home in an instant. The female corpse weighed over 40 kilograms, and carrying her left me breathless as we traversed several hills along the foot of the peak, approaching the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, where towering ancient trees were ubiquitous. This place had long been regarded by the nearby villagers as an ominous territory, steeped in countless eerie legends, and ordinarily, no one would dare to venture within. However, I find myself devoid of choices at present. Moreover, I have heard Huang Jiu mention several times that their abode does not lie deep within the mountains, but rather occupies the periphery. Yet after but a few steps, I encountered several tombs. Merely gazing at the gravestones revealed their antiquity. The further I ventured inward, the more monumental the mounds of earth became. After traversing for over an hour, Huang Jiu finally halted before a cluster of graves. "Wife," he called gently to the tombs, his voice barely above a whisper. A sigh of relief escaped me. We had finally arrived. Had we proceeded any further, my legs would have surely given way. Upon reaching this place, the oppressive atmosphere above Huang Jiu transformed from a pallid, deathly aura to a vivid crimson. This indicated that he would not meet his demise just yet, but rather face a calamity of bloodshed, somewhat less severe than an encounter with his wife. Feeling a sense of relaxation wash over me, I impulsively slapped the rear of the female corpse in frustration. Just as I was about to voice my grievances, a strikingly delicate face emerged from behind a toppled gravestone. At first glance, I mistook her for a large-headed doll. However, when that large-headed figure leaped onto the gravestone, I was left utterly astounded, my mouth agape, and my grip slackened involuntarily, causing the female corpse to tumble to the ground with a soft thud. Upon the fallen gravestone stood a creature whose head was human, yet its body resembled that of a yellow weasel, a monster. The moment Huang Jiu laid eyes on the creature, he rushed forward, kneeling with a thud, clasping the monster's leg in desperation, and cried out, "Wife, you must save me. I do not wish to die." Huang Jiu's wife regarded me with her piercing eyes, suddenly delivering a kick that sent him flying several meters away. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing accusingly at me, she scolded, "You foolish imbecile. How dare you bring a human into our home?" At that moment, a cold sweat trickled down my back. I never anticipated that mountain spirits could truly take form. Huang Jiu's wife was only half transformed. For such a creature to have secured a partner like her must surely be a blessing from his ancestors. However, there was an undeniable air of cowardice about Huang Jiu. After being sent sprawling, he wasted no time in crawling back to her side, sobbing and sharing the entire story with snot and tears. A wave of anxiety washed over me. Her half-transformation indicated she had indeed attained some level of intelligence. The words I had used to deceive Huang Jiu might not work on her. As I had feared, upon hearing his tale, she kicked him away once more, berating him as a fool thrice over. Observing this, I preemptively stepped forward before Huang Jiu's wife could utter another word, bowing respectfully and saying, "Great one, please temper your wrath. I am Liang from Jiankou village. Due to certain matters, I have offended the revered figures of Lao's Han, and, in my desperation, I resorted to this course of action. Huang Jiao, being the submissive type, had likely already whispered tales of my predicament to her. It was even possible that his venture to seek me out had her tacit approval. Thus, I refrained from elaborating further, instead lifting the lifeless female body and cradling in my arms, saying, "I do not possess much to offer in return, but I have heard from Huang Jiu that my wife holds considerable significance. She is currently in a perilous situation. If you could assist in this matter, I assure you I will repay your kindness in the future." I pronounced the word wife with exceptional weight, believing that only then would it lend significance to my words. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu's wife displayed a countenance that fluctuated between joy and despair. At that moment, Huang Jiu returned, presenting a resplendent golden, smoking pipe to his wife with an ingratiating smile. Upon receiving the pipe, Huang Jiu promptly offered to light it for her with utmost attentiveness. I was at a loss regarding her intentions, so I lifted the lifeless body and declared, "If the esteemed one is unwilling to assist, I shall take my leave." In that instant, I was resolute in my decision to depart, for sometimes compelling another against their will necessitates a certain strength. Should Huang Jiu's wife refuse to lend her aid, I possessed neither the means nor the authority to coerce her. Rather, I risked inciting her ire, which could render my return through the thicket impossible. Given this predicament, it seemed wisest to depart sooner rather than later. As for the lifeless body, I vowed to protect it with every ounce of my being. Chapter 16. Huang Jiu. With green glowing eyes, Huang Jiu demonstrated a remarkable sense of loyalty, recognizing my deceit. However, upon witnessing his wife's silence, he suggested, "Brother Li, why not take your wife and flee into the mountains, in the depths of the forest? It would be quite difficult for that bull-nosed figure to track you down." "Thank you, Brother Huang." I had previously referred to him as Old Huang in a teasing manner, but at this moment, I sincerely addressed him as Brother Huang. He perceived the shift in tone, casting a humble glance at his wife, and let out a resigned sigh. His words sparked a realization within me. The female corpse had emerged from the depths of the mountains. Perhaps if I ventured into the forest, she might have a chance at survival. As for myself, there was little else I could contemplate. Noticing Huang Jiu's wife remained indecisive, I hoisted the female corpse onto my back and began my journey into the heart of the mountains. After taking a few steps, Huang Jiu's wife suddenly called out, "Hold on." I paused, and she exhaled a puff of smoke, gazing at the female corpse on my back. In her current state, even if you enter the mountains, escape may not be guaranteed. Her words offered a glimmer of hope, and I looked at her with anticipation. After a moment of hesitation, she inquired, "Are your earlier words truly binding?" "Absolutely." For reasons unknown, I felt as though I were the one being ensnared. Yet, there was little room for further contemplation. As long as I could safeguard the female corpse for 4 days, I would accept being manipulated. Moreover, it was evident that this family harbored no intentions of harming me. They merely sought to gain something from the corpse. Huang Jiu knelt before his wife, his eyes blinking rapidly, yet he did not seek her favor. Ultimately, he received a kick from her, stating, "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and bring Li Xiaoge inside." It seemed that Huang Jiu was momentarily stunned by his wife's action. It took him a while to regain his senses before he hurriedly beckoned me over. This gesture implied his willingness to assist. I promptly set down the female corpse, allowing it to lean against my legs, and stood up to express my gratitude. "Liang, I thank you for your divine assistance." Huang Jiu's wife waved her hand dismissively, exhaling a puff of smoke, and said, "No need for such titles. Just call me Huang Xianer. My grandfather once said that even the heavens and earth cannot rival the debts of human kindness." I comprehended Huang Jiu's wife's sentiments and, in accordance with her wishes, ventured to address her as Sister Xianer. In the mountains, spirits and beings often possess lofty pride, referring to themselves as immortals. Even when interacting with ordinary people, they maintain an air of superiority, requiring offerings and demanding utmost respect. The esteemed status of the 5 immortals of northeast China is a testament to this tradition. However, upon hearing me call her sister, Huang Xianer not only did not take offense, but instead displayed a hint of satisfaction. revealing the significant background of the female corpse. Yet, having exchanged vows with me, with the presence of the deity of marriage as witness, no matter how grand her origin, she must provide me warmth in my bed. And if she were to awaken, she ought to bear me a robust son. The thought made me unable to suppress a secret smile. Huang Jiao led the way as I hoisted the female corpse and followed closely behind. Huang Xian'er's so-called home was, in fact, an underground ancient tomb. The contents of the tomb had been entirely cleared. It contained a bed and some rudimentary furniture. The arrangement was simple, yet it bore no distinction from that of an ordinary household. It is evident that after Huang Xian'er partially transformed, her lifestyle has become quite similar to that of humans. However, a tomb, after all, remains a place of darkness and dampness. In the side chamber, I noticed several small yellow-skinned beings. Huang Xian'er's demeanor towards these little yellow-skinned creatures starkly contrasts with that of Huang Jiao, who shows affection only towards one. In contrast, Huang Xian'er dotes on all of them. I caught a glimpse of Huang Jiao's forlorn expression, and I could sense that there was a story behind it. Upon closer observation, I noticed a faint green hue in the bloodstain upon its head. While curiosity piqued within me, it was not my place to pry into their familial matters. Huang Xian'er gathered the little yellow-skinned beings together, gently patting their heads one by one, before addressing the largest among them. Tun'er, be good and take your siblings to stay at grandmother's house for a few days. A cold sweat broke out on me. This was akin to uprooting a radish with its soil, and the implications were significant. Had I acted impulsively back then, I might well be resting in a coffin now. The little yellow-skinned beings were reluctant to part, yet under Huang Xian'er's admonition, they soon followed their elder brother out of the ancient tomb. Huang Jiao noticed my curious gaze and offered an awkward smile. As Huang Xian'er sent the little yellow-skinned beings away, I hastily placed the items I had seized from the young Taoist on the ground, saying, "Sister Xian'er, take whatever can be of use." No rush. Huang Xian'er took a drag from her old cigarette, exuding an air of experience that could only be honed over 5 or 6 decades. A slight unease settled in me. Could it be that she had conditions? As I suspected, Huang Xian'er continued, "These are Taoist talismans and are ineffective against them. There is something about you that allows me to evade their mystical arts. I have laid bare all that is of value upon my person. Could it be that she is aware of the existence of that second volume and seeks to exploit the opportunity?" I cast a glance at the female corpse, letting out a silent sigh. Well, if Huang Xian'er is willing to assist with this task, then so be it. Noticing my silence, Huang Xian'er continued, "I require a drop of blood from the tip of your middle finger. With this drop, the sorcery of the bull-nosed one will be rendered ineffective against me, and defeating him will pose no challenge." Upon hearing this, I felt a wave of relief wash over me. A drop of fingertip blood, I could easily provide that. Even 10 drops would suffice. I pinched my middle finger, preparing to bite it open. Huang Xian'er quickly interjected, "There's no rush. By the time the bull-nosed one arrives here, it will be night." Animals possess a sense of territoriality. Huang Jiao had boasted that he ruled over a radius of 100 miles. But it was Huang Xian'er who truly held that influence. She mentioned nightfall, which suggests there would be no immediate danger. Huang Xian'er took the Buddhist bone relic from Huang Jiao's hands and placed it beside the female corpse, then reclined in a small grandmaster chair, leisurely smoking a cigarette. I had been carrying the female corpse all this way, utterly fatigued, and had intended to rest. However, Huang Jiao was quite enthusiastic, bringing out some food, meat, and wine. Yet, the origins of these provisions were dubious, and I dared not indulge recklessly, opting instead for a few familiar fruits to quell my hunger. After finishing my meal, Huang Jiao transformed into a laborer, tending to his wife's legs, while I seized a moment of respite, closing my eyes to rest. In the afternoon, the couple ventured out together without bidding me farewell. I felt a tinge of anxiety, yet considering the circumstances, I could only gamble on their loyalty to me. After approximately 2 hours, Huang Jiao and Huang Xian'er returned together. Huang Jiao entered with an exuberant expression, exclaiming, "Rest assured, my friend. My wife has set everything in order within a radius of several miles. The intruder will find himself quite overwhelmed." I quickly rose to express my gratitude to Huang Xian'er, who waved her hand dismissively and politely urged me not to stand on ceremony. before reclining back in her grand armchair. In the presence of his wife, Huang Jiao exhibited no semblance of temper, serving tea and water like a devoted eunuch beside an empress. As evening approached, I found myself increasingly restless, pacing back and forth within the tomb chamber. Several times, I contemplated speaking, but upon noticing Huang Xian'er in a state of tranquil repose, I hesitated to disturb her. Just as I could no longer contain my urge to approach, Huang Xian'er suddenly opened her eyes, delivering a swift kick to Huang Jiao. How abrupt! My heart tightened. From her tone, it seemed that the arrangements made at noon had been compromised. Chapter 17. Huang Jiuhui clambered up from the ground, looking utterly forlorn. Under normal circumstances, I might have offered a few comforting words, especially considering Huang Xian'er's behavior was somewhat excessive, particularly in front of me, an outsider. However, given the current situation, I deemed it prudent to remain silent. Huang Xian'er exhaled a cloud of stale smoke, setting down her smoking pipe, and with a hint of alluring charm remarked, "Li Yang, dear brother, I need to borrow a drop of your yang blood." I nearly misheard it as a drop of blood, sending shivers down my spine. In that moment, had she not retained her lower half as a yellow weasel, one could easily mistake her for a seductive fox spirit. I pinched my fingertip, wincing as I bit down to extract a small pool of blood. Upon seeing this, Huang Xian'er leaned in with an enchanting smile, saying, "Li Yang, would you be so kind as to place the blood on my forehead?" To be honest, I felt quite awkward, especially with Huang Jiao nearby. Hesitantly, I raised my hand and gently pressed my fingertip to her brow, leaving a small crimson mark. The vibrant blood that contrasted with her petite face, imparting an ethereal quality. The moment the yang blood made contact, Huang Xian'er's gaze transformed into something fierce, causing me to instinctively retreat a few steps. "Damn you, bull's nose. Today I shall ensure you return empty-handed." Her expression, filled with determination, was genuinely intimidating. Yet, her words provided me with a strange sense of reassurance. I could not quite comprehend how a mere drop of blood could bestow her with such confidence and courage. Without further ado, Huang Xian'er turned and strode outside. Disregarding my presence, Huang Jiao approached and nudged me, saying, "Brother, let us step outside and take a look." I shared Huang Xian'er's concerns, doubting her ability to contend with the old bull's nose. After all, she was only partially transformed and thus faced considerable physical limitations. It was akin to how I had previously dealt with Huang Jiao. It was not a matter of her skills being inadequate, but rather that she was not human. Confronted with the orthodox Taoist methods, a peachwood sword or a gold coin sword would be inferior to a simple firewood stick, which is why I had not brought any. At the entrance of the tomb, Huang Jiao leaped onto my shoulder and pressed a paw against a circular protrusion, causing the tomb door to descend with a resounding thud. It seemed that after the crows had claimed the magpie's nest, they had put considerable effort into repairing the ancient mechanisms that had lain dormant for thousands of years. The stone sealing the ancient tomb was quite thick. I pushed against it with my hand, but it was challenging to open by mere human strength, thus providing an additional layer of security. As I emerged from a thicket that concealed the tomb entrance, I realized that the surrounding forest was enveloped in a thick fog. During this dry season, despite the abundant river nearby, it was unusual for mist to rise in the mountains. This must have been the handiwork of Huang Xian'er. Huang Jiao pointed the way, and after walking 4 or 5 meters, we encountered Huang Xian'er, who sat at an angle atop a collapsed tombstone, casually smoking an old cigarette with her legs crossed. I intended to approach, but upon noticing the 4 vividly colored paper figures standing beside her, a chill ran down my spine, causing me to halt several paces away. In just a few minutes, the surrounding fog had considerably dissipated. Before long, crackling sounds emanated from the woods ahead. An old man and a young boy burst forth from the forest, arriving at the open space where the tombs were located. Thus, the two parties encountered one another directly. Upon seeing me, the young Taoist angrily pointed and exclaimed, "Master, it is this little scoundrel who knocked me unconscious and stole my belongings." In contrast to the young Taoist's ire, the elder Taoist remained composed and cautious, his gaze swiftly falling upon Huang Xian'er, whose pupils slightly constricted at the sight of the severed head. Noticing that his master remained silent, the young Taoist gripped a dark short knife. Glaring at me with clenched teeth, ready to advance. Alarmed, I hurriedly picked up a dry wooden stick from the ground, chiding myself for not having thought of it sooner. After all, a blade is most effective against a person. Fortunately, the elder Taoist seized him, whispering a warning to refrain from acting rashly. The young Taoist, brimming with indignation, glared at me as though he could incinerate me with his gaze. Yet, faced with the semi-transformed Huang Xian'er, the elder Taoist proceeded with caution, cupping his hands in greeting. "I am Lu Changxian from Outlao. May I ask for your esteemed name? Since ancient times, righteousness and evil have not coexisted," and the elder Taoist, not hastening to act, introduced himself with commendable politeness. Huang Xian'er exhaled a cloud of smoke, coolly inquiring, "What business do you, a Taoist, have in my territory?" Lu Changxian, maintaining restraint, glanced toward me and replied, "I have a matter to discuss with that young friend." Huang Xian'er, still puffing on her smoke, retorted, "He's my guest today. If you have something to say, visit him another day. I do not welcome Taoists here." Lu Changxian chuckled softly, straightening his slightly bent back, his tone growing firmer as he declared, "I have a few words I wish to share privately with this young friend." He repeatedly referred to me as a child, which irked me somewhat. Without waiting for Huang Xian'er to speak, I impatiently remarked, "If there is something to say, let us just say it here. No need for a private discussion." Lu Changxian, with a smile, advised, "Young friend, heed this old man's counsel. There are certain matters beyond your grasp. It would be prudent to relinquish them early to avoid future calamities." Beyond my grasp? I gazed down at my hands, the image of the female corpse flickering in my mind. It was indeed substantial, yet it seemed manageable enough. Huang Jiao, perched on my shoulder, noticed my distraction and cleared his throat beside my ear. Regaining my composure, I blushed slightly and replied, "There is no need for your concern, Taoist. I believe I can manage." Before the Taoist could respond, Huang Xian'er interjected, "Since my guest insists, then there shall be no further gifts." Lu Changxuan's expression darkened, his tone colder than before as he inquired, "Is it Huang Xian's intention to obstruct this old man's request?" Huang Xian'er rolled her eyes, thinking, "You wish to take my guest as you please? Do you hold me in such low regard?" Lu Changxian chuckled twice, gesturing for the young Taoist to step back. Then he unfastened his belt and, with a forceful shake, produced a whip over a meter long, crafted from black material. Upon seeing the whip, Huang Jiao anxiously cautioned Huang Xian'er, "Wife, that whip is made from black dog hair. Tread carefully." Huang Xian'er remained silent, taking a deep drag from her cigarette. As she exhaled, the smoke split into 4 streams, spiraling into the nostrils of the 4 paper figures. In an instant, the 4 paper figures emitted a green glow from their eyes, their previously rigid limbs becoming agile as they separated and charged towards the old priest from 4 directions. While both were adept at manipulating paper figures, Huang Jiao confined his son within the paper shell, whereas Huang Xian'er relied solely on her breath. A clear distinction between their abilities. This was true sorcery. Nonetheless, while Huang Xian'er possessed remarkable skill, Lu Changxian was no less formidable. With a flick of his whip, he produced a thunderous crack that sent a powerful gust of wind, dispersing the lingering mist around them. I drew a sharp breath, retreating a few steps while carrying Huang Jiao. As the paper figures advanced menacingly, Lu Changxian deftly lifted his robe at the waist and approached with a peculiar gait, delivering a strike to the chest of the foremost paper figure. The force behind that blow was sufficient to shatter it. Yet astonishingly, the paper figure merely paused for a moment before continuing its assault towards the old priest's face. Just as I was taken aback, a sudden, excruciating pain surged through my chest, as if Lu Changxuan's whip had struck me directly. Chapter 18. Anguish. I stifled the excruciating pain in my chest, gazing incredulously at Huang Xian'er. Before my eyes, Lu Changxuan's whip struck the paper effigy once more, causing the droplet of blood upon its forehead to glow. Instantly, I felt a corresponding agony, as if I had been lashed by the whip myself. The yin-yang star shifting technique? Lu Changxian had also discerned the predicament and elucidated the matter. Huang Xian'er let out a tinkling laugh, disregarding Lu Changxuan's words, and with a seductive glance directed at me. She reassured, "Do not worry, dear brotherly Yang. This technique will merely inflict some superficial discomfort upon you. without causing any fundamental harm. Her words brought me a measure of relief. The Taoist methods are indeed capable of countering malevolent forces, and her use of such techniques was understandable. Moreover, as long as the female corpse could endure these few days, my suffering seemed trivial in comparison. Thereafter, I gritted my teeth in silence. Ahead of us, 4 paper figures, controlled by malevolent energy, moved with agility and grace, indistinguishable from living beings. Lu Changshuan's dog-hair whip proved ineffective against them, leaving him somewhat beleaguered. However, Huang Jiao had previously mentioned that Mount Lao not only possessed the technique of summoning rain, but was also adept in thunder magic. Astonishingly, Lu Changxian had yet to employ any of these formidable skills. In the span of mere minutes, under the relentless assault of the paper figures, Lu Changshuan's chest garment was torn asunder, and one of the figures landed a blow to his chin, severing his grizzled goatee with a swift swipe of its claws. The loss of his beard seemed to strike a nerve within Lu Changxian, prompting him to roar, "Wretched beast, you seek your own demise." His voice resonated like a thunderclap, akin to a storm rumbling in the clear sky. After his admonition, he rooted himself firmly, and, as the paper figures charged once more, he swiftly executed a hand gesture, then abruptly released it. A sharp sound pierced the air. High above, a current of electricity danced like a serpent, splitting into 4 arcs that struck down upon the 4 paper figures. This time, Huang Xian's yin-yang star shifting technique proved ineffective. The thunderous power, akin to celestial might, was too much for the demonic energy residing within the paper figures, which disintegrated upon impact. I noticed a newfound wariness in Lu Changshuan's gaze. The 4 bolts of lightning, measuring 7 to 8 meters in length, were eclipsed by the natural fury of the heavens. Yet, this was a manifestation of human power, astonishing beyond compare. With the destruction of the paper figures, Huang Xian's anger ignited. Twirling her smoking pipe, she leapt 5 or 6 meters into the air, exhaling a cloud of smoke. It felt as though she expelled every bit of smoke accumulated in her lungs over the years. The mist was thick and opaque, enveloping her form. Her lower half, which had yet to fully materialize, suddenly became upright. As she descended, Huang Xian transformed into a tall, 18 or 19-year-old maiden. Upon landing with poise, she pointed her smoking pipe menacingly at Lu Changxian. He employed the Taoist 7-star steps, his figure shifting like a wisp, skillfully evading the thrust of her pipe, and retaliated with a talisman. However, the blood mark on Huang Xian's brow glimmered once more, rendering the yellow talisman utterly ineffective. I felt no discomfort. It appeared that the talisman's power, when transferred to a mundane individual like myself, had lost its intended efficacy. At that moment, Huang Jiao, brimming with excitement, squeezed his legs together and shouted, "Go, my wife! You're unstoppable now. That old Taoist is doomed." I glanced at him, his demeanor reminiscent of a sycophant. In a state of excitement, Huang Jiao's small eyes fixated on the young Taoist, priest a mere 10 meters away. Grasping my hair, he urged little Li, "Keep your eyes on that lad and ensure he does not escape." Though he did not articulate it, I too was discreetly attentive. In this era, while the temples and monasteries may not boast disciples in abundance, they certainly have a considerable presence. The various sects maintain clandestine connections, and if word of this incident were to spread, it would not take long for their ranks to encircle us. Such a scenario is one I wish to avoid. Amidst Huang Jiao's fervent shouts, I stealthily advanced towards the young Taoist. Yet, the lad was remarkably vigilant. Upon noticing my approach, rather than retreating, he charged forward with indignation, brandishing a short blade. After a couple of steps, he scornfully remarked, "Have you never seen the world, you little wretch? Having learned a few rural tricks, you think you possess some prowess?" Huang Jiao, upon hearing this, perched upon my shoulder, grasping my floral shorts with one hand, while pointing at the Taoist with the other, shouted, "Smite him! Smite him!" I joined him in the outcry, seizing the fur around Huang Jiao's neck and swinging it towards the young priest. Huang Jiao, realizing too late, exclaimed, "Why are you employing that tactic again?" The lad, armed with a knife, left me little choice but to resort to this approach. Huang Jiao wailed in dismay, exhaling a breath of demonic energy. The young Taoist, ever prepared, deftly flicked his wrist and unleashed a yellow talisman. As the paper ignited, it consumed Huang Jio's demonic energy, and with a swift thrust of his short blade, he pierced Huang Jio's abdomen. My heart sank with apprehension, fearing that Huang Jio might suffer a grievous injury, which would undoubtedly lead his wife to turn against me on the spot. Fortunately, my assumptions proved correct. Huang Jiao's abilities were rather limited. Its fur was impervious to blades and clubs, as the edge of the knife simply glided across its surface. I suspect this prowess was bestowed upon it by its wife. Seizing the moment, Huang Jiu lunged at the young Taoist's face, its forepaws grasping his ears while its hind legs flailed recklessly. The young Taoist's once composed visage was soon marred with blood, leaving him in a state of disarray from the pain. I had been holding my breath, my eyes fixated on the orb of golden light emanating from his lower abdomen. In the midst of the struggle, the young Taoist attempted to pry Huang Jiu off his face. Aware that being dislodged would result in a beating, Huang Jiu dug its claws into the Taoist's ears with urgency. The young Taoist screamed in agony, relinquishing the short knife in his grip to grasp Huang Jiu with both hands. The moment he discarded the knife, I lunged forward like a cheetah, my fist clenched as I aimed for the very center of that golden sphere in his abdomen. A resounding thud echoed as the young Taoist's hands fell limply, his entire being frozen in a painful grimace reminiscent of someone on the brink of constipation. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Jiu broke free and leapt onto my shoulder. As the young Taoist appeared as if someone had pressed the pause button on him, his gaze shifted to my fist, and he exclaimed with a curse, "Damn, you've shattered his dantian." I had not anticipated such an outcome, at least prior to striking. I did not believe I possessed the capability to obliterate the young Taoist's dantian. I merely aimed to disrupt the flow of his vital energy by targeting the core I had discerned with my spiritual vision. Moments later, the young Taoist let out a piercing scream. His frozen expression contorted in agony. Staggering backward, he collapsed to the ground, curling up in pain, unable to utter a sound. Huang Jiu, brimming with excitement, danced around, rushing forward to tear at the Taoist's mouth, exclaiming, "I'll make you regret your arrogance. You dare to call me yellow skin, dare to give it another try." The young Taoist was incapacitated, lying on the ground, unable to move. I too felt a surge of joy, not merely for having defeated the Taoist, but because the force of that punch had stirred a fragment of energy within my dantian, converging into my fist. It was precisely this vital energy that enabled me to shatter his dantian. At long last, I felt invigorated. Chapter 19. The Visitor from the Mountains. As Huang Jiu and I concluded our discussion, a sudden bang reverberated a few meters away, prompting me to turn around and witness Huang Xian'er retracting her long leg. Lu Changxian, clutching his chest, was retreating in distress. It appeared that the little Taoist's anguished cries had momentarily distracted Lu Changxian, allowing Huang Xian'er to launch a surprise attack, landing a kick squarely on his chest. With a graceful withdrawal of her leg, Huang Xian'er put elegantly on one foot, resembling a spinning white lotus as she advanced towards Lu Changxian. Before he could recover from the shock of her strike, the smoking rod in her hand was already poised against his brow. Lu Changxian let out a muffled groan before collapsing rigidly to the ground. A sense of relief washed over Huang Xian'er as she twisted the smoking rod and took 2 deep puffs. I observed the 2 fallen figures, master and disciple, on the ground, my emotions fluctuating like the weather. Huang Jiu picked up the short blade that the little Taoist had dropped, offering it to me with the words, "Little Li, strike once to prevent 100 retaliations." I understood his implication. My turmoil stemmed from this very matter. Huang Xian'er had not struck with lethal intent, a fact that was quite clear. This enmity had arisen because of me, and this bitter grudge would not involve them as a couple. It was solely my burden to bear. Taking the short blade from Huang Jiu, I approached the little Taoist. His dantian had been shattered, leaving him unconscious from pain moments ago, but he had now regained consciousness. Upon seeing me approach with the blade, his eyes were filled with terror. He attempted to utter words several times, yet fear rendered him voiceless. In the face of death, all are alike. I had taken lives before, but only those of animals. The prospect of taking a human life was not only new to me, I had never even dared to contemplate it before. Yet here I stood, consumed by the intent to commit this act. Fear and pressure gripped my heart, causing my pulse to quicken and my body to tremble slightly. I crouched down and gently patted his face, intending to provoke him, to incite a curse, to ignite my own rage. In that moment, with a swift strike, all fear and hesitation would dissipate. Yet, as I bent down, the young Taoist was paralyzed by terror, his mind blank, like a lamb awaiting slaughter, his body shaking violently. Huang Xian'er approached, remarking, "Mount Lao is formidable. If you do not kill today, a throng will come tomorrow. You may pity him now, but in due time, it will be he who pities you. Your sympathy for him today may not be reciprocated tomorrow." Who does not grasp this truth? Yet this is murder. It is not enough to merely proclaim, "I have killed before, I dare to kill," and expect the act to materialize. Only when a blade rests in your hand, poised against a life to be extinguished, can one truly comprehend the weight of such a decision. Huang Jiu approached, adjusting his floral shorts, saying, "Weren't you rather fierce when you dealt with me the other day? Why the cowardice now?" I was tempted to retort, "You are an animal. This is a human being." However, glancing at Huang Xian'er beside me, I held my tongue. Huang Jiu sought to continue speaking, but I shot him a stern glance and commanded, "Silence. Or would you care to take my place?" Huang Jiu was audacious, for in his eyes, a living person was no different from a mere creature in mine. We were both beasts in each other's gaze. Yet, he would not harbor a deep-seated enmity because of me. Crouched on the ground, I observed the young Taoist's expression of sheer terror, his back slick with cold sweat. Finally, I exhaled deeply, releasing the tension that had built within me. The young Taoist, believing I was about to strike, was filled with despair and terror. Soon after, a foul odor emanated from his lower body, as he was so frightened that he lost control. Death. It was truly terrifying. Yet I understood that if I were to release him now, I would be the one lying on the ground next. Perhaps, at that moment, I would regret my decision and my mindset might shift. But at present, I found myself unable to act. I discarded the dagger, feeling an immense sense of relief. "Sister Xian'er, please confine them within the mountains for a few days." Huang Xian'er appeared somewhat displeased. If I were to kill him, Mount Lao's Han would only focus its attention on me. Letting him go would implicate her as well. Huang Xian'er glanced at the young Taoist and said, "His dantian is shattered. Without timely assistance, it would be difficult for him to survive the night. Little brother, I have done all that I could, both what I should and should not have done. Now, it is your turn." This left me with no avenue for retreat, compelling me to take a life. Huang Jiu, this rustic lad, eagerly picked up the dagger and thrust it back into my hand, saying, "Close your eyes, and with one swift stroke, it will all be over." As he spoke, he stepped forward and crashed his head into the young Taoist's forehead, rendering him unconscious. It was unavoidable. Perhaps this was for the best. I inhaled deeply and approached the young Taoist once more. My heart was devoid of hesitation, and my fear seemed to diminish significantly. However, just then, I abruptly halted, my gaze drawn towards the towering mountains behind the tombs. An overwhelming aura of terror approached with the force of a tempest. Huang Jiu and Huang Xian'er instinctively turned to follow my line of sight, and in an instant, the three of us stood frozen in place. Huang Xian'er was visibly terrified, her voice trembling as she uttered, "They have come, the creatures from the mountains." In the next moment, a colossal mass of black mist enveloped the distant mountains, swiftly advancing towards us. Wherever the black mist passed, it seemed as though all was devoured by darkness, instilling a profound sense of dread. The mist moved with astonishing speed, traversing the mountains in the blink of an eye, arriving at the tombs in an instant before coming to a halt. As the fog dissipated, a dozen figures emerged, entirely swathed in black rags, with only their dark eyes visible, resembling malevolent mummies. They exuded an aura that suggested they were not of this world. The overwhelming pressure left me breathless. Moments later, Huang Xian'er and Huang Jiu collapsed to the ground, their foreheads touching the earth, paralyzed with fear. "Kid," the towering shadow at the forefront turned to me, delivering a chilling inquiry. "Where is the Mountain Master?" "Mountain Master? What Mountain Master?" I stammered, my heart racing. The immense pressure bore down on me like an insurmountable mountain. The sky itself seemed to cave in. With each word I spoke, I was engulfed in a wave of terror. The leader of the dark figures cast a cold glance at Huang Jiao, little demon. Huang Jiao hastily bowed his head, indicating his attentiveness. You tell him, the cloaked figure commanded. Yes. Huang Jiao dared not protest, meekly responding as he rose and tugged at my pant leg. Kid, they are that woman's family. Spare the chatter and quickly bring her out. I had begun to piece together the situation. For a full 15 years, even if it were merely a lost dog, one would inquire far and wide. Yet, during these long years, they have not sought us out now. With the fragrance of the Dan, a type of traditional medicine, wafting in the air, they suddenly arrive at our doorstep. Could it be that they are coveting the precious Dan? Noticing my hesitation, Huang Jiao wore a look of utter despair and tugged at my pant leg, urging, Kid, when faced with the weak, you bully them. When confronted by the strong, you bow your head. You must recognize the harshness of reality. There is no choice in this matter. You must comply with their demands and swiftly bring that woman out. No choice. That phrase pierced my heart. When one is in a position of weakness, what choice is there? To roar in fury, to have one's hair stand on end, to vow with reckless abandon, to summon an indomitable spirit? Such displays are merely fodder for laughter in the eyes of others. I clench my fists. Ultimately, I could only yield. Chapter 20. Not kindred spirits. Huang Jiao accompanied me back to the tomb, soothing me along the way, saying, do not dwell too much on it. This world operates on the principle that might makes right. Moreover, the beings that emerge from the depths of the 10,000 great mountains are not merely products of effort. I remained silent. Huang Jiao shrugged and added, I know individuals from the Shishan Fox clan, a whole lineage of seductresses. When the time comes, I shall introduce you to one. I assure you, your days will be filled with unabashed indulgence. Still, I did not respond. Upon returning to the tomb chamber and gazing at the female corpse lying on the wooden bed, my emotions grew even more tumultuous. Noticing my expression, Huang Jiao cleared his throat and said, I will wait outside. Feel free to express whatever you need to say. However, do not take too long. My wife is still waiting outside. Lu Changxian could hardly endure 10 minutes in front of Huang Xianer, yet Huang Xianer could barely lift her head before those peculiar figures. Such is the nature of power. I said nothing, not from a lack of desire to speak, but rather from uncertainty about what words might suffice. If even she could not be protected, what meaning would my words hold? After a few moments of stillness, I released a long sigh, briefly arranged the bag my mother had given me, and placed it on the shoulders of the corpse before lifting her in my arms. At the entrance of the tomb chamber, Huang Jiao breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing me carrying the corpse. The group of black-clad individuals outside, upon noticing the lifeless form in my embrace, knelt in unison, exclaiming, We welcome the Mountain Lord. Mountain Lord? Is this the name of the corpse? Or perhaps a reference to the legendary Mountain Lord? If it pertains to the latter, then it signifies a being of divine stature, revered in folklore to an extent comparable to that of an immortal. As the saying goes, a mountain's greatness is not measured by its height, but rather by the presence of a deity. The term deity refers to the sovereign of the mountain. After bowing in reverence, the traveler rose unaided. They seemed hesitant to approach the female corpse. The leader among the figures clad in black inquired of me, Where is the coffin of the Mountain Lord? My heart felt an abyss of emptiness, that profound void one experiences after a tremendous blow, where thoughts and actions flee. All I desired was to bring this to a swift conclusion. Upon hearing his question, I casually replied, It was used to bury my grandfather. What? The man in black was taken aback, quickly replaced by a surge of fury. An immense pressure descended upon me, causing the veins on my forehead to throb. At that very moment, the lifeless eyes of the corpse snapped open. The black-clad man gasped, hastily suppressing his aura. This spectacle caused my brow to furrow, igniting a flicker of thought within me. They harbor fear towards her. Could this be leveraged to my advantage, to keep them at bay? After all, should they take action, it would equate to an affront against the female corpse. However, before I could voice my intentions, Huang Jiao, trembling, interjected, Esteemed lords, I happen to have an unused coffin at home that could serve the mountain lord. A wave of indignation surged within me. How could this sycophant speak so foolishly? Yet, under the watchful gazes of the dozen or so men in black, I dared not express my fury. Just as I was about to inform them that the corpse had no desire to leave, the leader of the black figures declared, "Young man, cease your impractical notions. Consider the past as it is. As for the future, you are not of the same ilk and are destined to have no further entanglements. Forcing a connection would be detrimental to both you and her." Had he not uttered those words, I might have managed to suppress the simmering anger within me. Upon hearing him speak, I could not restrain myself. "Who do you think you are? Are you the parasite residing in her womb? Just because you say we are not of the same ilk, does that make it true?" Huang Jio, witnessing my confrontation with these individuals, trembled in fear. Clutching my pant leg, he implored, "Brotherly no, my ancestor, while you may not fear death, please do not drag me down with you. I have elders above and young ones below. I beseech you, spare my family." At that moment, Huang Jio appeared genuinely humble. Yet, his words did not evoke pity. Rather, they revealed his willingness to lower his head in protection of his family. And what of me? Perhaps it was because of the corpse's eyes seemingly wide open. But the men in black did not direct their wrath toward me. One of them, with hands wrapped in dark cloth, flipped over and tossed a wooden plaque to the ground, declaring, "In 6 months' time, should you possess the ability to enter the 10,000 great mountains, perhaps we shall meet again." His words served merely as a placation, for his tone conveyed an unmistakable certainty that I would never have such capability. At that moment, Huang Xian'er summoned a coffin using her sorcery, opening it to gaze at me with pleading eyes. I remained motionless, a multitude of thoughts swirling in my mind. I contemplated urging the couple to leap onto the corpse, utilizing its intimidation to facilitate our escape. As for Lu Changxian and his apprentice, as long as the corpse was preserved, I would not mind bearing the blame should the men in black choose to frame me for their demise. Just as I was poised to reveal my intentions, the voice I had heard once before in the cave resounded in my ears. "Deliver me to them, or you will be unable to protect me in the days to come." It was her. I lowered my gaze towards the lifeless woman. Her eyes had closed once more, resembling the tranquility of slumber. In that moment, I yearned to assure her, like a man, that I could protect her. Yet, I understood that such a promise could not be encapsulated in mere words. Even if I were to fend off Lu Changxian and scare away the men in black, there would still be Zhang Changxian and the men in yellow and white lurking behind. After the events of today, it was uncertain whether Huang Xian'er would continue to aid me. The woman's expression conveyed that these individuals would not bring her harm. As I hesitated, her voice resonated once more. "Do not worry. It won't be long before I come to find you." Come to find me? My brow furrowed in contemplation. I thought to myself that as long as she remained safe and survived the perilous times, she needn't seek me out. Though I mused such thoughts, there lingered a sense of reluctance within me. After all, we had shared so much time together. Ultimately, I felt that even if she were a harbinger of misfortune, she might as well come whenever she wished. The men in black grew increasingly impatient, a chilling darkness pervading the air, and the already shadowy forest deepened into a more profound obscurity. The woman finally spoke, and I found myself yielding, cradling her and gently placing her into the coffin. Having remained silent until now, I finally urged her, "These clothes were purchased for you by my mother. Please wear them when you return." The woman did not respond, yet the corners of her mouth lifted slightly. Without waiting for me to steal another glance, Huang Xian'er hastily closed the coffin lid. As the lid descended, the black mist enveloped us instantly. In that moment, I felt every cell in my body succumbing to that overpowering force. When I regained my senses, the black mist had receded like a tide, vanishing into the vast expanse of mountains. Huang Jio and Huang Xian'er collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. I staggered a couple of steps, unable to endure any longer, and joined them on the earth. Her presence was indeed formidable, gazing into the depths of the mountain. I felt a blend of trepidation and curiosity. What secrets lay concealed within? Yet, at this moment, I could only look up in reverence to the towering heights. Not my kind. I scoffed softly, picking up the wooden plaque from the ground without a glance before tucking it away. After the events we had just endured, the three of us, Huang Jiu, Huang Xianer, and I, remained in silence. Eventually, Huang Jiu exhaled deeply, breaking the quietude to inquire, "Li, what are your plans moving forward?" Plans? My mind felt utterly vacant, akin to a child who has suddenly lost their cherished toy. As for any intentions, Chapter 21. Leaving home, I did not respond immediately to Huang Jiu's words, instead lifting my gaze to the vast sky above. The night sky was adorned with twinkling stars. However, beneath my spiritual vision, the dark forest revealed glimmers of light. It was this seemingly insignificant illumination that prevented me from succumbing entirely to the abyss of darkness. Before long, I had dispelled my negative emotions. Rising to my feet, I called out to Huang Xianer, Sister Xianer. I wished to request a favor from her, to delay Lu Changshuan's release until tomorrow afternoon. Yet, considering the immense assistance she had already rendered, and now with the departure of the female corpse, the previous promises felt impossible to fulfill, and the words momentarily eluded me. Moreover, as soon as I called out, a look of impatience crossed Huang Xianer's face. I offered an awkward smile and mustered the courage to say, "Sister Xianer," she conveyed to me before leaving that she would soon return to seek me. And at that time, all the promises I made would be honored. Huang Xianer's expression remained largely unchanged, though a hint of weariness was evident as she replied, "I can keep these two troublemakers until tomorrow morning. You should arrange your plans swiftly." With that, Huang Xianer resumed her half-human, half-beast form and turned towards the ancient tomb. Huang Jiu, watching his wife's departing figure, offered me reassurance. "Do not take it to heart. My wife has a sharp tongue but a tender heart." However, upon noticing Huang Jiu still conversing with me, Huang Xianer retorted angrily, "Aren't you coming back already? Do you intend for our family to be left in ruins?" Huang Jiu looked at me with a troubled expression, and I smiled gently. "Go ahead. I will handle my own matters." Huang Jiu gratefully patted his chest, silently affirming our brotherhood. I find myself at a loss for words. Has it been influenced too much by the underworld? Nevertheless, a faint warmth stirs within me. The ancient tomb is the abode of Huang Jiu, a place I cannot enter. Huang Xianer's stance is unmistakably clear. The past is to be laid to rest. And henceforth, we shall tread our separate paths, devoid of any further ties. After a brief respite, I chose to disregard Lu Changxian and his disciple. Since Huang Xianer has made her promise, she shall see it through to the end. As I emerged from the forest, the night had deepened. Gazing at the tranquil wilderness, the void within me expanded infinitely. I felt a disorientation, as if the future held no glimmer of hope. Individuals harbor countless aspirations, yet the aura exuded by the man in black enveloped me like a shackle, constraining my ambitions. Even the mere recollection of it leaves me with a profound sense of helplessness. Upon returning to the old residence, I unleashed my fury upon the vast expanse, liberating the pent-up emotions within me. With that catharsis, I finally took out the wooden token from my pocket for examination. It was crafted from a pitch-black wood, so dark it seemed to absorb light. The front was intricately carved with a vivid five-clawed dragon, while the reverse bore a simple white inscription, devoid of any superfluous embellishments. Clutching the token tightly, I recalled the haughty tone of the man in black, and in my anger, I shattered the shackles binding my heart. What is a mountain of 100,000 feet, after all? No matter how lofty, it cannot deter me. At the very least, I shall take the first step, and Mount Laozhan shall be the guiding stone for that step. However, I must ensure they do not find me in the village, for that would endanger my parents. Entering the city has become my sole option. I retrieved the address left by my second uncle, number 85, Qingning Street, Provincial City. At dawn the following day, I set out early, carrying my grandfather's suitcase on my back. Initially, I intended to avoid my mother and leave her a note informing her of my quest to find my uncle. However, she remained seated beneath the eaves, her gaze somewhat vacant. It is said that a mother and child share a profound bond, though she had not witnessed the events transpiring in my life. She may have sensed something amiss. Upon seeing me, my mother suddenly snapped back to reality and hurried to take the burden from my shoulders. I feigned nonchalance, casually remarking, "Mother, If father returns, please let him know that everything has been resolved. My mother's hand faltered momentarily, and the girl? Her family came to fetch her. She returned last night. I offered a smile, yet no matter how composed I tried to appear, I could not conceal my feelings from her. My mother brushed off the grass clippings from my clothes and comforted me, saying if she is gone, then so be it. It's no great matter. When the time is right, after we sell the family cow, I will find you a fine girl to marry. The mention of this made me blush slightly and filled me with a sense of melancholy. In our mountainous region, people marry young. My peer, the chubby boy, became a father last year. Had I not pursued my studies in junior high, perhaps I would have followed in his footsteps. After discussing this for a while, my mother went to the kitchen to prepare some noodles for me. Seizing the opportunity, I packed my grandfather's belongings, the yellow talismans I had taken from the little Taoist, and a short knife, along with a few respectable garments. After all, as I ventured into the city, I could not afford to appear too shabby. My mother brought me a bowl of egg noodles and paused for a moment upon seeing the backpack beside me. I stood up to take the noodles, inhaling their aroma before indulging in them with great relish. After a few bites, I noticed my mother still standing there, so I casually remarked, "Mom, I wish to visit Uncle Air." Upon hearing this, my mother visibly clenched her fist and asked, "Yang Yang, have you encountered some trouble? Speak to me, and I shall help you." Uncle Air had instructed me to seek him out if I ever found myself in need. Misunderstanding my intentions, my mother was anxious. I explained the situation, and though she remained skeptical, she retreated to the back room. When she emerged, she held a tightly wrapped handkerchief, which she pressed in my palm, saying, "This is the money I saved from selling eggs. Take it with you to find your uncle in the city and bring back news for me." As she spoke, tears welled in her eyes. Unsure of how to comfort her, I quickly smiled and reassured her, "Mom, what are you doing? Every year, people from the village go to the city to work. I'm merely going to visit Uncle Air. There's no need for you to worry." I accepted the money, as I was utterly without funds, unable even to cover my fare. Moreover, if I refused, my mother would only fret more. Fearing that she might succumb to tears in my presence, she retreated back inside. It was only the moment I stepped out of our home that tears streamed down my face. The 3 dilapidated tile-roofed houses, though worn, were filled with the warmth of everyday life. I had often contemplated that this place might very well be the root of my existence, where I would marry and raise a family, leading a simple life. Yet with this step outside, I knew I could never return. It was even possible that I would never again experience this profound sense of belonging. I wonder if every person who leaves their hometown experiences such feelings. In this moment, these thoughts occupy my mind. I hesitate not, nor do I dare to look back. Upon exiting the village, the tears on my face are dried by the wind. I then rub my face and attempt to gather my emotions. As I ascend the Nyoto slope, a sudden commotion arises behind me. Turning around, I see Huang Jio, clad in flamboyant shorts and carrying a gaudy floral bag, running breathlessly towards me. I gaze at him in astonishment. After catching his breath, Huang Jio grins and exclaims, "Brother, how could you explore the dazzling world outside without your old pal?" My brow furrows instantly. His presence this time does not seem to be a friendly visit, but rather an act of rebellion. Huang Xianer, the ruler of the grasslands, is not someone I wish to provoke. With a swift kick, I send Huang Jio away, saying, "Go play elsewhere." Without further acknowledgement, I continue my solitary journey towards the mountains beyond. Chapter 22. The taste of grandfather. I walked several hundred meters, casting a furtive glance behind me to find Huang Jio trailing closely. A satisfied smile crept upon my lips. Should Huang Xianer inquire later, it would not be I who led Huang Jio away, but rather it had chosen to follow of its own accord, absolving me of any responsibility. Throughout the journey, I paid Huang Jio no heed, and it, sensing my intent, quietly kept pace. As we approached the town, Huang Jio finally caught up, ingratiatingly remarking, "Li Xiaoga, we are nearing a crowd. You must lend me your assistance, or else I shall become like a rat in the street, scorned by all." I seized upon its words and paused for a moment of respite. Huang Jio squinted its small eyes and let out a couple of chuckles. I scrutinized it from head to toe, stroking my chin as I mused, "I prefer your rebellious spirit, the way you used to call me Little Li. Why not revert to that? No, Li Go. From now on, You are my brother. Should anyone dare to call you little Li, I, Huang Jiao, shall be the first to take offense." Huang Jiao, clad in flamboyant shorts, leapt onto a nearby withered tree stump, striking a pose as if to solemnly vow to the heavens. However, I felt compelled to negotiate with it. Otherwise, it could easily rattle off a dozen names in my ears. "You wish to enter the city with me?" Huang Jiao nodded eagerly, its face alight with anticipation. I replied, "Then we must carefully consider this. Look at your appearance. Once in the city, you would be an embarrassment, and I would have to oversee your every need." Huang Jiao's eyes darted about, but I spoke the truth, leaving it with no viable counterargument. All these considerations amount to a significant expense, do they not? Huang Jiao, somewhat bashful, remarked, "I'll try to eat a little less." "Brother, look, I brought something out." With an air of secrecy, he leaned in and revealed a jade bracelet and a few small golden beans. I swatted his hand away, saying, "Don't assume that just because I haven't drunk tap water, I'm a fool. If you take these trinkets out to exchange for money, you'll find yourself in prison by the next day. You know full well where these items come from." With no options left, Huang Jiao, wearing a pained expression, suggested, "How about I owe you for now?" "Absolutely not," I replied decisively. "You should return home to your wife." A shudder ran through him as he quickly shook his head, exclaiming, No way. Spending even one more day with that wicked woman feels like enduring torment in hell." His description, albeit exaggerated, was somewhat relatable. "This won't do, that won't do. What do you propose we do?" I spread my hands, preparing to head into town on my own. Huang Jiao caught up to me, clutching my pant leg, and implored, "Li Gu, what must I do to satisfy you? I have been waiting for this question for quite some time. Why are you so stubborn? You never seem to realize your fate until it's too late. Don't you know exactly what I want?" I was somewhat at a loss for words. Once, I had heeded my grandfather's words and thought Huang Jiao lacked intelligence, but now I dared not hold that belief any longer. He was quite cunning. After a moment of hesitation, Huang Jiao gritted his teeth and declared, "I cannot give you the Buddha's relic, but I can lend it to you. Take it whenever you need it." How does that sound? Judging by the look in his eyes, it seemed he had reached his limit. I considered that being able to take it whenever I wanted was nearly the same as having it for myself. Moreover, possessing a sacred relic of the Buddhist faith in my hands daily is hardly a commendable affair. I nodded in agreement, and Huang Jiao instantly erupted with excitement, gesticulating jubilantly. However, bringing it into the city is far from a mere matter of transporting a pet. I rummaged through my bag, extracting half of its contents to allow it to conceal itself within. With Huang Jiao by my side, the journey became far less monotonous. From its revelations, I learned that it and Huang Xian'er were akin to a couple forged through circumstances, though Huang Xian'er was the one who had taken the initiative. Huang Jiao, in contrast, identified itself as the esteemed Huang Hualu, the yellow-skinned creature. Consequently, among the 7 little yellow-skinned ones, only one was its genuine offspring. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but express my astonishment, jesting. "While others settle for a mere mahjong table, you have assembled an entire football team, a true exemplar of the public." In response to my teasing, Huang Jiao lamented, "In truth, my wife is rather kind to me." A glimmer of reluctance flickered in its eyes. Just as I was beginning to regard it as a commendable partner, Huang Jiao's eyes suddenly sparkled with enthusiasm. It leapt from the bag, one foot perched on the backpack and the other upon my head, proclaiming with fervor, "As a yellow-skinned creature, I shall traverse the world, behold the myriad wonders, and indulge in the vibrant nightlife." Its exuberant declaration was abruptly curtailed as I swiftly shoved it back into the bag. The mountain town was not densely populated, yet there were still passers-by on the road. "Lower your voice, if you continue to prance about so flamboyantly upon entering the provincial city. You shall inevitably be captured and subjected to dissection for a decade or more," I warned it. Huang Jiao appeared somewhat apprehensive, for as a talking yellow-skinned creature, it was acutely aware of its peculiar nature. In the town, there is a bus to the provincial capital, and I purchased a ticket, boarding the vehicle without any hindrance. By 4 in the evening, the bus arrived at the provincial station. Having gone an entire day without food or drink, I felt both parched and famished. Yet, as soon as I disembarked, I was utterly astonished by the bustling prosperity before me. The farthest place I had ever ventured was the county town, where I resided for 3 years. However, due to my family's modest circumstances, I spent most of that time confined to the school, rarely stepping outside. Fortunately, those 3 years allowed me to acquire a wealth of knowledge and broaden my horizons. At a street vendor, I purchased a bottle of water. While drinking, I encountered a migrant worker who had won a 50,000 yuan prize from a lottery on a cola can. He lacked the fare to travel to Beijing to claim his reward and offered to sell me the winning pull tab for 100 yuan. A sense of trepidation washed over me, prompting me to hastily distance myself from him. Upon reaching the main road, I hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to take me to number 85 Qingning Street. The driver scrutinized me throughout the journey. Upon arrival, he calculated the fare using the radio, which amounted to a full 50 yuan. Being new to the city, I refrained from disputing and paid him promptly. However, as the taxi driver reversed, he inadvertently crashed into the landscaped area. Huang Jiao, peeking out, disdainfully remarked, "Does he really think we are so naive as to have never drunk tap water?" I chuckled knowingly. The 100 yuan I had just handed to the driver was, in reality, a mere piece of blank paper. In truth, I had profited by 50 yuan. I patted my backpack and cautioned Huang Jiao, "You should be more discreet. I've heard there are many capable individuals in the city. Don't let anyone discover your true nature." Huang Jiao promptly withdrew his head. Following the street address, I soon located number 85 Qingning Street. This is a fa adorned in an antique style, with a fish tank standing half a meter high at the entrance, housing several auspicious fish. Above the door hangs a sign that reads Lee's Inquiries. On either side, wooden plaques display a pair of rather incongruous couplets. To the left, fortune-telling and divination ensure your smooth sailing. To the right, feng shui and geomancy protect your ancestors for 8 generations. I furrowed my brow and double-checked the address. No doubt, it is 85 Qingning Street. My second uncle is also involved in this business in the city. It's no wonder that whenever he returns home, my father inquires about his occupation, and he always gives a vague response. Furthermore, the couplets exude an unmistakable essence reminiscent of my grandfather. In summary, the impression it leaves me with is simply 3 words: utterly unreliable. Chapter 23. Secrets not to be revealed at present. I feel like a country bumpkin venturing into the city, overwhelmed by trepidation. Peering into the shop, I noticed it was empty and dared not enter. However, I managed to glean a general layout of the interior. There stood an aquarium at the entrance, a common practice in feng shui to place water at the door. In the southeast corner of the shop, a stone was positioned, symbolizing the presence of a supportive backing. With water in front attracting wealth and a mountain behind bestowing blessings, it constituted a typical feng shui arrangement. The more I observed, the more familiarity washed over me. After a moment's contemplation, I smacked my forehead. How could I forget? This was precisely the feng shui scheme my grandfather arranged for the village's prominent pig farmer, Qian Dafeng, when I was 9 years old. Logically, such a setup in a business should invite prosperity. At the very least, it ought to ensure a smooth sailing. Yet, my grandfather's unsolicited feng shui consultation had turned Qian Dafeng's pigsty into this configuration, and within a fortnight, pig prices plummeted, leading to Qian's bankruptcy. I heard he has since taken up a job in a factory tightening screws. The more I scrutinized, the stronger my conviction grew that the shop's proprietor must be my second uncle. The scent of familiarity was unmistakable, just as I prepared to step inside to greet him. The back door of the shop swung open. A middle-aged man clad in a suit emerged, followed closely by my uncle, engaged in lively conversation. Upon spotting my uncle, excitement surged within me, and I rose on my toes to wave. My uncle's eyes flickered with surprise upon seeing me, but he quickly resumed his jovial demeanor, bending down to converse with the stranger. A wave of disappointment washed over me. After all, he was my closest kin, yet he seemed oblivious to my presence. Engrossed in merriment with a stranger. Upon reflection, it dawned on me that this might be my uncle's client, which eased my earlier discontent, and I patiently waited nearby. My uncle accompanied the middle-aged man in a suit to the door, wearing a smile as he said, "Mr. Wang, we shall see each other tomorrow morning." The man adjusted his suit, shook hands with my uncle, and then turned to enter a sleek black sedan. I was taken aback. My uncle had actually shaken hands with such an influential figure. It seemed he was well established in the city, and, as his only nephew, I surely stood to benefit from his success. As I watched Mr. Wong's car depart, my uncle turned and, with a playful leap, embraced me joyfully. "You rascal! Why did you sneak over? Is everything all right at home?" When he inquired about matters at home, thoughts of the female corpse surfaced in my mind. She had mentioned she would come looking for me soon, though I was uncertain how soon that would be. I had referred to her as a menace. Yet in her absence these past few days, an unsettling void lingered. This sensation was unfamiliar to me, and I had never anticipated that it would arise for someone I had only known for a few days. Overwhelmed with mixed emotions, I replied to my uncle, "It's a long story." The smile on my uncle's face dimmed instantly as he embraced me and said, "Come, let us discuss this inside." Once we entered the shop, my uncle poured me a glass of water. It was then that I took a closer look at the establishment. It was adorned with antiquated charm, exuding the elegance befitting this line of work. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Uncle, is this your shop?" "It's rented," he replied as he handed me the water, and it was evident that my arrival genuinely delighted him. Thirsty for my journey, I drained the cup in one go, prompting my uncle to fetch me more water. As I observed, I inquired, "Uncle, has grandfather imparted his knowledge to you as well?" He retorted with a hint of disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting, child?" I accepted the cup and followed him to a chair in the corner. Once seated, he continued, "You've learned quite a bit from your grandfather, and you ought to understand that geomancy is not infallible. Otherwise, poverty would not exist in this world." While his reasoning was sound, my uncle's explanation was incomplete. Indeed, grandfather was somewhat of a dilettante. I contemplated revealing to my uncle that I had acquired the latter volume, which, once mastered, would enable me to wield grandfather's abilities. However, as this thought crossed my mind, it was as if an invisible hand tightened around my throat, rendering me utterly speechless. A wave of alarm washed over me. Grandfather had once warned that certain truths should remain unspoken. What is known as the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Whenever matters pertaining to these unspeakable truths arise, an unseen force invariably intervenes to halt one's utterance. It seemed this was precisely the case. Had the latter volume of that book brushed against such a realm? Amidst my trepidation, a flicker of joy emerged, for those who touch upon such profound matters often possess extraordinary potential. My uncle, oblivious to my distress, rose to serve me a plate of pastries and continued, "Your grandfather is stubbornly fixated on his principles, always insisting on honesty, yet in today, as society, one cannot afford to be truthful if they wish to prosper. It is fortunate that you have arrived. I shall introduce you to the broader world, lest you spend your entire life cooped up at home, ultimately becoming just like your father, lacking in ambition." After my uncle finished speaking, he turned to find that I had devoured all the pastries on the plate. He paused for a moment before asking, "Have you not eaten all day?" I took a sip of water and swallowed the remnants of my snack before nodding. My uncle immediately sprang to his feet, admonishing, "You should have mentioned it sooner. Come, let me treat you to a delightful meal to welcome you properly." Huang Jiu, who had been stifled in my bag all day, was so famished that he poked his head out as soon as he heard the mention of food. Uncle, don't forget about me." The creature certainly knew how to seize an opportunity, though his loud call startled my uncle. I hastily shoved Huang Jiu back into the bag, allowing my uncle to regain his composure and inquire, "What on earth is going on here?" A few biscuits hardly satisfied my hunger, so I proposed to my uncle, "Why don't we head to a restaurant first and discuss everything while we eat?" My uncle took a moment to compose himself, locked the shop's door, and led me to a small vehicle. The car appeared less impressive than Mr. Wong's, yet in our village, where tractors were a rarity, possessing a small sedan was quite a remarkable feat. I was astonished to learn that despite my grandfather's infamous reputation in the village, which often led to confrontations on the street, my uncle had managed to acquire a car. As for my uncle's ability to thrive, I was not surprised at all, for he was my grandfather's own son. Settling into the car, I curiously explored every nook and cranny, my face alight with envy. Uncle sighed and remarked, "Even in the city, I'm merely scraped by. It is not as glamorous as you might imagine." I rolled my eyes and replied, "I refuse to believe that. You must be saying this to deter me from eating too much. Uncle was rendered speechless by my retort. I continued that Boss Wong, with his resplendent aura and prominent forehead, is undoubtedly wealthy. However, the demeanor of his children is rather dim, indicating recent misfortunes in his family. The prospect of such a prosperous yet troubled magnate excited me, as Uncle's wealth would directly translate into my own indulgence. Good lad, Uncle praised. Now tell me, how many children does Mr. Wong have? I had merely caught a glimpse earlier, yet a memory lingered in my mind. I recollected. He has one son and one daughter, both of whom are alive. Uncle confirmed, indeed, one son and one daughter, but they are fraternal twins. Tragically, his son has passed away. It is his daughter who is currently in distress. Wait a moment. I had used my spiritual eye earlier. Such a mistake should not have occurred. Chapter 24. Welcoming the guests, I was engulfed in confusion. Could it be that my spiritual perception was malfunctioning? At that moment, the red light turned green, and my uncle pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. With a grave tone, he remarked, "The money from Mr. Wong's family is not easy to acquire. Yet this business transaction holds significant importance for me. Mr. Wong is a prominent figure in the provincial capital, and successfully completing this deal will enhance my reputation. As the old saying goes, fame brings fear, just as wealth brings caution. Men fear poverty while women dread being overweight. However, in the realm of geomancy, the opposite holds true. The greater the renown, the quicker the monetary gain. Yet, my curiosity was piqued more by the peculiar circumstances surrounding Mr. Wong's family than by the prospect of wealth or networking. But my uncle deftly shifted the topic, saying, "Let us not dwell on this matter for now. I will take you to see it tomorrow morning. Instead, why don't you tell me about this Huang? What is the story there?" Upon hearing my uncle mention it, Huang Jiu eagerly leaned forward and introduced himself. "Uncle, my name is Huang Jiu." It was rather unusual for my uncle to be addressed as such by a yellow weasel, and his expression was somewhat comical. Fortunately, being a person of the trade, he had a strong capacity for acceptance and managed a reluctant nod in acknowledgement. I omitted the extensive narrative of the visitors from the depths of the mountains and succinctly recounted the events involving Huang Jiu and the female corpse. I also did not shy away from discussing the matters concerning Liu Changxian and his apprentice, anticipating that my uncle would react with concern, given that I had entangled myself with a formidable entity. To my surprise, he comforted me nonchalantly, saying, "Rest assured, we are in a big city with different rules. Besides, if anything arises, your uncle will stand by you." Though my uncle had not studied the lower texts and possessed limited abilities, his words still warmed my heart. Sometimes, the support from family members proves to be more valuable than anything else. My uncle parked the car in front of a restaurant, and Huang Jiu, understanding the situation, discreetly nestled into my bag. Once we entered the establishment, my uncle requested a private room. After placing the order, as soon as the server departed, Huang Jiu eagerly emerged, clutching a teacup and gulping down the tea. I was dying of thirst, Huang Jiu exclaimed after finishing. My uncle scrutinized Huang Jiu and inquired, Yang, with Huang Jiu as your partner, have you ever considered becoming a spirit medium?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu's expression turned delightfully crooked. I shot a disdainful glance at Huang Jiu and remarked, "This creature? It dares to pretend to be a master above me?" My uncle chuckled in disbelief, recalling that he had encountered a few mediums in the provincial city, whose offerings paled in comparison to Huang Jiu. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu's tail shot up in pride. Dressed in flowery shorts, it stood confidently on the table and declared, "As soon as I entered the city, I sensed that within 100 miles, there is not a single formidable opponent. Here, I am absolutely." Whoosh! Before it could finish, I swiftly grabbed it by the neck and shoved it beneath the table. Just then, the door swung open, and the server entered with the dishes, effectively halting the conversation. However, Huang Jiu's earlier statement lingered in my mind. It is a creature with territorial instincts and keen senses, and coupled with my uncle's words. Could it be that this city truly lacks formidable spirit mediums or supernatural beings? Once all the dishes were served, Huang Jiu leaped back onto the table, protesting. I hadn't finished what I was saying. My uncle and I remained silent, exchanging glances that urged it to continue. Huang Jiu struck a pose. one hand on his hip and the other pointed skyward, exuding an air of invincibility as he proclaimed, "I am the king of this city." After uttering this, he cast a furtive glance in my direction, his voice diminishing to a whisper as he awkwardly corrected himself with a grin. "Beast King, Beast King." I shot him a glare, thinking that if he did not amend his words, he would have already soared onto the street. Gazing at the table laden with dishes, I found myself at a loss for words, consumed by the desire to eat. Displeased with Huang Jio, I set aside a plate just for him before diving into the feast. An hour later, as the remnants of our meal vanished like dust in the wind, I noticed my uncle's astonished expression while Huang Jio and I had indulged to our heart's content. It was only then that I realized my uncle's bowl was spotless, and I felt a twinge of embarrassment. With a smile, my uncle reassured me, "It's all right, I'm not hungry. You're growing, so eat your fill." Having an uncle like him was indeed a blessing. However, my gaze shifted to Huang Jio, and my disdain grew. He had consumed half of the spread before us. I glared at him and exclaimed, "With such an appetite, you ought to contribute to the meal expenses." Huang Jio, aware of his own gluttony, promptly unfastened a small pouch he had clung to throughout the meal and began rummaging through it on the table. Curiosity piqued. I leaned in to see what treasures lay within, but he quickly turned his back to me, lifting his rear in a defensive posture. Moments later, he produced a bracelet and some golden beans, handing them over to my uncle. Having seen those items before, I found them unremarkable. However, as my uncle examined them, I fixated on Huang Jio's pouch. It was merely slightly larger than the palm of my hand, yet after producing the bracelet and golden beans, it still appeared bulging with contents. Nevertheless, this creature was very protective of his belongings, clutching them tightly as I observed. The future is long, and I am not in haste. If it possesses something valuable, it will inevitably be mine in due time. I turned to my uncle and inquired if this item could be sold, but instead of answering, he glanced towards Huang Jio. I insisted, "Do not concern yourself with it. This is merely its sustenance, and whatever it can fetch is what it will fetch." Only then did my uncle put it away, stating, "Let me see if I can find a suitable buyer." On our way back, he purchased some bedding and set up a makeshift bed for me in the shop, assuring me that he would find me a new place in a few days. As soon as Huang Jio arrived at the shop, he vanished within minutes. Seizing the opportunity in his absence, I asked my uncle if the fortune tellers in the city were truly inferior to Huang Jio. My uncle replied, "A being capable of human speech has likely cultivated for at least 2 centuries. Such creatures are indeed rare in the city. Cultivating a good relationship with him may yield benefits in the future." I was somewhat speechless. If Huang Jio, in his timid demeanor, could still be regarded as a fortune teller, it was no wonder the townsfolk leaned toward science, having evidently not experienced much of the world. Noticing my silence, my uncle patted my shoulder, urging me to rest well. He mentioned that he would come by early the next morning to take me to Mr. Wang's house, reminding me to bring Huang Jio along. After he left, I found myself alone in the shop, and soon after, Huang Jio entered through the back door, his small bag now absent, presumably hidden away somewhere. After wandering around the shop for a short while, he disappeared once again. This was my first experience away from home, and I found it difficult to sleep. As I fumbled with the wooden plaque in my hand, the words of the man in black echoed in my mind. "We are not of the same path." Were Huang Jio and I truly so different? However, now that I am aware that the next volume touches upon profound secrets, and after half a year, I may indeed traverse the vast mountains. With this thought, I find myself hoping she will not seek me out. Instead, I shall personally go to retrieve her. Imagination is always exhilarating, and sleep eludes me. Thus, I rise and turn on a small lamp, extracting that book to peruse its contents. I intend to memorize the material within, to avoid the inconvenience and insecurity of having to refer to it each time. Of course, while reciting, I also endeavor to cultivate the faint thread of spiritual energy within me. Unbeknownst to me, dawn breaks outside. Having spent the night awake, I feel not fatigued, but rather invigorated. Around 8 o'clock, Huangju stealthily returns from outside. In matters of personal life, we do not intrude upon each other. However, upon observing his furtive demeanor, I caution him against stirring trouble. Shortly thereafter, my uncle arrives at the shop. After freshening up and changing into a new outfit, I accompany him to Mr. Wang's residence. Chapter 25. The half-hearted uncle in my eyes. My uncle's shop seemed quite opulent. However, upon arriving at the hillside villa and entering the Wong residence, I realized that my uncle's establishment resembled a shabby street stall. During my junior high school years, I read about Lu Laolau's visit to the Grand View Garden, yet I could hardly fathom her sentiments at the time. Now, I have experienced it firsthand. The villa's courtyard is expansive, and upon entry, one encounters a man-made stream. It is not wide, but the water is crystal clear and azure, encircling the entire villa. Just from this artificial stream, I deduced that this layout must have been meticulously planned by an expert. If I am not mistaken, there is also a swimming pool behind the villa. It embodies the classic feng shui principle of a jade belt encircling the waist, signifying prosperity. In such a favorable feng shui arrangement, even if the family does not thrive, they are unlikely to fall into ruin. Of course, as my uncle stated, success ultimately depends on human effort. Feng shui merely serves as an auxiliary factor. Determined to assist my uncle in this endeavor, I opened my spiritual perception upon entering. The aura of the villa above was normal. Given this arrangement, even if issues arose, they would not likely stem from feng shui. The specifics would only be revealed upon meeting Mr. Wong and hearing his account. The butler guided us into the living room. Compared to the exterior, the interior was significantly more understated. It was evident that Mr. Wong was not a nouveau riche. He possessed a certain taste. Seated on the sofa in the living room, Mr. Wong appeared even more haggard than yesterday, remaining seated and merely gesturing for us to come closer. My uncle sat beside Mr. Wong, ready to discuss matters. I, carrying Huang Jiao, sat awkwardly to the side. Yesterday, my uncle mentioned that Mr. Wong had a son and a daughter, but that his son had passed away, which did not align with what I had observed. While my uncle was engaged in conversation, I took another look. This time, I observed more keenly. His aura was rather chaotic. The radiant light atop indicated he was a successful individual, currently experiencing a phase of ascension in his career. However, the dimness in the area representing his children hinted at misfortune, subtly obscuring the brilliance of his success. This was understandable, as troubles concerning his offspring would undoubtedly lead to negligence in his business, thereby diminishing his previously flourishing wealth. Nevertheless, I paid little heed to these matters, focusing instead on the energy surrounding his children. From my observations, it appeared he had both a son and a daughter, both still alive. How could my uncle claim that his son had passed away? Mr. Wong must have informed my uncle of the situation yesterday. Their conversation was brief, with my uncle merely inquiring about Mr. Wong's daughter. Mr. Wong's tone carried a hint of resentment. I followed Mr. Lee's instructions last night, yet the situation worsened rather than improved. Such words sent a chill through me, considering my grandfather's legacy. I feared my uncle's half-heartedness would lead to further complications. Given the Wong family's established connections in matters of feng shui, they would not be easily deceived. My uncle, upon hearing this, appeared visibly flustered. The housekeeper interjected, "Mr. Lee, if you lack the capability, please refrain from meddling. Mr. Wong has already invited a master from Hong Kong, who will arrive tomorrow." My uncle was so preoccupied with this business deal that he momentarily lost his composure, left speechless. Observing my uncle's anxiety, I, as his elder nephew, felt compelled to speak up, clearing my throat and sharing my observations from earlier. However, when I mentioned that Mr. Wong's son might still be alive, the butler abruptly reprimanded me, saying, "You, a mere child, should refrain from speaking out of turn. My young master passed away 3 years ago." Upon hearing my initial remarks, Mr. Wong's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope, but as I continued to assert that his son was likely still alive, his gaze dimmed, lacking the fervor displayed by the old butler, yet brimming with disappointment. I felt a twinge of awkwardness. After all, it had been 3 years. Could they truly be mistaken? That was their cherished son. Yet, the more I pondered, the more doubts arose within me. My uncle hastily intervened, introducing me. "Mr. Wong, this is my nephew, who has inherited the true wisdom of our esteemed elder. His abilities surpass my own. Why not allow him to take a look at the young lady?" Mr. Wong regarded me with a glance that was neither disdainful nor welcoming, displaying no inclination for me to assess the situation. The old butler, however, was less reserved, impatiently addressing my uncle and me. "The young lady has only just fallen asleep at dawn. Do not disturb her." Mr. Wang, already wavering, was further convinced by this statement. "Yet, in the realm of business, one must tread carefully," he remarked to my uncle. "I only sought out Mr. Li upon recommendation, hoping for a stroke of luck. But Mr. Li is a man of many obligations, so—" The old butler, unable to contain himself, interjected, "Mr. Li, please." My uncle's face was instantly etched with embarrassment, tinged with reluctance. Coming to assist others only to be dismissed without even a meeting due to an oversight from the previous day felt all too familiar, reminiscent of my grandfather's own experiences. As I noticed my uncle struggling to find words, I rose and said, "Mr. Wang, amidst your countless engagements, surely a few moments could be spared. If I were to discern anything of value, would it not be a missed opportunity for you, allowing Miss Wang to endure yet another day of hardship?" I called for my uncle and turned to leave. Fortunately, he did not inherit my grandfather's tenacious spirit. With a brief farewell to Mr. Wang, he hastily followed my lead. Once outside, my uncle sighed in resignation. "Yang, have I brought shame upon your grandfather, leaving you the subject of ridicule?" "What nonsense are you speaking, uncle? You are my uncle. Anyone may jest at your expense, but not your own nephew. Besides, you lack the obstinacy that our grandfather possessed, which surely makes you far superior," I replied earnestly. At the mention of our grandfather, my uncle's expression shifted. His furrowed brow relaxed as he embraced my shoulders, saying, "If we cannot secure a grand deal, a modest venture will suffice to make ends meet. Come, today I shall treat you to a delightful meal and purchase you a new outfit, so that others may not look down upon you." I slowed my pace. "Uncle, let's not be hasty. This deal might still come to fruition." My uncle, somewhat deflated, responded, "Very well, if they hold no regard for us. Even if they did, tomorrow a master from Hong Kong is arriving. We may well find ourselves unceremoniously dismissed. Rather than face such embarrassment later, it is better to depart now." With a sigh, he continued, "Perhaps I have been too optimistic. Let's go." Realizing my uncle had inherited my grandfather's skills, I understood that he was not faring well in the city. In essence, it is akin to seeking medical advice. Affluent individuals engage the services of esteemed specialists, while those of modest means settle for remedies for mere ailments. Moreover, in this world, there is no shortage of skilled individuals across various professions. A mediocre practitioner can easily deceive for a trifling sum. However, regarding the matter pertaining to Mr. Wang, based on my current understanding, my uncle indeed lacks the requisite expertise. Yet, here I am, having arrived and even acquired a modicum of profound energy within me. As the saying goes, even a sesame seed can be of value. Thus, even without the pursuit of wealth, I must restore my grandfather's honor. Just as my uncle was urging me to approach the vehicle, Mr. Wang's voice resonated behind us. "Mr. Li, please hold on." Chapter 26. The heart of all parents, though my uncle feigned nonchalance. A flicker of delight crossed his face upon hearing Mr. Wang's call. This only strengthened my resolve to assist him. I would not allow anyone to underestimate him. Mr. Wang did not pursue us, and my uncle and I returned to the entrance voluntarily. Mr. Wang cast a glance my way and remarked, "This young man just now." "Liang," I interjected to remind him. Mr. Wang smiled awkwardly, acknowledging the validity of the young master's earlier words. Having come this far, we might as well ascend to the upper floor to take a look. I had anticipated his insistence, for the disappointment and concern in his eyes mirrored my mother's. Every parent in the world, unwilling to see their child suffer, shares this sentiment. Back in the villa, I said, "Uncle, you stay here and converse with Mr. Wang. I will go upstairs alone to explore." Mr. Wang turned to my uncle, who, realizing I carried Huang Jiao in my bag and wished to keep it discreet, nodded in understanding. Mr. Wang instructed the elderly steward to escort me upstairs. The steward's demeanor towards me was rather unfriendly, but I paid it no mind. He was merely fulfilling his duties. The second floor of the villa also housed a sitting area, albeit considerably smaller, with rooms flanking both sides of two corridors. These corridors, resembling a pair of hands coming together, cradled the sitting area. If the villa's design symbolized a harmonious embrace of auspicious feng shui, then here, the centerpiece was imbued with a more profound intention. It appears that President Wang has orchestrated this gathering specifically for his beloved daughter. While it may lack substantial significance from a feng shui perspective, it profoundly illustrates a father's boundless affection. However, the love of the affluent is an experience that those of lesser means cannot hope to match. Uncle Chun, you mentioned that the young master passed away 3 years ago. Could you enlighten me regarding the particulars of that situation? I observed a photograph on the wall depicting a sibling duo. Despite being a pair of fraternal twins, they bore a striking resemblance to one another. Were it not for the distinct clothing, it would be challenging to differentiate between them. Uncle Chun remained silent, his eyes betraying a hint of impatience. I comprehended his unspoken message. If one lacks capability, they ought not to squander time here, particularly in the presence of someone like President Wang, who would not casually divulge family matters. I offered a faint smile and proceeded toward the semicircular corridor on my left. As I stepped onto the corridor, I felt a stir from within my bag. Huang Jio was shifting. I paused, sensing a chill in the air, an intangible yet palpable presence of negative energy. This malevolent force, though not overwhelming, was distinctly flowing, sending a shiver through me, even through my clothing. Typically, such energy congregates in a particular location and dissipates within a week if there is no source. The fact that this energy persists suggests either a gathering place for darkness or the proximity of malevolent entities. It is rare to encounter such a flowing presence in a corridor, and its appearance indicates that it has been summoned by some form of arrangement. I turned back and ventured into the right corridor, and, as anticipated, I encountered a similar flow of negative energy. Consequently, the once warm hands that had held me transformed into ghostly grips. Prolonged contact with such hands could easily transform one from a treasured gem into something far less cherished. I have examined the overall layout of the villa, and there are no issues. However, I sense an inexplicable chill in the air. After pausing for a moment, I turned left again. Mr. Chun, following closely behind, expressed impatience and inquired, "Do you possess any real abilities? If not, please refrain from causing unnecessary commotion." Miss and Mr. Wang have been quite fatigued these past few days and cannot withstand your meaningless exertions. It is only natural for others to look down upon those who fail to demonstrate their capabilities. After all, who does not judge others in such a manner? I remained silent and halted at the entrance of a second room along the left corridor, gazing at Mr. Chun. This must be your young lady's chamber, correct? Due to his annoyance and impatience, Mr. Chun had not offered any introductions. Thus, upon witnessing my direct approach to his young lady's room, his expression revealed a hint of surprise. I subtly motioned for him to open the door. After a moment of hesitation, Mr. Chun warned me, "The young lady has only just fallen asleep. Please do not disturb her." I reassured him, "Rest assured, I shall be as gentle as possible," merely taking a glance. It was only then that Mr. Chun cautiously turned the doorknob. As he managed to crack the door open, a wisp of dark mist surged forth, swirling momentarily before retreating. While Mr. Chin's naked I could not perceive it, he could still feel the ominous chill and shivered slightly, murmuring, "Since the incident with the young lady, her room has been unnaturally cold, and even the air conditioning has proven ineffective." The chilling presence, intertwined with malevolence, rendered any hope of the air conditioning being effective utterly implausible. I remained silent, gently pushing the door wider, peering inside for a glimpse. It is broad daylight outside, with the sun shining brightly, yet the illumination within the room is markedly dimmer than in other areas. My gaze swept around the space before settling on the large, pink circular bed at its center. There lay a girl, seemingly of a similar age to mine, her complexion pale and slightly gaunt. Even in slumber, her brow was furrowed, occasionally twitching as if ensnared in a nightmarish reverie. With my keen sight, I observed 2 tendrils of dark energy converging from the southwest, forming a vortex above her head. The dark essence within the vortex fluctuated, at times dispersing, at others coalescing. When it dispersed, a spectral silhouette of a coiled creature became momentarily visible. I turned to Mr. Chun and suggested, "Mr. Chun, perhaps you should step back. I fear what is to come may be unsettling for you. With a dismissive snort, he retorted, I've lived over 50 years, consumed more salt than you have rice, and have witnessed all manner of events while accompanying Mr. Wang. Given his response, I refrained from further comment. The existence of Huang Jiao was not something I could indefinitely conceal, as it would prove useful in many circumstances. I placed my backpack on the floor and unzipped it, prompting Huang Jiao to eagerly poke his head out, exclaiming, I was about to suffocate. Mr. Chun staggered back in alarm, bracing himself against the wall to regain his balance. With a hint of pride, I inquired, Mr. Chun, have you ever encountered a talking yellow weasel? Chun Bo, having lived a considerable number of years, soon regained his composure. Upon facing my inquiry, his aged visage flushed slightly. Yet he candidly remarked, well, I must confess, I have never encountered such a thing. However, I have had the fortune of meeting Master Wang and the young disciple Liang. Are you also a spirit medium? The titles had shifted, and I realized that had I known Huang Jiao was so remarkably useful, I should have revealed him upon my arrival. I grasped Huang Jiao by the head and brought him forth. Dressed in flamboyant shorts, he nimbly perched himself upon my shoulder, exclaiming, Elder, now that you know your ninth master, am a spirit medium. Shouldn't you quickly present a fine rooster to me? Chun Bo, likely familiar only with spirit mediums speaking through their disciples, had never witnessed one like Huang Jiao conversing independently. Upon hearing this, he hurriedly performed a deep bow, genuinely preparing to fetch a rooster. I swiftly seized Chun Bo's arm, saying, do not heed his nonsensical prattling. First, accompany me to your young lady's room. I playfully tapped Huang Jiao on the head, to which he sulkily replied, Li Gu, why must you always take out on my head? This was a display meant for Chun Bo's observation, as I certainly did not wish for Huang Jiao to steal the spotlight. Chapter 27. Suppression. Chun Bonung, closely following Mr. Wang, quickly discerned that I was the one calling the shots. He hastily remarked, Master Li, I must admit my oversight. Please do not hold it against me. I waved dismissively, indifferent, and inquired, may I enter? Chun promptly opened the door, unperturbed by the potential disturbance to his young lady, signaling that I was free to enter. Chen's countenance was quite distinctive. He possessed a broad forehead, indicative of a life free from want, perhaps even a modicum of influence. However, his sunken nostrils hinted at a servile fate. In ancient times, he might have been a typical palace eunuch, yet fortune favored him in this era, allowing him to become the steward of a wealthy household. Beyond this, there were no malevolent traits apparent, which is why I chose not to take his previous barbs to heart. His earlier sharpness towards me was understandable. He accompanied Mr. Wang amidst the elite and distinguished, and encountering someone as unrefined as myself, it was quite generous of him to refrain from mockery. I chuckled softly and led Huang Jiao into the room. Huang Jiao perched atop my head, rising upright, his beady green eyes darting about. I quietly asked, can you discern what creature lurks within that dark mist? After a moment's observation, Huang Jiao replied, it appears to be 2 snakes. Snakes? The malevolent aura emanating from that black fog must indeed be a result of their presence. Yet, from where did they arise? My mind raced, recalling the teachings of my grandfather, and almost simultaneously with Huang Jiao, I exclaimed, suppression. The art of yashing is a technique commonly employed by carpenters, believed to be derived from the folklore contained in the latter volume of the Book of Luban. In ancient times, constructing a house was a significant endeavor, and homeowners would seek auspiciousness by requesting the carpenter to place certain items upon the beams, a practice somewhat akin to pressing beams. However, yashing resembles a form of geomancy, possessing the capacity to both save and harm individuals invisibly. When faced with unscrupulous carpenters, the act of pressing could be manipulated, allowing them to extort money from the homeowners under the guise of this practice. During the 1970s and 1980s, amidst widespread hunger, the human psyche became increasingly intricate, leading to the emergence of a cadre of carpenters in the Nongguang area, who resorted to coercing homeowners through the art of yashing to secure personal gain. News of such practices spread rapidly within the artisan community, and this nefarious behavior soon proliferated nationwide. As the number of wrongdoers increased, what was once regarded as a legitimate royal technique the Book of Liu Ban, was branded as sorcery. If Liu Ban were to know of this in the afterlife, he would surely be unable to rest in peace. The serpentine shadows I currently observe seem to be manifestations of Yashing revealing themselves in the shadows. I chose not to disturb the peacefully sleeping girl and quietly retreated, closing the door behind me. Upon seeing me and Huang Jiu whispering for an extended period, Uncle Chun hurriedly approached, inquiring, "Master Liang, have you discerned anything? Will my young lady recover?" Huang Jiu, with indignation, exclaimed, "Old man, can't you speak properly? With my brother and me on the case, how could she not improve? If you can't contribute, then remain silent. Instead of wasting breath, you ought to prepare 2 large roosters for me, lest you become an eyesore here." I found myself unable to articulate my concerns, as Huang Jiu had voiced them on my behalf. I chuckled and said, "Let's discuss it downstairs." Upon seeing Huang Jiu, Mr. Wang Shukuan's mouth fell agape. The once listless man appeared rejuvenated, as if he had grasped a lifeline, clutching his uncle's hand tightly, fearful that we might flee. Once Mr. Wang acclimated to Huang Jiu's presence, I proceeded to relay the particulars of the situation. Uncle Chun held Huang Jiu in high regard and had even procured chicken, unfortunately overcooked, which left Huang Jiu somewhat dissatisfied. Nevertheless, he perched upon a marble coffee table, devouring it with oily gusto. After I finished speaking, Mr. Wang's gaze grew distant, and he murmured to himself, "Over the years, I have expanded my business, inevitably ruffling some feathers, but it has not reached the point where someone would seek revenge in such a manner." I found myself at a loss for words, for the matter was rather straightforward. A simple inquiry with the construction crew from back then would suffice. However, my role was solely to resolve the pressing concern, and I had no desire to meddle in personal grievances. I merely cautioned Mr. Wang to suppress the malevolent forces. One must possess the means to do so. This could either stem from the time of construction or be connected to someone familiar to you, Mr. Wang. At my words, Uncle Chun appeared somewhat uncomfortable. He would not engage in such matters. Yet the scenario I described resonated with his identity, leaving him quite embarrassed. A glimmer of understanding sparked in Mr. Wang's eyes at my hint. It was evident to me that the situation was more complex than it seemed, so I clarified, "Mr. Wang, let us settle our accounts clearly. For every task, there is a corresponding remuneration. I shall handle the matter of the malevolent suppression, while the rest is your own concern." My grandfather often reminded me that the realms of Yin and Yang each govern their respective half. I managed one side, leaving the other untouched. Moreover, human hearts are inscrutable. I may contend with malevolent spirits and dark forces, yet I cannot guarantee victory over humans. Mr. Wang, not wishing for us to delve deeper, grasped my uncle's hand and turned to me, saying, "Masters, if you can resolve the matter concerning my daughter, the reward of 200,000 will be doubled." My pretentiousness, no matter how grand, faltered at the mention of 200,000. I could hardly contain myself. My uncle had never broached the subject of money, and I had presumed it was merely a few thousand for the task, never imagining such a sum. Furthermore, it was to be doubled. Money from the wealthy truly seems effortless to obtain. However, having summoned masters from Hong Kong, Mr. Wang likely anticipated a greater expenditure. My uncle, constrained by his modest means, had refrained from demanding too much during our discussions yesterday. Thus, he settled for the initial 200,000. Fortunately, Mr. Wang, generous in spirit, doubled the amount, which was not entirely a loss. Yet my uncle waved his hand, stating, "Mr. Wang, integrity is paramount in our line of work. We agreed upon 200,000, and that shall remain." As he spoke, my uncle cast a glance at me. Yang, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and get to work." Internally, I cursed my uncle for his foolishness. What integrity is there in this moment? That very integrity cost us 200,000. 200,000. My parents toil in the fields for a lifetime, and they may never see such wealth. In an instant, I felt a sharp pang of sorrow. Yet, I understood my uncle's intentions. He valued Mr. Wang's connections, hoping to garner favor through this opportunity. Thus, harboring discontent yet remaining silent, I seized Huang Jiu, who was still gnawing on a chicken foot, venting my frustration upon him. I shook him like a rag doll, exclaiming, Eat, eat. All you do is eat. Don't you have any work to do? Huang Jio, clutching the chicken bone, gazed up at me with an expression of innocence. This scene left Chun Bo and Wang Shukuan utterly dumbfounded, their mouths agape, at a loss for words. After all, in their eyes, Huang Jio was the true celestial being. The practice of counteracting malevolence bears resemblance to geomancy. Hence, the location of the protective object must be a central point, and tracing the source of its energy will lead one to the answer. Through the lens of my spiritual sight, I could discern everything with clarity. However, my grandfather had once advised me that navigating the realms of life and death is fraught with unpredictability, and only by concealing one's prowess can one endure in the long run. Furthermore, having already offended the people of Laozhan, I was bound to encounter them again in this city, and revealing my full self was not a prudent course of action. Therefore, I resolved to enlist Huang Jio to counteract the malevolent influences, ensuring I retained a safeguard. Chapter 28. Significant Matters at the Wang residence. Huang Jio, with a chicken bone clutched between his teeth, ambled forward on his diminutive legs, leading the group towards the backyard of the villa. The backyard resembled a quaint garden adorned with numerous rocks and artificial hills, with a swimming pool at its heart, encircled by peculiar stones and flourishing flowers, resembling a radiant pearl. Upon arrival, I immediately discerned that the two ominous energies emanated from either end of the pool, converging towards the villa. Huang Zhou halted at the pool's edge and pointed towards it, instructing, excavate approximately 3 meters down the center line of the pool, starting from both ends. To Mr. Wang, Huang Zhou's words were akin to a royal decree. Uncle Chun commenced his work, and in no time, the pool was drained, revealing its base. During this process, Mr. Wang attempted to make a phone call to summon assistance, but I intervened. In a city, while it may not be overly vast, locating an individual can still prove challenging. However, as more people became acquainted with me, the speed at which I could be found in Laozhan would undoubtedly increase. Without assistance, it fell upon Uncle Chun and me to labor manually. After more than 2 hours, we finally broke through the tiles and cement, unearthing a coiled black serpent's corpse. This creature, exposed to the sun, radiated an icy chill, exuding an aura of malevolence that instilled a profound sense of unease. Uncle Chun struck it with a hammer several times, yet it remained intact. Ultimately, I resorted to employing 2 talismans to incinerate it. Returning to the Wang villa, I ascended to the 2nd floor and circled the area, confirming that the sinister aura had dissipated. Uncle Chun opened the door and glanced at the girl. Upon seeing her tranquil and serene in slumber, he joyfully descended to report the situation to Mr. Wang. My mind was still occupied with the matter of President Wang's son and daughter, and I whispered to Huang Jio, "How peculiar. I distinctly perceive that both of President Wang's children are alive. Why then does he claim that his son passed away 3 years ago?" Huang Jio, with his clever little eyes twinkling, replied, "Perhaps he was kidnapped, and President Wang believes him to be dead, while the abductors are raising him as their own. Or maybe the lad grew weary of a life of luxury and yearned to experience the existence of the impoverished, thus orchestrating a false death to deceive." I abruptly silenced Huang Jio, as his words were utterly nonsensical. Just as I was preparing to descend the stairs, a sudden sound of a door opening caught my attention. I turned to see President Wang's daughter stepping out, standing at the threshold, silent yet fixated on me with an unwavering gaze. To be candid, there was something unnerving about that girl's stare. Furthermore, after the sinister aura dissipated, I sensed an enigmatic energy emanating from her that I could not fathom, stirring a deep sense of unease within me. Simultaneously, an overwhelming feeling washed over me. The girl before me was not the same as the one lying on the bed. After a few moments of scrutiny, she turned and re-entered the room. Huang Jio, perched on my shoulder, grinned and remarked, "It seems there are more than just a few issues within President Wang's household." I too sensed the underlying tension, a chill enveloping me as I shuddered violently. If my suspicions were correct, encountering a master from Hong Kong could spell dire consequences. I resolved to call my uncle and hastily depart. Downstairs, my uncle was counting cash. Upon seeing such a substantial amount, his excitement was palpable, and he even contemplated whether to seize another opportunity for profit. However, this thought was swiftly suppressed within me. If the energy within me were to be 100 times stronger than it is now, there might be a flicker of possibility. For now, it is wiser to leave with the 200,000. As the saying goes, one should only make a cake as large as their pan. Without the capability, it is better not to touch it at all. I am aware of my uncle's character. There are some words he cannot bring himself to utter. Clear my throat. I addressed Mr. Wang. You have witnessed everything today, and Miss Wang's condition has shown signs of improvement. I have done what needed to be done and taken what was rightfully mine. Once we step out of this door, we shall be even. Should there be any further matters, we must sit down and clarify everything. Indeed, Mr. Wang chuckled. I do not wish to distance myself from any relationship. I merely hope that when the truth eventually emerges, my uncle will not find it difficult to refuse due to having accepted this 200,000. After the financial arrangements were finalized, Mr. Wang extended an invitation for a meal, which I respectfully declined on behalf of my uncle. Upon reaching the car, I intended to discuss the matter with my uncle, but after some contemplation, I decided against it. He is but a novice. Sharing this with him may not yield any understanding. As we departed from Mr. Wang's villa, my uncle stopped by the roadside, joyfully exclaiming, "Well done, my boy. You truly are remarkable." With that, he pulled 5 bundles of cash from his bag and handed the remaining amount to me, saying this time, "I merely joined in for the fun, and I will shamelessly take 50,000 to pay the rent tomorrow. The rest is for you. You cannot even afford the rent?" It seems his previous words were not mere flattery. I replied, "Uncle, without you, I would not have had this opportunity. Please hold on to this money for now. Let us strategize and strive to expand and strengthen our business." My uncle, with both hands gripping the steering wheel, had reddened eyes, as if the grievances accumulated over the years surged forth at that very moment, rendering him speechless. I let out a quiet sigh. Had it not been for my fortunate acquisition of the lower volume, my grandfather would have indeed brought misfortune upon 2 generations. After regaining his composure, my uncle, upon seeing my insistence, ceased to refuse. "I shall safeguard this for you for the time being. Later, when the opportunity arises, I will return it to your parents to lessen their burdens," he said, a hint of shame in his voice for not having looked after the family over the years. "Uncle, please do not speak that way," I replied, feeling a twinge of sorrow at his words. Fortunately, at that moment, Huang Jiao interjected, "Return? That is absolutely out of the question. If he were to return, it would likely not merely be a matter of a limp or a broken limb, but rather a complete loss of limbs. Hence he certainly cannot go back. However, I am determined to return once I resolve matters concerning Laozhan. Not to mention my father, who has not had a second child, is counting on me to support him in his old age." My uncle placed the money pouch back at his feet and addressed Huang Jiao. "The items you provided me are somewhat difficult to dispose of, but rest assured, once I manage to do so, I will settle accounts with you." Huang Jiao dismissively replied, "Those items are abundant in my household. Take them if you wish." This was no exaggeration. His family could easily unearth more than just that from a grave. However, I caution my uncle, be wary. The items in his possession may not be clean. If they are difficult to dispose of, it would be wise to set them aside to avoid trouble. My uncle nodded in agreement. In the city, the law is upheld, and certain things should not be handled lightly. Instead of returning to the shop for lunch, my uncle took us to a restaurant. After dinner, we strolled to the pedestrian street, where I purchased several outfits and also bought a cat carrier for Huang Jiao. It was my first encounter with such a carrier, designed for carrying Huang Jiao, and it proved to be exceptionally suitable. Inside, Huang Jiao felt no discomfort. There was even a transparent dome at the back, allowing him to observe the world while reclining, which delighted him immensely. We returned to the shop around 7 in the evening. From a distance, I spotted a woman in her 30s standing at the entrance of the store, stylishly dressed and of above-average appearance. Initially, I assumed she was a customer, but upon noticing my uncle's sudden unease, I surmised she was the landlord. Just as my uncle alighted from the car, the woman stormed over and seized him, exclaiming, "Lier, you coward. I've told you before, if you can't afford the rent, just come to my bed. This place will belong to you from now on." Balancing my bags and sipping a drink, I was caught off guard and nearly spat out my beverage. Chapter 29. Su Ime Uncle Air is the type of person who takes everything seriously. Now, he finds himself being publicly tugged at by a woman, his expression one of utter despair. Huang Jiao, spotting the spectacle, eagerly urged me to carry the cat bag to the front, and thus we squatted at the entrance of the shop, observing the commotion between Uncle Air and the woman. Despite Uncle Air having a nephew as large as I am, thanks to my father marrying young, he is actually only in his early 30s. Over the years, my parents have attempted to arrange matches for him, all of which he has declined. I know he harbors lofty ambitions and looks down upon the village girls. However, the skills he has inherited from my grandfather may suffice for a modest living, but they fall short of achieving great wealth. City girls, with their high standards, have kept him single for all this time. Of course, there's another reason I have discerned, though it is too delicate to articulate. The struggle between the two quickly attracted a crowd of onlookers. Uncle Air's face grew increasingly flushed, and his speech became somewhat stammering, which I found rather amusing. In the interest of his lifelong happiness, I took it upon myself to assess the woman's fortune. The Tianshi Palace was expansive, and her complexion was fair and unmarred, indicative of someone born with advantages, hailing from a prosperous family. Her rosy cheeks and the prominence of her peach blossom indicated that she would soon experience a favorable romantic encounter. However, a freshly emerged pimple on her upper lip, slightly reddened, foretold of unrequited love, suggesting an inner turmoil. In the world of adults, the dance of affection and desire is not at all unusual. Yet, when a woman's temper flares, her disposition often follows suit. Given Uncle Air's character, if she does not exercise some restraint, it may very well backfire. With a chuckle, I continued sipping my soda. My uncle, feeling a sense of urgency, pushed the woman aside and asserted, "Please, refrain from causing a scene. My nephew is present. Let's not subject a child to such folly." It was only then that the woman noticed me and turned her gaze in my direction. I quickly waved my hand, reassuring them, "I'm fine. Please, carry on." Infuriated, the woman's chest heaved as she attempted to grab my uncle again, in a flurry of pulling and tearing. My uncle, genuinely angered, forcefully pushed the woman away and shouted, "Enough with this nonsense." His outburst startled her, providing my uncle the opportunity to break free. He seized 5 stacks of cash and tossed them onto the ground, exclaiming, "Here's a year's worth of rent for you." With that, he entered the shop. His expression darkened. The woman stood there, stunned, gazing at the scattered bills, and, feeling wronged, squatted down, hugging her knees as she began to weep softly. Unable to bear the sight, I set down my belongings and approached her to gather the money. I gently consoled her, "Auntie, please don't cry. My uncle is not a bad person. I can see that he has feelings for you. It's just that your approach has been misguided." I placed the money in her hands and cupped my hands into a small trumpet, softly whispering a few words in her ear. Her eyes suddenly sparkled with understanding, as if a light had been switched on, and she eagerly inquired about my name before happily departing with the cash. With a sigh of relief, I turned back to re-enter the shop while my uncle remained irate, his face flushed with anger. "Uncle, it seems we might need to find another place," I casually remarked as I set down my belongings. My uncle, snapping back to reality, asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" I was at a loss for words as I remarked, "You have already offended the landlord. Do you truly believe she would still rent the house to us?" I observed her leaving, her teeth clenched in anger, and I surmised that she would likely return at dawn to evict us. My uncle, somewhat flustered, retorted, "That Su Ime is insufferably obstinate." I attempted to interject, "It seems she is quite concerned about you. Cannot you offer her a more amiable demeanor? Besides, you see, you have 2, and she has 1. If we combine, it would perfectly form a family. Enough. You should refrain from meddling in adult matters. You will stay in the inn tonight, and I shall seek a place for you tomorrow." My uncle, his mind elsewhere, rose to leave. As soon as the door was shut, Huang Jiao emerged from the cat bag, a look of lingering curiosity on his face, and inquired, "Li Ge, do you think those two will end up together?" I rolled my eyes and replied, "Whether they do or not is none of your concern. Mind your own business." After that, I ignored Huang Jiao, tidied up my bedding, and prepared to retire early, secretly reveling in my circumstances. Regardless of the outcome, I was assured of better days ahead. Huang Ju wandered about the shop for a while, and when he noticed the sky darkening outside, he could no longer contain himself and slipped out through the window. The moment he left, I swiftly climbed up, retrieved the lower scroll, and resumed my studies. The next morning, before my uncle arrived, Su Ime knocked at the door, laden with bags. Upon opening the door, she entered exuberantly, exclaiming, "Yang Yang, look what Annie has brought you." As she set down her belongings and surveyed the room, she inquired, "Has your uncle not yet arrived?" I responded, engrossed in the assortment of snacks. Su Ime's face reflected a hint of disappointment, yet she quickly brightened up, grabbing her tools to tidy up the shop. Observing Huang Jiu sprawled across the front desk, Su Ime curiously prodded him with her finger and inquired, "Is this your second uncle's pet?" Startled by the poke, Huang Jiu jolted awake, ready to unleash a torrent of curses. Fortunately, I was quick-witted enough to cover his mouth with my hand and explain to Su Ime, "Aunt, he is my pet, brought down from the mountains." Upon hearing this, Su Ime tore open a bag of potato chips for Huang Jiu, who munched away, too engrossed in his snack to utter a word. As the saying goes, one tends to love all that is associated with a cherished person. With my guidance, Su Ime began to understand the situation. I assisted her in cleaning while engaging in casual conversation. To my astonishment, I discovered that her uncle had indeed struck gold. Half of the storefronts on this street belonged to Su Ime's family, making her quite the little heiress. However, through our dialogue, I uncovered the reason for her uncle's rejection. It is often said that wealthy families have high standards, and Su Ime's parents were not particularly fond of her uncle. In simpler terms, they looked down upon him for his lack of fortune, labeling him a mere pauper. Su Ime herself was unfazed and unafraid of her family's objections, but her uncle's pride would naturally struggle to endure such disdain. Nonetheless, this issue was not insurmountable. Just yesterday morning, he had earned 200,000, and with the connections he had forged with Wang Shuquan, I was confident that significant business opportunities lay ahead. Once her uncle acquires wealth, the problem would resolve itself. My only concern was the possibility of accumulating too many favors. If any issues arose within Wang Shuquan's family, her uncle might find it difficult to maintain his composure. Upon reflection, a sense of unease began to stir within me, compelling me to find an opportunity to caution my uncle. Matters of that nature, regardless of who assumes control, are bound to create considerable ripples within the community. Not to mention the inherent dangers of the situation, the individuals from Laozhan will inevitably come knocking. Yet, some events are destined to unfold, whether sooner or later. The female corpse is no exception. She has declared her intention to seek me out, and thus, she will undoubtedly arrive. It is merely a matter of time. Either the first day of the lunar month or the 15th, there is no evading it. However, based on the circumstances I witnessed that day, the issues surrounding Wang Shuquan's family are unlikely to escalate for at least another 2 months. During this interval, I must endeavor to cultivate the energy within my abdomen to a greater extent. Chapter 30. Lucien. Today, my uncle exhibited some unusual behavior. He did not show up at the shop all morning. Fortunately, with the presence of Su Ime and Huang Jiu, I was spared from hunger. My uncle had not left me the keys to the shop, making it impossible to step out for a meal. Su Ime took the initiative to order something affordable for both Huang Jiu and me. Upon hearing the peculiar name of the dish, I found myself pondering what sort of delicacy could possibly bear such a title. When the food arrived, I was relieved to see the words on the packaging, grateful that I had refrained from asking questions that might have led to embarrassment. The dish was exquisite, something I had never tasted before. In that moment, my impression of Su Ime improved significantly, and Huang Jiu was equally delighted. After we finished our meal, Su Ime had matters to attend to and left us to tend to the storefront. Thankfully, in this line of business, one might not encounter a customer for days on end, indicating that it is a small circle where reputation and connections are minimal and one's appearance often dictates success. As the afternoon wore on, my uncle still had not returned. Around 1 o'clock, a middle-aged woman accompanied by a child appeared at the door. The little girl, perhaps 4 or 5 years old, looked quite frail. Judging by their attire, it was evident they had come from the countryside. My observation is not rooted in disdain. Rather, The difference in clothing between rural and urban dwellers is unmistakable. After all, I hail from the countryside and am acutely aware of this distinction. The middle-aged woman appeared somewhat timid, glancing around several times before nervously stepping inside, inquiring at the entrance, "Young master, is this the place for consultations?" From my position behind the glass, I had not been able to see them closely. However, once they entered, I found my brow furrowing in concern. It is often said that men fear the first day of the lunar month while women dread the 15th. The 12 zodiac signs cycle through, and women should never belong to the sheep sign. The underlying implication is that men born on the first day of the lunar month often face unfavorable destinies, while those born on the 15th and women of the sheep sign are destined for a life filled with misfortune and poverty. Before me sat an elder sister who seemed to embody both tribulations, her face etched with sorrow. My gaze fell upon the timid little girl beside her, and a sudden shock gripped my heart. I quickly rose and approached, inquiring, "Sister, is there disharmony at home?" Or, the elder sister, noticing my friendly demeanor, appeared less reserved. She adjusted her disheveled hair and bashfully asked, "Is it expensive here?" In our line of work, discussions of payment often precede any other matters, as most ventures fail to materialize otherwise. The reasons for this are clear to any discerning observer. Naturally, we insist on discussing fees first to safeguard our own interests, allowing us to assess our capabilities and avoid the embarrassment of failing to fulfill a promise, thus tarnishing our reputation. My grandfather, though somewhat unrefined, always emphasized the importance of clarity in such matters. Seeing my silence, the elder sister began to panic, clutching the little girl and preparing to leave. For those in poverty, every penny weighs heavily. I hurried after them, saying, "Sister, since you're already here, why not come in for a glass of water?" With my warm invitation, she shyly took a seat, her calloused hands tightly embracing the little girl. The child was remarkably thin, eliciting pity, yet her large eyes sparkled with vitality. A closer inspection, however, revealed her pupils to be somewhat elongated and yellowish, deviating from the normal round shape of a healthy person. Upon noticing my gaze fixed upon her, the little girl felt a twinge of fear and sought refuge in her mother's embrace. Discreetly, I prodded the motionless Huang Jio, who swiftly sprang to life, his indignation bubbling forth as if he were about to utter a curse. However, upon sighting the mother and daughter duo, he wisely stifled his words. The moment the little girl laid eyes on Huang Jio, she burst into tears, insisting she wanted to leave. Yet, as a smirk spread across Huang Jio's lips and a glimmer of green light flickered in his small eyes, the girl's cries subsided into silence. The child's distress rendered the elder sister somewhat uncomfortable, causing her to become even more reserved. Fortunately, Huang Jio, adept at handling such situations, rolled about on the table a few times, instantly bringing a smile to the little girl's face. Before long, Huang Jio was engaging the girl in playful antics throughout the shop. As for the sorrows of the world, I found myself unwilling and unfit to listen, so I allowed the elder sister to convey only the essentials. The little girl, named Ting Ting, was once a chubby and adorable child. However, 6 months ago, she began to exhibit signs of aversion to food, refusing to eat anything. Within a few days, the elder sister discovered that Ting Ting had taken to surreptitiously consuming raw eggs from the rice container and gnawing on the raw cured meat that hung from the eaves. Whenever attempts were made to prevent this behavior, Ting Ting would wail and scream, and when provoked, she would emit an alarming hissing sound. In the past 2 months, Ting Ting's condition had deteriorated. Each night, she would behave like a wild beast, burrowing into the chicken coop, seizing the chickens by their necks to bite them. Yet refusing to consume the flesh, she merely drained their blood. The elder sister, terrified, managed to gather some funds and brought Ting Ting to the city for medical attention. Unfortunately, after a month of hospitalization, their money was depleted and Ting Ting's condition showed no signs of improvement. She still refused to eat or drink. By chance, a kind-hearted gentleman from the neighboring bed advised the elder sister to seek the counsel of a wise doctor. After walking half a street, the elder sister found that either no one would help her or the charges were exorbitant. I offered her some water and reassured her, saying, "Rest assured, Once the child exits my door, all will be well. However, you must return to the hospital for the doctor to administer some nourishing intravenous fluids. After the child regains some strength, she can be discharged and return home. Little Ting Ting appeared too frail. Her delicate neck tugged at my heartstrings, and I feared that if she exerted herself, her head might just fall off her slender neck. The elder sister was momentarily taken aback, staring blankly at me. I stood up, grabbed the snacks from the table, tore open a bag, and beckoned to Ting Ting. The little girl hesitated, somewhat timid, but could not resist the enticing aroma of the potato chips. Cautiously, she reached out and took some, munching on them right in front of her mother. The elder sister was utterly astonished, pulling Ting Ting close, kissing her face repeatedly, hugging her tightly, overwhelmed with joy and tears, and showering me with gratitude. Rural folk are remarkably sincere. The elder sister did not question how her child had suddenly improved, nor did she doubt me. With trembling hands, she retrieved a handkerchief from her pocket. The sight of the handkerchief reminded me of my mother. "Sister," I firmly grasped her hand, insisting, "Do not worry about the money. While it is still early, take the child back to the hospital. Follow the doctor's advice and ensure she recuperates properly for a few days." The elder sister was adamant, placing 4 5-yuan notes and 10 1-yuan notes on the table. Unable to resist her determination, I accepted the money, but made sure to pack some snacks that Sui Mei had brought for her. As mother and daughter departed, Huang Jiao leapt onto the table and remarked, "See, letting you manage the shop will lead to its downfall. Stop rambling. What's the situation?" I cast a glare at Huang Jiao. He remarked, "I've caught a tiny earthworm." As he spoke, he reached into his pocket and extracted a slender green snake, no thicker than a pinky finger. Though diminutive, the serpent was shrouded in a mist of verdant hue, its eyes no larger than sesame seeds, emanating a chilling and merciless gaze that sent a shiver down my spine. Fortunately, Huang Jiao had it firmly grasped by the neck, rendering it harmless. He inquired, "Shall we keep it?" The young lady did not divulge details about her family, yet it was evident that her household was plagued by misfortune. It was precisely this grim fate that had allowed such a creature to infiltrate their lives. Such soulless, cold-blooded beings are not fit for companionship, for not everyone possesses the fortitude to contend with the likes of Su Xian. I waved my hand dismissively and said, "Dispose of it." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao, clutching the green serpent, unceremoniously stuffed it into his mouth as though savoring a spicy snack. Chapter 31. The Revenge of the Liu Ban Gate. I was taken aback by Huang Jiao's actions. By the time I regained my composure, he had already finished eating. "Could you be a bit more discerning and not shove everything into your mouth?" I expressed my disdain. Huang Jiao let out a hearty belch, preparing to respond, but his pupils suddenly transformed into slits, cold and devoid of emotion. Startled, I took 2 steps back and grasped a yellow talisman in my hand. "Brother Huang, are you all right?" After calling out to him a couple of times, his pupils returned to normal, and he muttered, "A mere little earthworm thinks it can challenge me." "Brother Huang, are you sure you and Appos refine?" I asked, a hint of skepticism in my voice. Anything capable of becoming a spirit creature possesses some degree of power. I worry that he might have swallowed something formidable, like Sun Wukong, which could lead to dire consequences. Rest assured, when it comes to matters, I am quite capable. Huang Jiao patted his belly. Despite his words, Huang Jiao was not one to take chances. After speaking, he retreated behind the cabinet, sitting cross-legged and meditating. Having never witnessed a demon beast devouring one another, I felt slightly unsettled by Huang Jiao's earlier gaze, my mind in disarray. It was around 4 in the afternoon when my second uncle returned home. Upon entering, he immediately inquired if I had eaten. I cast a glance at the snacks on the table. My uncle's brow furrowed in displeasure as he remarked, "From now on, refrain from engaging in lengthy conversations with that woman." "Uncle, actually, Aunt Sue is quite—" I began, but he shot me a stern look. "How old are you? Have you already devoured your own elbow?" He tossed a newspaper at me, saying, "Take a look. There's an update on the affair concerning Mr. Wang's family. The individuals behind it have been apprehended." Apprehended? I picked up the newspaper, and the front page featured a striking photograph of a man with a shifty demeanor, unmistakably untrustworthy. After scanning the content, it appeared to revolve around an engineering mishap and allegations of embezzlement and corruption, sufficient grounds for a lengthy imprisonment. Wang Shuquan, a man of considerable influence, had swiftly orchestrated matters within mere hours. My uncle took a sip of water and remarked, "That man has a furtive gaze and lifeless eyes. A person so short-sighted could never achieve anything substantial. He is merely a scapegoat." I resumed my perusal of the newspaper, confirming my uncle's assessment. Regarding the incident involving General Manager Wang, I surmised that this group had clandestinely employed coercive tactics, anticipating a payoff once the issue surfaced. However, our intervention had thwarted their plans, and now the blame might very well be directed at us. My uncle busied himself arranging the disheveled assortment of snacks on the table. I suggested, "We must approach General Manager Wang again to clarify the situation and request additional compensation." My uncle replied, "You've already pointed out that once we step out that door, whether we succeed or fail becomes apparent, and besides, this does not adhere to protocol. Indeed, according to the established rules, even if I refrained from uttering that phrase, we could not revisit Wang Shuquan. Our role was to execute tasks for remuneration. The client sought results. Only if we encountered resistance during our work and the costs escalated could we negotiate for increased payment. As for any retaliatory actions thereafter, that would be our own concern." My uncle settled into his seat and stated, "If it were merely one or two idle individuals, I wouldn't be overly concerned. My apprehension lies in the possibility of them being part of a larger syndicate, which would complicate matters significantly." I shared his unease. Since ancient times, wandering performers have belonged to the lower strata of society, often subjected to oppression when operating independently. Over time, this led to the formation of various groups, such as the Luban sect for carpenters, the Pao Ge for dock laborers, and the Pai Jiao for those engaged in river transport. Even the early beggars sect followed this pattern. However, these organizations share a commonality. Anyone who earns a living in this manner can claim affiliation with a particular sect. In truth, unless a situation escalates significantly and ignites the collective outrage of the industry, it is unlikely that one would face retaliation from the entire group. As for the individuals behind the incident involving Wang Shuquan, I surmise they are merely a small cluster. Furthermore, the Luban sect is essentially a self-designation among the folk. The genuine Gongshu family has historically served the royal court, while the common folk only encounter minor practitioners of their craft. Ironically, it is often these lesser skills that pose the greatest challenges. Noticing my silence, my second uncle produced a carpenter's chisel and remarked, "I obtained this from old Song the Lame. Keep it for your protection." I glanced at the chisel, its wooden handle worn down significantly from years of use. Accepting the chisel, I handed my uncle 10 of the talismans I had taken and recounted the situation regarding tincting. Upon hearing my account, my uncle sighed. "We are all unfortunate souls. If one can lend a helping hand, one should. However, the transformation of animals into sentient beings is, by nature, a defiance of the heavens, bearing immense karmic consequences. In the future, approach such matters with caution." I nodded in agreement. Huang Jio remained unconscious while my uncle stepped out to procure some food. During this time, I took a glance at Huang Jio, observing two energies, one green and the other blue, entangled and clashing within its abdomen. However, the essence of greenery prevailed, steadily consuming the azure aura. Observing that Huang Jio had not suffered any loss, I chose to remain uninvolved. After our meal, my uncle mentioned he had matters to attend to and advised me to remain vigilant in the shop, also warning me to refrain from taking anything belonging to Sui Mei. One must be cautious when accepting favors. I am merely a young adult, and it is only fitting for my uncle to repay that kindness. I hope to foster a better rapport between the two. The shop does not adhere to a fixed closing time, and due to the situation with Huang Jio, I shut the doors as soon as darkness fell, returning to my ancient texts. I am not exceptionally gifted, and memorizing a thick tome requires considerable time and effort. Around 10 o'clock in the evening, Huang Jio awoke. I set aside the ancient book. Huang Jio glanced over and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarked, "Burning the midnight oil, do you aspire to be a learned scholar?" I shot him a glare, concerned, and inquired, "Are you all right?" Huang Jio replied, "The after-effects are somewhat intense, but that three-legged cat cannot contend with your ninth master. It's just that I'm feeling a bit famished." I had saved half a chicken for him. After all, he had contributed to the meal and deserved not to be neglected. While Huang Jiao indulged in the chicken, I broached the subject of possibly offending the people of Luban Gate. Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao expressed his concern. Those individuals not only relish their gatherings but are also petty figures. They would resort to anything for a few coins. By obstructing their financial pursuits, we are akin to striking at their very hearts. You would do well to remain alert tonight. Do not let your guard down. Brother Huang, perhaps you should refrain from wandering about. He ventured out each night, and I was oblivious to his activities. Huang Jiao, clutching a chicken leg, remarked, "In light of the meal you have graciously left for me, I shall refrain from venturing out tonight." Yet, upon my return from a brief visit to the restroom, I discovered it had vanished. Damn it, one truly cannot place trust in the words of such a creature. I muttered under my breath. Alone in the shop, I dare not succumb to slumber. As I was engrossed in my studies until the early hours of the morning, a sudden crash resonated through the air as a stone shattered the window, sending debris flying into the room. Is this the sort of mischief city dwellers indulge in? It appears their manners leave much to be desired. Just as I was preparing to hurl a few curses at the window, the lights within the room abruptly extinguished. Startled, I quickly shut my eyes, and when I reopened them, I had acclimatized to the darkness. However, at that very moment, the stone that had been thrown and twitched upon the tile floor, and before I could investigate, it instantaneously released a thick cloud of black mist, transforming into a dark Qilin. While it is said that Qilins are auspicious creatures, this manifestation born of shadowy mist exuded an unsettling chill, radiating an aura of malevolence. Chapter 32. Beast Armor Technique. The sudden appearance of the black Qilin caught me completely off guard before I could react. It pounced on me and pinned me to the ground. The moment we made contact, I sensed that its presence was not one of tangible matter, but rather a formidable force, akin to standing in the midst of a tempest, where the violent winds render one powerless, pressing them flat against the earth. This force, known in Taoist philosophy as spiritual energy, is an invisible yet profoundly existent power. As the black Qilin constrained me, it ferociously swung its head and tail, unleashing a roar that resonated from its gaping maw. Its roar transmitted through the essence of spiritual energy, inaudible to those outside. Yet to my ears, it struck like a thunderclap, leaving my eardrums ringing painfully and my senses in a daze. Fortunately, it lacked a corporeal form, though its seemingly sharp teeth grazed my chest. I merely felt an intense pain without any piercing, sparing my life from imminent peril. Had it truly sunk its fangs into me, my life would have been forfeit. Curse that Huang Jiao, departing late at night when he could have chosen any other time. My mind seethed with frustration as I struggled fiercely. Yet my upper body remained immobilized, rendering me powerless. If only Huang Jiao were present. Not that I expected him to entirely thwart this malevolent black Qilin, but at the very least, he could have bought me some precious time to evade this dire predicament. As the black Qilin continued to gnaw at me, the excruciating pain swiftly drained my strength. Noticing my cessation of struggle, the creature halted, and a disdainful voice drifted in from the window, remarking, "I expected a formidable opponent. Yet appears I am merely facing a fool." As the words fell, the shards of glass on the window were swiftly cleared away, and in stepped a man in his 40s, clad entirely in military green attire. Although his clothing appeared rather rustic and bore traces of mud, his skin was notably pale, and his fingers were long and slender, suggesting he was no laborer, a stark contrast to his outfit. After entering, the middle-aged man cast a playful glance in my direction, letting out a few cold chuckles. This was indeed a swift retribution. Just yesterday, I had unraveled the suppressive technique, and today, the individuals from Luban had come knocking. This black Qilin must be the beast armor technique of the Luban sect. The beast armor technique is a synthesis of mechanistics and yin-yang arts, wherein mechanisms are crafted into beastly armors, which are then imbued with spiritual energy through yin-yang arts, allowing for a harmonious interplay that enables the manipulation and transformation of spiritual energy at will. The object that shattered the glass moments ago was likely the Qilin beast armor. That very thing now lay a mere meter away from me, If I could dismantle it, the oppressive black cheelan upon me would vanish. The chisel my uncle had given me was the nemesis of this armor. Alas, I was currently utterly suppressed. Not to mention a meter, even 10 centimeters were beyond my reach. Observing the man crouch down, I hastily implored, "Brother, our scheme is merely a means to an end, driven by greed. If it escalates to loss of life, it will be detrimental to both of us." The middle-aged man shook his head with a smile, saying, "No, no, no. Your death would only be a misfortune for you. It bears no consequence for me." My heart sank. This implied that aside from my life, there was nothing else to negotiate. A sorcerer has countless methods to ensure a person meets their demise without a sound. I myself have mastered several. In an instant, fear rendered my mind blank. Yet, I understood that silence would only hasten my demise. I hurriedly proclaimed 200,000, an amount generously provided by the Wong family. Every penny intact. From this moment forth, let us part ways amicably. The mere mention of money ignited a furious blaze in the middle-aged man's eyes, and he struck me twice across the face, seething, 200,000? What an absurdity! For a deal worth millions, you dare to barter with a mere 200,000. I found myself at a loss for words. Given Boss Wong's wealth, it was evident that, faced with such circumstances, he would not flinch at the prospect of millions. My uncle's handling of the situation left much to be desired. However, the man's rage indicated that there was still room for negotiation. It is often said that villains meet their fate through excessive verbosity, yet this is not merely a plot device. Rather, it reflects their suppressed frustrations and discontent with the world. When they finally seize an opportunity to express themselves, their words flow freely. This man before me, consumed by anger, sought to unleash his fury, compelling me to feel profound regret for my actions. The more remorseful I appeared, the greater his sense of accomplishment grew. Thus, as long as he remained enraged, I still had a chance. My greatest fear lay with those who, resolute and taciturn, would strike with lethal intent without a second thought. Sensing his fury, I hastily added, "If 200,000 is insufficient, I can procure more. Release me, and I shall retrieve it for you at once." As I spoke, I concentrated the energy within me, channeling it to the tip of my tongue. Indeed, I found myself subdued by the black cheelan, a sensation so overwhelming that I contemplated biting my tongue. However, the strength of its aura was formidable, and a mere drop of blood from my tongue would scarcely suffice to break free. To achieve a successful turnaround, it required a true burst of yang energy. Yet, the breath within me was feeble, and my mastery over the controlling methods was rudimentary, rendering me incapable of channeling my vital energy to my tongue within a short span of time. Fortunately, the mention of wealth incited its wrath. By proposing my release, I further insulted its intelligence, provoking it to unleash a torrent of curses and deliver a resounding slap to my face. However, at the moment the fourth slap landed, I seized the opportunity as my head was jolted, and with determination, I bit down hard, piercing my tongue. With a surge of vital energy, I opened my mouth, and without needing to blow, a mist of blood erupted forth. The moment the true yang energy met the black cheelan, it burst forth like a sky full of fireworks during the new year, illuminating the surroundings until the black cheelan dissipated into thin air. I rolled over and sprang to my feet, drawing the chisel from my waist, and, as I beheld the writhing mechanical cheelan below, I lunged forward and plunged the chisel into it. The wooden creation of the mechanical beast shattered into splinters. The beast's armor, capable of manipulation, carried the essence and spirit of its master. My strike caused the middle-aged man to turn pale, his face flushed crimson, and he spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Seizing the moment, I rolled to the side, taking advantage of his momentary weakness to press the button for the electric rolling door. Once the door opened, I did not linger at the threshold. After all, he was an adult, and I'm merely a half-grown child. A cornered beast fights fiercely, and I could hardly claim to be his equal. Stepping aside, I calmly remarked, "Given your current predicament, it would not be easy for you to eliminate me. There are people on the street outside. Should you dare to make a move, I shall call for help, and then we shall see how you handle the ensuing trouble. I now offer you a choice. Upon exiting this door, you may distance yourself as far as you can. The middle-aged man pressed a hand against his chest, his breath uneven, gritting his teeth as he retorted, "You little wretch, the next time we meet, you won't be so fortunate." I replied with equanimity, "Then we shall discuss it then." The man shot me a fierce glare, clutching his chest, and staggered out of the shop, turning into a narrow alleyway. It was only when he disappeared from sight that I crumpled to the ground. A breath escaped my lips, draining the last remnants of my strength. Had it not been for sheer willpower, I would have collapsed long ago. Chapter 33. The words of my uncle gasping for breath. I found myself unable to rise. Yet I feared lying at the threshold, apprehensive that the individual might return or that his accomplices would discover me and rush in to claim my life. I could only struggle to crawl to the entrance and press the button for the rolling shutter. Once the door descended, I exhaled deeply, feeling a momentary sense of relief. After a brief pause to regain my composure, I attempted to circulate my energy, striving to restore my vitality. At that moment, a voice from outside called out, "What is going on? When you leave, you must open the window, yet upon your return, it seems you enjoy unrestricted access." As the words fell, it leaped onto the windowsill, peering into the shop, then turned back to say, "I came back too early." A surge of frustration filled me. The sight of this scene only intensified my ire. Gritting my teeth, I retorted, "If you dare to leave today, pack your belongings and return to the mountains tomorrow." Halted in his tracks, Huang Jiao feigned surprise, turning around as if just now noticing the situation, and inquired with a bewildered expression, "Brother, what happened?" My tongue nearly bled from the irritation he caused. I took a couple of deep breaths, reminding myself that it was unnecessary to engage in a quarrel with a creature of such lowly status. It was simply not worth the toll on my health. Moreover, if I were to confront him now, he might very well wander off until dawn. This scoundrel was certainly capable of such an act. Frustrated yet resigned, I endeavored to appease him, saying, "Brother Huang, just now, someone from the Luban Gate came looking for trouble, but I managed to drive them off. However, after exhausting my energy, I feel as if all my sinews have been drained. What could be the cause of this?" Huang Jiao looked at me with astonishment and asked, "Didn't your grandfather, such a formidable figure, ever teach you to conserve your energy? Leave a backup?" My grandfather, lacking vitality himself, could hardly impart wisdom to me. Fearing that the bravado I had previously displayed would unravel, I opted for silence. Huang Jiao leapt through the window and remarked, "The Dantian is akin to a reservoir. If you drain it completely, the sun will cause it to crack. The meridians, deprived of energy, will become desiccated and frail. If you persist in this neglect, irreversible damage will ensue." His elucidation enlightened me. However, the meager energy within my Dantian posed a dilemma. If I conserved it, I would have none left for use. It appeared my ignorance was not the issue, but rather my inherent weakness. Nevertheless, I had managed to salvage my life. Huang Jiao instructed me to meditate and regulate my breath, assuring me that once my Dantian contained energy, strength would follow. Concerned that the people from Luban Gate might return, he decided to illuminate the entire shop and opened a roller shutter at around 4 in the morning as the breakfast stall commenced operation. In the bustling market, no one dared to act recklessly. I continued my meditation until 6 in the morning, when a faint breath finally stirred within my lower abdomen. As that breath coalesced, I felt invigorated, as if I had received a surge of vitality. Upon opening my eyes, I saw that Huang Jiao had reassembled the mechanism beast I had previously disassembled. Although it bore a gaping hole in its back and some parts were damaged, its exquisite craftsmanship remained evident. Huang Jiao adjusted it slightly, and the limbs of the mechanism beast still moved with agility. Upon noticing my awakening, he sighed, "What a pity. The secret talisman of Luban inside was destroyed by you. Otherwise, it would have held some value. Now, it is merely a collection of wooden components." Recalling last night, a wave of trepidation washed over me. "Brother Huang," I inquired, "do you think we should perhaps relocate?" Huang Jiao paused momentarily, his brow furrowing in confusion as he responded, "Relocate? Is it merely due to inciting the ire of the Luban men?" I nodded, offering no denial. He gazed at me as though I were a peculiar creature and remarked, "Liang, while I can comprehend your hesitance to take the life of Lu Changxian and his disciples in the mountains, today has unveiled your true nature to me. You are entirely ill-suited for this path. With that, Huang Jiao turned and retreated to his room to gather his belongings. For a fleeting moment, I found myself at a loss for words. Is this path truly defined solely by violence? Before long, Huang Jiao emerged, his worn cloth bag slung over his shoulder, resolutely intent on departing without a backward glance. Realizing he was serious, I hurried to intercept him. Brother Huang, you are alone in this city. Where do you intend to go? He retorted, brimming with indignation. I would rather dwell in a heap of refuse than remain in your company. This statement struck a discordant note with me. I halted him and demanded, Then what do you propose I do? Huang Jiao replied, What should you do? Remain here, eliminate one adversary after another, and let them grasp a vital lesson. If they seek trouble, they must first weigh their own capabilities. Upon hearing this, I impulsively struck the back of his head, causing him to stagger. He whirled around, fury etched on his face, and demanded, What do you mean by that? I retorted, You rely solely on your words. I explicitly warned you against venturing out last night, and what was the result? I then unleashed a torrent of rebuke upon him, questioning his claims of being unable to take a life. I can only say that the world has misjudged me, Liang, on the edge of the vast mountains. Had it not been for the appearance of the locals, Lu Changxian and his apprentice would surely have met their demise. The events that transpired in the early hours of the morning were no different. Had I possessed even a modicum of strength, I would not have allowed him to escape. In the balance between life and death, I am acutely aware of how to choose, and I cannot afford to indulge in sentimentality. Huang Jiao initially intended to strike a blow against me, only to find himself severely undermined instead. At around 8 in the morning, Sui Mei brought breakfast for both Huang Jiao and me. I had tidied up the shop, and she could not discern that anything had occurred, but I dared not allow her to linger inside. I fabricated an excuse to send her away. Shortly after 10, my second uncle arrived at the shop. He had other matters to discuss, but upon entering, I drew him into the back room and recounted the events of the previous night. After listening, my uncle patted my shoulder and said, Those of us who make a living in this manner will inevitably encounter such situations, and the larger the business, the more troubles will arise. Are you not afraid? I looked at him, somewhat puzzled. Afraid? My uncle replied, After so many years in this world, I have come to understand a fundamental truth. The most terrifying thing in life is poverty. Everything else pales in comparison. While the principle is sound, I wish to express that the individuals from Luban Gate are specifically fixated on me, not him. Observing my uncle's calm demeanor, I began to question whether he was indeed my true uncle. As he conversed with me, he busied himself with packing up, and I noticed he had brought along a golden sword and a peachwood sword. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I asked, Is there yet another business opportunity arising? Uncle Air nodded and said, It was introduced by General Wang. Something has occurred at a friend's construction site, and we need to go there to understand the specifics. I replied, Uncle Air, haven't we resolved the issue at Luban Gate yet? He countered, If others are watching you, do you intend to forego food and sleep? I still found it somewhat difficult to comprehend. Uncle Air straightened up and spoke earnestly, Yang, the most important thing for a person is simply to live well each day. Although you faced danger last night, you survived, and that is the best outcome. The more you survive, the better you will learn how to protect yourself. This journey will not always be smooth. If you keep thinking of hiding, now is still the time to withdraw. I fell silent, yet I pondered his words. Chapter 34. The apparition. What my uncle said resonated deeply with me, whether it pertains to geomancy or esoteric arts. Those that inflict harm are predominantly of human origin. Whenever there are beneficiaries, there will inevitably be those who suffer losses. It seems to me that this is a form of distorted equilibrium. With this understanding, a sense of tranquility washed over me. As for the individuals associated with the Luban Gate, I now remain vigilant, ready to confront any challenges that may arise. I shall tend to my meals when the time comes and pursue my endeavors when the opportunity presents itself. I retrieved my cat bag and placed the yellow 9 on the tea table within it, following my uncle as we stepped outside. He mentioned that an incident had occurred at the construction site. Initially, I presumed it to involve the excavation of a coffin or something similar. However, upon arriving at the site, I discovered that the situation far exceeded our expectations. The construction site was dedicated to the foundational work of a residential complex, covering a considerable area and constituting a significant undertaking. To meet the tight deadlines, operations had been conducted in shifts around the clock. Everything had been proceeding smoothly until the previous night when a tragic accident occurred. A worker fell into the pit and lost his life. In incidents of this nature, it is customary for the parties involved to settle privately, allowing the bereaved family to receive more substantial compensation while the contractors evade protracted investigations that could hinder progress. Consequently, the deceased worker's body was placed in a shed, awaiting identification by his relatives. However, just last night, the body fell prey to some manner of creature, resulting in the skull being punctured and the brain matter consumed. The chest cavity was also breached, with the liver missing. Were it merely this, it would be an issue of increased financial liability for the construction company. In the early hours of this morning, while workers were draining the foundation pit, they encountered a 3-year-old child, entirely enveloped in a ghastly crimson hue, emerging from the water. The child bore a grotesque visage and bared his teeth at the workers, instilling a profound sense of terror. After frightening the workers, the peculiar boy submerged back into the depths. As the incident spread, the laborers claimed that he was a creature that had consumed the brains and livers of corpses, and in their fright, they fled. The site's safety supervisor, Chun Kai, recounted the event with lingering trepidation. Upon finishing his tale, he turned to my uncle and stated that Zhang, the project manager, indicated that as long as the matter was resolved, financial concerns would be inconsequential. Furthermore, Chen hinted to my uncle that the crux of the issue lay not in whether it could be resolved, but rather in convincing the workers that all was well and encouraging their return to work. My uncle and I comprehended his intentions, yet I harbored the belief that if this matter were to be brushed aside, it might lead to further tragedy. According to Chen's description, the Crimson Child bore a striking resemblance to a creature known as the Mao Xiang, documented in the ancient text Zhou. This entity, a water beast, had an affinity for feasting upon the brains and livers of the deceased. It was precisely due to the existence of the Mao Xiang that various guardian beasts were placed within ancient tombs to ward off such creatures. The Zhou not only chronicled the Mao Xiang, but also detailed its nemesis, the divine beast Feng Xiangshi. Legend has it that Feng Xiangshi possessed 4 golden eyes, donned red garments and black trousers, rode a horse, and wielded a halberd, driving the Mao Xiang away by striking the 4 corners of the tomb. Consequently, most of the protective beasts found in ancient sepulchres were crafted in the likeness of Feng Xiangshi. However, even if such legendary creatures once roamed in antiquity, they have long since vanished from existence. Otherwise, if we were to encounter a true specter, the hundreds of workers on this construction site would have long since vanished. Chun Kai brought us to a halt at the entrance of the shed and inquired whether my uncle and I wished to see the unfortunate worker. Without waiting for my uncle to respond, I preemptively declared, "Let us forego viewing the body. Instead, take us to the excavation pit." Listening to his description sent chills down my spine, leaving me hesitant to venture there. Moreover, I am not a forensic expert. The construction site had come to a standstill. Various mechanical devices lay haphazardly scattered across the uneven terrain, and half-erected rebar cages loomed like ferocious steel beasts. It was evident that upon the boy's appearance, the workers had fled in a panic, leaving no time to tidy up. Approaching the excavation pit, Chun Kai appeared somewhat apprehensive and awkwardly stated that he would not accompany us, allowing my uncle and me to explore on our own. I glanced up at the sky. The sun was high, radiating vibrant energy, and thus my uncle and I proceeded towards the site of the incident. The pit measured approximately 2 meters in diameter, with water already rising to the opening. Nearby, 3 pumps stood idle, yet the water within was murky, resembling sludge, rendering visibility impossible. My uncle tapped his bag and asked Huang Judao, "Huang Xian, do you sense any presence of beasts?" As my uncle and I were trained in the same school, I surmised he had anticipated the same thought. Huang Jiao seemed to have just awakened, yawning as he replied, "None whatsoever. Had there been any beastly presence, I would have emerged to deal with it long ago." He boldly exaggerated, flicking his tongue. I opened my spiritual eye and gazed into the excavation pit. Regrettably, the groundwater is heavily laden with malevolent energy, murky and viscous, and my spiritual sight remains underdeveloped, rendering me incapable of discerning anything. Upon sharing the situation with my second uncle, he remarked, "It will soon be noon, when the malevolent energy will diminish. Let's first have a meal. Afterward, instruct Shinkai to arrange for the water to be pumped out." I had already consumed the breakfast brought by Hisu Ime that morning, so I was not particularly hungry at this moment. However, neglecting to eat during mealtimes felt somewhat disrespectful to the proprietor. Moreover, noon marks the peak of yang energy, concurrently being the period when the malevolent energy is at its heaviest, regardless of what lies within the waterlogged pit. It would be prudent for us to maintain a safe distance. Upon returning to the construction site, my second uncle briefly informed Chun Kai of the circumstances, mentioning the presence of the malevolent being. Initially, I anticipated the need for extensive explanation, yet to my surprise, Chun Kai, being a university student, was already acquainted with such matters. However, his round face grew even more pallid upon hearing this, and he inquired of my uncle, "Master Lee, do you believe this matter can be resolved within the day? The engineering department is pressing us too hard, and the losses incurred from halting so much equipment for a single day are considerable." My uncle refrained from providing an answer, instead stating, "Time is of the essence. Let's first have our meal. Afterward, you should have the water pumped out of the foundation pit, and we shall assess the situation further." Upon hearing this, Chun Kai sensed our uncertainty regarding the timeline and, without pretense, directly proposed to my uncle, "Master Lee, what if I summon the workers back? You can assuage their concerns on the surface and allow them to commence work in the meantime. What do you think?" Based on my understanding of my second uncle, I suspected he might acquiesce. However, my uncle suddenly intensified his tone, fixing a gaze upon Chun Kai as he inquired, "Is this the intention of General Zhang, or is it your own suggestion?" Chun Kai was momentarily at a loss for words. Regardless of the worker's fate, he was solely preoccupied with the deadlines. I found myself at a loss for words. Yet, such individuals as Chun Kai are far from rare in this world. He thrives on mere rhetoric, while others toil relentlessly. What perplexes me further is that it is precisely these types of individuals who ascend the corporate ladder with alarming speed. Noticing quien coincidencia. My uncle continued, "I have been entrusted by General Zhang to clarify and resolve this matter thoroughly. And if you are aware of the implications, you should understand that if mishandled, it could lead to even greater loss of life." Chun Kai forced a smile and replied, "Master Lee is right. Let's first go for a meal." It was evident to me that Chun Kai's true fear was not the potential for further tragedies on the construction site, but rather the possibility of my uncle, who was well acquainted with General Zhang, reporting him. Chapter 35. The stone sculpture of climate, the restaurant outside the construction site, was not particularly exquisite in its decor, and the sanitary conditions left much to be desired. However, when the dishes were served, both my uncle and I were taken aback, for there were several plates of game delicacies. Chun Kai, smiling amiably, gestured for us to begin eating. During the meal, my uncle inquired about the incident involving the workers, and Chun Kai, while savoring his food, recounted the events in a general manner. The deceased worker had tragically fallen into the pit, and by the time he was retrieved, all the blood had drained from his body. At that moment, the construction site was bustling with rescue efforts, and when they finally regained their composure, they realized that the once dry pit had become filled with water. As I listened, I discreetly fed Huang Jiao under the table. After we had dined satisfactorily, while Chun Kai went to settle the bill, Huang Jiao poked his head out and remarked, "I suspect there lies a statue of a magnificent beast buried in that pit, which, having absorbed human blood, has become sentient." The notion of a stone statue gaining consciousness is not entirely unheard of. However, such occurrences are typically associated with statues placed at thresholds, which, over the years, absorb the vital energy of the sun and, through fortuitous circumstances, may develop intelligence. Most of these are auspicious creatures, and even when they do attain sentience, they are unlikely to cause harm, akin to the guardians of the door. Should the homeowners possess knowledge of such matters, discovering that a stone sculpture had become sentient would yield numerous benefits with just a modicum of reverence. Yet, even if there were a sculpture buried beneath the pit, it would have been deprived of sunlight for ages, rendering the emergence of intelligence a daunting challenge. After all, the underworld's energy nourishes only flesh and blood, not inanimate objects. However, for now, all we could do was speculate. The truth would only be revealed once the water was fully drained. Upon exiting the restaurant, Chen Kai promptly contacted the foreman. As the saying goes, great rewards yield great courage, and I anticipated he would propose an irresistible high price. However, Chen Kai merely instructed the foreman to send someone to pump out the water. If no one arrived within 10 minutes, we should cease our efforts. After ending the call, Chen Kai smiled at my uncle and reassured him, "Masterly, they will be here shortly." I held his approach in disdain, yet felt powerless due to my humble status. Moreover, this society operates in such a manner, revealing only the tip of the iceberg. After waiting at the construction site for a while, the foreman arrived with 6 laborers clad in camouflage and rubber boots. Chen Kai approached them, asserting his authority with a scolding, while the foreman nodded submissively and led the workers to commence pumping. Approximately half an hour later, shouts of astonishment erupted from the edge of the excavation site. My uncle and I hurried over. Peering into the pit, I discovered that the murky water had been sufficiently drained to reveal the bottom. Amidst the muddy water, a dark red statue emerged, though it was only a fragment. Its general outline was discernible. The principle of refraining from spectatorship while working was a lesson imparted by my grandfather. In his words, we were there to accomplish a task, not to teach. A cacophony of inquiries from a nearby group would only distract and lead to overlooked details. Fortunately, several workers had already distanced themselves without my uncle needing to disperse them. Chen Kai, from beginning to end, never approached the edge of the pit. I adjusted my cap bag to the front, unfastened the transparent window, and allowed Huang Jiao to witness the scene clearly. For a moment, Huang Jiao inhaled sharply, exclaiming, "This object is so vibrant in hue. It must have absorbed the essence of life, feasting upon the brain and liver, and has now reached a formidable state. If it is illuminated by the moon tonight, it may very well become a harbinger of death, preying upon the minds of men." I inquired, "Is there a method to dispel it?" Huang Jiao, having long resided in the deep mountains amidst ancient tombs, possessed greater knowledge in this domain than my uncle and I. The most prudent course of action would be to refill the earth, clear the vicinity of all individuals, and wait 10 days to half a month for the essence to deplete. As long as it does not bask in the light of day again, we should be safe. Huang Jiao's words caused my uncle and me to furrow our brows. If such a solution were feasible, why would others need to pay us? My uncle then proposed, "I have a plan. We could procure a statue of Feng Xiang and let them engage in combat at night. This should eliminate the monstrous entity." Huang Jiao retorted, "You speak as if it were simple. A newly carved statue would be of no use. Authentic statues of Feng Xiang with established prowess are exceedingly rare, even in the depths of the mountains. Unless you can utilize your life essence to command the beast, even then, a newly summoned creature may not prevail against that monstrosity." Upon hearing this, my uncle appeared troubled. He had only studied the first volume and lacked the necessary essence within him to command a beast. I too was uncertain if the essence within me could sustain such a feat, however. Whether I could endure depended on the remuneration offered. The 200,000 from the other day had ignited a desire within me for wealth, so I asked my uncle, "What is Zhang's offer for this task?" My uncle replied, 100,000, with a little extra upon successful completion. It shouldn't be too substantial. As for the friend introduced by Wang, I dare not inquire further. With a slight furrow in my brow, I sensed that my uncle, while admirable in many respects, often found it challenging to navigate the intricacies of social relations. Seizing the opportunity, I reminded him, the matter concerning General Wang's family has been resolved. However, the subsequent task is perilous. As your nephew, I implore you not to act recklessly. Although I had not previously disclosed this information to him, given the prolonged exchanges he had with General Wang, it was likely that some details had been communicated in private. My uncle shot me a sharp glance and remarked, "You resemble neither your grandfather nor your father. You possess an astute cleverness." Reassured, he continued, "Rest assured, I have a clear understanding of this situation. If I were to emulate my grandfather or father, my life would be irrevocably compromised. Nevertheless, his tone suggested a level of composure that alleviated my concerns, prompting me to refrain from further commentary. After pondering for a moment, I suggested, "Uncle, could you ask Chun Kai to leverage his connections and inquire with some of the older stone carving workshops about acquiring a statue of Feng Xiangshi? I shall test my abilities tonight." I had previously shared with my uncle the details of my encounter with the individuals from Luban Gate, and he was aware of the energy within me. He inquired, "Are you certain you can manage this?" 100,000. It is imperative that I succeed, I replied resolutely. Huang Jiu peeked out and expressed, "I have reservations." I promptly pushed his head back inside and closed the small window. Reservations? In my presence. He had no right to voice an opinion. Upon returning outside the work shed, my uncle briefed Chun Kai on the situation, instructing him to locate a statue of Feng Xiangshi. If it could not be found by nightfall, we would have no choice but to fill in the pit and cease operations for half a month. Upon hearing that work would cease for half a month, Chun Kai immediately began making calls, while the foreman beside him leveraged his connections, reaching out to various contacts. During this period of waiting, a cacophony of chatter erupted outside the construction site's safety gate, soon followed by a series of loud knocks on the door. Chun Kai, engrossed in his phone calls, felt a surge of anger and exclaimed, "Who the hell is lighting up the restroom and coming here to seek trouble?" With that, he stormed toward the entrance. However, upon peering outside, his posture immediately slumped, his fierce demeanor dissipating, replaced by a beaming smile that illuminated his round face. My uncle and I exchanged glances, presuming it was Mr. Zhang arriving. Yet, when the door swung open, it revealed two young women and a dapper young man. Judging by their ages, they appear to be merely 2 or 3 years my senior. The faces of the young women were filled with curiosity as they entered, scanning the surroundings as if searching for something. The young man, however, maintained a stern expression, as if someone owed him money. I found myself perplexed as to how Chun Kai had allowed them entry. Chapter 36. Zhang Ying, upon witnessing Chun Kai ushering someone in and subsequently locking the door, both my uncle and I furrowed our brows. The more individuals involved in such matters, the more complicated they tend to become. Chun Kai approached us with a sense of urgency, stating, "Masters, this is Mr. Zhang's daughter, along with her 2 classmates. They have heard about the peculiar happenings here and wish to witness the spectacle." His words were not so much a request for our consent as they were a mere notification. I inquired with a hint of aloofness, "Is her father aware of her presence here?" Chun Kai chuckled awkwardly, replying, "Mr. Zhang is exceedingly busy. It would be best not to trouble him with such matters." It was evident that he had made this arrangement to curry favor with Miss Zhang. How naive and fearless he was. Should anything untoward occur to the young lady from the Zhang family, Chun Kai would be left to bear the consequences. Having informed us, Chun Kai busied himself with a phone call. Initially, the 3 affluent youths appeared somewhat reserved, yet they soon approached us, led by a girl with long hair. The 2 other girls were also quite attractive, their privileged upbringing bestowing them with fair skin and beauty, though they paled in comparison to the deceased. As the long-haired girl approached, she greeted us with poise. "Greetings, masters. My name is Zhang Ying, and these are my classmates, Wang Yingying and Chen Ziheo." In light of her father's wealth, my uncle and I responded courteously, though we refrained from further conversation. However, after introducing herself, Zhang Ying produced a notebook and pen from her pocket, leaning in with curiosity to ask, "Young master, is it true that one learns this craft from a young age?" She lifted the pen, prepared to jot down her observations. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth. Truly, this was a case of having too much time on my hands and engaging in frivolous antics. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying gazed at me with a curious expression, akin to that of onlookers observing a monkey, which made me somewhat uncomfortable. I quickly remarked, "You should direct your inquiries to my second uncle. He possesses far more knowledge than I do." As I spoke, I nudged my second uncle forward and retreated to the back. Instantly, Zhang Ying adopted my second uncle as her interview subject, and he did not disappoint. I listened intently as he earnestly addressed Zhang Ying's offbeat questions, nearly unable to suppress my laughter. After responding to several inquiries, my second uncle found himself somewhat overwhelmed by the barrage of questions from the 2 young ladies. He hastily stated, Ms. Zhang, I have some matters to discuss with Chen Kai. Why don't you interview my nephew first? He is a talking spiritual beast. I was taken aback and turned to flee, but Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying swiftly encircled me. Fortunately, my second uncle's comment diverted their attention entirely to the cat bag. This atmosphere was precisely what Huang Jiu relished. It pushed open the small window and poked its head out, reveling in the caresses of the two lovely ladies. Chun Zihao, standing nearby, appeared somewhat impatient and approached, saying, "Ying, it's merely an ordinary little creature. How could it possibly speak? I've arranged to meet with my classmates. Could you accompany me just this once?" His tone reeked of an infatuated admirer. Zhang Ying shot him an exasperated glare, retorting, "I never asked you to come along. If you want to go, you may do so on your own, and refrain from speaking nonsense if you lack understanding." She pointed at Huang Jiu, exuding an air of wisdom, and continued, "Can't you see the spark of intelligence in this little fellow's eyes? And look at smiling." I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth, desperately wanting to toss Huang Jiu to the ground. The tugging from the two girls caused the straps of my backpack to dig painfully into my shoulders. Moreover, witnessing their naive, sweet demeanor made me rather averse to such foolishness. It struck me that these sheltered blooms had only developed physically, neglecting intellectual growth. It was precisely due to this lack of discernment that Chun Zihao, after being rejected by Zhang Ying, foolishly vented his frustration upon me, sarcastically remarking, "What can a poor country bumpkin like you possibly have in terms of remarkable pets? Perhaps I'll buy you a chinchilla someday." I remained silent, but Zhang Ying was entirely focused on Huang Jiu, too preoccupied to acknowledge him. Chun Zihao, growing increasingly irate, brazenly approached and shoved me, demanding in an interrogative tone, "Listen here, telling Ying that you're nothing but a deceptive country lad." I furrowed my brow, bemused by the peculiarities of this year, which seemed to abound in oddities. Was he truly venting his frustration on me because he couldn't win over a girl? He could insult my poverty or call me rustic, and I would accept that, as it was the truth. However, to lay hands upon me was a grave misjudgment on his part. Without uttering a word, I simply turned my cat bag around, and Huang Jiu understood my intent. At that moment, Chun Zihao found an outlet for his pent-up resentment, cursing vehemently. Disregarding the attempts of Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying to restrain him, and even attempted to grab my collar. Yet, as he stormed towards me, his pupils dilated in shock, and suddenly his demeanor shifted dramatically. He delicately curled his fingers like a flower, adopting an exaggeratedly effeminate tone. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying gasped in astonishment, covering their mouths in disbelief. However, the two soon exhibited the qualities expected of modern individuals. Regardless of the circumstances, their first instinct was to unlock their phones and record. After performing a dance, Chun Zihao began to shed his clothing, humming tunelessly. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's cheeks flushed slightly, displaying their disdain, yet their phones inched closer, seeking the perfect angle. As Chun Zihao tugged at his underwear, I gave Huang Jiu a light tap on the head. Chun Zihao paused, gazing blankly as he asked, "What just happened?" With expressions of revulsion, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying retreated hastily as Chun Zihao advanced, as though they had encountered a pervert. I whispered to Huang Jiu, "Give him a directive to scram." Huang Jiu grinned widely, exuding a mischievous aura. Chun Zihao, who had been inquiring moments before, silently turned and departed. Upon reaching the entrance, Chen Kai, oblivious to the situation, opened the door for him. "I meant for you to send them all away." I shot Huang Jiu a glare. "No way. I still want to have some fun with these two beauties." Huang Jiu protested, batting his eyelashes. I was at a loss for words. This old lecher deserved to be kicked by Huang Xianer. My initial intention was to frighten him, assuring him that he need not fear being dissected and could speak freely. But upon seeing Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying approach with eager expressions, I hastily changed my tune. "Feel free to speak, but don't let them record." As I spoke, I quickly removed the cat bag and placed it on a concrete block, while Huang Jiu, grinning like a wolf, sprang out of the small window and stood upright. Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement as they disregarded my presence and rushed towards Huang Jiu. The allure of the yellow weasel captivating young women is not an uncommon occurrence in rural areas. However, Huang Jio would never dare to engage in such reckless behavior. I chose not to observe how Huang Jio was courting disaster and instead made my way towards my uncle, who was not far off. At that moment, Chun Kai approached, holding his phone, and said, "I inquired around and finally located one at a stone factory that produces tombstones, but it will take an hour to transport it here." My uncle asked, "Are you certain it is a sculpture of Feng Xiangshi?" Chun Kai replied, "Absolutely. The owner is quite knowledgeable." Given the implications for whether construction would need a halt, I assumed Chun Kai would not be easily misled. After a little over 40 minutes, the statue was delivered, and as it was unloaded from the vehicle, I furrowed my brow. This creation was, astonishingly, fabricated by machine, devoid of any semblance of human touch. Chapter 37. The artisan of the square aspect, the industrial statue, completed in a single day, lacks the heartfelt craftsmanship that a skilled artisan would typically invest, resulting in a rather lifeless appearance. However, at this juncture, it is too late to seek a redo. As I circled the stone sculpture, I found solace in the fact that, despite being machine-carved, the likeness of the square aspect was rendered with remarkable vivacity. More importantly, the statue bore an inscription. Besides attracting attention, naming holds great significance. An age-old adage warns against bestowing names upon inanimate objects lightly. Once an entity possesses a name, it becomes aware of its essence, capable of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, along with the vitality of the human realm. Nonetheless, the stone sculptures we commonly encounter are predominantly found in residential homes or specific corporate establishments, such as banks, where naming them bears little consequence. However, should one stumble upon a wild statue in desolate outskirts or ancient temples, regardless of whether it depicts an animal or a human, it is advisable to refrain from uttering its name. If one must speak, it is prudent to prefix it with the word stone. This way, even if it were to gain sentience, it would perceive itself simply as a stone, thereby remaining placid and less prone to causing disturbances. The guardian beasts of tombs, however, are an entirely different matter. To compel them to perform their duties, one must ensure they comprehend their name and purpose. As I reached out to touch the statue, I discerned that naming was an art of manual craftsmanship, affirming that Chun Kai was indeed correct. The artisan behind this creation was a master in his field. Chun Kai appeared anxious, repeatedly inquiring if I was capable of the task. "Indeed, but first you must remove those two young ladies." In the distance, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying's laughter rang out, their joy seemingly enchanted by Huang Jio's spell. Even a hen laying eggs could not rival their delight. Upon hearing Chun Kai's words, he glanced at the sky before walking towards the two women. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying, with lingering reluctance, followed him. With a flush on her cheeks and a radiant smile, Zhang Ying inquired, "Liang, could you possibly share your phone number with me? Your pet is simply delightful, Ying, and I would love to come back another day to play with it." I shot a glare at Huang Jio, who was still at a distance, eagerly waving its paws in farewell, and coldly replied, "I do not possess a phone." Observing my unfriendly demeanor, Wang Yingying pouted and retorted, "What is so impressive about that? I will simply spend a fortune to purchase Huang Jio another day." Goodness, in just over an hour, Huang Jio had managed to sell both my name and itself. However, upon hearing Wang Yingying's intention to buy Huang Jio, my interest was piqued. With my internal energy having strengthened, Huang Jio's utility had diminished, thus I could consider repurposing it. I called out to the two, "You can find me at Lee's Inquiry Shop on Chaining Street." Zhang Ying promptly noted it down in her little notebook, and under Chun Kai's urging, the two reluctantly exited the construction site. My uncle directed the foreman to move the statue outside the shed, positioning it directly opposite the foundation pit, and then dismissed the workers. They had long been eager to leave and dared not linger for a moment. Observing this, Chun Kai also approached, rubbing his hands together. But before he could speak, my uncle interjected, "You must remain as a witness when Zhang Zong inquires. You will be able to recount the events." Upon hearing this, Chun Kai's expression soured considerably. I reassured him, "Once darkness falls, just follow my uncle. Nothing will happen. And as you have participated in this matter, Zhangzong will not overlook your contributions once it is accomplished. With aspirations of promotion and wealth, Chen Kai felt a surge of courage and diligently moved a few chairs out of the office. I approached Huang Jio, who was still basking in the afterglow of fortunate events, his little eyes sparkling with excitement. I swiftly scooped him up and placed him into a cat carrier. Dinner consisted of takeout bought by Chen Kai. After we finished, twilight descended. However, the construction site was illuminated by a myriad of 1-kilowatt light bulbs, casting a harsh glow over the area. I used a drop of my blood to inscribe a summoning sigil on the back of Feng Xiang, intending to infuse it with spiritual energy later, enabling it to materialize and confront the monstrous figure. As for its chances in battle, I was uncertain. Chen Kai remained closely tethered to his second uncle, never straying far. Yet, as we waited, the hours slipped into midnight. Just past 12, a cacophony erupted as dozens of kilowatt lights extinguished, plunging the entire site into darkness. Under the flickering neon lights surrounding us, the place took on an air of abandonment, a palpable sense of oppression settling in. From the depths of the pit, a mist of blood began to rise, and with it, a 3-year-old child, adorned with horns and upright ears, emerged slowly, his entire form of vivid crimson. This was a malevolent beast. Fortunately, it was a statue come to life. Chen Kai's startled exclamation was cut short. The latter half swallowed back in terror as he snatched the money sword from his uncle's grasp, trembling as he clutched it. At that moment, the monstrous figure also emerged from a pit. However, it seemed more interested in the deceased than us, pausing briefly before attempting to depart. A sense of urgency welled within me. Should it depart from this place, unforeseen calamities could ensue. Hastily, I curled my fingers and struck the statue of Feng Xiang with a flick. The gathered spiritual energy converged at my fingertip, and as I made contact with the stone sculpture, a fleeting golden radiance flashed. Shortly thereafter, the statue emitted a muffled thud. The attention of the monstrous creature was drawn towards me, and upon sighting Feng Xiang, its body swelled with rage as it bared its fangs and lunged forward. Huang Jio, perched upon my shoulder, was agitatedly stamping his feet, urging me to activate Feng Xiang promptly. Amidst the cacophony, I remained remarkably composed, taking a deep breath that I had been holding. The distance was too great. If I acted now, the limited spiritual energy I possessed would be squandered unnecessarily. Observing the ferocious creature, my hand trembled slightly, yet I patiently awaited its approach to within 5 meters before I exhaled forcefully, directing a finger towards the statue. A burst of golden light erupted forth, and a shimmering apparition emerged from the statue of Feng Xiang, brandishing a long spear and charging at the creature with ferocity. Upon encountering their nemesis, the two engaged in a fierce and heated battle. The creature was formidable, yet it was still restrained. Within mere minutes, under Feng Xiang's relentless assault, its form began to wane. As its residual energy exploded, it attempted to retreat back to the pit, only to be met with Huang Jio's wide-open mouth, which drew it in with his demonic power. Hearing the audible gulp from Huang Jio, I swiftly grasped him from my shoulder. Noticing his once yellow skin had turned crimson, I hastily cast him aside. Huang Jio landed with a couple of somersaults, and upon regaining his footing, immediately settled into a meditative posture. However, Feng Xiangshi, blinded by rage, turned his long spear towards us after witnessing Huang Jio devour the wraith elephant. Startled, I quickly spat into my palm and wiped away the blood symbols on the statue. The moment the sigil was erased, Feng Xiangshi dissolved into nothingness as he ran. I let out a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from my forehead. My second uncle emerged from behind me, gazing at Huang Jio with concern, asking, "Is it all right?" "Forget about it. Stuffing everything into its mouth will surely lead to its demise," I replied, exasperated by Huang Jio's peculiar habit. I glanced back at Chen Kai, who appeared pale, clutching my uncle's golden sword, his expression somewhat dazed. The depletion of my internal Tao energy left me with little time to soothe his emotions. Taking a deep breath, I shouted, invoking the spirit awakening incantation to rouse his spirit. Chen Kai awakened with a thud, collapsing to his knees, trembling uncontrollably. Knowing and witnessing certain things are entirely different experiences. Chapter 38. Her dowry. I found myself utterly exhausted, indifferent to whether Chun Kai knelt or called for his father. I succinctly conveyed, Director Chun, if I am not mistaken, there lies a coffin beneath the foundation pit. Should you wish to fill in directly, you might as well entomb the statue of Fong Xiang as well. However, I would advise excavating the coffin and reporting it to the relevant authorities for the benefit of both you and Jean. The wraith is a malevolent beast, one that a rational individual would typically avoid. Burying the wraith here can only serve as an act of vengeance, akin to scattering ashes, ensuring that even in death, there is no respite. Thus, I am convinced that a coffin resides below. The very fact that the wraith can endure deep underground suggests its antiquity. Having studied for several years, I am aware that it could very well be an artifact of historical significance. Having expressed my thoughts, the course of action taken by Chun Kai is now solely his concern. At this moment, Huang Jio had also returned to his usual self. Having leaped into the cat bag, my uncle was preparing to reclaim the money sword and depart. Yet Chun Kai clutched it tightly, stammering, "Master Li, might you consider selling me this money sword?" As I stepped outside, I took note that my uncle was not carrying the sword I had seized from Lu Changshuan's apprentice. Rather, it was merely a trifle elevated above mere trinkets, serving only as a source of solace. Without waiting for my uncle to speak, I interjected, Director Chun. The talismans we utilize are quite costly. My uncle's is a rare item blessed by a celestial master. Upon hearing this, Chun Kai not only tightened his grip, but insisted, "Master Li, please name your price." Regardless of the deception at hand, I remain unperturbed by the potential for my own hubris to lead me astray, and I casually declared, 100,000, not a penny less. My uncle was taken aback, yet before we could exchange a glance, Chun Kai, trembling with trepidation, fumbled for his phone, intending to transfer the funds via online banking. The tremor in his hand was not a manifestation of financial concern, but rather a reaction to sheer fright. It is no wonder that real estate is deemed a pathway to sudden wealth. A Project S safety supervisor can nonchalantly part with 100,000 without batting an eye. My uncle hesitated for a moment, but could not resist my subtle cue, and he too retrieved his phone to accept the money. Chun Kai, apprehensive about remaining alone at the construction site, accompanied us to the entrance. Just as my uncle and I settled into the car, we overheard him on the phone with the foreman, his demeanor entirely transformed as he bellowed, "I give you 5 minutes to bring your crew and commence work. If I don't see anyone in 5 minutes, you can consider your job terminated." Suddenly, I felt that the sum of 100,000 might be rather insufficient. Alas, such is the nature of society. Some dwell in deep valleys while others reside in lofty heights. Some are burdened with rust, while others shine with brilliance. To sustain their livelihoods, countless individuals grit their teeth in determination. Upon returning to the shop, it was already the latter part of the night. My uncle, concerned that the individuals from Lubinmin might return to cause trouble, decided to stay with me. However, the moment the shop door swung open, both of us felt a surge of anxiety. In the empty space within the shop stood 4 wooden crates, each half the height of a person. My immediate instinct was to assume that the Lubinmin had arrived, and I instinctively reached into my pocket for a talisman. Just as my uncle and I were poised to retreat, Huang Jio unexpectedly sprang from the cat bag, darting into the room and hastily opening the first crate on the left. In an instant, a kaleidoscope of colors erupted from the box. Huang Jio swiftly closed the lid, rubbing his green, bean-like eyes in disbelief before cautiously reopening a crack. What lay within made both my uncle and me gasp in astonishment. It was a veritable treasure trove of jewels, emeralds, pearls, and gold and silver ornaments, all resplendent in their brilliance. The radiant glow emanating from these gems attested to their authenticity. Instead of feeling elated by the sight of such riches, I was instead drenched in a cold sweat. It was akin to discovering an unexpected windfall of 10,000 yuan at home. Such a sum would elicit joy, yet the sudden appearance of an entire chest of money would leave anyone in a state of unease. My uncle, regaining his composure, hurriedly shut the shop door and, breathing heavily, inquired what on earth is happening. I too was perplexed and speculated. Could it be a gift from Huang Jio's wife? Upon hearing this, Huang Jio, initially intent on opening a second box, crumpled to the ground in despair, his legs giving way beneath him. However, upon reflection, I deemed this unlikely. Huang Xian'er was only partially transformed and found it inconvenient to enter the city. With lingering suspicion, I approached the second box and carefully opened it. Inside was a collection of garments, all ancient-style skirts, neatly folded. As I drew closer, a faint fragrance wafted towards me. I took a gentle sniff, and my expression turned peculiar as I glanced back at my uncle, declaring, "It's her." "Your wife?" he asked. After taking her pulse so many times, I could distinctly recall her scent, and I nodded affirmatively. I strode briskly towards the store, pushing open the back door. However, my heart sank in the next moment. The space was barren, devoid of any presence. What did this signify? The jewelry and clothing had arrived, yet the person was missing? Don't search any further. She likely hasn't arrived yet. This is merely a dowry. My uncle called out to me from behind. Turning around, I saw him and Huang Jiu opening the two boxes at the back. One contained clothes, while the fourth held an assortment of dried fruits, including dates, peanuts, longans, and sunflower seeds. I inquired, "How do you know this is a dowry?" Huang Jiu pointed at the dried fruits and replied, "Isn't it obvious? Early blessings for offspring." A wave of exasperation washed over me, yet it seemed indeed to be the case. But what did she mean by this? Was she merely giving me a heads up that she would be arriving soon, urging me to prepare? Or perhaps she wished to convey a message, reassuring me of her safety, urging me not to worry? Huang Jiu rummaged through the box of jewels, exclaiming, "Look at this. They must come from a wealthy family." I shot him a glare and retorted, "Aren't you afraid that there might be poison in there to end your life?" Upon hearing this, Huang Jiu recoiled in trepidation, rushing to the sink to wash his hands. My uncle surveyed the four large boxes and mused that it was fortunate she was coming, fulfilling my grandfather's wishes. However, with such precious items, leaving them in the store posed a danger. If they were stolen, our family could not bear the loss. I felt a wave of anxiety. Her arrival brought not just joy, but also a daunting dilemma. Moreover, given the fragrance wafting from the boxes, it was clear these were her daily necessities, rendering them unsellable. After much contemplation, my uncle gritted his teeth and declared, "Tomorrow, I shall seek out Mr. Zhang to settle the finances. I will gather what I can to purchase a modest home for you, lest others view our circumstances with disdain and underestimate the Li family." The thought of acquiring a home had never crossed my mind. To me, even a simple mat on the ground sufficed for a night's rest. Yet, should that woman truly arrive, such humble accommodations would be unacceptable. No matter how impoverished we may be, I would not subject her to sleeping on the floor. I merely wished to secure a residence in the city. But even with Mr. Zhang's assistance, I feared my uncle's resources would fall short. When I inquired about this, he waved his hand dismissively, assuring me that a little extra would not pose a significant challenge and that he would devise a solution. My uncle's approach was straightforward. The following morning, he ventured out and returned by midday, accompanied by Sui Mei. Witnessing the affectionate exchange between the two, I found myself on the verge of tears. Ultimately, it was my uncle who bore the weight of it all. Chapter 39. The heart-rending spell I approached with enthusiasm, sweetly addressing Sui Mei as aunt, which brought a radiant smile to her face. My uncle, like an old tree rejuvenated by spring, exuded newfound confidence. In the afternoon, he and Aunt Sue took me to view a house, the total cost amounting to over $600,000. My uncle discussed our financial situation, revealing that General Zhang had provided $150,000, with another $150,000 remaining from previous savings, and including Chun Kai's contribution of $100,000. We were still short by over $200,000. However, Aunt Sue generously offered to cover the shortfall, stating that, as an aunt, it was her pleasure to give her nephew a small gift. Yet, $200,000 is hardly a trifling gift, although it appeared that my uncle and I had earned $400,000 in just a few days. The simplicity of this achievement belied the inherent dangers and the considerable time invested. I cannot speak for my uncle, but for myself. I spent a full decade learning under my grandfather's guidance. Had it not been for a fortuitous encounter with a female corpse that yielded a crucial scroll, we would have had to pay for those $400,000 with our lives. while I previously took advantage of Aunt Sue's kindness for mere trifles, primarily to strengthen the bond between my uncle and her. When it came to the matter of 200,000, I knew it was ultimately my uncle's decision. To my surprise, I observed my uncle handing his bank card to Sue Ime, requesting that she cover the payment. I found the house delightful, 4 rooms and a living area, radiating warmth and comfort. If a family could reside within its walls, it would surely paint a beautiful picture. Given my age, the property would need to be registered under my uncle's name. As blood relatives, I felt reassured. Moreover, a significant portion of the funds involved belonged to my uncle. After completing the simple formalities in the afternoon, we obtained the keys. My uncle procured a tricycle and enlisted 5 workers to transport the bride's dowry into the house. Aunt Sue Ime gathered some daily necessities and purchased furniture, allowing me to settle in tonight. Tomorrow, once my uncle finalizes the remaining paperwork, the house will irrevocably belong to me. As the sun began to set, I suggested that my uncle move in with me, but before I could finish my sentence, Aunt Sue shot me a disapproving glance, admonishing me not to meddle in adult affairs, assuring me that they had no shortage of places to stay. My uncle's face flushed, and he was firmly ushered out of the house by Aunt Sue. They drove off, leaving me and Huang Jio to explore the new home. After some time, I sensed something was amiss. It dawned on me that we were lacking a television. However, with my funds depleted, acquiring a TV would require earning more money. Huang Jio and I contemplated waiting at the shop, hoping to pick up a few gigs. In a moment of inspiration, I decided to act on the impulse. Took the shop keys and set out with Huang Jio. Having been in the city for several days, I realized that the bride had just emerged from her period of danger. Her urgency in delivering the dowry was apparent. Yet, my primary concern remained whether she could breathe and if her eyes were still alarmingly red. Lost in thought, I arrived at the shop, now enveloped in darkness. I opened the door and sat upright behind the desk, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the television. Alas, the nature of this business is such that when fortune does not favor you, it feels as though you are merely awaiting your demise in vain. As the clock struck past 10, the foot traffic on the streets dwindled, and I found myself apprehensive about encountering those from the Luban Gate. Thus I retreated home, lying upon my soft, inviting bed, unable to suppress a chuckle. Yet, after a fleeting moment of joy, a sense of emptiness enveloped me. With 2 pillows beside me, the visage of the female corpse involuntarily surfaced in my mind. How I wished for her presence. I could measure her heartbeat, and with something in hand, I would find solace in sleep. However, if she were to breathe, it seemed I would lose my pretext. A profound sense of melancholy washed over me. As I pondered, the desire to measure her heartbeat clashed with the thought of her breathing, leaving me in a state of agitation. I resolved to rise and commit my studies to memory. While I invoked the statue of the Fangxiang clan, I recalled Huang Jio's guidance. Indeed, my confidence surged and my recovery accelerated significantly without the onset of fatigue. Of course, the primary factor remained the miasma that had taken shape within a mere day. Should it continue to feast upon the brains and livers of the deceased for several more days, I feared I would be rendered utterly drained. As I recited my lessons, I circulated my internal energy, gradually awakening my senses. Just then, a child's wail suddenly pierced the night air. Huang Jio, who had been sleeping on the floor, stirred and perked up his ears, exclaiming, "In this residential complex, whose child cries at such an hour?" I slipped on my shoes and made my way to the living room, where the cries grew clearer, emanating from just outside my door. The sound belonged to a little girl, weeping pitifully, as though she were enduring a harsh reprimand from her parents. I approached the peephole, peering into the corridor to see a small, emaciated figure curled up just outside my door. She appeared to be enduring immense agony, her frail body convulsing amidst her cries. Upon a second glance, I hastily flung open the door and rushed outside. To my dismay, the pitiful little girl was none other than Ting Ting. Had she not returned to the hospital with her mother? Confusion enveloped my mind, yet witnessing her body writhing in pain left me no room for contemplation. I activated my spiritual sight and hurriedly scooped her up, bringing her back into the room. Ting Ting seemed to be experiencing excruciating torment, her emaciated form taut with suffering. and I found it impossible to lay her down flat. In a moment of desperation, I instructed Huang Jio to temporarily distract her mind. Only when she fell unconscious did her cries cease, but her small frame continued to convulse, her delicate face devoid of color. Noticing her tiny hand pressed tightly against her chest, I cautiously pried it open and drew back her clothing. In the next instant, both Huang Jio and I gasped in shock. There, emblazoned upon Tingting's heart, was a blood-red mark resembling a small axe, the blade aimed directly at her heart. It was the heart-splitting curse, the handiwork of those from the Luban Gate. Huang Jio gritted his teeth in fury. I, too, trembled with rage. The heart-splitting curse is one of the most nefarious and despicable techniques within the realm of suppression spells. Those afflicted feel as though their heart is being cleaved apart by a knife. Such agony is unbearable, not only for a mere 5 or 6-year-old child, but even for a steadfast man who would weep in despair. Moreover, once this curse is implanted, the victim can only endure the torment until death claims them. To decipher the heart-splitting incantation, one must locate the spellcaster and obtain the blood axe. It is said that the origins of this axe are extraordinary, requiring the blood of a millennium-old zombie to forge even the least of its kind. At this moment, an overwhelming desire to kill surged within me, an intensity one had never before experienced. I felt an insatiable urge to drag out the members of the Luban Gate and dismember them mercilessly. Taking a deep breath, I channeled my chi and placed a finger upon Tingting's heart, using my energy to suppress the mark of the blood axe. Huang Jiudao remarked, "Your chi is too feeble. It can only suppress for 24 hours. After that, employing the same method will be futile, and the girl will suffer excruciating pain until her demise. You must devise a solution." A solution? I found myself momentarily at a loss. Yet the murderous intent within me had already intensified significantly. Chapter 40. Bloodstab. The individuals from the Luban Gate targeted me primarily because I disrupted their scheme and obstructed their financial gains. However, their intent was not solely directed at me, or else I would not have felt the urge to resort to violence. The task of eliminating them entirely is no simple feat. Merely locating all of them proves to be a considerable challenge. Yet, as long as their greed persists, there are avenues to explore. Under the influence of my Dao energy, Tingting remained in a deep slumber. By dawn, my Dao energy had largely replenished, though my body was racked with soreness, an after effect, as Huang Jiu had described. At that moment, I had little time to dwell on my discomfort, so I ventured out to a convenience store and called my uncle. Within a mere 15 minutes, Su Yimei returned alongside my uncle. Su Yimei appeared rosy-cheeked, while my uncle seemed somewhat weary. Observing the complexities of adult matters, I refrained from prying further. I recalled the time when Xiao Pang married. He and his bride secluded themselves for 7 days without a thought of seeking my company. My uncle's situation seemed comparatively restrained. I recounted the events in their entirety, during which Huang Jio could not help but interject. Yet fortunately, he did not frighten Su Yimei. Having spent time with my uncle, she possessed a general understanding of the mystical realm. This proved advantageous. Concealing Huang Jio could sometimes lead to complications. After listening, Su Yimei gently caressed Tingting's forehead, her heart aching for the child, lamenting the cruelty of those vile beings who could inflict harm upon such a young soul. My uncle, upon hearing the account, furrowed his brow deeply. These individuals could not be allowed to remain at large. For today, it was this little girl, and tomorrow it could very well be your aunt. Aunt. I found myself momentarily taken aback, yet soon nodded in agreement, expressing my concern for aunt. Upon receiving uncle's acknowledgement, Su Yimei's face flushed slightly. However, her thoughts were occupied with Tingting, prompting her to inquire of uncle, "What will become of the child?" Uncle replied, "Yang Yang's vital energy is too feeble, and after the first use, the second proves ineffective. I shall seek out old Song. He should possess a solution." With that, uncle departed. It then dawned on me that uncle had previously mentioned such a figure. Old Song, a craftsman of urns, was likely well versed in the art of counteracting malevolent forces. After uncle's exit, Huang Jiu released his hold on Tingting, who, upon awakening, huddled in trepidation. Fortunately, Su Ime attended to her with great care, allowing the little girl to consume a meager portion of food. Once familiarity was established, Su Ime asked Tingting about her mother's whereabouts. This query elicited a look of sheer terror in Tingting's eyes, and she burst into tears. Thankfully, Huang Jiao, having previously engaged in playful antics with her, was able to comfort her with gentle squeezes akin to a rag doll. Seizing the moment, I beckoned Su Ime aside, hesitating briefly before asking, "Aunt, has Uncle ever mentioned to you that he is destined to have neither sons nor daughters?" I was apprehensive in my inquiry. They had finally found each other, and I feared that a single word from me might disrupt their bond, leaving me with a lifelong sense of guilt towards Uncle. Yet, I understood Uncle's character. He would undoubtedly share such matters with Su Ime. Having spoken of it, I do not mind. As long as there is love, the absence of offspring bears no significance. Su Ime remarked with a carefree demeanor. My heart, once heavy with apprehension, suddenly found solace. My second uncle, a man deeply rooted in sentiment, would never easily abandon a choice he had made. Su Ime, noticing my hesitation as I spoke, gently patted my back and said, "Since you have called me aunt, feel free to express anything without reservation." After much inner turmoil, I finally ventured, "Aunt, what if you were to adopt Tingting?" The moment the words escaped my lips, I felt a pang of rudeness. I had only considered her financial situation, neglecting her feelings. Yet, upon hearing my suggestion, Su Ime's eyes sparkled with hope. "I truly adore this child, but what about her relatives? Will they consent?" "They are all gone," I replied, my heart aching as I turned away. Just the night before, when I had lifted her into my arms, I had feared the possibility of hidden traps. Through my spiritual sight, I had confirmed that Tingting's family, including her mother, had departed from this world. Su Ime, being a woman of tender heart, could not restrain her tears. I took a moment to compose myself and said, "Aunt, let us entertain a hypothetical. Should anything happen to you and my uncle in the future, I would cherish Tingting as my sister." "Oh, this child. Why must you always flatter?" Su Ime replied, her voice laced with tears as she playfully struck me. "I just worry that when the time comes for formalities and registration, we might not navigate the proper channels." Her light reprimand only warmed my heart further, and I reassured her, "Aunt, you can bring Huang Jiao along, and we shall change the surname as well. To employ sorcery for such matters is an infringement upon the principles of law. However, the plight of Tingting is indeed tragic. This may be the only means to grant her a semblance of a happy home. As the saying goes, the law is but a reflection of human sentiment, and I do not perceive this as a crime." Upon hearing this, Su Ime resolutely declared, "Very well. I shall have your second uncle accompany me to obtain the certificate tomorrow." I stumbled, uncertain if I had ensnared my second uncle once more. Nonetheless, I found solace in the notion, for the affection between my second uncle and Su Ime was mutual. I merely served to facilitate their union. Yet, the paramount concern remains ensuring Tingting's survival. Approximately 40 minutes later, my second uncle returned. Song the Lame truly limped on one leg, dragging 1 foot behind him, and carried an antiquated carpenter's toolbox. He must have discussed the situation on his way, as he immediately attended to the wound on Tingting's chest. After assessing her condition, a flicker of fury ignited in Song's eyes. He settled onto the couch, dragging his wooden leg, and stated, "I can ensure the safety of this girl for 3 days. Within this time frame, you must locate the blood axe. Otherwise, I shall be powerless to assist." A weight lifted from my heart. "Rest assured, old man, I shall unearth these fiends within 3 days." Song the Lame scrutinized me for a moment before bending down to open the toolbox. He retrieved a finely crafted long box, from which emerged a slender object wrapped in red cloth. The old man, though aged and limping, possessed a resolve that stirred a sense of melancholy within me, evoking the sorrow of a once great hero. As the red cloth unfurled, my pupils constricted in shock. Within lies a slender, 3-edged dagger, entirely bathed in a deep crimson hue, exuding an intense aura of blood. Yet, inexplicably, this sanguine essence does not carry the ominous essence of malevolence. Rather, it emanates a robust vitality, instilling a profound sense of security. Song the Lame unveiled the bloody dagger, stating, "This is the military blade I wielded on the battlefield, accompanying me in the fight to defend my homeland. Alas, it now languishes in a corner, gathering dust." Acknowledging that Song the Lame was a seasoned veteran, I felt a surge of respect. Upon scrutinizing the dagger, an unsettling chill coursed through me. The crimson hue did not stem from mere bloodstains. It was a deep infusion of blood. How many foes must one vanquish for a steel blade to become so richly stained with the essence of life? Chapter 41. The gamble of human nature, Song the Lame, appeared to be lost in reminiscence, and we dared not utter a word. For in his grasp lay the bloody dagger, sufficient to instill trepidation in any soul. After a minute or two, he resumed, in the hands of the old man. It claimed the lives of 203 foes, yet the blood of the enemy is unworthy to taint my old companion. Upon hearing of the 203 slain adversaries, a chill ran down my spine, as I could vividly envision his demeanor and ferocity in the face of the enemy. However, now that he has returned to civilian life before his compatriots, he has tempered that formidable aura capable of instilling fear. His blade is forever directed towards foes. Such is the essence of a veteran. Suddenly, Song the Lame's expression shifted dramatically. In that instant, the figure before me was no longer a limping carpenter, but a true, battle-hardened warrior. His gaze was sharp and resolute as he presented the bloody dagger before me, declaring with conviction, "The blood upon this blade belongs to my 108 comrades. It is the blood shed in defense of our homeland, infused with the secrets of the Song family, symbolizing the indomitable resolve of my 108 brothers in arms." A shiver coursed through me, not from fear, but from a surge of fervor. Song the Lame's tone softened slightly as he suddenly inquired, "Do you dare to accept it?" I was momentarily taken aback. If this dagger were merely steeped in the blood of enemies, it would at best be a weapon of malice, capable of suppressing malevolent forces through its lethal aura. Yet, this bloody dagger bore the fervent essence of comrades, infused with their unwavering will. So much so that I felt no trace of malevolence upon the blood dagger. Instead, I experienced a profound sense of tranquility. Furthermore, the fact that it contained precisely 108 valiant souls, corresponding to the celestial and terrestrial warriors, elevated the worth of this blood dagger by several magnitudes, potentially rendering it a unique artifact in existence. Grasping it in my hand, it transcended mere defense against evil. It became a weapon of annihilation against malevolence. With unyielding strength, it would shatter all darkness and obliterate every wickedness. The value was immense, and I dared not make a decision unilaterally. Casting a pleading glance towards my uncle, he remarked, "Yang, with this in your possession, you can carve a path through the mystical realm, but ponder well, should you commit any malevolent act in the future. Even if old Song were to forgive you, the 108 souls of the valiant would not grant you mercy." I comprehended my uncle's implication. Any wrongdoing in my lifetime would likely lead to a fate more dreadful than death itself. Yet, could I truly maintain my original intentions and unwavering benevolence on this path I have chosen? Doubt crept into my mind. With this blood dagger, the modest skills of the Luban sect seemed trivial before me. However, even without this dagger, I could utilize geomantic formations to address those few individuals. It was not that I feared the weight of responsibility, but rather that once shackled, I would be rendered incapable of action in the future. Moreover, this blood dagger would likely not yield to my will. I would need the acknowledgement of the 108 valiant souls to wield it. Observing my hesitance, Song Qiaozi's eyes flickered with disappointment. I felt a twinge of shame as well. Yet, it is undeniable that times have changed. Individuals capable of selfless devotion, akin to those in their era, are becoming increasingly scarce. As I was about to refuse, Huang Jiao suddenly knelt before the old cripple Song with a resounding thud, bowing his head and imploring, "Old sir, please consider my worth. I, Huang Jiao, have cultivated for 260 years, never once harming a soul, nor committing an act against my conscience. I wish to inherit your blood dagger, to uphold justice in your stead." Both my uncle and I were taken aback, my mind racing with incredulous thoughts. I had witnessed shamelessness before, but never to this extent. Huang Jiao continued to wait for a response, so I kicked him 3 meters away, causing him to crash to the ground once more before the old cripple. Not for any other reason, but Huang Jiao's fervent desire suggested that this blood dagger must possess benefits I had yet to discern. Upon seeing me kneel to accept the dagger, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in the old man's eyes. Huang Jiao crawled back, eager to contest with me. However, Song had already placed the blood dagger into my hands. In that moment of contact, I felt as though I had heard the resounding call to arms, accompanied by the chilling sounds of battle cries. Yet, that sensation was fleeting as the dagger soon regained its tranquility. Holding it aloft, I gestured menacingly toward Huang Jiao, who, frightened, leaped back 3 meters and hid behind the sofa. The old cripple resumed his guise of an ordinary elder, retrieving a leather sheath from the bottom of the box and handing it to me, saying, "Do not let me down. Remember the words your uncle just spoke." I quickly assured him, "Rest assured, Grandfather Song, I shall never tarnish your name or that of your comrades." "Very well," he replied. "Take it and deal with those from the Luban Gate. Their malevolence has persisted for far too long." I received the blood stab and bowed thrice before the old hunchback Song. This is the custom. To receive great blessings without paying homage to one's master is akin to being reborn to one's parents. Although the old hunchback merely recounted the origins of the blood stab, I discerned its remarkable significance, worthy of my 3 bows. After the transfer of the blood stab, the old hunchback rummaged through his toolbox, preparing to suppress the heart-wrenching axe for tincting. Though I had 3 days at my disposal, I dared not to delay. Since the individuals of the Luban sect sought wealth, the most prudent course of action to locate them was to display riches. I procured a shoebox and returned to my room to select 36 pieces of jewelry from the bride's dowry of the female corpse. To my astonishment, upon contact, I realized that the contents were far more abundant than anticipated. I estimated there were at least 300 or 400 pieces of jewelry in that large box. After selecting the items, I instructed Huang Jiao to release a foul odor within the box to facilitate tracking, yet he obstinately refused, fearing he would be slaughtered by the female corpse. Gripping him by the neck, I slammed the blood stab onto the bed and declared, "You shall either comply with my wishes, and I will assist you in explaining to her later, or I will end your life this very moment." Under duress, Huang Jiao acquiesced to the former. Instantly, the entire bedroom was engulfed in an unbearable stench, inducing dizziness. Nevertheless, there was no alternative. Conducting this outside would likely alert the Luban sect. If they grew suspicious, the situation could become dire. I opened the window to ventilate the room, then carried Huang Jiao and my second uncle out. In the vehicle, I inquired if the blood stab possessed any additional benefits. Huang Jiao, filled with resentment, refused to divulge any information despite my threats and enticements, merely stating that I would understand its value after using it a few times. I inquired again about the origins of the enigmatic figure known as Old Song the Lame, but my uncle could not elucidate the matter. It was only until today that he discovered Old Song was, in fact, a veteran. Upon returning to the shop, I placed a box filled with jewelry upon the tea table, deliberately leaving the lid ajar. Subsequently, my uncle and I busied ourselves with the mystical artifacts in the back room. As dusk approached, we ventured out to a nearby restaurant for dinner. In the private dining room, Huang Jiao gnawed on a chicken leg and remarked, "Ligo, I find your approach rather foolish. They will not fall for it all." However, I held a differing opinion, not out of misplaced self-assurance, but rather because, when juxtaposed with greed, folly seems trivial. This time, my wager was not on cunning, but rather on the nature of humanity. The meal lasted 2 hours, and upon our return to the shop, the shoebox on the tea table had vanished. Without uttering a word, my uncle and I promptly gathered our belongings and set out once more. Chapter 42. Through the mist, Huang Jiao possessed an acute sense of smell. In his own words, he could detect the scent of his own essence from 100 kilometers away. Whether fragrant or foul was of no consequence. All that mattered was locating the individuals in question. However, trouble arose when my second uncle's vehicle hit the road, as Huang Jiao could only ascertain a general direction, unable to specify the exact route taken by the others. The city's labyrinthine streets proved challenging, despite having navigated this area for nearly a decade. My uncle was at a loss to pinpoint their whereabouts. It was not until we exited the city that Huangjio could provide a somewhat accurate route. Upon reaching the foothills of a small mountain, dawn was approaching, and there parked at the end of a narrow path was a van. Huangjio sniffed the air and declared that the van served as the transportation for that group. In response, my uncle reversed our vehicle several meters and concealed it by the roadside. After disembarking, we crept forward, and my uncle placed his hand on the engine hood. It was still warm, indicating a recent return. The forest beyond the city was well preserved, though the trees were not particularly robust and were rather sparse. We cautiously followed the narrow path until we reached the mountain's midsection, where several dilapidated buildings came into view. Huangjio confirmed that the group was inside the central building, estimating 5 individuals based on the sense. 5 individuals? Including Huangjio, that left only 3 of us. Furthermore, those individuals were skilled in the art of Luban, rendering Huangjio's illusion techniques potentially ineffective. I opened my spiritual eyes to observe the surrounding energies. This area had once been a small village, but due to its proximity to the provincial capital, the villagers had long since relocated to the city. As time passed, the village gradually lost its vitality, becoming enveloped by the breath of nature. The flow of this natural essence is inherently rootless and formless, with a mere touch of guidance. One can orchestrate a rudimentary feng shui arrangement. However, to create a configuration that yields immediate effects and ensnares individuals is no simple feat after all. The essence of feng shui lies in the concealment of wind and the nurturing of water, a process that demands the accumulation of time. My uncle and I conferred and resolved to utilize the surrounding dilapidated buildings to establish an ethereal feng shui arrangement, one that is both captivating and elusive. As the name suggests, seeing flowers in the fog implies a beguiling mixture of truth and illusion. Whether it will prove effective remains uncertain even to us. Ultimately, we lack suitable objects for the arrangement, relying solely on the copper coins that had fallen from my grandfather's money sword. I had examined these coins, and the finest among them had merely survived through 3 dynasties, with none worthy of being called a relic of the 5 emperors. Moreover, most of them had been unearthed from the soil, possessing little human essence. It seemed that Huangjio possessed some knowledge of feng shui techniques and proposed to imbue the coins with its own demonic aura, which might yield a distinct outcome. Yet, by the time we finalized our strategy, dawn had already broken. Engaging in our endeavors during daylight would attract unwarranted attention, so we retreated into the mountains to await the fall of night. By midday, wisps of smoke began to rise from the abandoned building, while my uncle and I could only forage for wild yams to satiate our hunger, leaving us with sticky mouths. Contrarily, Huangjio had seemingly captured a wild bird from somewhere, which it devoured raw after plucking its feathers. I observed its bloodied beak and the remnants of feathers with disdain. It was no wonder that Huang Xianer frequently kicked it. Such a lack of hygiene indeed warranted punishment. In the evening, as the group remained indoors, the surroundings gradually fell into a serene quietude. Leaning against the tree trunk with my eyes closed, I pondered the passage of time. The vital energy I had infused into Tingting should have been depleted by now. A twinge of concern prompted me to inquire of my uncle whether Tingting would be all right. My uncle, having dozed briefly, reassured me, saying, "Rest easy. I have known Song for 5 or 6 years. If he claims he can accomplish something, he is indeed capable." His words offered me a modicum of solace. As darkness enveloped the sky, we stealthily retraced our steps towards the desolate village. I retrieved a handful of copper coins, preparing to send Huangjio to discreetly position them. Just then, a beam of flashlight illuminated the derelict building, revealing 2 individuals clad in tattered camouflage attire emerging, seemingly intent on descending the mountain. A jolt of alarm coursed through me. Should they separate, it would complicate matters significantly. Huangjio grumbled, "We should have set up our plan during the day. If we had, we wouldn't be in this predicament now." Its reasoning seemed somewhat flawed. If we had arranged our strategy in daylight and been discovered, it would have been tantamount to announcing our presence. Fortunately, the 2 individuals exited the small building and nestled into the adjacent overgrown grass. Huangjio, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, "Lazy cows and horses leave plenty of droppings. These folks must think they are about to strike it rich after a hearty lunch. Regardless of their excess, the fact that they remained was a positive sign. I handed 5 copper coins to Huang Jio, specifying the precise location for their burial. Huang Jio tucked the coins into its pouch and, with a few nimble leaps, vanished into the night. After their brief interlude, the 2 individuals returned to the small building. In a span of over half an hour, a thin veil of mist enveloped the few small buildings in the desolate village, intermingled with a hint of malevolence that encircled the structure, concealing the occupants. Soon, Huang Jio returned, prancing back with an air of mischief, its short legs attempting an imperfect rendition of an OK sign. Uncle Air, unfazed, drew forth his golden sword of wealth, clutching a talisman in his left hand as he approached the small building. I chose not to follow Uncle Air directly, instead guiding Huang Jio from an alternate route, concealing ourselves nearby, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Reaching the heart of the formation, Uncle Air stood beneath the small building, boldly proclaiming, "Those above, your nefarious deeds have reached their end. Today is your day of reckoning. Come forth to meet your fate." Instantly, lights illuminated within the building, and 5 figures emerged onto the balcony. One, wielding a flashlight, shone it upon Uncle Air, and upon recognizing him, snickered disdainfully. I thought it was someone formidable. Turns out it's merely the proprietor of Lee's establishment. You may lack prowess, yet your arrogance is palpable, as if you've come to light a beacon in a restroom. Uncle Air, a man of integrity and seriousness, stood resolute with the golden sword of wealth in hand, exuding an air of righteousness that lent him a certain charisma. I turned to call for Huang Jio, instructing it to prepare for action, hoping to ensnare at least one of them. However, upon glancing back, I found my shoulder empty. Almost immediately, I heard Huang Jio's voice emanating from the direction of Uncle Air. "You are indeed correct. We are here to illuminate the restroom, currently in search of waste." Unbeknownst to me, Huang Jio had already taken perch upon Uncle Air's shoulder, busily pawing at the headlamp atop his head, directing its beam towards the figures above. To ensure clarity, it even shook its head, trying to emphasize its point. The individuals upstairs were not fools. They recognized that Huang Jio was subtly insinuating that the 5 of them were worthless. One of them snorted coldly, blocking our path to fortune and still daring to confront us. "Let us eliminate him." With that command, the 5 of them leapt down from the 2nd floor. Among them was the very person who had ambushed me during my last visit to the store. They all bore a similar appearance. Their attire was rather shabby, yet their skin was soft and unblemished, clearly the type who preferred indulgence and awaited a windfall. Huang Jio had indeed spoken a partial truth. When those from the lower strata turn ruthless, they exhibit a complete lack of restraint, rendering them more fearsome than the wicked. The reasons behind this are difficult to articulate, yet is something that everyone can comprehend. Outnumbered 5 to 1, my second uncle was not so naive. As soon as they touched the ground, he swiftly retreated into the feng shui array. Hidden within the mist, Huang Jio provocatively called out, "Come on, grandson. If you have the capability, pursue me." Chapter 43. The vanished corpse. Huang Jio was infuriating, yet the 5 individuals were not foolish. Upon perceiving the surrounding mist, they refrained from immediately pursuing. The leader produced a wooden carving from his pocket, gestured over it, and then hurled it in the direction where my second uncle was fleeing. Upon striking the ground, a cloud of black mist emanated forth, materializing into a ferocious wolf with penetrating green eyes, which leapt into the fog. 3 of the 5 promptly followed the wolf into the obscurity. My heart sank. The mist was merely an illusion to deceive the eyes. Yet the mechanical beast could be controlled by human consciousness and possessed the ability to independently detect scents. With its entry into the mist, even my second uncle, familiar with every array, would likely find it arduous to evade detection. Noticing that only those who had ambushed me and another remained beneath the small building, I hesitated no longer and stealthily approached, bending low. As I drew closer, the blood dagger hanging at my waist began to thrum, as if urging me to unsheath it. However, I felt it unnecessary for the moment and resolved to get closer first. The 2 remained engrossed in the sounds emanating from the mist, oblivious to my approach, allowing me to close within 3 steps. I inhaled softly, channeling my energy into my fist, and struck toward the back of the ambusher's head. Yet, as I made my move, he seemed to possess eyes on the back of his head. He swiftly countered, grasping my fist, and retaliated with a kick to my side, causing me to double over in pain. "Little brat, I've been waiting for you for quite some time." He seized my fist, exerting pressure in an attempt to pin me to the ground, while triumphantly proclaiming to those around him, "I told you the big one has arrived. The small one is surely nearby. Brother, you claim this lad possesses some inner strength. Allow me to incapacitate him first." As he spoke, one of his companions approached, gripping my collar and delivering a punch to my abdomen. His strike was fierce, yet by the time it reached my stomach, it had lost its potency. I clutched his waistband, preventing him from collapsing to the ground immediately. The middle-aged man who had ambushed me, noticing the lack of action from his comrade, inquired, "Third brother, what are you up to? If you intend to incapacitate someone, why are you embracing him?" Unfortunately, the man I held by the waistband was unable to respond. For in that fleeting moment when he grasped my collar, the blood dagger in my hand had already pierced his heart. At that instant, fear eluded me. My thoughts were consumed with how to deal with the next adversary. After shouting twice, the middle-aged man recognized something was amiss. However, he proceeded with caution, opting not to approach directly. Instead, he retrieved a wooden carving from his breast pocket, muttering incantations as he gestured over it, then crouched down to place the carving on the ground. Dark mist erupted from the carving, swiftly materializing into a black chelan. Realizing the imminent threat, I pushed away the man I'd been grappling with, the blood dagger withdrawing from his body, a surge of warmth spraying onto me. There was no time to ponder the nature of that warmth. The black chelan lunged at me, its massive claws descending with intent to pin me down once more. Yet, in that very moment, my blood dagger thrust forward with determination. The ethereal manifestation showed no fear. However, lack of fear does not equate to the ability to withstand the blood spear. In that fleeting moment of contact, I seemed to hear the resounding call to charge once more. Bang! A sharp sound rang out as the colossal figure of the black chelan erupted. The middle-aged man controlling the wooden chelan let out a muffled groan, spewing forth a copious amount of blood. This outcome, I surmised, was unexpected for him as well. Seizing the moment while he staggered and struggled for breath, I lunged forward, driving the blood spear directly into his heart. Previously, I had endured excruciating pain, rendering my senses somewhat dulled. This time, however, I could distinctly hear the blood spear piercing flesh, accompanied by a hissing sound, and I could vividly see the contorted expression on the middle-aged man's face. It was astonishing how fragile a human body could be beneath a sharp instrument. Yet, my thoughts quickly turned to my second uncle, and I hastily withdrew the blood spear, rushing 2 steps towards the wooden wolf mechanism. I suppressed the urge to crush it beneath my foot, instead channeling my internal chi to gather my fingertip, which I then pressed against it. Forcing the chi to shatter, it would inflict greater backlash than simply stomping on it. However, I underestimated their capabilities. As soon as my fingertip made contact, I let out a muffled groan, as if a massive stone had shattered against my chest. Nevertheless, I gritted my teeth and continued to channel my chi, striving to obliterate the runes within the mechanism wolf and the residual essence left by its master. Almost simultaneously with the destruction of the mechanism wolf, a muffled groan echoed from the mist. Following the sound, I took several steps and spotted a man, his back to me, who was coughing up blood. I approached silently, the blood-stabbing weapon piercing directly into his back, and he did not have time to utter a sound. With a swift pull, he collapsed lifeless. At that moment, the sounds of a struggle emanated from a small building to the south. I made my way there, just in time to witness my uncle placing a talisman on a man's forehead. As the talisman detonated, it shattered the very essence of that man. Another individual, upon seeing me approach with the blood-stabbing weapon in hand, and noticing its crimson hue, presumed that I had already dispatched the others. With a thud, he knelt and fervently bowed his head in supplication. He was not mistaken. His 3 accomplices had indeed perished by my hand. Yet, witnessing his tearful pleas and relentless bowing, neither my uncle nor I could bring ourselves to strike him down. Before we could pose our inquiries, he confessed to the heinous act of murdering Tingting's mother, divulging not only this crime, but also the deaths of over a dozen innocents. For the sake of greed, the 5 of them had proven to be utterly ruthless. My teeth clenched in anger, feeling that a swift death was far too lenient a fate for them. My uncle seized the man, compelling him to lead us in search of the blood axe. Ascending to the 2nd floor, I was met with a chaotic scene. The floor was littered with cigarette butts and beer bottles, exuding an acrid stench. My uncle rummaged through a green canvas bag and unearthed an exquisite wooden box. Upon opening it, a formidable wave of corpse energy surged forth. I hastily swung the blood-stabbing weapon to dispel that malevolent aura, revealing within the box a small, blood-red axe, no larger than the palm of my hand. Uncle Air inspected the item and confirmed that it was indeed the blood axe we had been searching for. He then inquired of the man, "Aside from the little girl, you have harmed quite a few people with this device, haven't you?" The man hesitated to respond, but upon hearing Uncle Air's cold snort, he stammered, "Not many, just around 30 or 40. Uncle Air listened with an expression of calm, handed me the box that contained the blood axe, and instructed, "You and Huang Jio wait for me downstairs." As I reached the ground floor, a piercing scream erupted from the 2nd floor, followed swiftly by the flicker of flames. However, within mere seconds, the fire was extinguished and Uncle Air descended the stairs, his right hand clutching several black talismans and his left hand carrying a bag, which he passed to me as he walked by. Opening it, I discovered the dowry of a female corpse. Every item was accounted for. My curiosity about how Uncle Air would handle the aftermath compelled me to follow closely behind. Just in time, I witnessed him casting a black talisman onto the corpse lying on the ground. As soon as the talisman touched the body, it ignited in a blaze of black and crimson flames, and within half a minute, the body vanished without a trace. Chapter 44. The return of Tingting Uncle swiftly orchestrated the scene, and within mere moments, the bloodstains on the ground were entirely eradicated, as if nothing had transpired. Huang Jio squatted on my backpack, grinning as he remarked, "Your uncle is quite the formidable man, and so are you. Both of you executed your deeds with a single stroke. Your 9th uncle, must admit I underestimated you." His words triggered a realization of the blood that stained my own body, causing my hands to tremble uncontrollably. Despite the malevolence of those individuals, they were still living beings. Huang Jio, noticing my shivering limbs, commented, "You can't be this susceptible to flattery, can you?" I paid no heed to Huang Jio's banter, lost in thoughts of Tingting and the confessions of the last man. It was only through this contemplation that I found some solace. Before long, Uncle approached after finishing the cleanup, observing my pale visage. He inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine." I gritted my teeth in response, and then asked him, "Uncle, should we search for Tingting's mother's body?" Uncle glanced towards the distant mountains and said, "The perpetrator has met his fate. She has no other kin. Searching would bear little significance. Let her rest in peace." He then patted my shoulder and shifted the conversation, saying, "Yang, not all villains in this world will face retribution. Today, you have done a commendable deed. There is no need for you to bear any psychological burden. The bloodshed was warranted. These individuals deserve their demise. Yet, the silent disappearance of 5 vibrant lives amplifies my trepidation towards the arcane realm. Today, it was others. In the days to come, perhaps what will vanish is oneself." My uncle removed my garments and draped his outerwear over my shoulders. As he dealt with my clothes, he employed a peculiar black talisman. Curiosity compelled me to inquire, and he handed me a piece of paper stating, "I cannot precisely recount the origins of this talisman, but it is readily available within our circle, costing merely 200 yuan per piece. It is utilized for the disposal of corpses and bloodstains, rendering them utterly traceless. The disappearance of a human life is valued at 200 yuan. This is perhaps the most trivial commodity in the realm of the arcane." Upon returning to the foot of the mountain and boarding the vehicle, I succumbed to a drowsy slumber. As we passed a barbecue stall, Huang Jio clamored about his hunger, prompting my uncle to disembark and procure a considerable number of skewers. Yet, I found myself unable to consume a single morsel. Upon arriving home, Aunt Sui Mei was present. She initially intended to leap into my uncle's embrace, but halted abruptly just a step away, her countenance darkening. It was evident that she had caught a whiff of the sanguine scent emanating from us. After a day and night, my uncle, weary, refrained from offering explanations, merely smiling at Aunt Suime. When her gaze fell upon me, her pallor intensified, for the blood on my person was even more pronounced than my uncle's. After a prolonged silence, Aunt Suime cautiously inquired, "Did you truly take a life?" I was poised to confess the truth, but my uncle interjected, "No. We merely engaged in a scuffle and shed some blood." With his assertion, I could only echo, it was just a fight. However, the old man's song had made it abundantly clear when he pierced my flesh that I was to eliminate someone. Aunt Suime simply could not bring herself to believe it. Uncle Air produced the blood axe, and we all gathered around. Old Song, who limped, took the blood axe and carefully approached the mark on Ting Ting's chest. A mist of blood seeped from her skin, gradually coalescing on the surface of the blood axe, slowly merging into it. Only when there were no longer any visible red traces on Ting Ting's chest did Old Song swiftly lift the blood axe. However, at the very moment he raised it, the blood energy that had not fully permeated the axe suddenly burst forth, transforming into a streak of crimson light aimed directly at Aunt Suime's forehead. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, drawing the blood dagger and slicing through the blood mist. Aunt Suime was terrified, her face paling as Uncle Air rushed to embrace and comfort her. Huang Jio squatted on the coffee table, observing Uncle Air and Aunt Suime in an embrace, his lips stretched into a lewd grin. Old Song returned the blood axe to its box and turned to me, saying, "Yang Yang, lend me the blood dagger for a moment." I promptly handed it over, and Old Song grasped the dagger, swiftly carving a symbol onto the wooden box. Though it seemed as pliable as tofu beneath the blood dagger, and Old Song's movements flowed like water, even smoother than my own handwriting. Once the talisman was inscribed, Old Song handed the box to Uncle Air, who was still comforting Aunt Suime, saying, "The heart's blood of a millennia-old corpse is indeed a rare treasure. It would be a shame to waste it. Take it back to the shop and ensure it does not fall into the hands of those with ill intentions." Uncle Air accepted the box and, seeing Old Song stand up to pack his toolbox, hurriedly slipped a few hundred yuan into his hands. Old Song did not refuse nor express discontent at the meager offering. He folded it neatly and tucked it into his pocket, carrying his toolbox with a slight limp. "The little girl is fine now. I must return to the shop. Yang Yang, my store is just diagonally across from your second uncle and Appo's. Yes. Do come by to visit when you have the time." I nodded in acknowledgement and escorted Old Song to the elevator. Upon returning home, I found Ting Ting cradled in Suime's arms, wrapped snugly in a small blanket, while my second uncle followed behind, carrying several bags, ready to depart. The trio resembled a charming little family. After seeing them off, I returned home, feeling an immense sense of relief. Huang Jio, having finished his barbecue, had already vanished without a trace. I retrieved the jewelry of the female corpse, but refrained from placing it in the box, as it still bore the lingering scent of Huang Jio. If mixed together, it would be quite possible for the corpse to exact a dreadful vengeance upon him. I took a shower but lacked the motivation to study, collapsing onto my pristine bed and sinking into a deep slumber. It was not until the afternoon of the following day that I was roused by a series of knocks at the door. Upon opening it, I found Suime accompanied by Ting Ting. The little girl had donned a princess dress, yet no matter how extravagant the attire, it could not conceal her frail frame. Even her gaze seemed somewhat vacant, lacking the usual spark. However, I held faith that with Suime's nurturing, she would soon blossom. I welcomed Suime inside and lifted Ting Ting into my arms, playfully engaging Huang Jio to entertain her. After a short while, Suime inquired about the matters I had mentioned 2 days prior. She expressed concern regarding the difficulties of the adoption process. Yet my second uncle had already divined Ting Ting's birthday through his fortune-telling. I retrieved the cat carrier, allowing her to depart with ease, for Huang Jio would manage everything adeptly. As I escorted them out, I observed Ting Ting's slender figure receding into the distance and exhaled a long sigh. From this day forth, she would be known as Li Ting Ting, a member of our esteemed Li family. Though the outcome may not be entirely perfect, it is the best resolution I could conceive. As for the matter of Tingting's biological mother, that is a concern for her future. Should she wish to know, I am confident that Uncle Air and Aunt Sui Mei will provide her with the answer she seeks. I changed into fresh attire, took my keys, and proceeded to the shop. Passing by Old Song's establishment, I cast a glance and noted that the door was shut. The aunt selling steam buns next door informed me that Old Song had gone out for deliveries. I opened the shop door and had been there for over an hour when Sui Mei, carrying Huang Jio and accompanied by Tingting, arrived. After a brief respite, Sui Mei expressed her desire to take Tingting to the amusement park. No sooner had they departed than Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying entered the shop. Chapter 45. The great deceiver Huang Jiu had yet to open his eyes, but upon catching a whiff of Zhang Ying's fragrance, he sprang up in a hurry. This time, Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying had brought along 3 other girls. As the 5 of them entered, they paid me no heed and rushed straight towards Huang Jiu, chattering incessantly. However, considering that they had not come empty-handed, I chose to overlook their rudeness. Huang Jiu lay sprawled on the coffee table, reveling in the attention of the 5 enchanting ladies. A pang of jealousy welled up within me. It seemed that I, a living being, was faring worse than a mere beast. It is often said that individuals tend to associate with those of similar ilk, and that those who do not share the same path seldom sail in the same boat. I surmised that girls like Zhang Ying, who appeared to enjoy such camaraderie, were likely from affluent families. Bored and restless, I activated my spiritual sight, eager to discern which of the 5 young women hailed from the wealthiest background. Yet, their financial status bore little relevance to me, unless they found themselves embroiled in unsavory affairs. To my astonishment, as I observed them, I was taken aback. Indeed, thoughts manifest themselves into reality. Through my spiritual sight, I noticed a wisp of malevolent energy swirling at the center of each girl's brow. Instantly invigorated, I realized that fortune had smiled upon me, as I had been pondering the absence of a suitable opportunity. Clear in my throat, I interrupted their revelry with Huang Jiu and straightforwardly inquired, "Ladies, have you recently visited any unsavory establishments?" Upon hearing my question, the hands that had been resting on Huang Jiu froze. He, caught in the throes of enjoyment, swiftly shifted his position, instinctively offering his belly to Zhang Ying's touch. I coughed once more and remarked, "Old Huang, that is quite enough." Suddenly, he was startled awake, rolling over to sit up and exclaiming, "My elder brother was right. The moment you entered, I sensed a palpable aura of resentment surrounding you. It seems you may have come into contact with something unclean." Huang Jiu's words wielded far more influence than mine. The expressions of the 5 women immediately shifted to one of anxiety. Zhang Ying remarked, "The day before yesterday, our spirit-seeking club organized an event at a haunted house in the East City. However, we burned a considerable amount of paper money, so they should not trouble us." Wang Yingying hastily tugged at Zhang Ying's sleeve, fear evident in her voice as she said, "Sister Yingying, what Huang Xian said might be true. Ever since we returned from the haunted house, I have felt as if a pair of eyes has been watching me from the darkness. Fear is indeed contagious." Upon hearing Wang Yingying's words, the other 3 girls nodded in agreement, expressing that they too shared the same unsettling sensation. Thereafter, without me needing to say a word, they began to chatter amongst themselves, thoroughly scaring each other. I could only listen in silence, bemused. As the old saying goes, ghosts fear the bold, while humans fear the reckless. With their level of courage, it was absurd for them to engage in a spirit-seeking club. It was quite evident they were merely courting disaster. After sufficiently scaring themselves, they finally turned to Huang Jiu, inquiring how to proceed. I attempted to interject several times, only to find myself unable to contribute. My lips twitched involuntarily. Fortunately, Huang Jiu was not so easily swayed by their beauty. After a bout of manipulation, he frightened Zhang Ying and the others once more, before donning his flamboyant shorts and confidently proclaiming, "Rest assured, with me, Huang Jiu, here, no demon or malevolent spirit can harm you. Shao Li, go fetch several talismans for this esteemed master." I furrowed my brow slightly, yet Huang Jiu persistently gestured at me. Considering the presence of the television, I acquiesced and retreated to the inner room, retrieving 5 talismans belonging to my second uncle. The spiritual energy of these talismans was exceedingly feeble, far inferior to those I had pilfered. I remained oblivious to the source from which my uncle had procured them. They would merely serve to deceive the Na'vi. Nevertheless, the resentment lingering around Zhang Ying and her companions was inherently weak, so these talismans would suffice. Huang Jiao, unable to grasp the 5 talismans, resorted to placing them underfoot, solemnly proclaiming, "In Taoism, we emphasize destiny and the practice of virtue. When you purchase talismans, you are, in essence, performing a good deed." All 5, being daughters of affluent families, lacked a true comprehension of wealth and eagerly inquired how much they ought to offer Huang Jiao. I was apprehensive that Huang Jiao, guided by greed, might blurt out an exorbitant figure, leading to complications should their parents come seeking an explanation. After all, they were wealthy, not foolish. Fortunately, Huang Jiao was astute enough to refrain from stating a specific amount, instead cryptically replying, "You may offer what you deem appropriate." Naturally, the greater the contribution, the more potent the talismans would become. Upon hearing this, the 5 young ladies found themselves in a quandary and formed a small circle to deliberate. I eavesdropped on snippets of their conversation, discovering they were negotiating a unified sum. A wry smile tugged at my lips. Indeed, they were true sisters, sharing both fortune and adversity, and disallowing any secretive preferential treatment. After several minutes of discussion, Zhang Ying, acting as the spokesperson, turned to Huang Jiao and extended a single finger. Huang Jiao, misinterpreting it as a signal for 1,000 yuan, was so elated that his tail wagged behind him. At that moment, Zhang Ying proposed, "Huang Xian, let us each contribute 10,000 yuan to purchase charms, but you must ensure that these charms possess significant power." Huang Jiao's tail ceased its swaying, and his body trembled with excitement, causing him to rise considerably, resulting in his waist becoming slender and his floral shorts tumbling onto the table. Swift of hand and eye, he hastily seized the shorts, took a deep breath to steady them, and exclaimed, "Indeed, they must be powerful. You are all virtuous individuals. Hence, it is not merely charms that should manifest potency. Even bodhisattvas ought to show their divine presence." I too was taken aback. When they were discussing, I had assumed the contribution was a mere 1,000, especially since Zhang Ying remarked that if she contributed more, she wouldn't even be able to afford cosmetics this month. It appears I underestimated the financial capacity of the affluent. Huang Jiao, with his tail held high, prepared to accept payment with one hand while delivering the charms with the other. However, all 5 girls produced their mobile phones, insisting on transferring funds via online banking. Both Huang Jiao and I found ourselves at a loss. Fortunately, they had brought along bank cards, and coincidentally, there was a bank nearby. Before long, they returned with the cash, and Huang Jiao distributed the charms to them. As he gazed at the pile of money on the table, he lost interest in the massage and concocted an excuse to send Zhang Ying and her companions away. Once they departed, Huang Jiao reclined like a regal figure, nonchalantly pushing the money towards me with his foot, saying, "Shao Liz, go fetch a whole chicken for your 9th master." I clenched my fists in anger, yet upon seeing the stack of bright red money on the table, I quickly donned a smile, embraced the cash, and replied, "9th master, I will bring you 2 old hens shortly." Huang Jiao, noticing my unusual demeanor, shuddered and scurried away to keep his distance. However, this time it was indeed a misunderstanding. For the sake of monetary considerations, I had no intention of confronting him. When the clock struck a little past 5 and my uncle was still nowhere to be found, I decided to call the number on the business card left by Su Yimei during her last visit, using the landline in the shop. I ordered 2 pieces of fried chicken, 2 burgers, fries, and cola, specifically requesting that the chicken be hen. After more than half an hour, the delivery arrived. I paid eagerly and began to devour the food alongside Huang Jiao. Just as we were indulging in our meal, a black sedan came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the shop. I initially thought another customer had arrived, but to my surprise, the door opened to reveal Chen Zihao. Accompanying him was an elderly gentleman clad in a long gown, appearing to be in his 60s. As soon as they alighted from the vehicle, they made their way towards the entrance of the shop. Chapter 46. The unashamed are unrivaled upon seeing Chun Zaheo. I immediately discerned that his arrival heralded not business, but rather trouble, given that Huang Jiao and I had previously embarrassed him at the construction site. It was evident that he had come seeking retribution. With this thought in mind, I made no effort to rise and greet him. As Chun Zaheo stepped through the door, he cast a disdainful glance at Huang Jiao and me, both of us with grease smeared across our faces, and exclaimed, "You lad, dare to sell a mere talisman for 10,000? Have you lost your mind in poverty? A talisman?" Zhang Ying. I recalled that they had attended the same school, likely even as members of the Spirit Exploration Society. Given Zhang Ying's character, she was undoubtedly boasting about her exploits within the society. Yet regardless, how much someone chose to spend on my talismans was of no concern to him. It was akin to a dog meddling in affairs that did not concern it. Before I could respond, an elderly man accompanying Chun Zaheo arrogantly interjected, "Young friend, I perceive you to be a fellow practitioner. May I inquire about your lineage?" Without awaiting my reply, he continued, "I am Xiaoyan from Longhu Mountain." The old man announced his identity with an air of pride, his face brimming with self-importance. Following this, he adopted a scolding tone, asserting, as a member of the Taoist community, one ought to uphold one's integrity. Yet, not only have you engaged in deception and trickery, but you also consort with malevolent forces, tarnishing the reputation of our kind. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable. My expression darkened. This was not merely a confrontation, but an unsolicited lecture delivered in my own establishment. Upon hearing he Xiaonan label him as a malevolent being, Huang Jiao, clutching his chicken claw, suddenly lost his appetite. He tossed it aside, placed his hands on his hips adorned with flashy trousers, and retorted, "Old coot, are you a machine gun, or have you simply eaten something foul? Why do you incessantly prattle on? This is a place for business. Speak if you have something to say, and if not, be swift in your departure." As soon as Lao Huang opened his mouth, one could discern the truth. I prudently chose to remain silent. Upon seeing Huang Jiao, Chun Zaheo, in a fit of fear, hid behind Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, on the other hand, turned pale as Huang Jiao berated him, raising a finger to point at Huang Jiao, only to utter a single "you" before being interrupted. "You what? You're already in your 70s. Perhaps you should lie in your coffin and rest a bit more, instead of embarrassing yourself by showing up. And what a Longhushan! Do the people from Longhushan resemble you in such uselessness? At your age, you still possess not a shred of true spiritual energy." I too was perplexed by this matter, but upon hearing Huang Jiao's scathing remarks, I noticed the old man's face redden with shame. Realizing that this old fellow was merely embellishing his own reputation by falsely claiming to be from Longhushan, Chun Zaheo seemed to struggle to comprehend the implications of Huang Jiao's words. Though wary of Huang Jiao, he still urged Xiaoyan, "Master He, did you not claim to possess the ability to capture monsters? Hurry and seize this vile creature, and with only Li Yang remaining, he will pose no threat." Huang Jiao scoffed derisively, "Old scoundrel, you incessantly accuse us of deceit and trickery, yet I see you as the true seasoned fraud." Turning to Chun Zaheo, he continued, "With your level of intellect, it is no wonder you will be sold out and still assist in counting the profits. Today, I, your ninth grandfather, stand before you. Let him come and attempt to capture me." Huang Jiao's imposing presence left no room for Xiaoyan to interject. However, his words stripped away Xiaoyan's facade, forcing the old man into a corner where he had no choice but to take action. "Beast, I shall flay you alive." Xiaoyan's face turned ashen as he bellowed, suddenly producing a red-threaded fishing net from behind him, casting it towards Huang Jiao's head. However, as the saying goes, those with venomous tongues are always prepared for retaliation. Huang Jiao, though not human, possessed this awareness. Thus, as the net descended, he swiftly darted under the table. The net was obstructed by the tabletop, and when Xiaoyan yanked it, he sent his uncle's tea set crashing to the ground in a cacophony of shattered porcelain. Initially, I had no intention of intervening, as Chun Zaheo's intent was solely to target Huang Jiao. However, the destruction of property within the establishment warranted a different course of action. Yet before I could admonish him, Huang Jiao poked his head out from beneath the table, his eyes gleaming with a vibrant green that rivaled the hue of his crown. Xiaoyan, momentarily taken aback, faltered in his intentions, delicately raising his hands in a gesture of hesitation while loosening his belt. I found myself at a loss for words. Huang Jiao indeed had an indiscriminate appeal, captivating both the young and the old alike. Just as his trousers threatened to drop, He Xiaoyun suddenly jolted awake, lunging forward and spilling a mouthful of blood. Huang Jiao, caught off guard, was splattered with the crimson liquid. Fortunately, He Xiaoyun lacked any spiritual energy within him, rendering the blood merely a trivial matter. To my astonishment, despite his advanced age, he still retained a youthful essence, and while his blood failed to harm Huang Jiao, it did disrupt the creature's enchanting spell. Regaining his composure, He Xiaoyun reached for a yellow talisman at his waist, preparing to cast it towards Huang Jiao. As I perceived that Huang Jiao was about to suffer a setback, I was poised to interject, yet my second uncle unexpectedly burst in from outside. Without uttering a word, he delivered a forceful kick, sending He Xiaoyun and Chun Zihao sprawling to the ground. You old dog, even though my temple may be small, is not a place for you to wreak havoc. My uncle was well acquainted with He Xiaoyun, and upon noticing the shattered tea set on the floor, his expression darkened further. He Xiaoyun, in a state of disarray, scrambled to his feet, not forgetting to pull Chun Zihao along with him. Once upright, both bore expressions of considerable discontent. He Xiaoyun was embarrassed, while Chun Zihao was simply filled with trepidation. Despite his previous arrogance, he was merely an ordinary person. When faced with Huang Jiao and my uncle, genuine fear took root in his heart. However, such individuals only fear the immediate consequences, given the slightest chance. They would revert to their troublesome ways, a quintessential case of not shedding tears until one sees the coffin. After suffering successive defeats, He Xiaoyun's pride was in tatters. Yet he stubbornly retorted, "Li'er, you indulge your nephew in his deceitful ways. If you do not put a stop to this now, and instead choose to defend him, do you believe I won't report this to Longhu Mountain, making you regret your actions?" I furrowed my brow, sensing that his words were not entirely self-serving. There seemed to be a genuine connection to Longhu Mountain. Nevertheless, my uncle scoffed and asked, "You old dog, how much did my nephew Liang swindle you?" My dealings in talismans were entirely unrelated to him. Alas, the old dog possessed an astonishingly thick skin, boldly stating, "Though I am not the one deceived, I am a man of integrity and cannot abide such actions." Before he could finish his sentence, my second uncle let out a cold chuckle and retorted, "So it appears a dog is meddling in affairs that do not concern him. If you're dissatisfied, feel free to lodge a complaint, but for now, I suggest you leave with haste, or else you shall face the consequences." It was the first time I had witnessed my second uncle so enraged, his fist clenching with a resounding crack. He Xiaoyun, upon observing this, seemed somewhat intimidated. He tugged at Chun Zihao's sleeve, saying, "Young Master Chun, let's not be rash. There are too many of them today. We shall return another time." His demeanor was remarkably composed, betraying no sign of anxiety. Chun Zihao, ensnared by his fear of Huang Jiao, could only acquiesce, following He Xiaoyun out of the shop. I hurried to catch up, calling out to Chun Zihao, "Today, in consideration of Zhang Ying, I shall not hold this against you. However, I must offer you a word of caution. Even if you manage to summon the people from Longhu Mountain, know that true capability does not lie within you." Chun Zihao appeared to grasp the essence of my warning, remaining silent as he was awkwardly ushered into the vehicle by He Xiaoyun, fleeing in a state of panic. Once they departed, I turned my attention back to my second uncle, concerned that I had inadvertently drawn him into further trouble. Chapter 47. A circle of curses. As He Xiaoyun departed, Huang Jiao swiftly entered the inner room. Observing my uncle's pensive demeanor, I chose silence, hastily gathering the shards of the broken teapot before nervously informing him of Huang Jiao selling charms to Zhang Ying and the others, inquiring if Long Hushan would indeed intervene. My uncle replied, "Every nation has its laws, and every trade its customs. However, this situation today is a matter of mutual consent. You are not to blame. As for Long Hushan, you are not yet in a position to engage with them. They merely possess considerable influence and mistakenly believe their words should be upheld as rules." I further questioned my uncle. Could He Xiaoyun genuinely have connections with Long Hushan? He dismissed the notion, stating he has no such connections. His nephew merely caught the attention of Long Hushan and was accepted as a disciple years ago. Do not dwell upon this. Should he return, feel free to strike him with all your might. Upon hearing this, I felt a sense of relief. While others may boast formidable nephews, mine is not to be underestimated, capable of confronting his uncle. Moreover, with the bride price of the female corpse having arrived, it is likely that the individual is not far behind. When the time comes, we shall see how Long Hushan measures up against the vast mountains. Of course, such thoughts I kept to myself. Seizing the opportunity while I was distracted, my uncle stepped out to find someone to repair the glass. Noticing that Huang Jiao had not emerged from the inner room for quite some time, I followed my uncle's departure and ventured inside. To my astonishment, I found Huang Jiao squatting outside a circle drawn on the floor, uttering malevolent curses. If someone were to draw a circle, I would assume they were merely idling away, perhaps in a state of ennui. However, within Huang Jiao's circle, there were 7 small paper figures, each adorned with a crimson dot upon their foreheads. It was unmistakably the result of He Xiaoyun's blood, sprayed upon them in a fit of fury. I was taken aback, questioning the necessity of such cruelty. Huang Jiao glanced back, a mischievous smirk on his face, and declared, "If he dares to splatter blood upon me, I shall curse him to experience his monthly tribulations." A chill crept down my spine. He Xiaoyun, being male, would not experience such monthly occurrences, but Huang Jiao's curse was a potent form of sorcery. Even if He Xiaoyun were to evade such a fate for a fortnight, he would undoubtedly find his spirit unsettled and his essence adrift. I was familiar with a similar form of magic known as soul offering. This technique also required the essence of the target, utilizing blood as a vessel for the soul, with daily offerings for 10 days or more. Should the practitioner exert greater intensity, the victim could meet an untimely demise within half a month. Yet, I couldn't help but think that even if one were to kill through such offerings, it would pale in comparison to Huang Jiao's malevolent curse upon an elder man. Huang Jiao continued to squat outside the circle, persistently uttering his maledictions. I found myself at a loss for words, only able to remind him to exercise restraint, especially considering that He Xiaoyun's nephew was a legitimate disciple of Longhu Mountain. Despite my caution, Huang Jiao remained undeterred. At that moment, my uncle returned with the glass replacement personnel, leading me to disregard Huang Jiao's antics. Upon entering the shop, the glaziers had already measured the dimensions and were in the process of marking the glass. My uncle stood at the door, engrossed in a phone conversation, while I squatted on the ground, observing the 2 men skillfully using a glass cutter. Replacing a pane of glass took merely about 10 minutes, which coincided perfectly with the duration of my uncle's call. Upon completing the transaction, he returned and remarked, "Indeed, Chen Kai has unearthed a stone coffin in the excavation site, which has been transported away by the museum staff. However, the vehicle carrying the coffin sputtered to a halt near an old building in the eastern part of the city, and the coffin encountered some issues, leaking a red liquid continuously. Upon hearing that it was Chen Kai who had fallen victim to misfortune, I could not suppress my excitement, my hands fidgeting uncontrollably as I exclaimed to my uncle, "We must seize this opportunity to extract a substantial sum from him." My uncle replied, "This time, it is the museum that has enlisted our services, and Chen Kai is merely the intermediary. You should summon Huang Jiao so we can assess the situation. I shall negotiate the financial matters later." The realization that Chen Kai was merely a facilitator made me reconsider. Demanding 100,000 for an ordinary sword seemed rather excessive. It was not a moral epiphany, but rather a fleeting thought that perhaps his round, pudgy face was not as unattractive as I had initially perceived. Of course, our ability to engage in such ventures was primarily due to my uncle's shrewd strategies. As our circle expanded, it was inevitable that some would encounter difficulties while others thrived. I went inside and pulled Huang Jiao, who had been lamenting about his monthly woes, exclaiming, "There is work to be done." Upon hearing this, Huang Jiao hastily drew several circles around the 7 paper figures, speaking to them in a soothing manner as one would to a child. "You all stay at home obediently. I shall return shortly with 2 magnificent roosters." I could hardly afford to indulge in his lengthy musings, and promptly seized him, stuffing him into the cat bag before setting off. Upon reaching the storefront, I closed the roller shutter, and shortly thereafter, my uncle arrived, driving Aunt Sue Ime's imposing SUV, which exuded a sense of grandeur and strength. It appeared my uncle had also made a decisive choice, no longer wishing to exert himself unduly. Of course, that was merely jest. Presently, my uncle possessed a clear conscience. Although his pockets were devoid of coins, he retained the ability to earn, thus shielding himself from any feelings of inadequacy. This situation is akin to one being able to afford a feast while others ridicule them for not having the means. Such mockery becomes utterly meaningless. Conversely, if the situation were reversed, one might feel a pang of discontent even if they were not inclined to confront anyone. In any case, my uncle's demeanor was quite commendable. As for the labor falling upon my shoulders, I harbored no discontent. After all, in terms of both age and social conduct, my uncle could accomplish feats that I could not. Even if I were capable, I would not surpass his proficiency. Inside the spacious SUV, I released Huang Jio from the cat bag, allowing him to experience the allure of wealth. However, when discussing the incident at the Coffin shop in the East District, Huang Jio casually remarked that old building couldn't possibly be the ghost house that Zhang Ying and her friends visited, could it? My heart skipped a beat. Yet I quickly reassured myself that it was merely a coincidence. Moreover, the aura of surrounding Zhang Ying and Wang Yingying is quite feeble, even in the absence of talismans. A few days of sunlight would suffice to alleviate it. The two matters are likely unrelated. My second uncle inquired about the situation, and Huang Jio, with great embellishment, recounted how he had deceived others. His ultimate intention was merely to insinuate to my second uncle that he had earned 50,000 yuan and could afford to indulge in a daily feast of fine chicken. My second uncle feigned ignorance and diverted the conversation, mentioning that the museum staff had reported a woman had recently jumped from that old building, which is notoriously known as a haunted place. I remarked that Zhang Ying had merely mentioned it, stating it was located in the eastern part of the city. Observing our discussion about the location, Huang Jio, with an air of false wisdom, leapt into the passenger seat and declared, "Gentlemen, there is no need for speculation. Simply put your efforts into the task at hand." I playfully tapped Huang Jio on the head, reminding him of his manners while feeling relieved that he did not attempt to elevate himself to a position of superiority over me, as the mere thought of him addressing me in such a tone daily was rather discomforting. The journey from the city center to the eastern district took about an hour, and after navigating through several narrow streets, we encountered flashing warning lights ahead, where a small delivery truck had broken down on the road. To the side stood an old building, concealed amidst the bustling surroundings. Chapter 48. The Earthbound Spirit. I am uncertain whether it is merely a psychological effect, but upon encountering this bustling yet dimly lit place, I felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. It seemed to me that the entire edifice was a malevolent beast lurking in the shadows, currently observing us through the veil of darkness. As our vehicle drew nearer, Huang Jio could not help but exclaim, "Are the individuals from the museum truly blind? Why would they choose this path, with so many others available?" My vision, no less keen than Huang Jio's, allowed me to discern 5 bespectacled men surrounding the cargo truck, one with graying hair and the others in their 30s, notably youthful and cultured, exuding an air of intellect. Yet, despite the truck's breakdown and the coffin it towed, leaking a liquid reminiscent of blood, these 5 men exhibited no fear whatsoever. They busily attended to the coffin's condition, suggesting they were a group of Navi individuals, devout believers in science. Were such people to enlist our services? Were they not merely toying with us? I remarked to my second uncle, "They are nothing but pedants. Their intent in seeking our assistance is likely to gamble on a dead horse as if it were alive. Can we truly achieve anything with them?" My second uncle replied, "They are here to make money, not to seek companionship. As long as they are willing to pay, that suffices. When we approach, refrain from speaking. Simply observe and act according to my cues." As the vehicle approached the base of the towering structure, the entire roadway lay shrouded in its immense shadow. To be dubbed a haunted building is not mere hearsay. This 30-plus story edifice, starting from the ground floor, grew increasingly suffused with a heavy, oppressive aura as we ascended. By the time we reached the mid-levels, my spiritual vision began to blur, and beyond a few more floors, I perceived nothing but a chaotic void. I rapped on the cat bag and inquired of Huang Jio, "Do the words you spoke previously still hold true?" Huang Jio looked at me in confusion, blinking his eyes. I extended my hand and remarked, "The relic of the Buddha's bone. I require it now." The Taoist energy within the sorcerer's body serves as a nemesis against malevolent entities. However, just as water extinguishes fire, the efficacy of such actions is contingent upon the circumstances. It seemed to me that the matters at hand were akin to a mere trickle attempting to quench a raging inferno, fruitless exertion. To resolve this securely, I would need the relic of the Buddha's bone. My second uncle eased the vehicle to a stop beside the small truck, and reluctantly, Huang Jio extracted the relic from his pocket and handed it to me. Holding the relic in my grasp, I felt a considerable sense of relief. My second uncle exited the vehicle to converse with the elderly scholar with white hair, while I remained inside, scrutinizing the small truck through the window. The crimson liquid seeping from the coffin now flowed along the seams of the vehicle onto the road. I furrowed my brow. Huang Jio echoed my sentiments, stating, "This matter cannot be resolved without a few hens." I was somewhat speechless yet intrigued. Did Huang Jio equate 50,000 to merely one hen? The sum of 50,000, which Zhang Ying and her companions had provided, was entirely contingent upon the condition of a single hen. At that moment, my second uncle returned from his discussion with the elderly gentleman and leaned toward my window, whispering, "The old man is only willing to offer 50,000. Indeed, Huang Jio immediately scoffed. "One hen. Whoever wishes to undertake this task may do so." I suddenly found this fellow rather endearing, akin to a lovable rogue. Nevertheless, 50,000 truly seemed insufficient, and I remarked, "Is the Provincial Museum truly so impoverished?" My voice was somewhat loud, and a middle-aged man in the car overheard me, indignantly remarking, "All you talk about is money. Have you fallen into a pit of riches?" Huang Jio wanted to retort, but I swiftly covered his mouth, softly advising, "He is an expert in antiquities. If you speak, you will be drawn into the realm of his studies." Upon hearing this, Huang Jio hurriedly clasped his mouth shut. My second uncle, aware that I had a keener sense of the situation, whispered, 50,000 is neither too much nor too little. The decision rests with you." My hesitation was not about the sum, but rather a contemplation of my own capabilities. If my skills were adequate, a simple effort could yield 50,000, which would indeed be substantial. However, if it required a strenuous endeavor, then that amount would seem trivial. Just as I was in this state of indecision, the old man approached, casting a glance at me before stating, "Mr. Li, 50,000 is already our utmost limit. In recent years, the museum's budget has been allocated entirely to the preservation of artifacts, and it truly is." The elderly gentleman awkwardly rubbed his hands together. It was this very gesture that struck a chord within me. Indeed, there are many in this world akin to the crippled song. Curiosity piqued, I inquired, "Old sir, since the vehicle has broken down, have you not considered calling a tow truck or replacing the car?" The old man adjusted his thick glasses and replied, "We seem to have encountered a restless spirit. There is negative energy within the coffin, making it impossible to leave even with a different vehicle." My mouth fell open in astonishment as I gazed at the old man in disbelief. The four individuals in the truck, having overheard our conversation and witnessing my incredulous expression, regarded me with a look that suggested I was naive to the ways of the world. I inquired once more, "Are you not aware that this situation is rather unusual, and do you not feel any fear?" As soon as the words left my lips, I realized that the fool was, in fact, myself. The embarrassment shifted onto the five of them. A middle-aged man in the vehicle could no longer contain himself and remarked, "We have encountered such matters frequently. What is there to be afraid of? Moreover, fear is futile. One cannot simply abandon the artifacts here, can one?" At his words, I felt inclined to give him a thumbs up. It is no wonder they remain unscathed in this place, solitary and guiltless, allowing malevolent spirits to stay at bay. Without further hesitation, I opened the car door and assisted Huang Jio in descending, circling the vehicle for a moment, and upon finding nothing amiss, I leaped onto the truck. The coffin was a stone one, exceedingly weighty. It was still covered with a layer of unremoved soil, now saturated with a crimson liquid. forming a substance akin to blood-soaked mud. The four young men remained silent, trailing behind me, their demeanor and attitude remarkably earnest, as if they were absorbing knowledge. One of them remarked, "Based on our experience, the corpse within is likely to have undergone swelling." My grandfather had recounted many rare tales to me, yet he was not an omniscient sage. Swelling of the corpse? I paused, scrutinizing the young man. He instinctively adjusted his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and began to enlighten me. When a coffin is deeply buried underground, even if it is immersed in the coffin fluid, the body will exhibit varying degrees of desiccation. However, under certain exceptional circumstances, such as the presence of intense energy, it may permeate the coffin and result in the phenomenon of corpse swelling. After a brief pause, he continued, "In your terms, that is akin to encountering a corpse transformation. Moreover, beneath the pressure of inflation, the coffin seal has been compromised, resulting in the leakage of the embalming fluid. If not addressed promptly, the corpse may burst forth from its confines." Another remarked, "Judging by the hue of the fluid, it is likely that a green corpse lies within." My eyes widened in disbelief, filled with a sense of self-doubt. I found it difficult to discern whether they were the Taoists or if I was the one embodying that role. The four individuals observed my astonishment, gazing at me with a look of bemusement, yet their expressions bore no hint of scorn or derision. They simply deemed my reaction as that of an inexperienced observer. The elderly man with white hair leaned forward and said, "Young sir, we can manage the coffin, but this earthbound spirit is a first for me. You ought to inspect beneath the vehicle." I felt a twinge of awkwardness, realizing that at this moment, my place was under the car, not inside it. Chapter 49. Submission? Regardless of the coffin, the binding spirit is indeed worth 50,000. I leaped from the truck and crouched down, peering beneath the vehicle. The sight that met my gaze sent chills coursing through me, raising the hairs on my neck. Beneath the truck, the asphalt was littered with hundreds of blackish-gray hands, some in a state of decay, yet still gripping the chassis with a fierce tenacity. Just as I was engulfed in dread, a young man from the museum suddenly shone a flashlight into the darkness. In that illuminating moment, a pallid face emerged, mere inches from mine, her lifeless gray eyes boring into me. But in an instant, she swiftly crawled out from under the truck and scurried towards the building. I hastily rose to my feet, utilizing my spiritual vision to follow her. Her body had become grotesquely contorted, with dislocated joints protruding like a spider. Her back pressed against the ground as she ascended the facade of the building with alarming speed. In mere seconds, she had climbed over 20 floors, disappearing into a realm beyond my perception. "Hiss!" I gasped in shock, inquiring, "What is the origin of this haunted building?" The old man replied, "It is said that 20 years ago, a fire broke out, and the residents above the 20th floor were unable to escape, perishing within. The official toll was over 600 souls. 20 floors, 600 lives. This was no longer a haunted building, but a veritable hell." Recalling Huang Jiao's speculation, it dawned on me that the haunted building Zhang Ying and her companions were investigating could very well be this one, sending a shiver down my spine. Such a place dares to invite the curious. It truly echoes the adage that living too comfortably and indulging too excessively may not be a blessing. However, judging by the aura surrounding them, even if they did venture into this building, it seems they merely entered the lobby without ascending further. In hindsight, I find myself harboring a tinge of regret. If this truly is the cursed edifice, I would not part with even a single talisman for 100,000, let alone 10,000. For once I become entangled in the web of causality, I would find it impossible to extricate myself. This haunted structure possesses a terror that rivals the ominous fate associated with Wang Shuquan's daughter. It is a matter of earning a life only to endanger it. Observing my fixation on the haunted building, the old man curiously inquired, "Master Li, do you possess the ability of yin-yang sight?" To which I retorted, "Spiritual sight is far superior to mere yin-yang vision." However, I found the need for explanation cumbersome, especially since, like Huang Jiao, I dreaded the prospect of being subjected to their scrutiny. I nodded, retracting my gaze from the haunted edifice, and urgently grasped the old man's hand. Placing a relic of the Buddha's remains into his palm, "Hold on to this and swiftly drive away. In the future, if the museum intends to transport any malevolent artifacts, it will be prudent to take a detour. The old man appeared momentarily taken aback and asked, Master Lee, this haunted building is indeed perilous. Every month, lives are lost here. Do you not intend to rid the community of this menace? With over 600 restless spirits and individuals leaping to their demise each month, such a place would render even the most benevolent deities to avert their gaze. The notion that I should resolve this predicament was a jest. Nonetheless, I recognized the gravity of the situation and replied, Esteemed elder, this is not a matter I can tackle alone. I must return to contemplate and enlist the help of others before daring to enter. I am merely 15. Do you truly expect me to venture forth in peril? The old man awkwardly chuckled, assuring, No, it's your domain. His words abruptly halted as his eyes gleamed with astonishment, exclaiming, This is a complete relic of the Buddha's bones. My heavens, it's inscribed with scriptures. The old man, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped my hand tightly, his voice trembling as he urged, Master Lee, this is a national treasure. You must surrender it. Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming urge to slap myself. I had been so preoccupied with the desire to leave that I had overlooked the nature of their profession. Fortunately, I reacted swiftly, snatching it back before he could close his fingers around it. Huangjio, upon hearing the mention of surrendering the relic, leapt onto my shoulder, clutching his floral shorts and pointing at the old man, berating, You old codger, are you just idly sitting around? We are helping you out of goodwill, and you still have the audacity to demand surrender. Why don't you just surrender yourself? The 5 individuals, well-versed in the world, were unfazed by Huangjio's outburst. One among them remarked, The teacher is 70 this year. He should have retired a decade ago. Yet he has steadfastly remained in his post, refusing a salary to save national funds, dedicating his entire life to his country. Even Huangjio, known for his sharp tongue, found himself at a loss for words. In this world, there exist individuals from whom one cannot find the slightest fault. Understanding them, in contrast, brings a sense of humility. Just as Huangjudu and I found ourselves at a loss for words, my uncle spoke up. Old curator, theoretically, the relic of the Buddha's bone that my nephew holds also belongs to the higher authorities. He merely borrowed it through a friend, so it cannot be returned to you. Upon hearing that it was already designated as national property, the old curator breathed a sigh of relief and said, That is good, very good. This item is a treasure of our Jiojo. If preserved well, future generations will know that such a thing once existed. The atmosphere lightened, yet I still hesitated to hand the relic back to the old man. I mentioned that I would be taking a small truck while my uncle followed behind his vehicle. To prevent any mishaps with my uncle's car, I specifically ensured he took the blood dagger with him. The small truck had a double row of seats. I initially intended for the 4 youths in the back to join my uncle, but they insisted on remaining in the cargo area to keep watch over the coffin. I settled into the passenger seat, channeling my internal Tao energy into the relic. Under the influence of the Tao energy, the relic emanated a platinum glow, with the inscribed scriptures radiating golden light, slowly rotating above the relic. In that moment, a deep chant resonated in everyone's ears. Observing this, the old curator hurriedly turned the ignition key. The vehicle shuddered a few times before finally starting. A look of joy spread across his face, and as he released the brake and pressed the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward. However, just as the truck rolled out, a chilling shriek echoed from the upper floors of the building. The sound seemed to emanate from the very depths of hell, seemingly directed solely at me, sending a shiver down my spine as if I had been plunged from the heat of summer into the depths of winter. I peered cautiously and noticed my uncle's vehicle approaching, urging the curator to hasten. Director, quickly. The car navigated out of the shadowy path, and only when we were greeted by light did the piercing cries in my ears finally subside. Clutching the searing relic of the Buddha's bones, I exhaled slowly, retracting the scant remnants of my spiritual energy. Once we reached the main road, where the traffic surged like a torrent, I instructed the old curator to pull over. My uncle's car came to a halt behind us. I opened the door and stepped out, receiving the blood-stained dagger from his hands, even through the sheath. I could feel its intense heat. It was evident how malevolent the entities within the haunted building were, as even a lowly earthbound spirit had been nurtured to such a formidable state. Chapter 50. The incident with Zhang Ying. My uncle conversed with the old curator regarding financial matters. For what I gleaned, the curator implied that he did not possess such a substantial sum and suggested that my uncle retrieve it from the museum the following day. Surely, the officials would not default on their debts. I still had 50,000 in hand and a little extra in my pocket, so there was no immediate urgency. I moved to the rear of the small truck and noticed the four bespectacled men in the cargo area looked somewhat pallid. It seemed they had witnessed something unsettling upon leaving the haunted building. Fortunately, their extensive experience prevented them from succumbing to sheer terror. I remarked, "I am unaware of how you plan to handle the sarcophagus, but I have a suggestion. There are 2 stone carvings at Chun Kai's construction site. Perhaps you could inquire with him and transport them together. As for their application, you're likely more knowledgeable than I. Those engaged in archaeology could not possibly be oblivious to the existence of the Miao and Feng Xiang spirits." The 4 nodded eagerly. I feared that the old curator might fixate on the relics of the Buddha's bones, so I promptly returned to the vehicle and sealed all the windows. Soon, my uncle concluded his negotiations with the curator, returned to the truck, and drove away. It was only after the small vehicle disappeared from sight that Huang Jiao and I began to stir. I leaned over and asked my uncle, given the presence of such a large haunted building in the city and the numerous fatalities, why do the individuals from Longhu Mountain and Laozhan remain indifferent? My uncle replied, "Those people consider themselves exceptional, believing they are above others. Not only do they refrain from taking action, but they likely remain oblivious to the existence of this haunted building. Is it a case of isolation at great heights?" I pondered. No, it must be that the heights offer a peculiar tranquility. Yet, I was equally perplexed. While fraudulent activities could be reported, why had no one brought this matter to the attention of the authorities? My uncle inquired, "Have you ever heard the saying, when the birds have flown, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning hare is dead, the hunting dog is cooked?" I was familiar with the phrase and comprehended its meaning, yet I pondered its relevance to the haunted building. My uncle responded, "This very haunted building has unknowingly sustained many individuals like us. Tell me, who would willingly dismantle it entirely?" A sudden realization dawned upon me, yet a lingering discomfort remained in my heart. I reclined in my chair, gazing at the vibrant nightlife outside, and found that under the cloak of night, the world was an endless panorama of beauty. Conversely, it was under the harsh light of day that everything appeared tainted. Regrettably, my abilities were limited, and I felt that my contributions were meager. Fortunately, today was a bountiful day. I had earned a total of 100,000 yuan, which alleviated my melancholic disposition considerably. The 50,000 from selling charms was entrusted to me by my uncle to ensure that I would not be left penniless should the female corpse come calling. As for the other 50,000 from the museum, he intended to collect it tomorrow and keep it for the time being. Listening to my uncle's arrangements, I suddenly felt the weight of life's pressures intensifying. After all, I had a wife to support now. Regarding the dowry sent by the female corpse, it resembled the items given by Huang Jiao. I was reluctant to part with it lightly. Moreover, it was meant for the bride, her personal belongings. I could not fathom selling my wife's dowry out of desperation. My uncle wished to escort me home, but Huang Jiao insisted on visiting the shop. Unable to sleep at that moment, I decided to accompany him. After a brief stay at the shop, my uncle expressed his intention to return home to see Aunt Su Yimei and Tingting. Before he departed, he informed me that he would arrive early the next day to discuss the division of our earnings. When it comes to profit sharing, I feel no embarrassment. As the saying goes, clear accounts among close brothers. It is better to openly discuss matters now to prevent conflicts in the future. I had already told my second uncle that after deducting all expenses, including the money for Huang Jiao's chicken, we could simply split the profits 50-50. Naturally, I assured him that I would repay him for the house purchase. My uncle had little to say, only mentioning he would come by the next morning to discuss the details. After seeing my uncle off, Huang Jiao eagerly rushed in a back room, continuing to draw circles and curse Xiaoyan. I remained at the store until past 10, too weary to return home. I locked the door and delved into the lower volume of the book I was studying. Huang Jiao spent the entire night in the back room. occasionally uttering curses that reached my ears. I found myself speechless. Even if Xiaoyan had spat blood at him, it had not inflicted any real harm. Was it truly necessary for him to be so relentless? Earlier, I had speculated that Xiaoyan could endure for 10 days to half a month. But it now seemed I had overestimated him and underestimated Huang Jio. Given the current circumstances, if Xiaoyan could last a week, I would consider it a loss. Around 3 in the morning, I circulated the vital energy within me for a full cycle, arranged 2 chairs in the shop, and curled up on them to rest for a while. Yet, just as I lay down, a loud knocking echoed at the shop door. Though it wasn't the sound of glass shattering, I sprang up in alarm, seizing the blood dagger from the tea table, and shouted, "Who is it?" Huang Jio emerged from the back, alert and cautious, but immediately shouted, "Who on earth has such a lack of public decency to knock at this hour? Can't anyone get some sleep?" As we inquired back and forth, an eerie silence enveloped the outside, and this sudden stillness caused my heart to race. Could it be that the malevolent entities from the haunted building had tracked us down? It was entirely plausible for such beings to conjure numerous spirit bindings on the bustling street and follow us here. However, just as I was preparing myself, a familiar voice broke through the silence. "Masterly, are you in the store? That's wonderful. Chun Kai, at this late hour, what was this rascal doing here instead of berating the foreman at the construction site? Bringing money?" I pondered, as I opened the store's door and lifted the roll-up gate about a meter. Chun Kai, donning a white hard hat, leaned in from outside, peering down at me. I crouched to meet his gaze and asked, "What brings you here at such a late hour?" Chun Kai appeared anxious, taking a moment to formulate his words before responding. "Masterly, it's bad news. Miss Zhang and several of her classmates are in trouble. Zhang Zong just called me, asking me to fetch you." My heart sank. Could it be that our fears were manifesting? What exactly happened? I probed cautiously, for I was unwilling to step outside without clarity. Chun Kai replied, "Zhang Zong didn't specify over the phone, just instructed me to take you to his home, where Miss Zhang and her classmates are gathered, along with a master from the harbor district. Zhang Zong and Wang Zong are friends, given the circumstances. It was reasonable for a master from the harbor district to be present." Huang Jio questioned, "With a master already there, why do they still seek us?" I found myself pondering the very same question. I am not apprehensive about encountering the master. Rather, I fear that if he is unable to manage the situation, my presence would only exacerbate the danger. My grandfather often advised me that a gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall, and before me looms such a wall. Chun Kai assumed that my concerns stemmed from the fear of the master taking a portion of my commission, and he hastily assured me that Zhang would provide remuneration equivalent to that of the masters in the harbor district should we proceed. This revelation piqued my interest. Indeed, while I may not have personally experienced it, I have heard tales of the exorbitant fees charged by the masters in the harbor district. Furthermore, they are known for bestowing blessings upon female clients, though I remain uncertain about the specifics of this ritual. My curiosity piqued. I yearn to learn the practice myself, so that I may assist female clients in similar blessings in the future. Chapter 51. The skin of the unraveling. I cast a glance at Huang Jio, whose eyes were darting about with indecision. After a moment's hesitation, I requested Chun Kai to lend me his phone to call my second uncle. Chun Kai replied, "I've already tried. His phone is switched off." Nevertheless, he handed me the device. I dialed the number myself, only to find it truly was turned off. It seemed that with a wife and children, he was enjoying a comfortable life. Aunt Su Ime's family possesses several properties, yet I had not inquired before, and now I was at a loss as to where to seek them. Huang Jio inquired again of Chun Kai, "Are you certain our remuneration matches that of the esteemed master from Hong Kong? I must clarify. If it differs, I shall seek the price difference from you." Chun Kai swiftly raised his hand, asserting, "I swear, Mr. Zhang did indeed convey this to me over the phone. Truly, he exhibited the finesse characteristic of a leader, deftly shifting responsibility onto Mr. Zhang. I had never met Mr. Zhang in person. After all, the construction matters concerning Chun Kai represented a significant venture for us, while for Mr. Zhang, it was merely a minor project. However, I held a degree of faith that, as a friend of Mr. Wang, he would not easily go back on his word. My trust did not stem from his character, but rather from the wealth he possessed. To a wealthy individual, what can be achieved through money is deemed trivial. I glanced at Huang Jio, who murmured, "If we succeed in this venture, it could alleviate our hardships for at least a decade. Yet, should we falter, we might find ourselves languishing in the earth for the remainder of our lives." This reasoning held merit, yet the allure of monetary gain was indeed overwhelmingly tempting. Seeing my hesitation, Chun Kai tilted his head and handed me his phone, saying, "Master Li, this is a new Nokia I purchased just a few days ago, worth over 10,000. I noticed you might like it, so please take it for now." My eyes brightened, yet I refrained from reaching out to accept it. Chun Kai is a person who knows how to navigate social situations. If he could invite me today, a mere phone could probably be traded for a car at Director Zhang's place. Nevertheless, I felt it inappropriate to take advantage of his generosity and muttered to myself, "I have a bad habit of not using items that have belonged to others, and besides, my wife doesn't have a phone." Chun Kai shot me a glance, and though he remained silent, I could sense his thoughts. What a trivial person, and what kind of wife do you have? Are you merely attempting to gain an advantage? Huang Jio, upon hearing this, quickly chimed in, "Xiao Kai, I too am without a phone." Chun Kai's round face instantly transformed into a tapestry of expressions, likely astonished by our kind. However, I bore no moral qualms about taking advantage of someone like Zhou Bapai. As for the notion that benefits must come from the sheep, if I don't shear him, he will certainly fleece someone else. The nature of capitalists is such that once they have your resources, they will not spare even your last penny. Chun Kai crouched down, his round face resembling a large pancake wedged in the doorframe. After a considerable pause, he finally exclaimed, as if relief had washed over him, "3 phones. I'll go buy them for you tomorrow." Huang Jio and I remained silent, squatting on the ground. Chun Kai understood that one must not release the eagle without sighting the rabbit. Speechless, he remarked, "Gentlemen, where do you expect me to procure a mobile phone at this late hour?" Huang Jio, with a tone of earnestness, responded, "Xiao Kai, you are a person of considerable capability. I firmly believe you can handle this matter. Otherwise, Zhang would not place such importance on you. He would have long since dismissed you if you were incapable. Wouldn't you agree?" The flesh on Chun Kai's face quivered slightly as he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, just keep the door open and wait. I will return shortly." With that, Chun Kai retreated. Huang Jiu then inquired, perplexed, "Why did you not open the door for him?" I sheepishly scratched my head and replied, "I forgot." Forgetting was hardly plausible. It was simply that once given an opportunity, someone like Chun Kai would cling to you like chewing gum, showering you with flattery until it felt awkward to refuse him. Thus, I opted to keep him outside. As promised, I did not close the door, instead returning to the inner room to gather my belongings. Huang Jio, anxious that I might damage his circle, followed closely behind, incessantly cautioning me to be careful. I paid little heed to his fidgeting, yet as I passed by, I cast a glance and was startled to find that the 7 paper figures, which had previously been marked by a single drop of blood on their foreheads, were now entirely drenched in crimson. This was indeed a sign of the curse taking effect. I noticed an apple placed outside the circle, adorned with 3 incense sticks, and inquired of Huang Jio, "Have you offered soul to him?" Huang Jio coldly exclaimed, "I even bowed my head to him for an entire night. A mere curse." I considered it a form of retribution. However, now that it involved offering souls, it had escalated to a perilous game with others' lives. I once again cautioned it. "Do not say I did not warn you. He Xiaoyan's nephew has been taken in as a disciple by Longhu Mountain. If you stir up trouble, you shall find it impossible to rectify." Huang Jiu nonchalantly replied, "I had my little brother inquire, and it turns out that his nephew is a cousin. They say a cousin can be 3,000 miles apart." Seeing that it still did not grasp my meaning, I drew a clear line, stating, "I do not care how you proceed, but my sole stipulation is that no lives must be lost. One does not kill without consequence. He Xiaoyan's crimes do not warrant death. Rest assured, the mere thought of him spitting on me makes me uneasy. I merely wish to hasten the curse's progress." Huang Jiu assured, thumping its chest. A yellow weasel that had lived for nearly 3 centuries should possess some wisdom. I had no desire to play the role of a guardian. As for its so-called little brother, it was likely just some small creature from the vicinity, That was its social circle, and I could not interfere, given the language barrier. I gathered my belongings and stepped outside with the cat bag, waiting for Chun Kai. Huangjiu busied itself in and out of the bag, stashing some snacks inside. After a prolonged wait with no sign of Chun Kai, it grumbled about the cat bag being too small, urging me to find a larger one on another day. I shot a glance and replied, "Having a place to stay is already quite sufficient. What more do you desire? A 3-bedroom apartment?" Huang Jiojing, brandishing a pair of floral shorts, assumed a stance as if preparing for a verbal sparring match with me. Suddenly, Chun Kai's round face unexpectedly peered in from outside the door, startling both Huang Jio and myself, leading us to momentarily believe we were confronted by a ghostly visage. Chun Kai, glistening with sweat, flashed a broad smile and handed us a bag. Inside were 3 mobile phones, 2 identical to his own and 1 slightly smaller in size. Noticing my inquisitive gaze, Chun Kai elucidated, "Jui's hands are small, so I procured a replacement for him. But rest assured, they are all the latest models, with identical features." Huang Jio approached to take a look, and with a hint of satisfaction, inquired, "Can they make calls now?" Chun Kai quickly responded, "Indeed, the SIM cards are already installed." I then examined my own phone. Hers was red while mine was black. Both were aesthetically pleasing, perfectly suited to be presented as gifts upon her arrival, sparing me the expense. Furthermore, these were the pinnacle of contemporary technology, something she had never encountered in her mountain abode, and I was certain she would adore them. Chapter 52. The Master's Intention. I concealed my phone back in a room. Then, with Huang Jiu on my back, I exited and entered Chun Kai's sedan. Although I had not felt fatigued while channeling my energy earlier, I found myself dozing off as soon as I got into the car, ultimately succumbing to slumber. When Chun Kai roused me, the vehicle had already come to a halt in the courtyard of the villa. The living room was ablaze with light, and there were individuals awaiting my arrival. I rubbed my face to shake off the remnants of sleep and wiped the drool from the corner of my mouth. Carrying Huang Jio and the bag of tools, I followed Chun Kai into the villa. The people inside were unfamiliar to me. However, their diverse professions were evident through their distinct manners and attire. A middle-aged man in a suit and tie, around 40 years of age, bore a look of anxiety and stood up immediately upon seeing me. He was none other than General Manager Zhang, whom I had yet to meet. Beside him was a man in his 50s, clad in traditional Chinese attire, who was seated with a string of prayer beads. This was the master from Hong Kong. Next to the master stood a fair and youthful beauty, likely his female disciple. I approached General Manager Zhang, adopting the tone of my second uncle, and said, "General Manager Zhang, it is an honor to finally meet you." However, my polite gesture caused Zhang's brow to furrow slightly as he grasped my hand and inquired, "Where's your second uncle? I have been unable to reach him by phone. It seems we will not be able to contact him until tomorrow morning." Seeing me, a mere youth, he appeared somewhat unsettled. Fortunately, Chun Kai quickly interjected, "General Manager Zhang, Master Liang is the true heir of the Li family's teachings. His abilities surpass even those of your second uncle. 3 mobile phones were the reason I was invited here." He certainly did not wish for me to be underestimated by Mr. Zhang upon our first meeting, for that would be a considerable loss for him. I disregarded Chun Kai's flattery and turned my gaze towards the master beside me. He was observing me as well, and, taking the initiative, spoke, "Young friend, I have heard from Akai that you are a spirit medium. I hold great respect for spirit mediums and wonder if I might have the privilege of seeing your spirit companion." Spirit medium? I furrowed my brow slightly. However, it soon occurred to me that Chun Kai must have boasted about Huang Jio, failing to clarify, and thus creating a misunderstanding for the master. Nevertheless, if he wished to see Huang Jio, that was of little concern. I set down my cat bag and brought out the still, slumbering Huang Jio. Abruptly awakened and pulled from its dreams, it exclaimed, "Damn it!" The master from the Bay Area paused for a moment, curiosity gleaming in his eyes as he inquired, "Young friend, is your spirit companion from Hong Kong?" I found myself at a loss for words. It seemed Huang Jio had been preoccupied with thoughts of Hong Kong masters throughout our journey, which led to the unexpected utterance of a local catchphrase. Yet, wishing for a humble chicken to transform into a phoenix would require considerable effort. I shook Huang Jiu gently to rouse its senses before resting it on my shoulder and explained, "It is not a breed from Hong Kong. It is merely a yellow weasel from our mountainous region." The master observed my every action with keen interest, having previously witnessed spirit mediums bowing and scraping before their spirit companions. My demeanor was a stark contrast, leaving him somewhat astonished. After a brief pause, he introduced himself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tang Quan, and this is my disciple, Su Wanrong." I politely nodded in acknowledgement. Seeing that we were acquainted, Mr. Zhang anxiously remarked, "Master Tang, Master Liang, Ying and her classmates." Realizing it was time to take action, I interrupted Mr. Zhang, stating, "I have just arrived and am unaware of the situation. I would appreciate it if Master Tang could provide a brief introduction." On the way here, I worried that my companions might be adversaries. However, after a few exchanges, I found Master Tang to be quite agreeable. As for his calling me little buddy, it was understandable given my youth and his imperfect Mandarin. To take offense would only serve to complicate matters unnecessarily. What took me by surprise, however, was the simplicity of Tang Quan's introduction, which consisted of merely 4 words: evil spirit entering the body. Yet, those 4 words furrowed my brow. The phrase evil spirit entering the body implies a separation. Evil entering the body refers to what we commonly call possession. In foreign terms, it is known as demonic possession, where the afflicted may exhibit erratic behavior. In severe cases, individuals might harm themselves or their loved ones, although such episodes typically do not persist for long. After all, as living beings, we inherently possess a degree of yang energy, which can weaken such entities over time. Conversely, malevolent energy entering the body is far more troublesome, as this energy can erode one's soul. Initially, the afflicted may oscillate between lucidity and madness, but over time, they may completely lose their faculties, becoming mere vessels driven by insatiable desires. At this moment, when Tang Quan mentioned malevolence entering the body, I surmised that both conditions might be present. This situation has become increasingly intricate. With the assistance of malevolent spirits, they can forcibly usurp a dwelling without being restrained by the positive energies of the human body. If such circumstances are not addressed promptly, it would be indistinguishable from the Taoist practice of spirit possession and soul snatching. Should you witness an individual previously deranged and frantic suddenly regain their composure, I can assure you that they are no longer themselves. During my exchange with Tang Quan, 4 luxurious vehicles arrived at General Zhang's residence, from which emerged a pair of anxious spouses. General Zhang hastily rose to greet them. Tang Quan glanced over and remarked, "Little friendly Yang, it may become quite chaotic here shortly. Would you care to accompany me upstairs for a better view?" I regarded Tang Quan with a discerning gaze, utilizing my spiritual sight, which revealed his Taoist aura to be exceptionally pure, rivaling that of Lu Changxian from Laozang. As long as the possession has not escalated to the point of soul snatching, he is fully capable of resolving the matter alone. With such abilities, there is no need to share the burden with me. Furthermore, his actions appear to diminish his stature in front of General Zhang and Mr. Wang, while inadvertently elevating mine. It seems he has discerned the deeper connections behind this affair, suggesting that the troubles faced by Zhang Ying and her companions are likely linked to the haunted building in the East City. Despite my attempts to evade the situation, it appears inescapable. Having sold charms to Zhang Ying and her associates, I am now intertwined in this web of cause and effect. Their predicament cannot be ignored. With Tang Quan and his apprentice leading the way, I followed closely behind as we ascended to the 2nd floor of the villa. During that time, I overheard Su Wanrong murmuring with discontent, "Master, we can handle this ourselves. Why invite this bumpkin? Collaborating with someone like him will tarnish your reputation." Her voice was barely audible, yet I caught her words, for she intended them for my ears. Tang Quan replied, "There is plenty of wealth to be shared, and food to be enjoyed collectively. Do not be so petty." Tang Quan's words were unreserved, exuding a sense of candor. However, I held a different perspective. My grandfather once remarked that while there are good people in the world, there is certainly no such thing as a free lunch, save for acts of charity. Beyond confronting the ghostly towers of East City, this Hong Kong fellow must have ulterior motives for approaching me. The greatest allure I possess pertains to the enigmatic corpse and the vast mountains associated with it. Reflecting upon it now, his interest in Huang Jiao likely extends beyond mere curiosity. Chapter 53. The mountain town art. As my thoughts multiplied, my gaze towards Tang Quan shifted, now tinged with a hint of vigilance. Indeed, once the human heart succumbs to desire, it can become 100 times more terrifying than a ghost. Nevertheless, I followed him upstairs, and upon reaching the second floor of the villa, I beheld 2 yellow cloths hanging down from the roof, adorned with large symbols painted in red cinnabar. A subtle scent of incense wafted into my nostrils. It was no wonder that the 5 individuals above were possessed by malevolent spirits, while those below remained oblivious to any malevolence. The 2 yellow cloths served as a formidable barrier. These cloth talismans, also known as Fu Zhuang, are offerings typically found in temples and Taoist monasteries. The rich aroma of incense emanating from these talismans suggested they had been venerated for quite some time. To acquire such artifacts, one must possess a significant connection to a temple or monastery. Otherwise, it would be exceedingly difficult to obtain them. As for the master from Gongxiang, setting aside his abilities, the mere presence of these yellow cloth talismans indicated that his connections were far from insubstantial. Seeing me pause at the staircase, Su Wanrong turned back, mocking me with a taunt. "What's the matter? Are you afraid?" I chuckled softly. Huang Jiao, perched on my shoulder, disdainfully remarked, "You're quite pretty when silent. But the moment you speak, it's quite the opposite. I advise you, little girl, to talk less and act more. Wouldn't it be more pleasant to maintain your beauty for another 10 or 8 years?" I refrained from silencing Huang Jiao, yet I also chose to ignore Su Wanrong, following Tang Quan beneath the yellow cloth talismans as we entered the second floor. The moment I stepped onto the second floor, an icy chill seeped into my clothing, subtly attempting to invade my spiritual orifices. Fortunately, the blood dagger at my waist emanated a warm current, dispelling the pervasive chill. The furniture in the living room on the second floor had been entirely cleared, and Zhang Ying sat on the ground in a circle with 4 other girls, surrounded by 8 bronze incense burners. Judging by their material, if the old curator were to see them, he would likely demand their surrender. Tang Quan remained silent, his gaze fixed and penetrating upon me. It was evident that he sought to test whether I could discern his arrangement. Had I not acquired the lower scroll, these items would indeed have remained inscrutable. However, now that I have memorized the entirety of the lower scroll, while I cannot claim absolute clarity, I can certainly perceive the gist of it. The 8 incense burners, each engraved with a different mountain, symbolize the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. This represents a long-lost technique of mountain summoning. To elaborate, it is not entirely forgotten, but employing it necessitates locating the stone Gondan within the 3 mountains and 5 peaks. The stone Gondan I refer to is not the one from Mount Tai, but rather a metaphor. After all, it is not solely Mount Tai that possesses the stone Gondan. Renowned mountains and rivers fundamentally nurture such entities. In the past, it was relatively easy to find, but according to my grandfather, when the minor Days invaded the 9 provinces, a special unit was established to search for famous mountains and rivers, collecting the stone Gondan from each. As a result, even stones with a hint of significance have become extinct. Unable to locate the true stone Gondan, Tang Quan resorted to using incense burners from the mountain deities' temples of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks as substitutes. Though the effectiveness of the incense burners and the difficulty of their acquisition do not compare to that of the stone Gondan, it is by no means a trivial task. After all, without a century's worth of incense to nurture them, one cannot suppress the malevolent and sinister energy coursing through Zhang Ying and her companions. At this juncture, I have firmly concluded that this malevolent energy emanates from that haunted building. I turned and inquired, "Master Tang, with such a setup, it seems you are aware of the affairs concerning the Eastern City ghost building?" Tang Quan, twirling the beads in his hand, nodded and replied, "I have glanced at it, but did not venture inside." I chuckled softly. What a coincidence. I too have merely observed it from afar, not daring to ascend. He refrained from entering, while I lacked the courage to do so. This statement was intended to convey to him that I had no intention of probing the ghost building. Tang Quan smiled, shifting the topic to ask, Master Liang, do you perceive any issues with my arrangement? I feigned curiosity, crouching down to scrutinize the 8 incense burners from a distance of 3 to 4 meters. Although Tang Quan may not have traversed the mountains and rivers personally, his possession of the mountain deity furnace from the 3 mountains and 5 peaks indicates a considerable understanding of the geography of his homeland. He surely knows of the existence of the 10,000 great mountains. Perhaps at this moment he is testing my resolve. Huang Jiao, being shrewd and cunning, recognized that verbosity often leads to folly and chose to remain silent. Whether Tang Quan believed my words or maintained his composure, upon seeing my reticence, he remarked, Little friend, I have observed the conditions of Miss Zhang and her companions, and it appears that the malevolence invading their bodies is a form of spirit possession. Spirit possession? I frowned slightly. Such possession is not merely a matter of evil spirits attaching themselves. It signifies a powerful malevolent entity that has manifested a fragment of itself. Evil spirits may employ avatars to inhabit the bodies of the living, and once the avatars mature, the original entity will fully return. This process bears a resemblance to the phenomenon of demonic possession commonly observed in foreign cultures. They share a commonality. The possessed demons are exceptionally powerful, often renowned ancient malevolent spirits abroad, whereas domestically, they manifest as formidable and fearsome entities. As the saying goes, a local tyrant is the king of ghosts. This explains why, upon merely casting a glance at that haunted building, I felt an urgent desire to depart. At that moment, it was merely a spirit bound to the earth. But if the coffin bearers did not leave soon, it would transcend the simplicity of an earthbound spirit. Now, having heard Tang Quan mention that Zhang Ying and her companions are hosts to spirits, it is imperative to confront the master of that haunted building to resolve the matter. I quietly inhaled a sharp breath, preparing to express my reluctance to become embroiled in this murky situation, when a group of men and women downstairs ascended. Naturally, when a daughter is in distress, it is the parents who are most anxious. They disregarded the chilling atmosphere above and rushed inside. Fortunately, they were affluent individuals, and wealthy people often possess superstitions. Upon witnessing the arrangement in the living room, they dared not disturb it. Some may argue against my assertion, claiming that not all wealthy individuals are superstitious. To that, I would suggest that such individuals are truly blinded by science, if they have not encountered it. They might search online for more information. I find it inappropriate to elaborate on specific matters here. Of course, I'm not implying that the impoverished are poor solely due to their disbelief in feng shui. Perspectives vary, and each person has their own judgment. My advice is simple. Fate is determined by the heavens, yet actions rest in human hands. One must possess both fate and the capability to exert effort. Otherwise, even the most fortunate destiny becomes futile when one chooses to remain idle. Conversely, possessing skills without a favorable fate ultimately leads to emptiness. The affluent possess remarkably straightforward methods for resolving issues, primarily through connections and secondly, through wealth. Thus, when they approached me and Tang Quan, referring to us as masters, some even audaciously proposed a figure, a tangible sum of money. This left me, witnessing the methods of the wealthy for the first time, utterly astounded and eager to express my admiration. However, such admiration hinges on the condition of being alive to appreciate it. Therefore, when Tang Quan suggested we venture to the haunted building that very moment, I promptly declined, insisting on waiting for my second uncle to arrive. As the saying goes, in battle, a father and son fight together. To confront a tiger, one must rely on their own brothers. My acquaintance with Tang Quan is merely superficial. Should an actual crisis arise, he is unlikely to risk his life for me. Moreover, the notion of seeking out spirits late at night is perplexing to me. Chapter 54. The Malevolent Parasite. As I opened my mouth to decline the invitation to the haunted building, the previously chaotic atmosphere fell into an unexpected hush. A successful man in his 50s spoke up, stating, Master Li, should you agree to go, I shall personally add 5 million to your remuneration. I wish to articulate a response, but my lips merely trembled as I clenched my teeth and said, "Please refrain from your noise. I need to make a phone call to my uncle." Chun Kai, aware that I had not brought my new phone, hurried from the crowd and handed me his device. I dialed, but the call was met with a persistent indication of being powered off. With so many affluent individuals present, Chun Kai, eager to prove himself, boldly declared, "Masterly, if you provide me with the general area where your uncle resides, I shall visit each household this very evening until I locate him." I glanced at his chubby face, contemplating how long it would take him to knock on every door until dawn. Was such exertion truly necessary? More importantly, would the promises of these wealthy individuals hold any weight? After all, if it were inevitable, naturally, the greater the compensation, the better. My mind raced, recalling that Aunt Sue Ime also hailed from a prominent family. I pondered whether there was any intersection with these affluent circles. Thus, I interrupted the clamor, commanding silence. At my call, the crowd fell silent. However, Zhang Ying, encircled by the incense burner, heard me and awkwardly turned her head, her eyes filled with disdain. As she laughed mockingly at me, her laughter sent a chill down my spine, though she was not the same person. The expression and sound were eerily identical to the face I had encountered beneath the car. I was utterly frightened, and those around me were equally silent, as if struck by a chill. Observing this, Tang Quan hastily bit into his middle finger, muttering incantations as he flicked his hand with fervor. 8 precise droplets of his blood flew forth, landing flawlessly on 8 incense burners. Such a display of skill truly justified his title as a master. Upon contact with the blood, Zhang Ying's face contorted in agony, her features twisting grotesquely as the veins beneath her skin writhed like black worms. Her once delicate visage transformed into a terrifying sight. The hearts of Zhang's parents ached immensely, particularly Zhang Ying's mother, who suddenly knelt before me and Tang Quan with a thud. Tang Quan reacted faster than I did, swiftly leaping aside, while I was slightly slower but managed to prevent Zhang Ying's mother from fully prostrating herself. As the saying goes, one kneels to heaven, earth, and parents. To easily submit to another's kneel without offering commensurate gratitude incurs karmic debt. Especially for us practitioners, the burden is far heavier than that borne by ordinary individuals. As for the outcome, we would soon discern it by observing He Xiaoyan's condition in a few days. After Tang Quan and I evaded the situation, we assisted Zhang Ying's mother to her feet. I understood that we could no longer delay matters and informed them of Aunt Sue Ime's name. True to the nature of affluent individuals, there indeed existed connections. Several business owners made calls, and soon enough, we reached Su Dazhuang, Sue Ime's father. Before long, my uncle returned my call. I wasted no time and directly conveyed the address. Upon seeing me contact my uncle, Tang Quan turned back to instruct Su Wanrong to prepare the necessary tools. Earlier, Mr. Zhang mentioned more than once that my expenses were on par with Tang Quan's. As Tang Quan demonstrated his skill, I could not remain idle. Thus, I instructed Chun Kai to fetch a piece of the Qingxiang incense. Upon receiving the incense, I placed my hands together, inverted the 8 sticks within my palms, and summoned my internal Tao energy, forcefully channeling it into the incense. With the aid of this energy, I vigorously rubbed the head of the incense, causing it to ignite spontaneously, much like a talisman. Tang Quan observed the entire process, astonished, and remarked, "The solitary incense for honoring spirits. This is the long-lost soul calming technique?" I replied, "Master Tang, the world is vast, and there are realms beyond human perception. Just because you have not encountered it does not imply it has been lost. The soul calming technique is a secret method from the lower volume. I had considered concealing my abilities, yet if I were to hide everything, I would merely be indistinguishable from failure. What is necessary must still be employed." As I prepared to insert the incense, Huang Jiu perched upon my shoulder and exclaimed, "Hold on." It then blew forcefully towards the Qingxiang. And sensing the incense slipping from my grasp, I hastily released it. The 8 sticks were propelled out, deftly finding their places in 8 incense burners. This maneuver was no less impressive than Tang Quan's earlier display, perhaps even surpassing it in sophistication. Once the Qingxiang settled into the burner, Zhang Ying fell silent. I then observed that the other 4 individuals, aside from Zhang Ying, remained unchanged throughout the ordeal. Therefore, inquired of Tang Quan, Master Tang, "Have you discerned Zhang Ying's birth chart?" Just as Tang Quan was about to respond, my uncle's voice resonated from downstairs, stating, "Born in the Yin month and Yin hour. She possesses a minor Yin constitution." A minor Yin constitution indicates that both the month and hour align with Yin characteristics, while a major Yin constitution denotes a birth in the Yin year, month, day, and hour. In addition to the naturally occurring entities, there exists a rare breed of individuals endowed with the ability to perceive both realms, the living and the spectral, who are born at the precise moment when the gates of the Ghost Festival swing open. However, such individuals are exceedingly scarce. While it may be easy to be born on the Ghost Festival, the likelihood of timing one's birth to the exact moment is lamentably minuscule. Upon hearing my uncle's voice, a profound sense of relief washed over me. With him by my side, my sole responsibility was to execute the tasks at hand. Nonetheless, according to the birth chart my uncle had deduced, it appeared that the malevolent spirits within the haunted building had fixated solely on Zhang Ying, intending to make her their vessel. The remaining 4 individuals were merely minions, possessed by lesser spirits. In this case, it was imperative to resolve the spiritual affliction afflicting Zhang Ying within the confines of the ghostly edifice. While I could expel the other 4 with a relic of Buddhist bone, my uncle ascended the staircase and inquired if his calculations were accurate. Zhang, the manager, nodded in affirmation. With my uncle's deductions validated, I refrained from interjecting. What I could perceive, he too was capable of discerning. Indeed, my uncle turned to state, Zhang Ying required a separate approach, as she presented a more complex situation, whereas my nephew could manage the other 4. At the mention of a feasible resolution, 8 pairs of eyes turned towards me, making me feel rather uncomfortable. However, with my uncle present, the matter of finances needed to be settled. Fortunately, as I had previously asserted, in the realm of the affluent, matters that can be resolved with monetary means are hardly regarded as troublesome. Previous commitments were readily affirmed, merely urging me to expedite the salvation of their daughter. Exorcism. The blood blade pales in comparison to the relic of the Buddha's bones. However, as this is a sacred artifact of the Buddhist sect, I prefer not to draw undue attention from them. Thus, I instructed Mr. Zhang to prepare a room, and with great effort, Uncle and Su Wanrong forcibly ushered the uncontrollable individual inside. Within the chamber, I harnessed my Taoist energy to activate the relic of the Buddha's bones, employing the strength of the scriptures to expel the malevolent spirits from the bodies of the 4 individuals, subsequently dispersing them with a blood strike. Throughout this ordeal, Zhang Ying emitted piercing cries from outside. Although the spiritual entities residing within her 4 classmates were not particularly strong, their prolonged turmoil had left them weakened, and after expelling the evil spirits, they succumbed to a deep slumber. With Uncle present, I felt transformed, imbued with newfound confidence. Upon emerging, I instructed the family members to remain vigilant and, if possible, to keep individuals at Mr. Zhang's residence until Zhang Ying's situation was thoroughly resolved. Zhang Ying continued to scream, her voice on the verge of shattering. Mr. and Mrs. Zhang were both terrified and heartbroken. Yet, despite Tang Quan's fingers swelling to resemble dumplings and blood being shed in abundance, the efforts proved futile. Witnessing the distress of Mr. and Mrs. Zhang weighed heavily on my heart. I discreetly summoned them aside and surreptitiously pressed the relic of the Buddha's bones into Mr. Zhang's hands. Chapter 55. The secret of the blood stab. As I ventured into the haunted building, I made certain to carry the Buddhist relic, for it served as one of my sources of confidence. However, it was now intended to pacify the malevolent spirit within Zhang Ying, alleviating the distress it caused. I wished to keep this plan concealed from Tang Quan, thus I discreetly instructed Mr. Zhang to proceed accordingly. Mr. Zhang appeared momentarily taken aback, but upon realization, he clutched the relic tightly. I then whispered further instructions. After our departure, he was to place it beside Zhang Ying, and once she regained her composure, he should send Chun Kai to the haunted building to find me. This artifact would merely provide temporary solace for his daughter. To eradicate the haunting, the essence residing within the building must be vanquished, and this relic was of paramount importance. He must ensure that Chun Kai delivers it. My words were neither wholly truthful nor entirely false. I articulated this out of concern that Mr. Zhang and his wife might disregard my safety and abandon the relic. Once my instructions were conveyed, my uncle took the cat bag from me and summoned Tang Quan and his disciples to descend. While in the vehicle, Tang Quan expressed a desire for me to share a ride with him to facilitate discussions. Yet, I remained wary of him and his incessant inquiries, insisting on traveling with my uncle instead. Once settled in the car, I confided in my uncle my belief that Tang Quan's interest in me was linked to the 10,000 Great Mountains. My uncle scoffed, remarking that it was a fool's errand on Tang Quan's part, and that I need not concern myself with him. Surprised, I leaned forward, resting my head against my uncle's seat, and queried, "Uncle, you seem quite knowledgeable about the 10,000 Great Mountains?" He replied, "Is that not self-evident? The mountains lie just beyond our village, and even a 3-year-old knows of the dangers that lurk within." My mind, somewhat perplexed, began to ponder the peculiarities of the nearby villagers. Who among them would dare venture into the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains? My uncle's vehicle trailed closely behind Tang Quan's. Yet as we neared the ghostly building, my uncle unexpectedly halted before a breakfast shop. Tang Quan's car followed suit, and he alighted, approaching my uncle with a remark. "It seems masterly shares my sentiments." My uncle merely smiled, choosing not to respond. While I stood in a daze, my uncle had already unfastened his seatbelt, urging me to disembark for breakfast. In light of Tang Quan's words, the realization struck me. Neither my uncle nor Tang Quan intended to visit the ghostly building at this hour. Indeed, with dawn yet to break, who would dare to stir the spirits? Nevertheless, their decision left me with an uneasy feeling. Although my heart was unsettled, the breakfast was quite satisfying. Seizing the moment, Tang Quan suggested that my uncle and I accompany him inside, leaving Su Wanrong outside for support. Both my uncle and I promptly dismissed this idea. Ultimately, it was decided that Su Wanrong and my uncle would remain outside, while Tang Quan and I would venture in. As they deliberated, I discreetly used my uncle's phone to call Chun Kai. By 7 o'clock, Chun Kai arrived. I welcomed him at the door, quietly accepting the relic of Buddha's bones from his hands, feeling its intense warmth, which assured me that Zhang Ying would not be howling now. This gesture could be seen as a significant favor owed to Mr. Zhang and his wife. Surprisingly, Chun Kai had procured the design blueprints of the ghostly building through connections at the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. From the blueprints, it was evident that the building featured 2 fire escape routes and 7 elevators. The elevator is currently out of service, leaving only the staircases on either side available for use. Tang Quan discussed with his second uncle, deciding that he would ascend the left staircase while Huang Jiao and I would take the right, planning to reconvene on the 20th floor. It is customary in our line of work to separate tasks. After all, confronting such matters is perilous for one alone. The reasoning behind this, as our grandfather explained, is that when 2 individuals collaborate, a sense of ease tends to prevail. However, this relaxation of the mind can provide an opportunity for malevolent spirits to take hold. Should one be possessed, the ensuing danger for the other would far surpass that of confronting a mere ghost, for certain techniques are ineffective against the living. Both my second uncle and I hold our grandfather's wisdom in high regard. With our plan established, we set the time for our entry at 8 o'clock, resolving to return by noon, regardless of whether we locate the host residing within Zhongying. In order to avoid the midday hours when yang energy is strongest and yin is at its weakest. Once the plan was finalized, I retrieved the architectural blueprints to examine them closely, only to find myself increasingly perplexed. Eventually, unable to contain my curiosity, I turned the drawings sideways and inquired of my second uncle. This building has 2 emergency exits, which implies that no matter where the fire might ignite, there is a passage for escape. Even if those on the 20th floor cannot all evacuate, they should not be entirely doomed to perish within. My observation prompted both my second uncle and Tang Quan to scrutinize the plans with renewed seriousness. Upon closer inspection, they too began to sense discrepancies. My second uncle then asked Chun Kai, "Was there no detailed report on the circumstances surrounding the fire in the building back then?" Chun Kai Dao remarked that there were reports. Yet, during that era, Information was not as advanced as it is today. The scope of dissemination was limited and the number of individuals concerned was few. It is said that the matter eventually faded away. Tang Quan, twirling his glossy beads, furrowed his brow into a shape resembling A and said, "There must be some hidden agenda behind this." Huang Jiao, while slurping his rice noodles, interjected with a noodle dangling from his mouth. "Do you think it could be not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity? Consider this. Even if so many lives were lost in the fire, it wouldn't necessarily result in such overwhelming malevolence, nor would it give rise to a spirit possessing." Huang Jiao's worldly wisdom served as a wake-up call for us. Tang Quan frowned and said, "Young friend, I believe we need to adjust our plans. Let us proceed to the 18th floor today and assess the situation." I wholeheartedly supported this proposal, for that terrifying entity resided above the 20th floor. If we did not disturb its lair, it would likely refrain from confronting us. Upon exiting the noodle shop, my uncle reassured me not to fear, stating that I was still a virgin in spirit, brimming with yang energy, and possessed of Buddhist relics and blood talismans. Even if I were to encounter the true form of the spirit, I could either fight or flee. To claim that I was not anxious would be a falsehood, as this was the most perilous situation I had faced since my departure from the mountains. If I could resolve this matter, I would also feel confident in addressing the Wang Shukuan incident. Once we entered the vehicle, Huang Jiao sprang forth, saying, "Shao Li, if you are afraid, then do not think of anything at all. Just consider the substantial offers made by those affluent individuals." As he spoke, he began to count on his claws, calculating the number of chickens, but alas, the reward this time was rather significant, and his already limited digits proved insufficient. I find it rather perplexing that Huang Jiao, despite his keen intellect, is utterly incapable of managing finances. I wonder if it is due to an incomplete awakening of his faculties, or perhaps a consequence of being cast aside by Huang Xianer. Speaking of whom, I can't help but reminisce about the female corpse. Silently, I reflect. Although our time together has been limited, we have shared a decade as an old married couple, me outside the coffin and you inside. My endeavors are solely to earn a living for you. And should you possess any awareness in the afterlife? No, I hastily spit twice to dispel the thought. The uncertainty of the dead renders such expressions inappropriate. Yet, after much contemplation, I could not conjure a suitable alternative and settled for a makeshift reassurance. Ultimately, your blessing is imperative for my success. Observing my solitary spitting, Huang Jiao gazed at me as if I were an intellectual curiosity, expressing concern. This child, could he be overly anxious, rendered speechless by fear? Do not be alarmed. Allow me to share a secret about blood punctures, which will undoubtedly prove crucial for your survival. Abruptly, I regained my senses, seized him by the throat, and demanded, "What secret?" Chapter 56. Shikigami. Huang Jiao, feeling emboldened while clutching what I desired, gazed at me with an air of nonchalance and remarked, "Shao Yangzi, I appreciate your reverence for Lord Jiao, yet the manner in which you converse with me is rather displeasing, observing its obstinacy akin to a dog unrepentant in its ways." I found myself at a loss. After all, I could hardly resort to flaying it for a meal. As our vehicle approached the haunted building, a sense of urgency enveloped me. I lowered my voice and said, "Isn't it true that after you bowed to the lame Master Song, you gained nothing in return? Henceforth, should you require the blood spike, merely inform me, and it shall be yours at any time." "What say you?" Huang Jiao, revealing its prominent canine teeth, gleefully responded, "In truth, this is not a profound secret. The benefits of your blood spike encompass the yang energy it possesses, but there is more." Pausing momentarily, it left me fuming. It seemed to have forgotten its previous wounds and was now raising its demands anew. Yet, as the ghostly edifice came into view through the car window, I had no time for idle chatter. Gritting my teeth, I added along with 2 old hens. Only then did Huang Jiao express satisfaction, stating, "The 108 battle souls are, in fact, Shikigami, and among the most formidable of combat spirits." My eyes widened in intrigue. Shikigami, initially represented by the deities of the 12 zodiac signs on astrological charts, later underwent a transformation upon being introduced to Japan, evolving into ethereal entities that could be summoned by Taoists or on Myoji. While they bear resemblance to the practice of nurturing minor spirits, true Shikigami possess far greater power. Moreover, the 108 warriors in the blood spear correspond to the 108 stars of the heavenly and earthly spirits, each a paragon of loyalty and righteousness in their mortal lives. Such spirits are indeed the nemesis of malevolence, a rare phenomenon in the annals of time. It is no wonder that Huang Jiu knelt so decisively back then. Even now, he remains haunted by the outcome. My second uncle seemed to be aware of the situation long before and displayed no surprise. In retrospect, he had warned me that should I engage in misdeeds, not only would Song the Lame spare me, but those 108 would not. At that moment, he was subtly indicating that they were not mere parasitic souls, though I dared not contemplate that notion at the time. Upon reflection, I pondered that while the term Shikigami originated in the 9 provinces, it has been propagated by the Little Sun. I found the appellation to be a profound insult to our ancestors and thus chose to refer to them as the 108 divine generals. Huang Jiu, with a hint of envy, remarked, "You, my friend, have stumbled upon a stroke of luck." I furrowed my brow, casting a glance to admonish him against uttering such distasteful remarks. I then excitedly continued, "In that case, the ghost tower shall be but a trifling matter. Once I enter, I can unleash the 108 divine generals to handle it." Huang Jiu rolled his eyes, saying, "Are you still dreaming? With your meager spiritual energy, summoning even 1 or 2 weaker divine generals would be an impressive feat," he lamented. "What a pity that Song the Lame retired early. Otherwise, with a few more years of siphoning vitality, this blood spear could rightly be called an artifact." Nevertheless, I held a contrary view, for as it is said, the moon waxes and wanes, and perfection is but an elusive ideal in this world. If it were truly that perfect, it would likely not fall into my hands. As for vigor, while opportunities in today's society may be scarce, gradual accumulation can eventually cultivate it. At this moment, my uncle brought the vehicle to a halt, right before the ghostly building. He advised me, "Once you enter, stay close to the wall. If anything arises, toss something down below. I will come in at the first sign of commotion." Tang Quan was also giving instructions to Su Wanrong. Compared to my modest belongings, he was equipped with a plethora of items: a peachwood sword, a money sword, a compass, and various other talismans adorning his person. Moreover, he had donned a Taoist robe, giving him the appearance of an otherworldly sage. I had also brought my grandfather's Taoist robe into the city, but had forgotten about it. Otherwise, donning it now would have matched Tang Quan's imposing presence. Noticing my empty hands, Tang Quan paused for a moment and inquired, "Little friend, do you not possess any suitable implements?" The items I had seized from Laozhan were not something I dared to utilize lightly, and my uncle's belongings could only provide solace in my mind, so I chose not to bring anything. Seeing my silence, Tang Quan offered me the peachwood sword, which was over 20 centimeters long, saying, "Take this and make use of it." I was momentarily taken aback, for the sword in his possession must have been over a century old, and judging by its patina, it had been in use for several decades. It could be considered a small masterpiece. Observing my hesitation, Tang Quan insisted, "Just take it. Do not be modest." I felt a surge of gratitude and asked, "Master, if you give me the peachwood sword, what will you use?" With a nonchalant wave of his hand, Tang Quan replied, "As an elder, I can manage with whatever is at hand." He spoke while retrieving a peachwood sword from the back seat, measuring over 1 meter in length, its material a glossy obsidian hue. I found myself utterly bewildered in the wind. "Is this what one calls merely making do?" Tang Quan, seemingly unfazed, inquired, "Little friend, is there anything else you need?" As the adage goes, one cannot bite the hand that feeds. Despite my inner discontent, I could not voice my thoughts and merely shook my head, indicating that all was well. Tang Quan glanced at the resplendent watch adorning his wrist and remarked, "The time is nearly upon us. You to my left, I to your right. Let us not part ways on the 18th floor." With that, he struck a pose reminiscent of a sword stance, turning sideways like a large yellow crab, and entered the ominous building. Noticing my dazed fixation on the peachwood sword, Su Wanrong, with whom I had always clashed, suddenly queried, "What's wrong? Did your master generously bestow upon you a weapon, and you find it lacking?" Indeed, I had stumbled upon a fine quality peachwood sword, yet my heart felt as though it had ingested a dead fly. All the while I was forced to wear a forced smile in front of the insufferable Su Wanro. The more I pondered, the more unsettled I became. I had not brought my cat bag. Huang Ju squatted upon my shoulder, following closely behind Tang Quan into the ominous building. Inside, the light was dim, and as the two of us entered, it felt as though we had been swallowed whole by a monstrous beast, rendered pitifully insignificant. Moreover, the moment we stepped in, a chilling aura enveloped us. Tang Quan elegantly lifted his robe, ascending the stairs on the left with a series of 7-star steps. His internal energy surged, each step parting the ominous atmosphere, creating a force field that repelled the encroaching darkness. My own energy could not withstand such depletion. However, the Buddhist relics and blood spikes I possessed stood firm against the malevolent aura, preventing it from drawing near. The building had languished in neglect for far too long, dust blanketing the staircase, and upon reaching the second floor, a myriad of debris, swept in by the wind, danced through the air. Just as I steadied my footing on the second floor, a chilling gust swept through, lifting the refuse from the ground and forming a vortex that lingered ominously. Fortunately, during my observations of the haunted edifice while handling the museum vehicle, I had discerned that the malevolent energy was most concentrated above the 20th floor. Thus, as long as I remained below that threshold, I felt a semblance of assurance. After a brief pause, rather than waiting for the swirling winds to subside, I ascended towards the 3rd floor. Having climbed halfway up the staircase, a series of thuds echoed from above, reminiscent of someone dribbling a ball. In such a place, any anomaly signified something amiss, and my heart began to race. Cautiously, I completed the final steps and peered around the corner. There, in the desolate corridor, stood a child clad in red, his back turned to me, as he rhythmically bounced a dark, ominous ball. Chapter 57. The Demon Hunter. I inhaled sharply, retreating into the corridor, and whispered to Huang Jiudao, "How is it that we've encountered this creature on just the 3rd floor?" Huang Jiudao replied, "We've made quite a grand entrance. It's only natural that they would be prepared. I suspect they intend for us to ascend the tower." The building boasts over 40 stories, with spacious corridors flanked by office spaces. If we truly are compelled to climb, it would surely exhaust us. Huang Jiudao brushed my head aside and queried, "Did you discern what it was photographing? Wasn't that a redundant question? It was merely a head-snapping ghost." My retreat was not born of fear, but rather a desire to test the prowess of the divine being within my blood spear. However, upon hearing Huang Jiudao's words, I felt it prudent to hold back, lest I reveal too much too soon. After all, feeble spirits tend to shy away from ascending, while formidable entities may descend at any moment. With this thought in mind, I stepped onto the 3rd floor. The head-snapping ghost immediately pivoted, furiously hurling the severed head it held towards me. Huang Jiudao, adjusting his flamboyant shorts, exclaimed, "You little rascal, do you truly believe the earth is round, just as your head is?" As he berated the ghost, he managed to exhale a wave of demonic energy that enveloped the head, causing it to inflate immensely, rolling back like a giant balloon. Though the head-snapping ghost donned a red robe, it was, as Huang Jiudao had pointed out, not a fearsome specter, but rather a weak entity, and still a child at that. The enormous head rolled back, prompting the creature to wail in terror for its parents. As Huang Jiu was poised to strike, I swiftly obstructed the malevolent energy that was emanating from its mouth, saying, "To strike a dog, one must consider its master. If you act hastily now, we may find ourselves unable to ascend to the 18th floor." Just as Huang Jiu hesitated, a graceful figure suddenly emerged from a room at the opposite end of the corridor, positioning herself in front of the headless ghost. With the sound of a bowstring being drawn, an arrow was swiftly released, piercing through the little ghost and hurtling towards me. My reflexes were not sluggish. I instinctively turned my head to avoid it, inadvertently exposing Huang Jiu to the trajectory of the arrow. By the time I realized the gravity of the situation, a rune-etched arrow had already lodged itself in Huang Jiu's mouth. The little ghost emitted no sound, vanquished without a cry. I turned to Huang Jiu, my mind buzzing, pondering the age-old adage that good people do not live long, While calamities endure for millennia, why then was Huang Jio so short-lived? How was I to explain this to Huang Xianer? Just as I was at a loss, Huang Jiu stirred upon my shoulder, using its tiny claws to grasp the arrow and gradually extract it from its mouth. With a sigh of relief, Huang Jiu exclaimed, "Luckily, your ninth master possesses the skill to catch a blade with bare hands. Otherwise, today would have been a chilling affair." I too released the breath I had been holding, my gaze shifting towards the enchanting figure approaching me. She was indeed a living person. I recognized her presence immediately. As she drew nearer, I adopted a fierce expression, preparing to inquire about her intentions. Huang Jiu, too, bared his teeth and assumed a combative stance. However, as the woman approached, both Huang Jiu and I found ourselves entranced, our previous thoughts of confrontation and revenge evaporating into thin air. The only phrase echoing in our minds was, "Truly magnificent." As she drew nearer, an instinctive urge to offer her support arose within me, fearing she might lose her balance and stumble forward, bearing such a conspicuous emblem of allure. The woman appeared unfazed by our fervent gazes. Gulps resounded as Huang Jiu swallowed hard, murmuring, "Large indeed." I, too, silently measured her presence, realizing it was something beyond my grasp, perhaps even difficult to encompass with both hands. Though I attempted to divert my gaze, I was soon captivated once more by her long, elegant legs. Her attire resembled a qipao, cut short to the curve of her feet. The design boasted a daringly low slit above and a high cut below. Huang Jiu and I stood in stunned silence, while the woman reveled in our reaction, proudly puffing out her chest and casually inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I was too hasty earlier. I didn't notice you." Her voice rang out like celestial music. Yet, I quickly regained my composure, flushing and diverting my gaze elsewhere, unable to meet her eyes. At that moment, Huang Jiu completely forgot the near brush with death he had just experienced, his expression turning foolishly infatuated as he gently asked, "Beautiful lady, are you a demon hunter?" My mind had finally cleared, and I realized that my previous distraction was devoid of any lascivious thoughts. In comparison to her, even two corpses would scarcely amount to one of her stature. Such grandeur leaves me utterly astonished. As I regain my composure, I instinctively take a half step aside, my hand subtly resting on the dagger concealed at my waist. When Huang Jiu mentions the demon hunters, my gaze fixates once more on the crossbow in her grasp. That is the demon hunting crossbow, a standard piece for the hunters, emblematic of their identity. I have heard tales from my grandfather about this group. They are spread across the vast expanse of the land, hunting not only malevolent spirits and demons, but also those who stray from the righteous path. In essence, they are bounty hunters of spirits. However, they never accept tasks from the common folk, instead taking assignments from the bounty board within their ranks. Moreover, there exists a hierarchy among the demon hunters, a ranking system that remains a closely guarded secret, known only to insiders. At this moment, her presence here raises questions. Could this haunted building be listed on the demon hunter's bounty board? And when did she enter this eerie structure? Contemplating these queries, I introduce myself. "I am Liang. May I inquire your name, sister?" "I am Zhang Ling," she graciously replies, before inquiring, "Are you planning to ascend further?" Her tone suggests she intends to halt her ascent, to which I nod and respond, "At the behest of my employer, I must go up to take a look." The reputation of demon hunters has always been that of righteous individuals, yet I cannot guarantee she poses no threat to me. So, I merely mention my purpose briefly. Zhang Ling states, "The matters above have already taken on a life of their own. I shall not proceed further, as I am waiting for someone here. Our paths diverge, and thus there is no need for further entanglement or delay." As I turn to leave, Huang Jiu glances back with a lingering reluctance. I found myself lingering, stealing a glance before making my way to the fourth floor. Once I was certain that Zhang Ling had not followed, I whispered to Huang Jiu, "It seems your ominous words may indeed come to pass. What transpired here 2 decades ago was likely not a natural disaster, but rather a man-made calamity." Huang Jiu, his mind still untainted, immediately grasped my implication and inquired, "Are you suggesting that she is waiting for someone behind the scenes?" I nodded. Huang Jiu grumbled, Then are we not merely her tools? I replied, it's a mutual benefit. She captures the living while we confront the spirits, thus assisting one another. However, I doubt her capabilities. The one responsible for this haunted building may very well be beyond her control. No sooner had I spoken than a swirling mass of black mist suddenly materialized in the fourth-floor corridor, and a smoke-emitting specter appeared before us in an instant. Chapter 58. Deceived, engrossed in conversation, I was caught off guard, only realizing the peril when the blazing specter approached. Towering at over 10 meters, its surface was marred with fissures, beneath which glowed a molten crimson, reminiscent of flowing lava. Its hollow eyes flickered ominously, surveying me and Huang Jio from above. Despite our extensive experiences, we found ourselves momentarily paralyzed with fear. Yet, the infernal being did not launch an attack. Instead, it enveloped us in a swirling cloud of smoke. Sensing its lack of hostile intent, I ventured to speak. We are merely passing through. Might we trouble you for a way? The specter struggled, laboriously attempting to articulate a response, but its mouth, a dark abyss, bore no tongue. Its ability to produce sound was utterly extinguished. A chill ran through me. Upon death, spirits manifest in two forms. Those who die of natural causes retain their most beautiful visage, often appearing as they did in their youth in dreams or visions. Conversely, those who meet untimely ends retain the appearance they had at the moment of death. This blazing specter, thus, bore the visage it had at the time of its demise, indicating that it had lost its tongue before the end. The notion of being born without a tongue was foreign to me. Perhaps it was a concept I had never encountered. If it were not a congenital affliction, the implication was grim. Someone had deliberately silenced it, perhaps to prevent it from speaking the truth. Frustrated by its inability to communicate, the specter erupted into a frenzy, its charred hands lunging towards me and Huang Jio. My hand rested firmly upon the peachwood sword gifted by Tang Quan, when suddenly a piercing scream echoed from the upper floor. The spirit of the burned soul panicked and transformed into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing into the rooftop. Huang Jio expressed his concerns, saying, I sense that the waters here are rather treacherous. I replied, having already plunged into the depths, we can only forge ahead. As I spoke, I drew the blood spike, infused it with my vital energy, and with a vigorous flick, a shadow was cast forth. The shadow coalesced into a diminutive man, despite his small stature. The resolve and murderous intent in his eyes were unmistakable. A twinge of disappointment washed over me, as Huang Jiu had remarked. My current vital energy only sufficed to summon a minor deity. Moreover, the man's forehead bore 3 luminous characters, Earth Dog Star, the lowest ranked among the 36 celestial generals, and 72 earthly fiends. This must be the position assigned by Song the Lame. Recognizing his veteran status, Iuriedli bod in salute. However, the Earth Dog Star remained unresponsive. Huang Jiu noted, his blood energy is insufficient. Having departed from the blood spike, he cannot maintain lucidity. You should attempt to control him with your thoughts. I gave a try, envisioning him moving to the left, and indeed, he took 2 steps in that direction. After several attempts, I confirmed my ability to control him, but the reality fell far short of my expectations. I had hoped that summoning him would expedite our ascent, yet in his current state, he proved to be of little assistance. In the event of a confrontation, I would be unable to focus on controlling him. Even if I could exert control, his agility was simply lamentable. Disappointment aside, he is nonetheless a predecessor, and I will maintain my composure, intending to reclaim him within the heart of my blade. Just then, I detected a series of distinct scents wafting through the air. One particularly strong aroma emanated from above the 20th floor, while 4 others originated from the 16th. A sense of astonishment washed over me. Typically, even when I catch a whiff of something, it would be impossible for me to ascertain such precise distances. Yet now these sensations appeared in my mind without warning. After a few moments of surprise, I realized that the powers of the Earth Dog Star were directly enhancing my senses. Upon further scrutiny, I discerned hundreds of different scents. Among them, the 4 distinctive aromas from the 16th floor stood apart. I surmised that there might be 4 unique spirits concealed within that space. As the saying goes, Unusual occurrences often herald the presence of the extraordinary. Amidst a myriad of flowers, a single green leaf must surely possess a unique significance. Having pinpointed the approximate location, I retracted the Earth Dog star, clasped the Buddhist relic in my palm, and swiftly ascended the staircase. The higher I climbed, the more wandering souls I encountered. However, the aura emitted by the Buddhist relic deterred them from approaching, and I chose to disregard them, hastening my passage. Upon reaching the 15th floor, I summoned the Earth Dog star once more, inhaling deeply as the four distinctive scents sharpened into focus, situated in the central area of the upper floor at four corners. Huangjiu, noticing my heightened sense of smell, inquired, "Ligu, have you become possessed by a divine hound?" I paid him no mind, merely cautioning him to remain vigilant, for there was something amiss above. I had thought our speed was sufficient, but to my surprise, Tang Quan had also arrived here, holding a palm-sized compass as he approached. Before I could inquire how he managed to get here, he spoke. "I sense four unusual auras in this vicinity, and, anticipating danger, I came to find you." He brought the compass closer, and it was unlike any I had seen before, small enough to fit in one's hand, its surface inscribed with a multitude of intricate characters, too tiny to decipher. At that moment, the needle at its center spun wildly, pausing intermittently at four distinct points. Just as I was about to ask what he meant, Tang Quan explained, "This is a 5-elements compass. It indicates that there are 4 strong corpse auras on the upper floor, likely 4 old zombies." Zombies in a haunted building? My immediate thought was that someone might be using this ghostly structure to nurture the dead. Yet, while there was enough yin energy here, it lacked the grounding essence. It is important to understand that for a corpse to transform into a zombie, a significant accumulation of yin energy and a connection to the earth are essential conditions. Moreover, if they were indeed nurturing corpses, what then were the entities on the 20th floor? In the next moment, Tang Quan and I spoke in unison. 4 fiends suppressing yin. Upon uttering these words, our expressions changed dramatically. Although the terms yin and fiend may appear synonymous, potent fiendish energy can be employed to suppress malevolent spirits. This also explains why professions such as butchers instill dread in evil spirits, causing them to retreat. For an old zombie to condense fiendish energy, there is but one method. It must consume the blood of the living, and not merely that of one individual. Faced with such a perilous corpse, I realized that not only I, but even Tang Quan would find it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. The two exchanged a glance, making the same decision. Among the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best course of action. After all, the building was steeped in an oppressive gloom, with sunlight failing to penetrate. It was practically a haven for the undead. However, as we retreated to the stairwell, we discovered that the fire door had been pulled down. I strained to lift it twice, only to find it locked from the outside, just as I was attempting to raise the door. For resounding bangs echoed from the 16th floor, plunging the entire building into an eerie silence. Tang Quan's expression shifted as he remarked, "The 4 old corpses have emerged from their coffins. Let's descend from the other side." Yet if this side was locked, the other side was likely no different. Reluctantly, I steeled myself to try my luck, but the outcome was dismal. The fire door at the other end was similarly barred from the outside. Taking a deep breath, I declared, "We have been ensnared, becoming mere bait." Chapter 59. You underestimate me. Tang Quan did not encounter the demon hunter, nor did he grasp the meaning behind my words. However, upon noticing that both fire doors were blocked, he clutched the beads in his hand tightly and declared fiercely, "Forget the schemes for now. Let's deal with those 4 old corpses first." In response, I refrained from rushing to explain myself. At that moment, the old corpses from upstairs had also descended, and a faint scent of decay permeated the air. Yet, even if we succeeded in eliminating the old corpses, not only would we fulfill Zhang Ling's intent, but the entities from above would also become a significant concern. While we might be capable of combating the corporeal old corpses, we could not be certain of overcoming the elusive specters. After a moment's hesitation, I urged Tang Quan to retreat to the 15th floor. We were currently situated in the stairwell, and if the 4 old corpses cornered us within, we would find it exceedingly difficult to maneuver and gain the advantage of the terrain. Upon returning to the 15th floor, I noticed a loose piece of tile on the ground and picked it up, intending to throw it outside. However, I reconsidered. Apart from Zhongling, there were likely other demon hunters in this building, and their methods were often unscrupulous. Furthermore, my uncle lacked any spiritual energy, and encountering them could result in dire consequences. Within a second or two of my indecision, the old corpses appeared in the corridors on either side, effectively surrounding us. Upon spotting the old corpses, Tang Quan stomped down with a powerful stance, releasing a wave of warm, yang energy. He embraced the peach with sword in his arms without greeting me, resembling a swordsman as he charged towards the old corpse on the right. Huang Jiao crouched on my shoulder, his body towering over me as he gazed at Tang Quan, exclaiming, "Who is this formidable commander? Is such strength even possible?" I too was momentarily taken aback, yet I understood that with the exit barred, my only chance of survival lay in forging an alliance with Tang Quan. After a brief hesitation, I drew the peach wood sword from my waist, gritting my teeth as I followed him. As we surged forward, two ancient corpses sprang from the corner to my right, the stench of decay enveloping us, mingled with a faint metallic tang of blood. My suspicions were confirmed. They had indeed feasted upon the blood of the living. Just as I braced myself for a fierce battle, Tang Quan abruptly changed direction, darting into the adjacent office building like an actor in a play. My expression shifted dramatically. Fortunately, the zombies were still several meters away. I hastily followed him into the building. We swiftly navigated through several doors until I found Tang Quan leaning against the wall. Panting, before I could question him, he preemptively explained, "My young friend, I sincerely apologize. It only occurred to me as I rushed forward that it is morning, and the sunlight cannot penetrate here. My Bagua mirror requires sunlight to function." I scowled, but his words bore truth. We were heading west, where the morning sun was obscured. The purpose of the Bagua mirror is to reflect the light of the sun and moon, thereby inflicting harm upon undead entities like zombies. Yet, how could a seasoned sorcerer of over 50 years make such a fundamental error? I found it hard to believe, but I was left with no recourse. Tang Quan wore an expression of innocence tinged with regret. I gritted my teeth and exclaimed, "You've gone too far with this jest." Had I been a moment slower, I would have come face to face with the old corpse, a matter of life and death. Tang Quan offered an apologetic smile. I chose not to pursue the matter further, though I am one who holds grudges. As for the extent of my resentment, Huang Jiao is well aware. At that moment, the old corpse, having sensed my anger, leaped inside. I remained silent as I swiftly turned and navigated several corners, whether due to incompetence or intent. Keeping my distance from someone like Tang Quan felt like a prudent choice. The building was a mixed-use, commercial, and residential structure. After passing through a few offices, I managed to evade Tang Quan and slipped into an apartment. Upon entering, I gently closed the door and held my breath. My grandfather, aside from tormenting my eyes, had taught me the art of breath control, allowing me to hold my breath for half an hour without issue. Unable to detect my anger, the old corpse would inevitably pursue Tang Quan, giving this old fellow a chance to expend some energy first. I chuckled quietly, not bothering to assess the room. Instead, peering through the dust-laden peephole, Huang Jiao squatted on my shoulder, incessantly tugging at my hair. I remarked, Tang Quan did not follow, and the old corpse is nowhere in sight. Yet, despite my words, Huang Jiao continued to pull my hair. I knew I couldn't speak for long, lest I betray my hiding place. The force of Huang Jiao's tugs grew stronger, causing my scalp to ache, prompting me to turn and reprimand it. However, the moment I turned, I was startled, my toes instinctively rising as I pressed myself firmly against the door. The room is a one-bedroom apartment with a diminutive living area, where a rocking chair rests in the shadow near the window. At this moment, an elderly woman clad in a burial garment is seated in the rocking chair, creaking rhythmically. Half of her figure is enveloped in light and shadow, casting an eerie ambience. I could barely suppress the impulse to slap myself, preoccupied with the desire to escape Tang Quan, yet I momentarily disregarded the fact that I was in a haunted building. Fortunately, the old woman remained still, persistently rocking her chair, seemingly relishing her posthumous twilight years. Just then, The sound of thumping footsteps echoed from outside. The zombies had caught up with me. I held my breath, standing in the corner behind the door, having chosen a position that faced the entrance. This way, whether the elderly woman were to spring to life or the undead were to burst through the door, I would be poised to make my escape. As the old zombie passed by, a foul stench seeped through the doorway, and fearing it might provoke the old woman, I hastily affixed 2 talismans to the door to ward off the malevolent energy. As the thumping faded into the distance, I exhaled in relief, only to soon hear Tang Quan's curses, uttered in Cantonese, which I could not comprehend. At this moment, the elderly woman turned her head from the rocking chair. Half of her face was charred black, exposing her gums and stark white teeth. I dared not make a sound, gripping the blood-stained dagger tightly. Just when I anticipated an attack from her, she instead inquired with an anxious plea, "Young man, have you seen my granddaughter? Her name is Meng Meng, a most delightful little girl." As she spoke, she extended her charred hand, gesturing to indicate her height. As the elderly woman's voice faded, a series of giggles echoed from the rooftop. I turned towards the sound, gasping in shock. There, suspended from the chandelier, dangled a grotesque mass of charred flesh. Had it not been for the innocent, cherubic face peering through the darkness, I would scarcely have recognized the body of the little girl, her form twisted and burned. I looked on as the girl, seemingly anxious, opened her mouth to speak, yet the abyss of her oral cavity revealed the absence of her tongue. Fortunately, upon realizing her inability to articulate, she did not erupt in fury. Instead, she cast me a desperate glance, signaling me to remain silent. Despite the profound stillness of my heart, which continued to race furiously, I managed to muster a smile towards the girl, assuring her of my silence. With that, she joyfully scurried about on the rooftop. It became clear to me that this was a pair of souls, a grandmother and granddaughter, who had perished in a fiery inferno long ago. The elderly woman, afflicted by dementia even in death, retained her mental faculties, which was perhaps why her tongue had remained intact. Chapter 60. Confronting the 4 fiends, I have roughly deduced the sequence of events, and an inexplicable rage welled up within me. What manner of individuals could be so utterly depraved? Yet, even with a heart full of compassion, the specters I faced were malevolent souls. Should they take offense, they would not discern whether one is virtuous or vile. As I descended from the upper floors, I encountered numerous similar apparitions, many of whom did not exude malice. It appeared they lingered within this building under some form of manipulation. Indeed, some of these spirits had been summoned from the outside into the edifice. This was hardly surprising, for the entities residing on the 20th floor were of a kingly caliber, commanding the allegiance of all nearby souls. If this situation were not addressed promptly, the location would inevitably transform into a hellish realm. However, I could only piece together the threads of this situation. The identities and motives of the orchestrators remained elusive. It was a rare occurrence to find a ghost capable of speech, yet this one was afflicted with senility. This indicated that the perpetrator operated with meticulous precision. Outside, the shouts and curses of Tang Quan grew nearer, then receded, as he was pursued by 4 ancient corpses. Perhaps he was fortunate. The ample space here allowed him to evade capture, for had he been in a confined area, he would have long since departed this world. Seizing a moment of silence from the footsteps of the undead, I took a few breaths and inquired if Huang Jiao had discerned anything. Huang Jiao replied, "From the current circumstances, it appears to be the work of a cult. Yet, their actions seem often dictated by whims, and I cannot ascertain their true intentions. To uncover more, we may need to ascend. Regardless of the intentions of those individuals, it is prudent to hope that the well-endowed woman can apprehend the puppeteer behind the scenes. Otherwise, having offended such a person, tranquility will elude you for a lifetime." Huang Jiao's warning served as a reminder that these individuals are unlike Lu Changxian. Even if I were to hide at the ends of the earth, they would pursue me relentlessly. Observing the current situation, their ferocity is unmatched, far surpassing that of the people from Luban Gate. Furthermore, the notorious 5 defects and 3 deficiencies circulating in the realm of yin and yang are not solely a matter of fate. Such occurrences shall not befall me. Hearing Tang Quan's approaching curses, I hesitated not a moment. I flung the door open and dashed outside. Zombies possess a heightened sensitivity to anger compared to spectral beings. And as soon as I stood in the corridor, I was met with ominous thuds drawing near. However, Tang Quan was slightly quicker than the old zombie. He rushed towards me, panting, his robe marred by several dark tears, though it appeared he had not sustained any bodily harm. Without waiting for him to speak, I apologized. Master Tang, I sincerely apologize. I was beset by a sudden stomach upset and simply could not contain it. Any excuse would suffice for Tang Quan, even one as trivial as laundry detergent. Yet, I felt compelled to elaborate. As the saying goes, one can endure for 1,000 miles when holding back urine. But to hold back feces is to move but an inch. I hope Master Tang can forgive my indiscretion. Tang Quan clearly understood, yet like me before, he chose not to comment on it. He waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let us not dwell on this. We must join forces to deal with the old zombie first." Tang Quan had engaged in a prolonged dance with the old zombie, gradually discerning its patterns. He produced and pressed it into my hands while grasping the other end, stretching me across the corridor. The old zombie soon sprang towards us, and I hastily stifled my breath. Huang Jiu was also adept at holding his breath. Otherwise, even if I had suffocated myself, evading the old zombie's pursuit would have been impossible. Moments later, the old zombie emerged in the corridor, excluding the female corpse. This was my first encounter with a moving corpse, vastly different from the zombies clad in Qing Dynasty official garb depicted on television. The 4 zombies before me wore tattered garments, resembling beggars. This was perhaps to be expected, as no one would bother to change a zombie's attire. After lying underground for decades, the fabric had long since decayed and deteriorated. The odor emanating from the zombies was far from pleasant, reminiscent of ham infested with maggots. It was not overwhelmingly pungent. Due to their consumption of blood, the 4 old zombies exhibited a slight sheen on their skin, a muted purplish hue. 2 ghastly white fangs protruded from their upper lips, extending long enough to reach their chins. To be honest, witnessing a zombie so vividly and palpably instilled less terror than one might expect from films. The absence of suspenseful music likely contributed to this. Moreover, the reality of their existence was undeniable. If one were to collapse on the ground, it would merely be a heap of putrid flesh. However, standing before me were these blood-drained old zombies, exuding an aura of menace. As they caught the scent of life, their eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and they emitted a hissing sound as they lunged towards us. Tang Quan and I held our breath, gripping the chalk line tightly as the first old zombie approached. We exchanged a glance and simultaneously released our hold. The chalk line snapped against the zombie, igniting a spark, causing it to stagger back several steps. A charred mark now marring its chest and abdomen. The methods passed down by our ancestors were indeed formidable. However, before I could bask in my triumph, 3 more zombies lunged forward. Tang Quan and I were not swift enough, and our lack of coordination led us to miss our marks twice in our anxiety. As the zombies advanced, I braced myself to flee. Just then, Huang Jiu, perched on my shoulder, leapt into action, its hind paws landing deftly on the chalk line, using it like a trampoline to spring back onto my shoulder. The line rebounded under its weight, striking the nearest zombie 3 times. On the 3rd strike, the old zombie was sent flying 4 to 5 meters away, collapsing to the ground and momentarily incapacitated. Huang Jiu grinned widely, adhering to the established tactics. Tang Quan and I quickly synchronized with it, pulling the chalk line forward. Seeing that all the zombies were subdued, I finally mentioned our encounter with the demon hunters. Upon hearing this, Tang Quan cursed. "Damn it, they used me as bait. What a wretched fate." I replied, "It's too late to complain now. Besides, with Master-esque skills, resolving this situation should be a trivial matter." Tang Quan, looking constipated, gritted his teeth and declared, "Damn it, let us get him." His words relieved me. If he were to abandon the mission and return to Hong Kong, I would undoubtedly be the first to suffer the consequences. He is a specially crafted, remarkably resilient line. Tang Quan and I moved back and forth, coordinating with Huang Jiu to confine 4 corpses within a small office building. We then released one, using it to topple it to the ground. As the old corpse attempted to rise, Tang Quan immediately lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to its abdomen, forcing the rancid energy within to surge up to its throat. He swiftly formed a hand seal and pressed his thumb forcefully against the corpse's throat, causing a plume of grayish-black energy to erupt from its mouth. Once the energy dissipated, it was as if the old corpse's entire power had been rendered ineffective, leaving it a mere twitching body on the ground. Subsequently, all that remained was to expose it to the sun for 2 days or incinerate it at high temperatures to conclude the matter. Tang Quan and I employed the same method to eliminate 2 more old corpses. However, just as we were preparing to strike the final one, a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind me. My hair stood on end as I tossed it at Tang Quan and drew my peachwood sword, swiftly retaliating with a decisive strike. Chapter 61. The true master is more terrifying than anticipated. I felt the wooden sword pierce something, prompting me to swiftly turn around. To my horror, a female ghost with contorted joints, resembling a spider, was crouched behind me. The wooden sword had inadvertently thrust itself into her mouth. Without hesitation, I instinctively assisted her in performing an act of sword swallowing. However, despite the wooden sword being over 20 centimeters long, it was completely engulfed, and aside from emitting smoke, she appeared to suffer no harm whatsoever. Huang Jiu exclaimed, "This girl must have trained." I was perplexed by Huang Jiu's words until later, when a female corpse entered the city, and by chance, I finally understood. At that moment, I naively believed she had mastered the art of sword swallowing and dared not push further, hastily withdrawing the wooden sword. As it was extracted, the sword melted away like a wax figure under a flame. Before I could comprehend the situation, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. Glancing down, I saw that the woman had grasped my left arm, her long nails embedded deeply into my flesh. Instantly, it felt as though 2 icicles had pierced my muscle, rendering my entire arm numb. Tang Quan also let out a curse as the ghost's nails grazed his shoulder, leaving behind a dark, gaping wound. He muttered curses while retreating, then shouted to me, "Little buddy, youth overcomes age. Let us switch opponents." After uttering these words, Tang Quan pulled a handful of glutinous rice from his pocket and pressed it against his wound. Upon contact, the rice sizzled like a hot iron, emitting smoke, and the once pristine white grains rapidly turned black. After tending to my wound, Tang Quan retreated to my side and let out a loud shout at the spider specter. He employed a technique akin to a soul-stirring incantation, which left the female ghost momentarily stunned for a couple of seconds. It was during that fleeting moment that we exchanged opponents. However, facing the old zombie with only one arm proved to be quite daunting. Fortunately, Huang Jiu was there to assist me, allowing me a brief respite. I examined my arm, finding no visible injuries, just 5 dark fingerprints, 2 of which were as black as ink. Huang Jiu, grasping the old zombie's head, attempted to pry out its eyeballs, only to end up with a handful of putrid flesh. With a look of disgust, he leapt back onto my shoulder and remarked, "You are permeated with Yin energy. You must use blood from your tongue." The last time I bit my tongue, the pain still lingered, and the thought of biting into the scar again sent shivers down my spine. I quickly inquired if there were any alternative methods. "Hold your breath," Huang Jiu shouted. I immediately stifled my breath, evading the old zombie's sweeping hand and rolling into the corner. Losing my scent, the old zombie redirected its attack towards Tang Quan. Huang Jiu then advised, "If you use your energy, your feeble essence is insufficient. You must resort to the urine of a young boy." Faced with both pain and revulsion, I opted for the latter and hurriedly pulled down my trousers against the wall. Huang Jiu was not merely speaking in jest. Once the urine splashed onto my arm, I instantly felt a surge of sensation. My arm radiated warmth, though I could not discern whether the Yin energy had dissipated or if I was simply experiencing an internal heat. Ever since I had measured the heartbeat of the female corpse, I'd been plagued by bizarre dreams at night. Each time I awoke, I felt a relentless fire within me that could not be extinguished. At present, I find myself devoid of the luxury to ponder whether my condition is a result of internal heat. My arm has regained its sensation, and I am not shying away. Upon stepping outside, I beheld Tang Quan, his aged visage flushed crimson, engaged in a fierce struggle with a female specter. Meanwhile, the old zombie, having lost its target, was leaping about aimlessly. I exhaled sharply, prompting the old zombie to immediately redirect its attention. Observing this, Tang Quan also expelled a breath, accompanied by a trickle of blood from his tongue. With the incantation invigorated, pure yang erupted like a constellation of stars upon the female ghost. Merely casting a glance, I grasped the ink line and lured the old zombie into a constricted space, where I wrapped the ink line around the railing and secured the other end across the passageway. As the old zombie approached, Huang Zhou swiftly employed the same tactic, sending the old zombie hurtling away. However, having suffered a setback, the old zombie hesitated to advance, redirecting its focus towards Tang Quan. Were it not for the presence of the main adversary above, I would have certainly abandoned Tang Quan to his fate. Noticing the old zombie's leap away, I hastily unfastened the ink line and tossed one into Huang Zhou, who grasped it and leaped onto the railing, encircling the old zombie from behind. My intention was to severely wound the old zombie, channeling all my strength. However, I neglected to account for Huang Zhou's weight. As I pulled, I inadvertently yanked him off the railing, causing him to collide with the old zombie. Realizing my blunder, I immediately ceased my actions. Huang Zhou had no time to chastise me. He maneuvered behind the old zombie, leaping onto its shoulder to ensnare its neck with the ink line. As soon as he secured his grip, I exerted my force. The old zombie's body was pulled back, yet it spread its feet apart, stabilizing itself as the ink line tautened. The absence of support rendered the ink line's damage to the old zombie quite limited. Observing this, Huang Zhou urgently called out to me, "Quickly sever the line." Heeding his words, I hastily drew forth my blood dagger and attempted to slice through the ink line. However, true to its masterful craftsmanship, the line possessed remarkable resilience. Even after 4 attempts, I failed to sever it. In a moment of desperation, I exerted a mighty pull and then released the ink line. Tensioned to its utmost, the ink line recoiled like a taut rubber band, crashing back along with the ink tool, striking the old zombie's back. The old zombie's body, akin to a ruptured sack, was propelled with a resounding thud, crashing heavily to the ground. I rushed forward, seizing the moment before he could rise again, and plunged the blood dagger into the base of his skull. Yet, the old zombie's vital point lay not in his brain. Instead, this provoked him further, causing him to thrash violently. I swiftly withdrew the dagger, employing my spiritual sight to locate the source of the corpse energy within him, and delivered a precise thrust. Upon extraction, the old zombie's body erupted like a puncture balloon, expelling a plume of dark gray corpse energy. As the energy dispersed, the old zombie convulsed a few times before collapsing to the ground. I gripped the blood dagger firmly, inflicted to rid it of the congealed blood. Seizing the opportunity, I deftly aimed the blood dagger at the female, ghost attacking Tang Quan. Upon contact with the malevolent energy, the dagger ignited, resembling a heated iron skewer, effortlessly piercing through the female ghost's abdomen and embedding itself into the wooden door behind Tang Quan with a resounding thud. The female ghost, already wounded by Tang Quan, succumbed to my surprise attack, dissipating into a crimson mist that was absorbed by the blood dagger. Tang Quan turned to witness the blood dagger was past him, his complexion paling. In the past, I withdrew the blood needle without examining the changes brought about by the female ghost's malevolence. Instead, I turned and warily regarded the staircase leading to the 16th floor. Upon my initial encounter with the spider-like specter, I mistakenly believed her to be the sovereign of this building. However, after engaging with her, I realized that was not the case. At best, she was merely a somewhat capable Karami, while the true entity remained above. At this moment, its presence was cascading down from the upper floors. Within mere seconds, sounds of cracking echoed from the entrance, and the debris strewn across the ground, the windows, and the walls were swiftly enveloped in a chilling frost. Even with the relics of the Buddha and the blood needle in my possession, I could still feel the penetrating cold. Huang Zhou trembled as he remarked, "We may have underestimated this. It is even more terrifying than my wife combined." Indeed, the reality was as he stated. Yet now, regret was futile. Chapter 62. A woman, I must confess. The surprise before me is truly overwhelming. I fled from the countryside to the city to escape danger. Yet now, without Lu Chanshuan's pursuit, I find myself plunging headlong into peril. Were I to make a choice anew, no amount of wealth offered by the affluent would entice me to wade through this treacherous mire. The ominous frost extended to within 5 or 6 meters of us, and a palpable aura of terror enveloped me. This oppressive feeling was akin to facing the black-clad figures of 100,000 mountains. All the talismans on Tang Quan radiated light, but their brilliance faded within mere seconds, rendered impotent under the overwhelming force. My own Buddhist relic and blood dagger were searing hot, their temperature steadily rising. Even through my clothing, the heat seared my flesh, yet I dared not discard them. Their mere existence, as long as they were not crushed, indicated a potential for counterattack. The Master of the Frost seemed to sense the presence of something on me, halting its advance after extending a meter forward. It was now past 9 in the morning, with the sun just beginning to rise, yet at the instant the frost paused. The illumination within the building dimmed abruptly, as if we had transitioned to the twilight of evening. Then a flash of white light flickered twice on the ground, and a woman in a white dress materialized before us as if conjured from thin air. She was breathtakingly beautiful, akin to a celestial being. However, beauty was merely a veneer. The coldness emanating from her eyes seemed to penetrate to the very depths of the soul, an indifference that felt alien to this world. Just a glance from her sent a chilling sensation through me, awakening a profound fear within my heart. Tang Quan could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure, and a mouthful of blood escaped his lips. As the crimson liquid struck the ground, it instantly crystallized into ice, exuding a chilling aura. I too felt the weight of that oppressive force, albeit somewhat mitigated by the blood spike and the Buddha bone relic. The woman expressed surprise, her once indifferent gaze momentarily flickering with a hint of vitality. Yet, in an instant, she regained her icy demeanor and coldly inquired, "What do you possess? Show me." With a gulp, I felt my senses slipping beyond my control and instinctively withdrew the Buddha bone relic and the blood spike. Just as I was about to present them with a bow, the searing heat of the relics jolted me back to clarity. Ignoring the burning pain, I gripped the blood spike tightly and swiftly positioned myself in front of Tang Quan, shielding him from the brunt of the oppressive force. He took a moment to catch his breath, gazing at the woman with despair, and uttered, "An existence such as yours could be deemed divine in this era. Why then are you ensnared within this ghostly tower, acting as an accomplice to evil?" Divine? A flicker of turmoil crossed the woman's eyes. I was momentarily taken aback, surprised that Tang Quan would choose the term divine to describe her. Yet, reflecting on it, it was not entirely unexpected. The practitioners of the supernatural are often referred to as celestial beings, merely possessing the ability to beguile the ordinary. When considering the 4 pillars and 8 columns, they are but worshipped malevolent spirits. Thus, whether divine or demonic is contingent upon human perception. Any power beyond human reach may be regarded as divine. The distinction here is that this woman is viewed as a deity by Tang Quan. The rank has indeed risen significantly. When Tang Quan uttered these words, they carried a hint of reproach, yet in truth, they were tinged with supplication. He implored the woman, a person of such remarkable ability, to refrain from antagonizing us mere mortals. Simultaneously, as he spoke, his fingers delicately inscribed a few characters upon my back. Under normal circumstances, I might not have perceived them. However, in my current state of heightened awareness, my peripheral nerves were particularly acute. I discerned that he was writing, "Give it to me." It naturally referred to the Buddhist relic and the blood spear I held. Ordinarily, this would have been out of the question. Moreover, the blood spear contained 108 divine generals, and their consent was imperative for Tang Quan to benefit from it. Yet at this moment, I sensed the 108 divine generals acquiescing. With that assurance, I hesitated not. Seizing the opportunity while the woman was momentarily distracted, I swiftly turned towards Tang Quan, retreating behind him while simultaneously thrusting the blood spear into his grasp. As for the Buddhist relic, I clenched it tightly in my hand. I cannot claim that these 2 items would guarantee my survival, but they were the only 2 means at present capable of countering the woman. How could I possibly relinquish my lifelines entirely to to someone I had only known for a mere half a day. Tang Quan, undeterred, received the blood spear and, upon gaining its acknowledgement, struck his palm against his chest with fervor, unleashing a torrent of blood towards the spear. Within that sanguine essence lay the essence of his Tao. The blood spear instantly gleamed with a resplendent crimson hue. Tang Quan's complexion turned pale as he exerted every ounce of his strength to violently hurl a blood spear. In an instant, shadows of blood surged forth, coalescing into formidable figures clad in crimson armor. A surge of exhilaration coursed through me, for in Tang Quan, I glimpsed the reflection of my own future. However, he did not fully unleash all his divine generals. A mere 15 emerged, each bearing names that commenced with the character for Earth. In contrast, my own summoned figure, the Earth Dog Star, was as dark as night, resembling a grim official, while his appeared radiant in bloodied garb, exuding an aura of masculine ferocity that immediately quelled the chilling ambience of the building. Moreover, those 15 divine generals possessed independent consciousness, encircling the woman as soon as they manifested. I took note of this keenly, for if I were to survive this day, such insights would prove invaluable for my future studies on blood spears. After all, these were my own possessions. Even if I could not harness their full capabilities, I must possess a thorough understanding of them. With a future to aspire towards, I would be driven by a pursuit of excellence. Yet at this moment, the paramount concern was how to escape. Upon witnessing the divine generals surround the woman, Tang Quan hesitated briefly before staggering towards the corridor behind him. Without a second thought, I swiftly followed in his wake. As we reached the staircase, I assumed he would descend, seeking a way to breach the fire door. Instead, he ascended. Just as confusion set in, Tang Quan gasped. Her power is such that a mere 4 evil formation cannot contain her. There must be something above capable of countering her. Or perhaps even her true form, which is our only glimmer of hope. No. I seized him and asked, what if my divine general is vanquished by her? Not to mention that the 108 can form the heavenly gang and earthly fiends formation. I cannot simply stand by and watch them come to harm. Tang Quan nearly choked on his words, struggling to respond. At a time like this, do you really have the leisure to ponder such things? You should be focusing on how to survive. I held onto him tightly, unwilling to let go. Tang Quan, in exasperation, explained they can be considered immortal. If they fall, they will return to the blood spike, and after a period of nurturing, they will regain their strength. His words filled me with doubt. At that moment, Huang Jiao, frightened and clinging to my back like a sloth, poked his head out from my collar and said, what he says is true, Li Ge. We must hurry and find a way to survive. Upon hearing Huang Jiao's words, I finally released Tang Quan and rushed upstairs. Chapter 63. The 3 sect. There were numerous spirits upstairs, yet they were not the ones we sought. To expedite our progress, I reluctantly bit down on my tongue, allowing a drop of true yang to splatter upon the sacred relic, compelling them to retreat through the power of Buddhist scriptures. I ascended from the 15th floor to the 35th in one breath. Tang Quan followed closely, urging me to continue my ascent. Upon reaching the top floor, I was breathless, as though my lungs would burst. However, I immediately discerned the peculiarity of this place. Unlike the chaos below, it appeared to be routinely tidied, with the floor remarkably clean. At the entrance of the stairwell stood a grand door, an antique gate reminiscent of a traditional courtyard, suggesting it had been transported here along with the surrounding walls. Tang Quan gazed at the door, his already pale face devoid of color, lips turning purple as he whispered, "This is the altar of the 3 sect." The name was unfamiliar to me, but the look in Tang Quan's eyes revealed that he was no stranger to it. He stepped forward and pushed open the grand door. If the relocation of 2 ancient gates was astonishing, the sight beyond the door was beyond my comprehension. Inside lay a complete Taoist temple, adorned with blue bricks and gray tiles, its stone floor laid meticulously, as if it had been constructed here. Yet the marks of time etched into every brick and tile testified that it did not originally belong to this place. The scene before me was undeniably surreal. Without hesitation, Tang Quan swiftly traversed the small courtyard and pushed open the temple door. Inside, the air was thick with incense, and offerings were laid out. Yet it is not the three pure ones or the four emperors of Taoism, but rather a coffin, an ethereal, transparent coffin. Inside lies a solitary heart. This heart is unconnected to any flesh, nor surrounded by advanced technological apparatus. It simply rests there, isolated within the coffin. Yet it pulsates with life, throbbing vigorously. Tang Quan gazes at the heart in horror, thrusting the blood dagger towards me, exclaiming, "Little Taoist friend, if you wish to survive, you must swiftly destroy that thing." I was taken aback, though not to the point of concussion. His reluctance stemmed from fear, as he sought to shift the burden onto me. I had never heard of the Threen sect. Yet the ability to transplant a Taoist temple into a 40-story building and fabricate a haunted edifice is a testament to the formidable power of those behind it. If the mere mention of Laojun Mountain could instill such terror in me that I would leave my homeland, how could I dare to offend such formidable figures? Moreover, the heart within that coffin is so bizarre. Even if I cannot discern its secrets, I know it is anything but ordinary yin-yang sorcery. Huang Jiu, having regained his composure from the shock, inquired of Tang Quan, "Why do you not take action yourself?" I nodded in agreement. Tang Quan replied, "I lack any backing. To destroy this place would mean certain death for me. However, you possess the relic of Buddha's bones and the blood dagger, such divine artifacts that can ensure your safety." His candor left me momentarily speechless. At that moment, two beams of blood light suddenly surged forth, swiftly merging into the blood dagger. Tang Quan, with a grip of anxiety, seized my hand and declared, "Your divine general has been scattered. If we do not act now, it will be too late. Once she arrives, we shall become sacrifices." I found myself hesitating, to be precise, in a state of inner turmoil. For I am acutely aware that I possess no substantial backing. If the 10,000 great mountains could be considered support, I know nothing of them. How can I ascertain their reliability? Yet, taking action offers a chance at survival. Inaction, however, leads swiftly to demise. Tang Quan, I can no longer rely on you, for the expression in his eyes had transformed from despair to resignation. Looking at him, I could not help but feel a pang of pity. Walking the line between life and death, fate is indeed unpredictable. One moment, one may bask in glory, revered by many. The next, one could encounter an insurmountable force, leading to the return of the soul to the heavens. I exhaled deeply, tightening my grip on the blood spear as I approached the transparent coffin. At that moment, 5 more streams of blood energy surged back towards the spear. Even with 15 divine generals besieging her, losses were incurred swiftly. With their numbers dwindling, the time they could sustain this confrontation would be significantly reduced. "I demand 80% of your reward," I declared through clenched teeth, "for your life is mine to save." Without a moment's hesitation, Tang Quan nodded in agreement. Since action was imperative, I resolved to seize whatever benefit I could. I turned, channeling all my spiritual energy into the blood spear, and thrust it forcefully towards the transparent coffin. Upon contact, I discovered that the coffin was entirely composed of gathered yin energy, suggesting that this place had been transformed into a ghostly abode solely to create this very coffin. The aura emanating from the blood spear instantaneously dispersed the sinister energy, encountering no hindrance as it effortlessly penetrated the heart. Surprisingly, this heart was not merely composed of flesh. It harbored countless vengeful spirits within. Upon being pierced by the blood spear, these spirits emitted a chilling wail. These souls appear to belong to individuals who had tragically leapt to their demise over the years, 1 or 2 each month, culminating in a staggering number over 2 decades. Clutching the relic tightly to steady my spirit, I disregarded the anguished cries of the souls and vigorously twisted the blood spear. The entire world fell silent, even the terrifying presence below dissipating into nothingness. Tang Quan, akin to a deflated balloon, plopped down onto the ground. Exhausted of my spiritual energy, I too sank to the floor and inquired of Tang Quan, "Is it resolved?" He nodded affirmatively, stating, "The woman in white was a manifestation nurtured by that cursed heart. Once the heart is destroyed, she will vanish as well." I glanced back at the altar, the blood spear still embedded in the heart, which, once a vibrant crimson, was now swiftly darkening and beginning to rot. Let us speak of the three-yin cult. Having narrowly escaped death, my taut nerves finally began to relax. Weary, I retrieved Huang Jio from my garment, instructing him to find an object to toss out of the window. Being a creature of instinct, Huang Jio's bloodline would inevitably be suppressed in the presence of formidable forces, and thus I bore him no ill will. Moreover, he had remained by my side throughout, never fleeing. This, indeed, is companionship. Huang Jio, his legs trembling from fright, located an ancient brick and scampered to the staircase to hurl it down. Tang Quan paused for a moment and spoke. The Sanyin sect is an enigmatic organization, with members scattered across the globe, comprising primarily of dignitaries and nobles. Their doctrine revolves around the pursuit of immortality. Immortality? That explains much. The impoverished exchange their lives for wealth, while the affluent barter their riches for life. Such is the nature of the world. The Sanyin sect has numerous altars worldwide, housing human limbs cultivated through dark sorcery. In the early years, Hong Xiang discovered an altar atop the headquarters of a publicly listed company, resembling this one in layout, save for the fact that the coffin contained a living hand. In the effort to eradicate that altar, Hong Xiang sacrificed over 100 constables, a dozen demon hunters, and several renowned masters. My mentor also perished in that battle. He left me with a crucial piece of advice, to never involve myself with anything related to the Sanyin sect. As Tang Quan recounted this, a self-deprecating smile escaped his lips. Who would have thought I would encounter it here? A hand, a heart? Unable to contain my curiosity, I inquired, what is the purpose of their actions? What utility do they serve? Tang Quan replied, to create a deity, an immortal god. Chapter 64. The creation of deities. I wore a grave expression, struggling to wrap my mind around the concept. Is there truly divinity in this world? Is there immortality? Does the spirit of the dead count? Yet, that being is no longer human. Tang Quan continued, an undying heart, immortal limbs. Perhaps there exist other organs and realms yet undiscovered. Do you not think that when these elements are assembled, they form an immortal deity? That heart indeed possessed an eerie quality, one that eluded even my spiritual vision. However, I was certain it was not a product of technology, but rather an arcane sorcery of unknown origins. My skepticism lingered. Who could guarantee that such a creation, even if pieced together, would wield power akin to that of God? Upon voicing my doubts, Tang Quan sighed, you have already witnessed its abilities and strengths, and that was merely the power of a single organ. If combined, it would be even more formidable. With an immortal body, how could you deny it the title of a deity? Suddenly, realization dawned upon me. He referred to that woman. Presently, she existed as a spirit of an organ, yet she symbolized a complete entity once assembled. After amalgamation, she would manifest as a whole spirit, the so-called god of the Three-yin sect. However, in recent years, demon hunters have been incessantly prowling, relentlessly searching for the sacred altar of the Three-yin sect, causing the sect to retreat significantly. Tang Quan shifted his position for greater comfort. When he mentioned the demon hunters, I replied, the demon hunters are not virtuous either. In their pursuit of captives, they can find us upstairs. Otherwise, I could have fled swiftly, and this harrowing encounter would not have nearly cost me my life. Tang Quan smiled wryly and said, their way of doing things has always been like this. But in the fight against the Sanyin sect, their contributions are undeniable. This time, we've dismantled a holy altar, and we can unearth quite a few individuals from behind it. For both of us, this can be considered a meritorious deed. With a faint sigh, I remarked, upon entering society, I realized that compared to money, notions of virtue and merit are utterly worthless. I added, it is merely self-deception. Tang Quan, upon hearing this, spoke earnestly, Liang, I am but a mundane person, far from being a good one. However, in this one life we live, we must strive to accomplish a few things we deem meaningful, so that when we grow old, our memories will not be solely tinged with the flavor of money. His ability to articulate such sentiments surprised me. Yet to my current self, these words seemed hollow. I curled my lip and inquired, how much do you know about the Sanyin sect? Tang Quan replied, I have shared all I know. If you wish to delve deeper, you must seek out the prominent sects in the mainland. Speaking of your mainland's esteemed sects, I must caution you. Some of them may very well be connected to the Sanine sect. His words sent a shiver down my spine. If justice were to side with evil, who then would safeguard the tranquility of this world? Yet, driven by self-interest, how many could uphold their principles? I shifted slightly closer and said, "Thank you for the warning, Master Tang, but I doubt I will have much interaction with those esteemed sections." Tang Quan, upon hearing this, chose not to elaborate further. I contemplated asking him whether he had ulterior motives regarding me, but ultimately refrained from voicing the thought. Some matters, when made explicit, may not yield favorable outcomes. Concealed intentions can often produce unexpected results. Before long, footsteps echoed from outside. Huang Jiao immediately became alert, leaping onto my head and fixing his gaze on the doorway. Tang Quan and I, powerless yet concerned, could only watch and pray that our visitors were not foes. Moments later, the footsteps approached the entrance, and my second uncle rushed in, his expression fraught with urgency. Following closely were a voluptuous woman and two imposing men. The woman's figure was striking, while the two men were attired as ancient warriors, each bearing a demon-hunting crossbow at their hips, indicating their true identities. Upon seeing Zhang Ling, I glared at her and demanded, "Was it you who locked the fire door from the outside?" Zhang Ling chuckled, creating a tempest of intrigue that even Tang Quan, who had narrowly escaped death, could not help but gaze at her in astonishment. Unfazed, Zhang Ling tossed an object to me and casually handed another to Tang Quan, saying, "You have made significant contributions by eliminating the three insects altar. This is a demon hunting order. With it, you may request any demon hunter or hunting team to perform a task for you." I picked it up, only to find it dark and unremarkable, and in frustration, I tossed it aside, exclaiming, "I nearly lost my life, and you expect me to be appeased with this worthless trinket?" At that moment, however, Tang Quan crawled over, retrieved the demon hunting order, and placed it back in my hand, whispering, "This token can summon the top hunter from the demon hunting rankings to fulfill one of your requests. Its value is immense. Even prestigious sects and ancient Yinyang families would vie for it, risking their lives in the process." Tang Quan reminded me, as I contemplated the words spoken by Zhang Ling. I asked with a hint of anger, "Are you suggesting that if I were to seize the World Bank, you would support me?" Zhang Ling replied earnestly, "Indeed, and we possess the capability to do so." I was rendered speechless, hastily concealing the demon hunting order in my pocket. Zhang Ling and her companions said little more, turning towards the withered heart, working together to shift the stone platform that held the shadowy coffin. Once moved, a narrow crevice was revealed, emanating a foul stench. I covered my nose and peered inside, my stomach churning violently. Below lay what appeared to be a sacrificial pit, filled with half-decayed corpses, all of whom appeared to be modern individuals. It became evident that aside from the arson incident 2 decades prior, which had birthed new specters through suicides, the Sanine sect was clandestinely committing murder for sacrificial offerings. This group of demons, masquerading in human skin, truly deserved 1,000 cuts. Zhang Ling gritted her teeth in agreement, and I concurred with her sentiment. Had we not witnessed it ourselves, who would have imagined that beneath the vibrant effet of nightlife lay such a sanguinary and sinister reality? As Zhang Ling spoke, she took out her phone to capture photographs, and after finishing, she instructed my second uncle, who was supporting me, "We will handle this here. As for the souls within the building, please summon a nearby monk for exorcism tomorrow. You speak so lightly of it. Does summoning a monk not require payment?" I grumbled, yet my gaze remained fixated on her weapon. For a fleeting moment, a rather indecent thought crossed my mind. If the female corpse possessed a size comparable to hers, it would make measuring the heartbeat much simpler. However, I quickly reconsidered. Perhaps having too large a size may not necessarily be advantageous. The equilibrium was precarious. Zhang Ling disregarded my presence and swiftly retreated behind the Taoist temple. Within, there were likely remnants of discomforting elements. At that moment, my second uncle had already begun to remove his clothing, meticulously examining my entire body. Upon finding no life-threatening injuries, he exhaled with relief and returned the bloodied blade to me, stating, "Once this task is completed, I shall refrain from such matters henceforth." It was evident that he harbored genuine concern for my well-being, fearful of the recurrence of such incidents. Yet, my fate had been sealed the moment the coffin of the female corpse was pried open. The only resolution lay in death. Nevertheless, my uncle's words rang true. Even a life fraught with deceit and struggle was preferable to the finality of death. In retrospect, it was my grandfather who truly understood the essence of existence. However, this particular job had 5 affluent clients, and Tang Quan was set to allocate 80% to me, ensuring that the days ahead would not be overly arduous. Now, I awaited an opportunity to inquire with Zhang Ling whether there were any connections between Zhang Ying and this place. If none existed, I could return and settle the accounts. Chapter 65. The peculiar Huang Jiu. We waited outside for over 20 minutes before Zhang Ling and the others emerged. My uncle immediately approached Zhang Ling and recounted Zhang Ying's predicament. Zhang Ling responded, "We have also taken notice of the Zhang Ying you mentioned. With her ghostly heart destroyed, the malevolent energy surrounding her has dissipated. However, she has been chosen by the Three Yin sect, which means her future days will not be peaceful." Chosen by the Three Yin sect? Upon hearing Zhang Ling's words, the circumstances surrounding Zhang Ying became clear. Zhang Ying possessed a minor Yin constitution, rendering her susceptible to malevolent spirits. By unfortunate chance, she ventured into the ghost tower, where she caught the attention of the Three Yin sect, who intended to allow the spirit nurtured by the ghostly heart to descend upon her. As for her 4 classmates, one could only say their bond was so strong that the members of the Three Yin sect were reluctant to separate them. Moreover, since the divine beings required emissaries, they naturally became additional offerings. Zhang Ling continued, "However, rest assured, we demon hunters will protect her in the shadows." I scoffed softly. What they termed protection was merely using Zhang Ying as bait. Nonetheless, for Zhang Ying, this might indeed be the best outcome. After clarifying the situation, my uncle supported me and Tang Quan as we descended the stairs. On the 20th floor, we encountered 2 demon hunters who were restraining a man with a sinister gaze. Tang Quan immediately urged my uncle to take a detour to avoid being seen by the members of the Three Yin sect. After over an hour of navigating through the 40 floors, we finally exited the building just before noon. Su Wanrong had been waiting outside, her anxiety palpable. She rushed over to support Tang Quan, her expression changing abruptly as she noticed his injuries. She turned to me and exclaimed, "It's all your fault. You burden. You've caused my master to suffer such severe wounds. You jinx." At that moment, I truly felt the urge to sweep her mouth with a broom, yet my entire body ached, and I had not the strength to retort. Huang Jiu seemed to be grappling with his own issues, as the engine had died down. Fortunately, Tang Quan immediately reprimanded, "Wanrong, do not offend Master Li. It is he who has saved my life." Su Wanrong gazed at me in disbelief, seemingly wanting to say something, but I chose to ignore her, allowing my second uncle to assist me into the vehicle. Once the door was shut, Huang Jiu suddenly remarked, "This place is too perilous. We do not possess enough to ensure our safety." I was somewhat perplexed, as the Buddha bone relic and the blood spike were already considered treasures. Otherwise, we would not be here. However, after making his statement, Huang Jiu lapsed into contemplation, prompting me to refrain from questioning him further. My second uncle glanced at Tang Quan, noted Su Wanrong's attentive care, and then started the car towards the Zhang family villa. Outside the villa district, I instructed my second uncle to purchase a calculator from the supermarket. The calculations this time were substantial, necessitating technological assistance. Additionally, I preemptively advised my second uncle to remain silent and simply observe as I communicated. Our car and Tang Quan's were parked in front of the main gate, and a throng of affluent individuals quickly gathered around. Despite Tang Quan and I managing to stand, anyone with eyes could see that we both appeared exceedingly frail. The group of affluent individuals who originally intended to pose inquiries prudently fell silent. "Mr. Zhang," I called out, inquiring, "is Zhang Ying's condition improving?" Zhang Ying's mother hastily responded, "Master Li, Ying has returned to normal just an hour ago. We are grateful for your and Master Tang's efforts." I nodded, gesturing for them to enter. Upon arriving at Mr. Zhang's residence, I meticulously enumerated a series of items on a blank sheet of paper, accompanied by corresponding figures. This represented the amounts they had pledged. Zhang Ying's family was to contribute 5 million, while the remaining 4 families were each responsible for 150,000. I chose not to include the additional expenses they had hastily mentioned in their urgency. I had contemplated asserting my claim for those expenses, knowing full well they would not dare refuse. After all, business people are often superstitious and would think twice before offending individuals like us. However, after some reflection, I decided against it. Calculating the reasonable amounts, the total came to 11 million. For Tang Quan's 80%, I requested 8 million, bringing my total compensation for this endeavor to 19 million. As I gazed at the lengthy string of figures on the calculator, I marveled at this astronomical sum that I had never even dared to dream of. Yet in that moment, it felt insufficient, almost meager. My second uncle's expression mirrored my own sentiments. I then added an additional 2 million on the computer and turned to Mr. Zhang, stating, "This 2 million is something I believe you ought to add to my compensation. As a businessman, I need not elaborate on my reasoning. Do you have any objections?" Upon noticing the unexpected increase of 2 million, Zhang Ying's mother's countenance shifted slightly. While they were indeed wealthy, money does not simply fall from the sky. Fortunately, General Zhang did not voice any objections and readily acquiesced. However, Su Wanrong, standing nearby, glared at me and inquired, "Why should my master's remuneration be allocated 80% to you?" He nearly lost his life. I set down the calculator and returned her glare, demanding, "Why not? I alone bear the weight of all the animosity. Does that not suffice?" Offended by Su Wanrong's outburst, my own anger began to flare. My shout rendered the onlookers uneasy. Indeed, it is human nature to seek aid fervently when in dire straits. Yet once the crisis abates, everyone harbors their own ulterior motives. My uncle could no longer contain himself, stating, "The damage in the building was caused by my nephew, and the members of the Sanyin sect will undoubtedly pursue us relentlessly. If anyone wishes to shoulder these burdens, my nephew and I would gladly forego any compensation and offer in full." The wealthy may be oblivious to the Sanyin sect, yet they understand that any organization bearing the title sect is not to be taken lightly. Upon hearing the name of the Sanyin sect, Su Wanrong's complexion drained of color, and she opened her mouth, speechless. I surveyed the room and coldly remarked, "If there are no objections, let us proceed with the payment." My uncle unlocked his phone and accessed online banking. After a span of over 10 minutes, the sum of 21 million arrived. Tang Quan also received his remaining payment. Yet neither my uncle nor I, along with Huang Jiao and Tang Quan, displayed any signs of joy. Once we resolved the financial matters, I broached the subject of the ritual for the deceased. General Zhang readily agreed, mentioning that he had some acquaintances at Longquan Temple and would attend to the matter the following day. Someone footing the bill is undoubtedly a delightful occurrence. After a restful afternoon, I regained my mobility, and only then did my uncle bid farewell to Mr. Zhang and lead me back to the shop. Upon arrival, I presented the demon hunter's order to my uncle. I relayed Tang Quan's words, and after listening, my uncle returned the demon hunter's order to me, advising, "Keep it safe. Use it only when you encounter insurmountable challenges." That was indeed my intention. Yet, I remain uncertain about the nature of the foremost demon hunter. However, Tang Quan mentioned that for a single demon hunter's order, prestigious sects in the world of yin and yang would vie fiercely against one another. It seems likely that such individuals are extraordinary powerhouses. The 3-room, 1-hall abode felt rather desolate, and my inherent laziness deterred me from returning home. So I lingered in the shop. As night fell, Huang Jiao typically scurried outside, but this time it was markedly different. It moved stealthily, as if engaged in some clandestine activity. I was preoccupied with recuperating and paid it no heed. Chapter 66. The 9-character mantra of esoteric Buddhism. Having become quite proficient in my practice, I spent the night in meditation, and by dawn, I felt I had largely regained my composure. However, I grew somewhat anxious as Huang Jiao had yet to return. Around 10 o'clock, my second uncle arrived to bring me a meal, accompanied by a newspaper. Upon glancing at it, I noticed an article regarding Zhang's recent efforts to exorcise the haunted building. I scoffed lightly and remarked, These affluent individuals seem to fear that their good deeds will go unnoticed. My uncle countered, if you think like that, you are viewing the world too narrowly. Zhang and Wang have partnered to acquire the land beneath the haunted building at a bargain price. Once they complete the water and land ritual, they will likely seize the opportunity to commence construction. I was left utterly astonished, unsure of how to respond. Setting aside the matter of acquiring the land inexpensively, I was struck by the fact that they had managed to accomplish so much in just a few hours. Truly, they embodied the essence of capitalism. What ordinary people would scarcely dare to contemplate, they could resolve with a mere phone call. As my uncle poured me a bowl of chicken soup, he continued, Zhang has promised us, uncle and nephew, a 5% stake in the venture, along with the prime storefront once it is completed, allowing us to relocate Li's establishment there. What are your thoughts? I found myself both amused and exasperated. Zhang's maneuvering struck me as ruthless. He would disturb even the dead if it served his interests. Nevertheless, this development could prove beneficial for us. After all, possessing a stake means our value lies in helping to mitigate any negative repercussions, leading the charge in a sense. While capital can be despicable, it is undeniable that aligning with it brings tangible rewards. It is no wonder that Shan Kai exhibits such sycophantic behavior. It was only then that my uncle realized Huang Jio was still absent and inquired about him. I expressed my concerns, saying it slipped out last night, sneaking away, and has yet to return. Could have fled? My uncle, wearing a peculiar expression, inquired. I replied, impossible. Its wife is far more terrifying than the ghost from last night. It certainly wouldn't dare to run away. My uncle then remarked, that is reassuring. Its presence saves us considerable trouble. During the noon hour, my uncle mentioned he would take Ting Ting swimming, leaving the shop in my care. It had been several days since I last saw her, and I found myself missing her. Yet I understood the reason why Aunt Su Ime did not bring her to the shop. Being distanced from family is one of the most lamentable aspects of our profession. Once my uncle departed, I aimlessly experimented with some secret techniques from the lower scrolls. With a surge of spiritual energy, the upper and lower scrolls became fully interconnected. While I couldn't claim complete mastery, I grasped about 50 to 60% of the content. As darkness fell and Huang Jio had not yet returned, I began to grow anxious. However, recalling the phone that Shan Kai gifted me, I took it out to play with, soon forgetting my worries. Around 9 o'clock in the evening, after I had locked up the shop, Huang Jio stealthily emerged from the back room. Upon seeing him, I seized him and demanded to know where he had been. Huang Jio grinned, saying, good news. I'll tell you tomorrow at noon. Observing his mischievous demeanor, I handed him a half-cooked old hen and some refrigerated chicken blood from the fridge. The night passed without incident. The next day, my uncle brought the usual meal and mentioned a significant event in the city. A sacred prayer wheel from the western regions had been stolen from the provincial museum, making headlines. Though it initially seemed unrelated to us, I felt an inexplicable sense of unease. At noon, my second uncle had just departed when Huang Jio peeked out from the inner room, beckoning me in with a mischievous grin. Once I entered, he swiftly shut the door and rummaged beneath the counter in the storage room, producing a resplendent golden cylinder. My heart raced. Startled, my limbs trembled slightly. I seized Huang Jio, exclaiming, are you trying to bring about my demise? How dare you handle such a thing? Do you wish for my life to become perilous? That object was a sutra cylinder. My uncle had just mentioned that a stupa had been robbed from the museum, and the realization dawned upon me. I shook Huang Jio vigorously to rouse him from his stupor and commanded, return it immediately, or take your treasure and leave. Dazed and with stars in his eyes from my shaking, Huang Jio replied, calm down. This is a sacred relic of the esoteric Buddhist sect, containing the secret 9-character mantra. Those old scholars do not comprehend its significance. If you can manage to open it, we can retrieve its contents and return it without consequence. The 9-character mantra of the esoteric sect? Huang Jio bobbed his head like a chick pecking at grains. No wonder he had been conspicuously absent during the evenings. He had been preoccupied with these treasures. However, I felt a flicker of temptation as I picked up the sutra cylinder, though I initially failed to recognize it as a storage box. Under Huang Jio's guidance, I finally discerned its mechanism. The rotating scriptures functioned like a combination lock, and without knowledge of the texts, it remained impervious to opening. Prompted by Huang Jio, I dialed my uncle. After a little over 20 minutes, he returned. Upon acquiring the scripture cylinder, my uncle's reaction exceeded even my own. He frantically switched the cylinder from his left hand to his right, then back again, ultimately tossing it to the ground while exclaiming in exasperation, "This is madness. The special patrol outside has been mobilized, and you all, in a state of panic." He rushed outside, drew down the rolling shutter, and secured the inner glass door before returning. After listening to Huang Jio's words, my uncle remarked, "Huang Xian, it is one thing to utter the 9-character mantra. Even the great Luo incantation should not be trifled with in such a manner. You may escape unscathed, but both Yang Yang and I could meet our doom because of your folly. Enough of your ramblings. Hurry and open it for me, or you shall regret not learning from Yanggu and me," Huang Jio urged. It took my uncle a while to regain his composure as he meticulously examined the inscriptions. After comparing them with his phone for quite some time, he finally declared that the script was from the Vajrayana's kanji within the Tripitaka. Fortunately, it was in a translated form. Had it been in Tibetan, even he would have been a loss. Throughout the afternoon, we employed the internet to delve deeper into the scriptures, and just as dinner time approached, the scripture cylinder emitted a snap as it sprang open at both ends. Huang Jio eagerly seized the opportunity, extracting a piece of lustrous white silk from within. Upon closer inspection, I discovered that it indeed bore the hand seals of a 9-character mantra. My uncle, intrigued, joined in, and neither of them took a single bite of food as they continued their study. The following morning, both men and the creature exhibited signs of exhaustion, yet their faces radiated satisfaction. The Vajrayana 9-character mantra truly lived up to its esteemed reputation. However, to wield its power effectively would require some additional time. Nevertheless, we had grasped its profound essence in its entirety. It is not merely our extraordinary talent, but rather the meticulous detail of this 9-character mantra, the origins of which remain unknown, that instills a sense of trepidation for those who might struggle to comprehend it. The records are painstakingly thorough. Huang Jio, with a sense of triumph, proclaimed that once he mastered this technique, encountering that female ghost would pose no difficulty in retreating. I regarded Huang Jio with exasperation. No wonder he had spent the entire night practicing the mantra of escape, as he was evidently preparing to flee. My second uncle restored the scripture cylinder and instructed me to safeguard the silk, his tone grave as he insisted that Huang Jio return the scripture cylinder today. With the 9-character mantra in hand, Huang Jio readily consented, stating that he would soon summon his subordinate to retrieve it for the museum. Concerned that he might not grasp the gravity of the situation, I personally oversaw his calling of his subordinate. To my astonishment, I discovered that his so-called subordinate was a rather large rat, its fur gleaming and slick, larger than a cat, and possessing a modicum of spiritual essence. After a brief exchange with the large rat, Huang Jio directed it to carry away the scripture cylinder, which I had painstakingly washed numerous times. By noon, the news reported that the scripture cylinder had been recovered by the museum. Only then did the anxiety that had weighed heavily upon me begin to dissipate. Chapter 67. The man's affliction having resolved the matter concerning the menstrual cycle and acquired the sacred 9-character mantra. My spirits soared as I ordered a generous serving of delectable fare. Just as Huang Jio and I were indulging in our meal, with grease glistening on our lips, He Xiaoyun and Chun Ziheo's vehicle came to a halt at the entrance. Huang Jio wiped his mouth and remarked, "This rascal always shows up when I'm enjoying a meal. It's truly unfortunate." I shot him a glare. He Xiaoyun's visit undoubtedly pertained to the curse that had been cast. However, my uncle had previously advised that if He Xiaoyun dared to cause trouble again, I should deal with him severely. So I had no inclination to rise and engage with him. As the car door swung open, Chun Ziheo alighted from the front seat and hurriedly opened the rear door, assisting the pale-faced He Xiaoyun, who walked with an awkward gait. Seeing He Xiaoyun in such a state elicited an involuntary chuckle from me. Yet, my smile quickly faded when another young man, seemingly of similar age to myself, emerged from the opposite rear door. Huang Jio also set down his chicken leg and whispered, "That lad can't possibly be He Xiaoyun's nephew, can he?" I exhaled sharply and began to gather the items on the table, questioning. Didn't you claim he was a paragon of elegance? Why is he here now? Huang Jio appeared flustered as well. One mere nephew of Xiaoyan was hardly a threat. However, the backing of Longhu Mountain, a major sect with a legacy spanning millennia, was a different matter altogether. It was widely rumored online that Longhu Mountain was home to several grandmasters clad in purple robes. Seizing the opportunity while Xiaoyan moved slowly, I swiftly retreated to the inner room, fastening the blood dagger to my waist and pocketing a few yellow talismans. Xiaoyan, supported by Chun Zihao and the youth, entered the shop. As soon as he stepped inside, an unusual metallic scent filled the air, prompting me to scrutinize him with a peculiar expression. Could it be that this old fellow had truly been cursed by Huang Jio, resulting in a profuse flow of blood? Chun Zihao retreated behind Xiaoyan, bowing his head and remaining silent. It seems my previous warning had borne fruit. He had learned his lesson. My gaze swept from Chun Zihao to Xiaoyan before settling on the youth. Through my spiritual vision, I discerned a faint glow emanating from his lower abdomen, but it paled in comparison to my own, resembling the difference between sesame and soybeans. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of disdain. Xiaoyan hailed from a prestigious family of yin and yang practitioners, and his nephew must have been educated in these arts from a young age, suggesting a commendable aptitude. After all, being chosen by Long Hushan indicates one isn't just any commoner. Yet, what was the outcome? He was outperformed by someone who had only been cultivating qi for less than a month. In an instant, my interest in those renowned sects diminished. Before I could speak, Huang Jio stood up and declared, "If there is business to discuss, let us proceed. If not, depart." Xiaoyan's lips twitched, but in his weakened state. He dared not voice his thoughts, casting a shadowy glance at both me and Huang Jio. The youth stepped forward a few paces, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Sensing a potential confrontation, I braced myself. However, the youth then clasped his hands in salute and introduced himself. "I am He Xiaolong, a disciple of Long Hushan." Huang Jio, with a critical eye, remarked, "A fine name indeed. But whether it signifies a dragon or a mere worm, who can say for certain?" It seems that upon acquiring the 9-character incantation, Huang Jio felt a surge of confidence, successfully igniting the spark. However, unexpectedly, He Xiaolong remained exceptionally composed, choosing not to engage with Huang Jio. Instead, he turned his gaze towards me and said, "Bossly, I have heard from my uncle that he offended you a few days ago, and upon returning, he began to experience unusual ailments. I kindly ask that, for the sake of my younger brother, you spare my uncle this time." His politeness rendered my prepared remarks unnecessary. Yet, should I acquiesce to his request, it would imply an admission of my involvement in the matter. Thus, I smiled and replied, "As the saying goes, a physician should not treat himself. It is not uncommon for a practitioner of the Tao to lack vital energy and encounter malevolent forces. Fortunately, our establishment specializes in alleviating such afflictions. However, our fees are rather steep." Upon hearing that there would be a charge, Xiaoyan could no longer contain himself, tremblingly pointing at me and beginning to utter a derogatory term. Yet, he was promptly halted by He Xiaolong, who interjected, "Uncle, it is only natural to charge for providing assistance." Internally, I couldn't help but smirk. They say the eyes are the windows to the soul, and his thoughts were clearly revealed in his gaze. The person who most desired to deliver a resounding slap to me at that moment was indeed He Xiaolong. Yet, his restraint left me pondering what scheme he was concealing. I was further perplexed when He Xiaolong inquired, "Bossly, what do you believe the cost for my uncle's predicament should be?" Wishing to test the limits of his forbearance, I replied, 100,000. A long exhale escaped He Xiaolong as he clenched his fists. This price was undeniably provocative. I secretly hoped that if he made a move, I would make him leave on his hands and knees. However, after He Xiaolong exhaled deeply, his fist gradually loosened. He turned to Chun Zihao and said, "Chun, pay up." Upon hearing this, Chun Zihao dared not utter another word. He hurried back to the car like a mere wallet, emerging with a bag in hand. He Xiaolong handed the bag to me, and I suddenly felt a pang of guilt. As the saying goes, unusual occurrences often harbor hidden motives. 100,000 is no trifling sum. Even if the money came from Chun Zihao, the unwitting benefactor, it would still tarnish both his reputation and that of Longhu Mountain. After a moment of hesitation, I contemplated leaving room for future relations by only taking 20,000, hoping to ease the tension. Yet, upon meeting He Xiaolong's piercing gaze, I abandoned that notion. It was clear that whether I accepted 100,000 or 20,000, a grudge had already been established. Given this reality, I resolved to be unyielding. I took the bag, roughly counted the stacks, and disregarded whether the amount was sufficient. Placing the money on the table, I stated, "You may leave now. Your uncle will be fine by tonight." At my words, He Xiaolong scoffed, supporting Yi Shaoyan as he called for Chun Zihao and departed. As I left, I noticed blood seeping from Yi Shaoyan's calf into his shoes, sending a shiver down my spine. Logically, no matter how malevolent a curse may be, it should not alter a person's physiology. Once their vehicle had vanished from sight, I immediately summoned Huang Jio for a thorough interrogation. Realizing he was trapped, Huang Jio did not dare to evade my questioning and candidly confessed. "That is a technique from our 10,000 mountains, far more potent than those outside. Is it truly remarkable enough to induce men to experience their monthly cycle? I find it hard to believe." Yet Huang Jio confidently asserted that although they are on the periphery, they still belong to the realm of the 10,000 great mountains, and their knowledge derives from the depths of that very region. Seeing the sincerity in their words, I sought to extract more information by broaching the subject of the female corpse. I presumed that with the absence of the corpse, they might be more forthcoming. However, despite my persistent inquiries, they remained tight-lipped, nearly causing them to strain their neck in the process. Left with no choice, I released them, instructing them to dismantle the circle and incinerate the paper effigy. Once I regained my composure, I began to contemplate the enigmatic He Xiaolong. The more I pondered, the more I sensed something amiss. Thus, I retrieved my Nokia and requested Zhang Ying's number from Chen Kai. My intention was to use Zhang Ying to summon Chun Zihao for a thorough interrogation. Chapter 68. My uncle's father-in-law Chen Kai's number was one he had entered himself, and it was the first contact in my phone. I inquired about Zhang Ying's phone number, and he readily provided it. However, when I called Zhang Ying, her mother answered. Upon realizing she was speaking to a male, her tone instantly shifted to one of hostility and wariness, demanding to know who I was. For a brief moment, I felt a surge of panic, akin to being caught sneaking out on a date by a girl's parents. Fortunately, being a married man, I had no reason to fear shadows, and I quickly regained my composure. Clearing my throat, I spoke earnestly. "Madame Zhang, I am Li Yang, and I would like to inquire about Zhang Ying's well-being. Could you kindly pass the phone to her? Concerned for her daughter's situation, Mrs." Zhang promptly handed the phone to Zhang Ying. I anticipated that, after such an ordeal, her mood might be less than cheerful. To my surprise, upon answering, I was greeted by a voice brimming with curiosity and delight, incessantly asking me what had transpired that night. Noticing her keen interest, I seized the opportunity to invite her to the shop. Fearing her parents might prohibit her from going out, I tactfully mentioned that it was for a health checkup. After hanging up, I turned around to find Huang Jiu eavesdropping with a broad grin. Upon being discovered, he remained unfazed, pretending as though nothing had occurred. I was left speechless. Was this an ingrained hobby of his? While awaiting Zhang Ying's arrival, I locked the shop, returned home, took a shower, and changed into fresh attire. Upon my return to the shop, I was met at the entrance by a middle-aged man clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit. His imposing stature commanded respect, even in his silent fury. However, his countenance was marred by visible anger. A glance through my clairvoyant vision sent a chill down my spine, prompting me to swiftly retreat into the nearby bun shop. Huang Jio, nestled within my bag, inquired softly, "What is wrong? Why did you run away when business was at hand?" I peered through the window at the middle-aged man and asked, "Do you know who he is?" Huang Jio shot me a disdainful look and replied, "How would I know? I can't read fortunes." His aura resembles that of Aunt Su Yimei, leading me to surmise he is Su Dazhuang, my uncle's father-in-law. With his fury reaching a boiling point, I feared he might unleash his wrath upon me, his elder nephew. I instinctively recoiled and hastily ordered a steamer of small buns to soothe my nerves. I had initially thought that Su Dazhuang would leave after a short wait without seeing anyone emerge, yet his stubbornness kept him stationed until Zhang Ying's car arrived, leaving me no choice but to confront him. As Zhang Ying exited her vehicle and caught sight of Su Dazhuang, She paused momentarily before politely greeting, Uncle Su. Su Dazhuang, his temper flaring, forced a smile. Zhang Ying, adjusting her hair, felt the weight of the awkward silence as Su Dazhuang's stern expression left her at a loss for words. What brings you here, Zhang girl? He inquired. Zhang Ying quickly responded, I came to see Master Liang. What nonsense about a master, playing tricks and illusions? Su Dazhuang retorted before asking, You mean Liang, the nephew of Li San, right? Zhang Ying nodded, discreetly turning away to stick out her tongue when she fortuitously spotted me emerging from the bun shop. A wave of relief washed over her as she hastily beckoned me. Summoning my courage, I approached and called out to Su Dazhuang, referring to him as grandfather. He cast a glance in my direction and grunted in response. Under the weight of his elder authority, I felt a rush of embarrassment and quickly opened the door to invite them in. Upon entering, I unzipped the cat carrier, and upon seeing Huang Jiao, Zhang Ying's demeanor relaxed considerably. She produced some snacks she had brought along to feed Huang Jiao. Su Dazhuang maintained a sullen expression, silently surveying every corner of the shop. His silence momentarily eased my tension. His presence indicated he was there to assess my uncle's situation. When an elder takes an interest, it signifies their approval, which bodes well for my uncle's aspirations. Yet, Su Dazhuang's formidable aura was overwhelming, evoking the sense of a seasoned soldier, truly intimidating. I poured him a glass of water and politely remarked, Grandfather, please take a seat for a moment. Ms. Zhang and I need to discuss a few matters. As I spoke, I gestured for Zhang Ying to join me in the inner room, allowing him to remain outside if he wished. The establishment featured 2 rooms. One was a storage space filled with various items, while the other served as a VIP room. Important discussions or matters of discretion were typically conducted here. However, to my surprise, Su Dazhuang followed us into the VIP room, acting as if he were in his own home. He opened the storage room door for a quick glance before proceeding with us into the VIP room. His silence was quite discomforting, yet this shop belonged to my uncle, who was now engrossed in a close relationship with Aunt Su Yimei, even having a child named Tingting. Calculating it, we have become akin to family, and I find myself at a loss for words. Upon entering the VIP lounge, Huang Jiogong was about to speak, but upon noticing Su Dazhuang seated in the corner, he immediately clamped his mouth shut. I mustered my courage and said, Grandfather, a few days ago we resolved the issue with the haunted building. My second uncle sustained some injuries and won't be coming to the shop for a few days. Perhaps you could visit another day? He is searching for his prospective son-in-law, which has nothing to do with me. How am I supposed to carry out my duties with him lingering around? Su Dazhuang, sensing my subtle dismissal, finally spoke up, You carry on with your affairs. I shall merely observe. Very well. I forced a smile, choosing to be candid. I used my spiritual vision to assess Zhang Ying's condition. Aside from an imbalance of yin and yang, she seemed to be in relatively good health. Clearing my throat, I remarked, Your health appears to be stable now. Just ensure you get ample sunlight and eat normally. By the way, is that Shin Zaheo your classmate? Could you do me a favor and arrange a meeting with him? I have a few matters to discuss. Upon mentioning Chan Zaheo, Zhang Ying expressed her disdain, saying, I can't stand that person. I refuse to invite him. With Su Dazhuang present, I felt uneasy speaking, yet I could not fathom why he Xiaolong was so reticent. Until this matter is clarified, I would find no peace in sleep or sustenance. I hurriedly added, Consider it a favor for me. However, do not mention my presence when you invite him. If you find him intolerable upon his arrival, you are free to leave. You can choose the location, and I shall cover the expenses. Fearing Zhang Ying might decline, I produced a talisman and handed it to her, stating, This is a token of gratitude. What do you say? Zhang Ying snatched the talisman, treating it as a treasure, before inquiring whether I truly would not accept any money. I nodded in affirmation. Zhang Ying cheerfully agreed, but she was reluctant to linger in the presence of Su Dazhuang, who resembled a deity in that moment. She left some snacks for Huang Jiao and departed with the talisman in hand. As soon as Zhang Ying left, Su Dazhuang extended his hand towards me. I looked at him in confusion. Su Dazhuang said, Give me a talisman as well. I quickly rose and retrieved a low-quality talisman from the warehouse for him. Naturally, the one I had given to Zhang Ying was an authentic and valuable talisman. snatched from the hands of Liu Changshuan's disciple. This act was justified by her previous payment of 10,000 yuan and her father's substantial wealth of several million. Although Su Dazhuang was to become my future grandfather-in-law, he had not made any promises to me. Moreover, it was evident that he did not believe in such matters. Taking a good talisman would merely be a waste. Chapter 69. The arrival of the Laozhan's, Su Dazhuang lingered in the shop for over 20 minutes before silently rising to leave. I accompanied him to the door, then turned back with a long sigh. For the sake of my uncle's lifelong affair, I endured it. Had it been someone else giving me a sour face while taking things for free, I would have long asked Huang Jio to expel him. Upon returning to the shop, Huang Jio also wiped his forehead, remarking, "This feels as though we are meeting the father-in-law." I nodded in agreement. Moreover, it seemed my uncle possessed a prophetic ability, as today he remarkably did not bring me lunch. After seeing Su Dazhuang off, I felt considerably lighter throughout the day. My uncle's account held over 20 million, and with President Zhang still collaborating with us, the business's fortunes mattered little. The crucial aspect was that my uncle had secured Aunt Sui Mei, which meant we would no longer have to pay rent. All day long, I practiced the 9-character true words. As the name suggests, the 9-character true words consist of 9 characters: Lin, Bing, Do, Zhejie, Zhen, Lai, Qian, Xing. This incantation, known in Taoism as the secret blessing of the 6 generals, originates from Bio Puzi, later refined by the master Padmasambhava in the esoteric tradition, which greatly expanded its influence. In esotericism, the left hand represents stillness, hence called the hand of compassion, guiding the ignorant masses. The right hand signifies motion, thus termed the hand of wisdom, guiding the adept. This duality is known as the harmonious interplay of compassion and wisdom, transcending all ordinary beings. Furthermore, esoteric teachings assert that each finger bears distinct significance. The 10 fingers correspond to 10 realms, also referred to as 10 wheels and 10 peaks. Starting from the left little finger, they represent sandalwood, precept, patience, progress, meditation. Beginning from the right little finger, wisdom, square, observation, strength, intelligence. The 10 fingers correspond to the 5 elemental seals, beginning with the left little finger representing earth, followed by water, fire, wind, and void. When performing the 9-character incantation, each finger must form the corresponding gesture. Take, for instance, the Ling gesture, where both index fingers are raised while the other fingers bend and combine. Once the hand gesture is established, one can harness the power bestowed by the incantation. I shall not delve into the details here, for if I were to continue, you might find yourself practicing it as well. In summary, as long as one becomes familiar with the underlying principles, it is not difficult to learn. Of course, this applies to humans. For Huang Jio, however, it poses a greater challenge. Nevertheless, it has its own methods, using its demonic aura to transform into the chubby hands of a 3-year-old child, and it practices with great enthusiasm. In the afternoon, Zhang Ying called me, stating she had arranged to meet Chen Ziheo and provided me with the address. I could sense her aversion to Chen Ziheo through the phone, urging me to hurry, as she did not wish to face him alone. I have little interest in the romantic entanglements of the affluent. After gathering my belongings, I slung Huang Jio over my shoulder and took a taxi to the given address. Upon disembarking, I settled the fare, which exceeded 60 yuan. Huang Jio attempted to bewilder the driver, but I intervened. The previous encounter had left me wary, and given that Zhang Ying's meeting place was in proximity to her home, the journey was considerably longer. After paying and stepping out, I observed the surrounding shops exuding an air of sophistication, suggesting that dining and entertainment would not be inexpensive. I have always been frugal, reluctant to squander resources. However, to unravel the meaning behind He Xiaolong's intentions, I reluctantly entered the designated restaurant. I am adorned in the attire bestowed upon me by my uncle, and in such an upscale establishment, I do not appear out of place. However, the server insisted that pets were not allowed inside and insisted that I leave my beloved Huang Jio at the front desk. Huang Jio, eager for a sumptuous feast, was ready to employ its enchanting tricks upon hearing this. In the spirit of allowing it entry, I refrained from intervening. as it was merely a harmless ruse that would not disturb the harmony of the universe. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from behind. "Let them in." The server, upon hearing this command, underwent a complete transformation in demeanor. Turning around, I beheld the silhouette of Su Dazhuang, and before I could express my gratitude, the opportunity slipped away. I had arrived quite early, yet Chen Zihao had arrived even earlier, drawn by the invitation of the goddess he admired. Not only had he come ahead of me, but he had also taken the effort to adorn himself suitably, presenting a grand bouquet of roses at the table. However, upon spotting me, he resembled a startled rabbit. Rising to flee, I swiftly approached him, embracing his neck as an old friend would, and whispered, "Behave yourself if you wish to avoid embarrassment." Chen Zihao's expression soured, yet he gradually settled back into his seat. Once I had calmed Chen Zihao, I turned to Zhang Ying and inquired, "Could we possibly switch to a private room?" Zhang Ying replied with an unusual tone, "The private rooms here are quite expensive. In a public setting, conversation was rather inconvenient." I paid little heed to her concerns. After all, how exorbitant could a single room truly be? At my prompting, Zhang Ying summoned the server to arrange for a change of table. The server, the same one who had previously obstructed me, promptly went to assist with our request. Upon entering, I initially presumed that Su Dazhuang, like myself, was merely a patron here for a meal. However, the reaction of the waiter sparked a flicker of doubt within me. Seizing a moment of respite, I inquired of Zhang Ying, "I just saw Su Dazhuang. It seems the staff here are rather apprehensive of him. I wonder what the reason might be." Zhang Ying, taken aback, replied, "This is a Western restaurant owned by the Su family. Were you not aware? Your aunt's family is quite renowned in the provincial capital as titans of the culinary industry, wielding considerable influence and wealth." I was astounded. When I had previously assessed Su Yimei, I had only discerned that she was an only child from a prosperous background, never realizing the extent of their affluence. Nevertheless, upon reflection, I recognized that my initial judgment could not be wholly blamed. The features of Su Yimei's aunt merely indicated her own wealth. While Su Dazhuang was still very much alive, the private room was swiftly arranged, and I ushered Chen Zihao inside. Zhang Ying, driven by curiosity, followed suit. Just as I was about to inquire of Chen Zihao, the waiter approached to take our orders, compelling me to hold my question. Upon perusing the menu, my expression darkened. The prices listed were exorbitantly inflated. I was tempted to ask the waiter if their steaks were encrusted with gold, as the prices bore letter and number combinations that seemed to demand a fortune. Yet, having come this far, I resolved to keep an open mind and, steeling myself, ordered the least expensive option while opting for a children's meal for Huangjiu. After Zhang Ying had finalized her selections, she passed the menu to Chen Zihao, but I swiftly snatched it back and handed it to the waiter, declaring, "He is not hungry." The waiter, without question, politely closed the door and departed. It was only when there were just a few of us left that I released Chen Zihao. Before I could inquire further, he spoke, "Liang no, Master Li. I am merely an ordinary person. I have come to understand and will no longer involve myself in your matters." Huang Ju leapt onto his shoulder, tapping his head with his claw. "To grasp this truth, you have shown remarkable awareness, my friend." Chen Zihao nodded stiffly in response. I then expressed my curiosity regarding He Xiaolong's intentions, suggesting that his association with them might have granted him some insight. Immediately, Chen Zihao appeared flustered, hastily shaking his head. "I truly do not know." My brows furrowed slightly. I thought to myself that if he were to divulge anything while in his current state, his cowardly demeanor would surely betray him upon encountering He Xiaolong. Thus, I gave Huang Jiu a knowing glance. With a glint of green in his eyes, Huang Jiu caused Chen Zihao's gaze to turn vacant, causing him to mutter, 2 days ago, a person named Sun Chao approached He Xiaolong to discuss how to deal with you. This Sun Chao suggested employing methods from within the industry to resolve the issue. Sun Chao, could it be Lu Changshuan's disciple? Chapter 70. The blood basin reflects the mirror. Lu Changxian and his apprentice were bound to come looking for me. I had mentally prepared myself for this eventuality. After all, the recent actions undertaken by my second uncle and me were not trivial matters and could not remain concealed. However, I did not anticipate their arrival would be so swift. My enmity with He Xiaoyun and He Xiaolong could be resolved with merely a physical confrontation. Yet, the animosity with Liu Changxian and his apprentice transcended such simple resolutions. On that fateful day at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, they nearly met their demise. I had even shattered Sun Chao's Dantian, marking this as an irreconcilable blood feud. Nonetheless, their approach to dealing with me would inevitably involve schemes and calculations. Could Sun Chao, now rendered a mere invalid, truly possess such capability? After posing several inquiries, I found that Chun Zihao offered no valuable information. It seemed that, in the eyes of the uncle and nephew, he was regarded solely as a source of wealth. Seeing that I could extract no further information, I instructed Huang Jiao to escort Chun Zihao away. After all, I had not placed an order for him, and it would not reflect well to have him linger. Huang Jiao harbored a scheme of his own, hoping that Chun Zihao would cover the bill, but I intervened. There is a time and place for everything. This is my boundary. Once Chun Zihao departed, Zhang Ying excitedly took a seat beside me and inquired about the events of that day. I hesitated over whether to reveal the truth to her, but after much contemplation, I resolved to share. With her physique, even if she were not targeted by the Threen sect, she would undoubtedly attract some malevolent spirits. As I recounted my narrative, Zhang Ying's complexion turned pallid, yet her eyes sparkled with a vibrant curiosity about that world, so vastly different from the mundane pleasures of life. However, alongside her curiosity, a hint of trepidation flickered in her eyes. Once a person understands fear, naivety becomes a distant memory. When a steak arrived, I chose not to utter another word, hastily consuming my meal. Upon settling the bill, I was taken aback. Over 3,000. In the countryside, that amount could sustain a family for an entire year. I pondered whether my prolonged state of poverty had rendered me overly sensitive or if I had unwittingly immersed myself in the affluent circle, taking strides too grand for my means. My heart ached as I completed the transaction. Fortunately, Zhang Ying arranged for the driver to take us back, sparing us 60 yuan in taxi fare. Having not seen my second uncle all day, I called him and he informed me he was at Mr. Zhang's company, discussing the development of the ghost building with Mr. Wang and others. Why was he so invested in a mere 5% stake? I found myself a loss for words. Nevertheless, I supported the notion of conducting business without relying on fortune-telling. Upon returning to the shop, Huang Jiao expressed his concerns, lamenting the underhanded tactics employed by certain families. If they were indeed plotting against us, we might struggle to hold our ground. After much contemplation, Huang Jiao grumbled about the female corpse, remarking on the unusual delay in the bride's arrival with her dowry. He suggested I return home to see if I could fetch her. With a solid backing, we would no longer feel vulnerable. However, returning home was out of the question. I would rather my parents subsisted on pickled vegetables and potatoes than bring calamity upon them. As for retrieving the female corpse, I too yearned for that. But could I truly traverse the treacherous mountains? As night fell, once again, business eluded us, leaving only a day filled with troubling thoughts. At 8 in the evening, I prepared to close the shop for the night. However, just as I was about to close the rolling shutter, a sudden wave of dizziness overcame me. My vision blurred in a crimson haze, and a piercing pain gripped my heart. Sensing my precarious state, Huang Jiao immediately leapt onto my shoulder, alert. Fortunately, that disorienting sensation ebbed away within mere seconds. Yet in those fleeting moments, my clothes became drenched in cold sweat, and my complexion turned ashen. As the shutter descended, I took a deep breath, returned to my chair, and, after downing 2 glasses of water, I stated, "I have been set up." That quickly? Huang Jiao inquired, perplexed. "Recently, no one has had access to your personal belongings. The malevolent art of sorcery requires a crucial condition: the possession of the victim's personal items, such as hair, blood, or nails, which must be imbued with life force and utilized within a 10-minute window." When Huang Jiao cast a curse on He Xiaoyan, it was executed the moment the target departed. My grandfather instilled in me the importance of safeguarding against such threats. It is inconceivable that anyone could acquire my belongings within that time frame. As for using one's birth date and time for harm, while it is possible, it is exceedingly rare. To employ such methods, one must accurately calculate the individual's destiny and fortune, then intervene at pivotal moments in their fate. Those capable of such precision are exceedingly few within the realm of the supernatural. Such individuals are regarded as formidable figures if they desired to take a life. They would not require such convoluted means. Eliminating various possibilities, only one remains: a feng shui trap. Someone has orchestrated a scheme against me. Chun Zihao remarked that Sun Shao had only arrived 2 days prior, making it impossible for him to tamper with my ancestral grave. Moreover, any actions taken at the grave would elicit a gradual and traceable response from me. To concoct such a scheme against someone knowledgeable would merely squander time. Sun Shao is not foolish enough to fall into that trap. I turned to Huang Jio and inquired whether his subordinate also had subordinates. Certainly, he replied with pride. He is the king of rats in the vicinity. I instructed him to request assistance from this creature, urging it to thoroughly investigate the houses surrounding our shop and to report any anomalies without delay. Huang Jio recognized the potential for someone to be laying out a scheme nearby and promptly set off to find his rat companion. Around 2 in the morning, Huang Jio returned, stating that he had located something of interest. It was on the 2nd floor of the dumpling shop directly across from our store. In the stillness of the night, upon confirming that the 2nd floor was unoccupied, Huang Jio and I stealthily ascended. The large rat awaited us at the door. Chirping a couple of times, Huang Jio translated, "It asks if we want to gnaw the door open. Opening it would expose us. Allow me to devise a plan." I replied, scrutinizing the door lock, which was an antiquated cylinder lock, considered advanced even in rural areas. However, the lock was identical to the one used at the small shop owned by Xiaopeng. Before he married, whenever his parents were away, he would take me to pilfer snacks, effortlessly unlocking the door with a rigid card slipped through the crack. After searching in our shop for quite some time, I finally found a beautifully crafted business card made entirely of plastic. It was only when I returned to the 2nd floor of the dumpling shop, preparing to poke the door, that I realized it was a business card belonging to Su Dazhuang. My grandfather truly shares a profound connection with me, as we encountered one another thrice in a mere half-day. It seems that indeed, one cannot feel the kinship unless they share blood. I pondered this while adeptly unlocking the door. As the door swung open, I was immediately enveloped by the acrid scent of fresh paint. The room was a square, resembling a box comprising a single hall. In feng shui, it is referred to as a basin. Under the watchful gaze of the spiritual eye, the entire room was painted a striking shade of red. Although it was merely paint, it instilled a sense of unease within me. On the wall directly facing the entrance of Li's establishment hung a triangular mirror. This mirror, located in the southern direction, associated with fire in feng shui, along with the triangular shape, which also symbolizes fire in the 5 elements, created a potent combination. The overwhelming presence of fire suggested an auspicious yet precarious situation. My second uncle and I had been experiencing a streak of good fortune recently, making the description of the entrance as a place of prosperity quite fitting. However, combined with the abundant red hue, the mirror transformed the space into a notorious feng shui trap, known as the blood basin reflecting the mirror. In colloquial terms, this scenario evokes trepidation and serves as a harbinger of misfortune, inflicting harm and distress upon those who dwell within. It is no wonder that I felt dizzy and disoriented at the threshold, my heart aching as visions of blood danced before my eyes. Chapter 71. The counteraction. Huang Jio leaped onto my head, extending his claws to remove the triangular mirror, but I hastily intervened. If you take the mirror now, they will discover it by tomorrow, and who knows what other tricks they might have up their sleeves. Moreover, they have set this trap for me. I cannot simply dismantle it, as that would be too easy for them. After a moment of contemplation, an idea began to form in my mind. Huang Jio remarked, "We are currently at the height of our power, yet we are restrained by the blood basin mirror. If they were to coat it with human blood within 2 days, the malevolent energy would pierce your heart, leading to your untimely demise in the streets." The notion of using human blood was not entirely far-fetched. Hospitals were abundant with it. However, given the protective energy within me, it would take more than a day or 2 for the malevolent energy to penetrate my heart. I glanced down at the large rat that had followed me in and inquired about its required compensation. After all, it was not one of its disciples. and it would take us several days to locate this place. By then, the blood basin mirror would have fully formed, and I would be unable to counteract it. The large rat squeaked twice. Huangjio, looking somewhat troubled, translated, "It says that when your wife arrives, could it stay by her side for a couple of days?" I furrowed my brow, realizing that the female corpse had become a coveted entity. I scrutinized the large rat. Despite acquiring some level of intelligence, it still maintained a certain cleanliness. However, a rat is still a rat, and humanity's disdain for them is deeply ingrained. Even if the bride was not afraid of rodents, the sight of such a large rat would likely cause her to lose her appetite. Noticing my hesitation, the large rat squeaked again. Huang Jiu translated, "It says that if 2 days is not feasible, 1 day would suffice." At this moment, the large mouse gazed at me with a pair of sincere little eyes, filled with longing. However, with the arrival of the female corpse into the city, I must shoulder the responsibility and obligation of caring for her. It would be inappropriate to frighten her with a large mouse upon her arrival. Though I did not fully comprehend the thoughts of girl, this was my mindset. After much hesitation, I ultimately declined, stating, "You may propose any other conditions, and I will fulfill whatever I am capable of." The large mouse's expression instantly dimmed, appearing as dejected as a downtrodden little beggar. Unable to bear its sorrow, I added, "Once my wife arrives in the city, I will inquire with her. If she is amenable, I shall have Huangjiu inform you, and you may come at any time." At that, the large mouse's eyes sparkled with hope, and it squeaked a couple of times. Huangjiu translated, "It says this is sufficient, and no further recompense is needed." I regarded Huangjiu with skepticism and asked, "Did you embellish its words? How could it squeak twice, and you translate such an elaborate response?" Huangjiu immediately retorted with indignation, "You claim we are brothers, yet you harbor such distrust. I share a deep connection with Dehe." Though he spoke with such conviction, I could not help but notice his little eyes darting around, leading me to doubt his honesty. Not wishing to owe anyone a favor, I personally asked the large mouse, and upon receiving its nod, I acquiesced. After clearing the footprints, I stepped back and locked the door. The large mouse parted ways with us as we passed the garbage station, quickly vanishing amidst the refuse. Upon returning to the shop, I secured the door and proceeded to rummage through the warehouse. Ultimately, my uncle bore a striking resemblance to my grandfather, amassing a considerable collection of items. Yet none of them were functional. They were merely the trinkets one might encounter in a bustling street market. I found myself at a loss, unable to gather the requisite materials for a countermeasure I wished to devise, and thus had to abandon the endeavor. At dawn the following day, I placed a call to my uncle, inquiring whether he could assist me in procuring some materials: high-quality vermilion, an aged Bawa mirror, and 6 coins from the reign of the 5 emperors. Upon hearing my request, he immediately inquired if I was in some sort of trouble. Without allowing me a moment to respond, he declared his intention to come over right away. I hastily reassured him that it was merely a minor issue that I could manage, albeit I was short on materials. After persistent questioning from him, I maintained that I could handle it, prompting him to insist that should I find myself unable to resolve the situation, I must inform him. He modestly acknowledged that while his skills were limited, he still had a network of connections. Seeking assistance from others was out of the question. It would undermine my dignity, and the hard-earned funds I had would merely fill someone else's pockets, which left me feeling quite discontented. Nevertheless, to ease my uncle's concerns, I acquiesced and urged him to deliver the materials within the day. When I hung up, I turned to discover Huang Jiu eavesdropping, with a mischievous glint in his eye as he queried why he wasn't involved, given that he had recently acquired 10 million. I furrowed my brow and asked him, "What sign hangs outside the door?" He responded, puzzled, Li's inquiry. I pressed further, "What is my surname?" Li. Huang Jiu finally comprehended, but continued to counsel me. One's heart is distant before he could finish. I kicked him out with a warning. "If you dare to sow discord between us, I will stew you in an iron pot." Hasten to tidy up and open the doors for business. To encourage its diligent efforts, I had thoughtfully prepared a miniature broom. Naturally, I was not idle myself, wielding a cloth to polish the furniture. While cleaning the fish tank, I discovered that the 2 auspicious fish within had perished. As I touched the water, it felt uncomfortably warm to the hand. Was the fire truly so vigorous? Or were my uncle and I simply riding an extraordinary wave of fortune? I promptly discarded the cloth and cut off the power to all electrical devices, eliminating any potential fire hazards. Only then did I procure several large bowls, filling them halfway with water and placing them in the due north, corresponding to the composition, which is associated with water to temporarily counteract the rampant fire energy. However, the originally cool water reached a sweltering 40 degrees within half an hour, rendering the shop akin to a steamy sauna. I found myself in a relentless cycle of changing the water. After several rounds of this labor, feeling rather exasperated, I resolved to borrow several large earthen jars from the neighboring porcelain shop, painstakingly chipping away the tiles beneath them to allow the jars to connect with the earth. After this arrangement, I was drenched in sweat, yet the temperature in the shop had significantly decreased, proving the efficacy of my method. Dare to challenge me? Just wait until I acquire my materials. Then I shall have my revenge. I muttered inwardly, but before I could catch my breath, Su Dazhuang stormed in, slamming the yellow talisman I had given him the previous day onto the tea table. You scoundrel! Did you attempt to deceive me with a counterfeit talisman? I paused for a moment and promptly replied, Grandfather, you must take responsibility for your words. Here, we have clearly marked prices and all items are genuine and honest. If you claim that this talisman is counterfeit, it would be quite a serious matter. Su Dazhuang, his expression darkening, retorted, if it's not fake, then why is this talisman ineffective? I scrutinized Su Dazhuang, my curiosity piqued, and asked, Grandfather, have you encountered something unclean? If so, feel free to share. Earlier, I had used my spiritual vision to observe him and detected nothing unusual, hence my inquiry. After all, there are countless extraordinary occurrences in the world, many of which are beyond the perception of spiritual sight. With a grunt, Su Dazhuang insisted, mind your own business and give me a talisman that is truly effective. As he spoke, he glared at me with eyes as round as copper bells, making it abundantly clear that if I failed to comply, he would not hesitate to drag me from my seat and administer spanking. Chapter 72. The proud Su Dazhuang, my uncle, is the closest person to me, and his father-in-law is also considered a part of my family. If there is discord among family members, my uncle will be unhappy, and that will weigh heavily on my heart. However, the talismans from Lao's Han are scarce, and I cannot simply give them away for free, allowing him to squander them. Thus, I said, Grandfather, in our profession, there are rules. Once we make a deal, there must be a monetary transaction involved. This is what we call the blessings that come from our efforts. Before I could even state my price, Su Dazhuang pulled out 10,000 yuan from his pocket and tossed it onto the tea table, saying, I inquired with the young girl from the Zhang family. This is the correct amount, right? You've done your homework well? Upon seeing the money on the table, I found myself in a quandary. After a moment of hesitation, I contemplated taking half of it and returning the other half to him, offering a familial discount. However, I reconsidered. Given his connections to the wealthy, would returning 5,000 yuan come across as disrespectful? Although I lack formal education, I still hold a deep respect for my elders and care for the younger generation. Reluctantly, I accepted the money and returned to the warehouse to retrieve a talisman. I cautioned Su Dazhuang, saying, Grandfather, talismans are consumables and cannot resolve fundamental issues. If you truly encounter any troubles, feel free to let me know. Before I could finish my sentence, Su Dazhuang snatched the talisman from my hand, huffed, and departed. Huang Jiao emerged from beneath the table, remarking, that old man is quite obstinate, clinging to his pride while suffering in silence. I inquired, did you sense that he has a problem? Huang Jiao shook his head, replying I couldn't tell. But a rational person wouldn't spend 10,000 yuan on a piece of yellow paper. I pondered this as well. Su Dazhuang approached me to purchase a talisman, indicating that he had begun to believe in our practices, yet he was too proud to admit it openly. Unfortunately, neither my spiritual insight nor Huang Jiao could discern anything, and since he remained silent, I found myself powerless to assist him. His actions might also serve as a means to gauge my second uncle, testing whether the Oldley family genuinely possessed the skills of yin and yang. After all, when a father-in-law chooses a son-in-law, it often leads to a considerable amount of back-and-forth deliberation. Once Su Dazhuang departed, I hastily shifted the tea table towards the eastern side. Otherwise, the ominous reflection of a blood-red basin would confront me directly, causing my heart to occasionally twist in pain, which was quite distressing. The breakfast I ordered was manageable, and by the time I finished, it had turned to noon. I was just about to call my second uncle to inquire about his progress when the old curator of the museum entered the shop, carrying a bag. Days had passed since the incident with the prayer cylinder, yet I was still engulfed in anxiety. My hand trembled, causing my phone to clatter onto the table, which I hurriedly picked up, feeling a pang of regret. I approached him, saying, "Old curator, you are so busy with your affairs. What brings you here?" It truly elevates the humble ambience of my small shop. My unease compelled me to flatter him as much as possible. The old curator, seasoned and wise, was not easily swayed by my flattery. He chuckled and replied, "Master Lee, you possess remarkable skills in a way with words." I felt a twinge of guilt and forced a laugh. Pressing on, "Old curator, if you have something to discuss, you could simply call me. There's no need for you to come in person." He laughed heartily and replied, "Your phone call costs 50,000. As an old man, I certainly cannot afford that." He placed the bag on the table with a smile, mentioning that your second uncle had entrusted him to procure a few items. And since he happened to be passing by, he brought them to you. Upon hearing that it was a delivery, I felt a sense of relief and opened the bag to find it contained a Bagua mirror, 5 emperor coins, and vermilion, all intact. I prepared a cup of tea for him and was about to inquire whether your uncle had settled the payment when the old curator interjected, stating that our museum had recently acquired a batch of antiquities, one of which was somewhat ominous. It is indeed common for ancient artifacts to carry an air of mystery. I hastily shifted the subject. This old fellow certainly knows how to seize the moment. It's not that I am unwilling to assist. Rather, about 70 to 80% of the museum's collection originates from underground sources. My grandfather had warned me that anything buried deep below could harbor unforeseen consequences, advising me to refrain from meddling whenever possible. Observing my light-hearted dismissal, the curator directly asked, "Your second uncle requests your assistance in handling a few matters. When might you be available?" My expression immediately fell, and I could no longer muster a smile. In the realm of Inyang practices, there exists an unspoken taboo regarding friendships outside the trade. Otherwise, one might find oneself laboring without compensation. Had I known that my uncle would arrange for me to deal with these items, I would have taken matters into my own hands. A vintage Bagua mirror, untouched 5 emperor coins. I could easily acquire them for 20 to 30,000 in the antique market. As for the vermilion, a product of similar quality and weight could be procured from a traditional medicine shop for merely 1 or 200. Yet, the items have been delivered, and a favor is owed. Thus, I cannot refuse any longer. I shall consider it a service to the community." I remarked, "Esteemed curator, I have a few matters to attend to today. It appears I shall not be available until tomorrow." "No rush, no rush," the curator replied cheerfully, retrieving his phone to note down my number before finishing the water in his cup and departing with a beaming smile. I promptly called my uncle to confirm the arrangement he had made, and upon receiving his affirmation, I refrained from further comment. After hanging up, I exchanged the large jar for a smaller bowl and filled it with vermilion. This substance possesses the power to dispel malevolent forces and can shield against the penetrating energies of reflective mirrors. Next, I arranged a gathering formation using 5 emperor coins beside the tea table, placing a Bagua mirror at an angle in the center. This setup would concentrate the ominous energy emanating from the blood basin onto the Bagua mirror. The opposing feng shui formation was still in its nascent stage. Thus, should I reverse it now, the backlash would be minimal. Consequently, I covered the Bagua mirror with a red cloth. Once the opposing formation solidifies, the heart-piercing malevolence could affect the one who orchestrated the arrangement. As for whether it be He Xiaolong or Sun Chao, it would depend on who harbored the stronger intent to harm me. Nonetheless, I surmised it would likely be Sun Chao. Having established the counter-offensive arrangement, I ventured to the neighboring street, where I procured 2 small goldfish to place in the fish tank. These delicate creatures are notoriously difficult to sustain. Even the slightest alteration in their environment could lead to their swift demise. They would serve well as sentinels for the blood basin mirror, ensuring that, As Huang Jiao had warned, they did not coat it with a layer of human blood, which could amplify the malevolent energy unbeknownst to me. After completing these tasks, I secured the shop and made my way home, carrying Huang Jiao on my back. Along the way, I also took the opportunity to have dinner. Huang Jiao, concerned for my well-being, inquired repeatedly if I was all right. After placing the vermilion to ward off malevolent forces, I no longer experienced the tormenting pain in my heart. Yet, Huang Jiao remained unconvinced, asserting that since I had identified the feng shui formation, it would be wiser to dismantle it. I was aware that my actions were somewhat perilous, but the thought of dismantling the formation without allowing them to suffer a bit left me feeling unsatisfied. Throughout the night, I refrained from resting, sitting cross-legged on my bed, employing my Taoist energy to shield my heart. At the break of dawn, I hurried to the shop, eager to check on the little goldfish in the aquarium, which were alive and well. However, the vermilion in the bowl had transformed into a pale red hue, and a faint red mist enveloped the 5 emperor coins. It appeared that by afternoon, the blood basin would take shape, promising a delightful surprise for Sun Chao. The prospect of finally releasing my pent-up frustration lifted my spirits, prompting me to prepare for a celebratory meal of buns. Just as I was about to step out the door, my phone rang. It was the elderly director of the museum, who informed me that the museum would be closed today and invited me to come by when convenient. Chapter 73. She has arrived. My uncle once advised that, regardless of being observed, one must continue with life's necessities, eating and working. After ending the call, I shouldered my cat bag and, accompanied by Huang Jiao, stepped outside. As for the tools of my trade, ever since I discovered the blood-red reflection in the mirror, I ensured to carry everything useful from the warehouse. Notably, I kept the blood dagger strapped to my waist even while sleeping. After all, setting a trap is merely one of their tactics. There may be other methods at play. Currently, I harbored no intention to initiate an assault. I planned to respond to their moves, engaging in a passive counterattack. We took a taxi to our destination, but upon closing time, outsiders were barred from entering or exiting. Consequently, I had to call the curator, who kindly came out to escort me. However, during the security check, the metal detector incessantly beeped, necessitating the removal of my money sword and corpse-seeking disc. Upon the sight of the blood dagger, the 2 security guards immediately tensed. Fortunately, the old curator provided an explanation and filled out a form, allowing me to proceed inside. Due to the museum's closure, most treasures in the exhibition hall had been taken for maintenance, leaving only some calligraphy and paintings. Lacking the appreciation for such art, I merely glanced around. Huang Jiao, however, was wide-eyed and muttered to himself, "This is all worth a fortune." I was startled by his remark, but thankfully, the old curator, with his poor hearing, did not catch it. I quickly pinched Huang Jiao, warning him to keep his thoughts in check. If he dared to entertain any illicit intentions, I would promptly send him back to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The museum's security was stringent. The old curator led me to the residential area and into an office space. The last time I was accompanied by 4 bespectacled individuals escorting Coffin. One of them approached me with excitement upon seeing me and inquired, "Director, is Master Li here to address that mirror?" The old curator nodded in affirmation. The bespectacled fellow promptly extended his hand and introduced himself. "I am Shan Weigua. Master Li, allow me to tell you, that mirror is indeed peculiar. On the very night it arrived at the museum, I was tasked with organizing items from the same batch. At the stroke of midnight, I suddenly heard a faint melody drifting through the air. I pondered, given that there were no women in the museum, where could the singing be coming from? Thus, I followed the sound, and guess what? He gazed at me with eager eyes, awaiting my response. I smirked slightly and replied, "I am here to resolve issues, not to engage in riddles. Furthermore, you may accompany me, but refrain from incessant questioning." He had spoken so much, clearly eager to gain knowledge. However, researchers like him tend to have numerous inquiries. If you were to ask me about each task I undertook, I would soon find myself in the role of a teacher. Shan Weigua hastily assured me, "Master Li, you can rest assured. I will not ask any questions." After saying this, he glanced at the curator, who understood his intent and nodded, saying, "If Master Li agrees, you may accompany him, but do not cause any disturbances." Upon hearing this, Shun Weigwa quickly sealed his lips, fearing that further chatter would lead to my dismissal of him. Nevertheless, my curiosity was piqued, and I asked, "What did you see that night?" Shun Weigwa, being quite the chatterbox, immediately opened up, recounting, "I saw a woman in a cheapao, preening herself before the mirror, humming a tune from the Republican era." Indeed, working in a museum allows one to articulate even the era of minor tunes. The Republic of China was a unique period, giving rise to certain resentful women and unfortunate concubines. After listening to his narration, I silently exhaled in relief. A mirror is inherently a double-edged sword. It can ward off malevolent spirits while also attracting them. Curiously, I inquired, "Can objects from the Republic of China also enter a museum?" Shun Weigwa replied, "That is not an item from the Republic. It is a bronze mirror from the Western Zhou dynasty." The Western Zhou? My brow furrowed instantaneously. Spirits, in normal circumstances, dissipate after the seventh day, either reporting to the underworld or vanishing entirely. The abnormal ones possess certain capabilities. Take, for instance, the restless souls within the haunted building. Their aura is exceedingly dense. If it were merely the grievances of a concubine from the Republic, it would be manageable. However, I feared that the mirror itself might harbor issues. The elderly curator led me into a room fortified with a blast-proof door, retrieving a box from the corner. Huang Jiao promptly leaped from the cat bag onto my shoulder, his golden fur bristling, whispering such potent demonic energy. I felt it too. The curator placed the box before me, then retreated to stand beside Shun Guizhong. I opened my spiritual eye and cautiously lifted the lid of the box, revealing the mirror face down. It was evident that the people in the museum possessed some understanding of the principles of yin and yang. The mirror, roughly the size of a bowl, featured a dragon and phoenix motif around its rim, though the craftsmanship of that era was relatively crude, rendering it less appreciable to me. Yet, in the eyes of the elderly curator and his companions, it was undoubtedly an exquisite artifact. After all, it is an antique. I turned to the old curator and inquired if I could handle it. Upon receiving his permission, I carefully retrieved the mirror from its box. However, as I flipped it over, Huang Jiao suddenly stood up, and I couldn't help but gasp in shock. Through my keen sight, I beheld a swirling mist of blood within the mirror, and amidst that crimson haze, a pair of elongated, blood-red eyes glared back at me, emanating a palpable malice. At that moment, as I stared into its depths, it appeared to be scrutinizing me in return. In an instant of shared gaze, I hastily placed the mirror back into its box and stepped back, saying, "Old curator, I cannot handle this matter. I advise you to refrain from keeping this artifact in the museum. Rather, seek a temple with a thriving incense offering and enshrine it there." Huang Jiao was in such a hurry that he wished to leave immediately, urging me to depart swiftly. As I turned to exit, the old curator, in a state of urgency, called out from behind, "Master Li, this is a national treasure. How could it be enshrined in a temple?" I sighed and replied, "Old curator, let me speak frankly. Just now, Shun Weigwa mentioned that this is a relic from the Western Zhou period, and I perceive that it harbors a malevolent spirit, seemingly that of a fox. I did not dare to count how many tails it possessed, but it is likely connected to that incident. Do you understand?" As I spoke, I gently freed my hand from the curator's grasp. They had seen much in their time, and I felt it was sufficient to convey this much. Shun Weigwa caught up with me, saying, "Let me accompany you." I nodded, but as we walked out, a thought struck me. I paused, turned back, and fixed my gaze intently on Shun Weigwa. He appeared taken aback, frozen in place, and upon observing the clarity of his pupils, devoid of any impurities, I finally felt a sense of relief. Within the bronze mirror lies a sealed fox spirit, coincidentally accompanied by a vengeful concubine. It is highly likely that the fox spirit may exploit the concubine's malice to manifest and ensnare unsuspecting souls. Fortunately, it appears that the seal on the fox spirit is quite robust. Upon exiting the museum, I promptly called my second uncle to relay the situation. He was taken aback by the news, lamenting how unfortunate it is for our family to be beset by such troublesome matters. I urged him to counsel the old curator and also to remind him to exercise caution in the days to come. For upon my return, I would undoubtedly invoke a counteraction. Once the blood-red mirror is shattered, Sun Xiao and He Xiaolong would certainly initiate their next move. My second uncle also shared with me a piece of information. He received an anonymous letter that morning stating that a female corpse had arrived. Chapter 74. Blocked Door. My uncle spoke over the phone, expressing uncertainty about the authenticity of the letter's contents. However, he advised me not to panic. Even if it were true, the corpse could deliver the letter to him, which implied it could also locate the shop. Huang Jiu was eavesdropping and, upon realizing that the corpse had entered the city, his eyes gleamed with an unsettling light, as if the visitor were not my wife but his own. Of course, if it were indeed his wife visiting the city, he would have already been in a state of utter disarray. Reflecting on my uncle's words, I found a semblance of logic in them. To preclude the possibility of the corpse arriving while I was absent from the shop, I made a deliberate trip to the printing store to print my phone number, which I then affixed to the door. Having completed these tasks, I was filled with anticipation and fantasies, wondering what she had become in the interim and whether she would still desire my assistance in measuring her heartbeat. After indulging in these errant thoughts for a while, I finally composed myself and lowered the rolling shutter door. I cleared away all the clutter in front of the shop's large window to ensure that the reflective light from the mirror would not be obstructed, and I took the time to wipe the glass clean. Once these preparations were made, I proceeded to the northeast corner of the room, retrieved a yellow talisman, and ignited it with my spiritual energy before casting it into a bowl containing red cinnabar, releasing the malevolent energy trapped within. Before long, the dark red malevolence began to waft out, mingling with the talisman's smoke and converging beneath the red cloth covering the bagua mirror. Once it had absorbed all the energy, I turned my gaze to the window, as the sun was obscured by clouds, casting a shadow over the entire street. I abruptly removed the red cloth from the bagua mirror. A beam of crimson light instantly pierced through the glass of the building across the street. In that fleeting moment, the malevolent energy that had accumulated over the past 2 days was unleashed in a sudden outflow. With a sharp crack, the bagua mirror shattered, releasing a stream of dark crimson liquid. Hiss! Huang Jiu gasped, exclaiming that a life had been lost. The mirror wept blood, indeed signifying a fatality. The mastermind behind this malicious scheme could only be Sun Xiao, without a doubt. However, as the saying goes, one should not reach out, for those who do will surely be caught. Since he orchestrated this trap to harm me, he must bear the consequences of failure. For anyone who seeks my life, I harbor no moral qualms about extinguishing theirs. Yet, this remains merely speculation. Without visible evidence, the outcome may not be as presumed. The destruction of the bagua mirror left me with a twinge of sorrow, as it was a relic over a century old. Once the malevolent energy was dispelled, I swiftly tidied up the aftermath, placing the 5 emperor coins into the remaining cinnabar. After neutralizing the lingering malefic aura, it could still be utilized in the future. Having organized my belongings, I opened the roll-up door and resumed normal business. Anticipating the arrival of the bride, I took the opportunity to browse the appliance market during the day, spending over $20,000 to acquire all the essentials missing from my home. I even installed a lovely vanity mirror in the bedroom for her. Upon seeing the boxes of jewels, Huang Jiu reminded me to speak favorably of them when the time came. I understood he referred to the matter of unpleasant odors and nodded in agreement. Following a flurry of activity at home, after dinner, the evening gradually darkened. Realizing that the female corpse was no ordinary person, I suspected she would arrive later that night. So I prepared to carry Huang Jiu to the shop to wait. As I entered the street, an ominous premonition washed over me. Our storefront was situated on a street that could hardly be deemed bustling or prosperous, yet there were still passers-by and sporadic roadside stalls in the evening. The streets tonight were eerily desolate. Not a single roadside stall remained open, and the shops on either side had shuttered their doors. The sudden emptiness of the street accentuated the melancholy of autumn, as the evening breeze swept through, sending fallen leaves swirling about. I couldn't help but tighten my coat. Huang Jiu crouched on my shoulder, exposing a set of uneven teeth, and remarked, "No matter what we do, we can't indulge in snacks. It's Sunday, and there is not a soul in sight." His words startled me, prompting me to hasten my pace toward the shop. However, just as I was a mere 10 steps from the entrance, The surrounding lights were abruptly consumed by darkness, and a thick fog enveloped both Huang Jiao and me. Being in the city, Huang Jiao remained unperturbed and exclaimed, "Goodness, is this the heavens making a scene with such a dense smoke?" I paid him no mind, as I noticed a shadow advancing through the fog. Without hesitation, I seized it and hurled it toward the shadow, allowing it to gauge the situation first. As Huang Jiao flew into the darkness, I pondered whether a female corpse from the 10,000 Great Mountains had come to visit. Yet, he soon let out a startled cry and shot back like a cannonball. I swiftly caught him and placed it back on my shoulder. Trembling with fear, Huang Jiao exclaimed, "What is happening? How can there be zombies in the city?" A cold snort emanated from the side, dispersing the fog to reveal Lu Changxian's furious face. He was accompanied by He Xiaolong, whose eyes glinted with mockery, as if observing a turtle trapped in a jar. Lu Changxian brandished a soul-capturing bell, his eyes glinting with murderous intent as he declared, "You little wretch, today marks your demise." From his tone, it seemed that Sun Chao was in grave peril. In the darkness, Huang Jiao's eyes transformed into two eerie lanterns, enveloping me in an aura of malevolence. Due to the limitations of its physical form, Huang Jiao's corporeal strength was not formidable. However, its necromantic abilities proved far more effective against the living than any Taoist incantation. Both Lao Zhan and Mao Shan have a rich tradition of battling the undead, and the ancient corpse standing amidst the fog was likely one of the notorious combatants. Though my understanding of these undead was limited, I surmised that, being zombies, they must share certain similarities. Gradually, I withdrew my blood spear while simultaneously activating the remote control for the rolling shutter, allowing the shop door to open. Fearing that the female corpse might arrive and fail to locate me, I had kept the shop lights perpetually ablaze. The illumination dispelled much of the fog. Seizing the opportunity, while Lu Changxian and He Xiaolong were distracted by the light, I sprinted toward the shop. Observing my movement, Lu Changxian shook the soul-capturing bell, causing the ancient corpse within the mist to instantly reposition itself, obstructing my path. Having confronted zombies in the ghostly tower before, I had accumulated some experience. As I approached the ancient corpse, I instinctively held my breath. However, the ancient corpse waved its hands, summoning a forceful gust that swept toward me, remaining accurate despite its inability to detect my presence. I quickly realized that Lu Changxian was controlling the ancient corpse, effectively serving as its eyes. Thus, holding my breath was futile. As the ancient corpse's skeletal arm approached, I suddenly dropped to my knees, using inertia to slide past it. The blood spear in my grasp thrust toward the ancient corpse's knee, with the spear's sharpness striking the ancient corpse, which was impervious to decay. Would be akin to cleaving tofu with a kitchen knife. Yet, as the spear made contact, the blade skidded off, producing a shower of sparks along the ancient corpse's leg. As I glanced back, I noticed the tattered trousers of the old zombie reflecting a metallic sheen. Lu Changxian had clad the decrepit creature in a suit of iron armor. Huang Jiao cursed loudly. "Lu Changxian, you scoundrel, devoid of any martial ethics. Beware, or you may bear a son without a rear." I dared not linger in the fray and swiftly took to my heels. Covering a mere 10 paces, I disregarded the advancing old zombie and rushed into the shop. Upon turning back, I found the zombie had leaped to the entrance. Without a moment's hesitation, I brought my hands together forcefully, raised my index and middle fingers to my brow, knelt fervently, and cried out, "May the household deity grant me protection." Chapter 75. The Demon Exorcism Talisman. As soon as my words fell, the lights in the shop transformed into a golden hue. The ancient corpse, illuminated by the altered light, twisted its head in agony and stumbled backward in a state of panic. Lu Changxuan's hands trembled as he frantically shook the soul-controlling bell, the sound intensifying with urgency. Yet, under the divine light, the old corpse acted like a malfunctioning, ghostly millstone, wavering back and forth, too frightened to advance a single step. Seeing this, I let out a sigh of relief. In the ancestral home of the Wang family, under the protection of the celestial deities, I had never utilized this before, but it was astonishing to witness the family spirit manifesting, all thanks to my second uncle's efforts. Aunt Sui Mei had not deceived me. She indeed persuaded my second uncle to procure the necessary documentation. Consequently, this establishment now bore the mark of the Lee family, allowing me, as a direct descendant, to summon the family deity. Otherwise, my previous kneeling would have been a mere farce. Noticing the old corpse's hesitance to enter, I rose and confronted Lu Changxian outside, stating, "The city has its own regulations. You dare to bring a corpse into the city, unafraid of disturbing the peace and facing repercussions?" Lu Changxian, infuriated by the corpse's refusal to enter, pointed at me with his beard bristling in agitation, exclaiming, "You little wretch, you harm others first and yet." Before he could finish, Huang Jiao interjected, "Old fool, clarify what you mean by harming others first. Look at your sorry state. You can't even teach a disciple properly. You tried to scheme against others and ended up being backfired upon, and yet you have the audacity to spout nonsense, reversing right and wrong. Just look at you two, one from Laozhan and the other from Longhushan, and you produced two useless disciples. Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" He Xiaolong shed all pretense, pointing at Huang Jiao, and declared, "You vile creature, seeking death," with a swift flick of his wrist and a deft snap of his fingers. A talisman radiating a brilliant white light soared from his hand, aimed directly at Huang Jiao. I could distinctly sense the peculiar nature of this talisman, as even Huang Jiao's demonic aura appeared significantly subdued. The exorcism talisman. Realizing this, I instinctively wielded my blood dagger, striking down the talisman before it could reach its target. Huang Jiao promptly sought refuge behind me. As the exorcism talisman fell to the ground, its luminous energy erupted, transforming into a pair of enormous hands that reached out to seize me. My eyelids twitched uncontrollably, as I felt those hands could penetrate my very being, aiming to grasp Huang Jiao directly. Recalling the legends of the exorcists, I dared not be careless. I bit down on my tongue, drawing blood, and spattered it upon the talisman to extinguish its fiery glow. As the talisman's power dissipated, Huang Jiao, visibly shaken, clambered onto my shoulder, nervously inquiring of He Xiaolong, "Where on earth did you acquire that exorcism talisman?" I too was filled with curiosity. The exorcists, rather than being shrouded in mystery, had seemingly vanished from existence. Their tales date back to the Zhou dynasty, during which the nine-tailed fox wreaked havoc across the realm. The righteous exorcists united from various regions of the 9 provinces to launch an assault against the nine-tailed fox. This confrontation escalated into a protracted battle between the exorcists and the Fox clan, lasting several years, ultimately culminating in the sealing of the nine-tailed fox. Following this monumental conflict, the profession of the exorcist faded into the annals of history. These were the stories imparted to me by my grandfather, which elucidated why. Upon encountering that Western Zhou bronze mirror in the museum, I immediately requested the curator to offer it at the temple as a tribute. The fox spirit reflected in the mirror is likely the same one that was sealed by the demon-hunting master many years ago. Although that period in history lacks the enchanting mystique often portrayed in legends, it remains a genuine occurrence. Shen Weigua and his colleagues, as archaeological experts, should be well aware of this. However, a group of individuals long erased by time has had their talismans resurface, suggesting that many secrets are concealed within this phenomenon. In response to Huang Jiao's inquiries, He Xiaolong remained silent. After I extinguished the demon-slaying talisman with true yang energy, he disregarded Lu Changshuan's attempts to deter him and charged forward. Lu Changxian, unable to stop him, followed suit, cautioning He Xiaolong to be vigilant. While the household deity could ward off the old zombie, it was powerless against them. I was well prepared for this confrontation. He Xiaolong dismissed Lu Changshuan's warning, remarking that a rogue cultivator without a sect, who resorts to deception, was hardly a threat. Yet, his words were cut short as his expression shifted dramatically. The moment he stepped through the door, I lunged at him. One Lu Changxian was already a headache. I could not allow them to join forces. Without concern for the potential lethality of my actions, I unleashed a blood strike. However, He Xiaolong, hailing from Longhu Mountain, possessed solid skills. With a deft maneuver, he evaded my blood strike and executed a grappling technique aimed at my wrist joint. I was familiar with grappling techniques and understood that if he managed to seize my joint, he could dislocate my entire arm in an instant. As a wandering Taoist, his martial prowess was formidable. In prestigious sects, martial arts are mandatory studies. Yet, my grandfather, a mere amateur, had never imparted such knowledge to me. Now, facing the adept He Xiaolong, I felt woefully inadequate. However, just as He Xiaolong was about to seize my joint, Huang Jiao cast a spell upon me with a gesture of Lin. My speed suddenly increased, allowing me to narrowly evade He Xiaolong's grasp at the last moment. Once free, I abandoned the use of blood stab and swiftly formed a seal, shouting fight. As the incantation completed, the Tao energy within me surged forth, erupting from my hand like a thunderclap, manifesting as a powerful force. He Xiaolong, who charged at me, let out a muffled grunt, retreating 5 or 6 steps, supported by Lu Changxian, who followed closely behind. As Lu Changxian steadied He Xiaolong, he emitted a low groan, then suddenly spewed forth a copious amount of blood. Huang Jiao, still wielding the Lin gesture, dashed forward in his floral shorts, quickly returning after staining the ground with He Xiaolong's blood. While I was perplexed by his intentions, Huang Jiao produced a small paper figurine from his pocket and, using demonic energy to animate the droplet of blood, began to inscribe and draw upon the paper figure. Lu Changxian, having stabilized He Xiaolong, turned and walked towards me. I bent my back like a prowling tiger, ready to launch an attack. However, upon engagement, I realized the vast disparity in our abilities. Lu Changxuan's Tao energy was robust, and his strikes were seasoned. Within just a few exchanges, I received a powerful palm strike to my chest, forcing me to stagger back until my lower back collided with the coffee table. Lu Changxian, stepping forward with the precision of a Taoist master, unleashed a whip-like punch, and I, in agony, rolled against the table. His punch struck the table with such force that the marble surface shattered into countless fragments. I took a sharp breath, realizing the magnitude of the existence I had provoked. Back at the edge of the 10,000 Great Mountains, had it not been for Huang Xianer, I would have been no match for him. The female corpse would have long been in his grasp. After a failed strike, Lu Changxian swept his arm across the coffee table. I hastily straightened my back to evade, but in that fleeting moment of rising, Lu Changxian delivered a kick to my lower back. This kick landed squarely, striking with the tip of his foot. Even through flesh and skin, it felt as though a knife had pierced my kidney, causing me such pain that I collapsed to the ground, unable to rise, curling up in agony. Chapter 76. Excuse me. Is this Li Yang's residence? My face was a disheveled mess, tears streaming from my nose due to the pain. Lacking any martial skills, and with my spiritual energy feeble compared to Lu Changxuan's, confronting him felt akin to standing before an insurmountable mountain, utterly immovable. Moreover, the blood stab remained unresponsive. Even when I forcibly attempted to summon it with my spiritual energy, I could not unleash the divine generals. In Huang Jiao's words, to liberate myself from the influence of the 108 divine generals, the spiritual energy within me would need to be at least 10 times what it currently was. For now, I could only invoke them at their discretion. Lu Changxian, hailing from a prestigious lineage, may not have acted with the utmost integrity, yet he was no villain of the highest order. My only hope lay in the moment when my life was truly threatened, that the 108 divine generals would extend their assistance. Thus, as Lu Changxian approached, I clutched the blood stab tightly. However, even as his shoe pressed against my face, the weapon remained dormant. Despair engulfed me. Lu Changxian, driven by a thirst for vengeance, sought not to waste time with me. His fist clenched, spiritual energy swirling as he aimed to strike at my brow. From the moment I acted to being subdued, and then facing the imminent threat of death, scarcely a minute had elapsed. As the specter of death loomed, my mind struggled to grasp the gravity of the situation. Yet, in that critical moment, He Xiaolong let out a piercing scream. His left hand twisted inexplicably, contorting his face in agony. At that instant, Huang Jiao held a paper figure in his hand, forcefully twisting its arm. Lu Changxian, upon witnessing this, halted his fist mere inches from my brow. Huang Jiao immediately seized the head of the paper figure, threatening, "Come on, if you throw that punch, I shall snap his neck." Lu Changshuan's expression oscillated between uncertainty and tension. He Xiaolong, manipulated by Huang Jiao through the paper figure, exhibited fear in his eyes and cried out, "Lu Daozhong, save me." I noticed Lu Changxian's gaze wavering, my heart racing with trepidation, fearing he might recklessly unleash a devastating blow. Observing Lu Changshuan's silence, Huang Jiao forcefully twisted the head of the paper figure, causing He Xiaolong's face to contort uncomfortably, perilously close to breaking his neck with just a slight turn. "Lu Changxian, do you wish to ignite a conflict between Laozhan and Longhushan?" Huang Jiao bellowed, casting his gaze towards the doorway. At the entrance, a large rat had seemingly taken residence in the shadows, accompanied by an assortment of peculiar little creatures, Huang Jiao's minions. Lu Changshuan's expression shifted slightly, his foot retreating from my face as he hurried towards He Xiaolong. Huang Jiao rushed over, attempting to assist me in escaping, but its chubby little hand lacked the strength to lift me. Fortunately, I had regained some strength and managed to struggle to my feet. However, Lu Changxian blocked the exit, leaving no avenue for escape. Huang Jiao sighed in resignation. If only I could transform, I would deal with Lu Changxian in a heartbeat. Lacking the cultivation of Huang Xianer, it still had a considerable way to go before achieving transformation. Yet, I whispered urgently in its ear, "Possess him." Huang Jiao instantly comprehended. No sooner had I spoken than the paper figure in its grasp ignited in flames. With a peculiar cry, Huang Jiao discarded the paper figure in his hand and hastily fled toward the rear room. The moment he took off, the group of minions at the entrance vanished without a trace, perfectly illustrating the adage that when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. At the doorway, Lu Changxian withdrew his hand from He Xiaolong's forehead, causing blood to gush forth. I was taken aback. This old fellow was indeed ruthless, employing the Shatter Divine method to sever Huang Jiao's control over He Xiaolong. Although this method was swift, it inflicted severe damage on He Xiaolong's spirit, often resulting in a decline in intelligence. Anger flickered in He Xiaolong's eyes, but he swiftly redirected that animosity toward me, heedless of the blood streaming down his face as he approached me with a menacing glare. As Huang Jiao fled, Lu Changxian followed leisurely behind, cautioning He Xiaolong, "Do not allow him to die too easily." He Xiaolong seethed with resentment, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Rest assured, Taoist Lu, I shall extract his soul and imprison it within an oil lamp for 49 days, ensuring he is eternally deprived of reincarnation." Merely listening to his words sent shivers down my spine, compelling me to retreat in desperation. In my heart, I cursed vehemently. Why does this useless fool insist on playing the mighty wolf at such a moment? Huang Jiao did not truly flee. He merely concealed his true form. By the time He Xiaolong approached, I had secretly opened my spiritual orifices, allowing Huang Jiao to possess me. Once possessed, my strength surged tremendously. It was no wonder that ordinary individuals, upon being possessed, became immensely powerful, capable of overpowering several robust men. It was indeed a marvel. Yet, even with this newfound strength, it was still insufficient to contend with Lu Changxian. Thus, I feigned fear with the intention of launching a surprise attack on Lu Changxian, inadvertently making He Xiaolong a mere pawn in my scheme. I discerned that Lu Changxian, having previously encountered the cunning of both myself and Huang Jiao, harbored suspicions. Furthermore, he was aware of my entanglements with the 10,000 great mountains and wished to avoid tainting his hands with my blood. As He Xiaolong advanced with relentless determination, I contemplated whether to extinguish his life in one swift motion or to leave him with a flicker of existence. Unbeknownst to He Xiaolong, who presumed my strength had waned, his face was alight with excitement and mockery as he incessantly taunted, "Kid, killing you will be as effortless as squashing an ant. By dawn, I shall send your uncle to join you." In that moment, my pupils contracted sharply, and with no further hesitation, I surged forward into his embrace, driving the blood dagger deep into his heart as he made his move. Before He Xiaolong could register his astonishment, I retreated a step and sent him careening towards Lu Changxian with a powerful kick. The sudden turn of events caught Lu Changxian off guard as he steadied He Xiaolong, He was splattered with the geyser of blood erupting from He Xiaolong's chest. Seizing the opportunity while his vision was obscured, I aimed the blood dagger directly at his brow. However, Lu Changxian was not He Xiaolong. Despite the disruption to his sight, he swiftly grasped the blood dagger and retaliated with a kick aimed at my abdomen. With Huang Jiao's spirit within me, I felt an immense surge of strength and understood that failing to fight with all my might would mean certain death in the next heartbeat. Gritting my teeth, I roared and, disregarding Lu Changshuan's incoming kick, exerted every ounce of my power to thrust the blood dagger forward. Lu Changshuan's expression shifted as he hastily retracted his foot, stabilizing himself before pushing He Xiaolong away. With a deft maneuver, he effortlessly flung me out the door, rendering me a clumsy giant in his grasp. As I rolled upon landing, my lack of martial skills laid bare my vulnerabilities. My body lost its equilibrium, and my mind fell into a void. Once I regained my senses, a dark figure lunged at me. It was Lu Changshuan's relentless zombie. Rather than pursuing me, Lu Changxian turned and retreated into the inner room. A wave of dread washed over me. Harnessing the power of Huang Jiao's possession, I delivered a forceful punch to the old zombie and staggered towards the shop. However, as soon as I crossed the threshold, a blood-curdling scream from within pierced the air, and the peculiar strength I had felt vanished in an instant. Shortly thereafter, Lu Changxian emerged, gripping Huang Jiao's head with his hand, veins bulging, poised to crush it. He bellowed at me, "Kneel," gazing at Huang Jiao's bloodshot eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, I flung away the blood spike. Just as I was about to kneel, a clear voice rang out from the doorway. "Excuse me, is this Li Yang's residence?" Chapter 77. Is she a fool? As a chilling voice echoed through the air, time seemed to come to a standstill. A striking figure entered the shop. It was Huang Xianer, and my heart leaped with joy. She had arrived. Huang Jiao was saved. Lu Changshuan's pupils constricted at the sight of Huang Xianer, and he loosened his grip on Huang Jiao's hand slightly. Huang Xianer had fully transformed, her figure voluptuous, resembling a large-headed Barbie doll displayed in a shop window. However, her gaze was terrifyingly cold, and she spun a pure gold cigarette holder in her hand. Exhaling a plume of smoke as she declared, "I will count to 3. Release my husband, or you shall face the annihilation of the Laojun Mountain disciples." At that moment, with Lu Changxian cornered, there was a genuine possibility that he might crush Huang Jiao's head like a watermelon. Thus, Huang Xianer's approach was entirely justified. Moreover, the notion of a fully transformed great demon wiping out an entire sect like Laojun Mountain was no idle threat. 1. Huang Xianer inhaled deeply from her cigarette and slowly exhaled. 2. The smoke she released lingered in the air, refusing to dissipate. Within the haze, her murderous intent intensified. Before she could reach 3, Lu Changxian relinquished his hold. As soon as Huang Jiao touched the ground, he shook his fur and bounded to Huang Xianer's feet. Clinging to her calf, sobbing uncontrollably, "Wifo, I only wanted to earn money in the city to support you, but this bully has been tormenting me," sob. Having narrowly escaped death, he immediately grasped onto the will to survive. Huang Xianer allowed Huang Jiao to hang onto her leg as she took a couple of steps to the side, clearing the path. Lu Changxian remained silent, his eyes filled with trepidation as he cautiously approached the doorway. As he passed by He Xiaolong, who lay motionless on the ground, he suddenly grasped Lu's calf and weakly implored, "Lu Daolang, save me." Lu Changxian was taken aback, and I too was startled. My previous thrust had indeed pierced his left heart, leaving a wound from the 3-edged blade that rendered his blood unable to coagulate. He had been losing blood continuously, and, judging by the amount pooled on the ground, he was nearly drained. Yet, astonishingly, he was still alive. It was peculiar, observing that we made no attempt to intervene. Lu Changxian finally bent down to lift He Xiaolong. I watched him as he exited the shop, noticing 2 figures standing on the street outside. One was Lu Changshuan's Grim Reaper, and the other was a girl clad in a floral cotton jacket. The dim lighting obscured my vision, yet my heart began to race. Upon seeing her, Lu Changshuan's body stiffened momentarily before he hurriedly donned the Grim Reaper's attire and vanished into the alleyway. Only after Lu Changxian departed did I hasten outside, initially intending to embrace her. However, upon seeing her large, watery eyes, I felt a wave of shyness wash over me. Despite my embarrassment, I reached out to test the warm breath escaping beneath her delicate, fair nose, exclaiming in excitement, "Wonderful, you can breathe." Once the words escaped my lips, I felt a pang of regret and quickly clarified, "I didn't mean to offend you." With that, I took her hand and led her back into the shop. At that moment, Huang Xian'er was absorbing the residual blood essence left by He Xiaolong. The blood, having lost its vitality, quickly transformed into a pool of clear water. I initially intended to inquire about why she, Xiaolong, had not perished. However, I noticed Huang Jiao, dejected and downcast, approaching from the corner while clutching a banana peel. Once Huang Xian'er took her seat, he placed the banana peel on the ground and, with a thud, knelt before her. I felt a twitch at the corner of my mouth and hastily diverted my gaze. Their marital affairs are best left untouched by me. Fortunately, Huang Jiao's departure from home bears no relation to my own life. I assisted the female corpse in settling onto a chair, observing her adorned in a floral cotton jacket, which warmed my heart. This garment had been purchased by my mother, and I had placed it in the coffin when the inhabitants of the 10,000 Great Mountains brought her. Now she wore it, signifying both her acknowledgement of our bond and reassuring me that my father and mother were safe. Huang Jiao knelt before Huang Xian'er, earnestly explaining his departure from home. He displayed a semblance of loyalty by omitting any mention of me. Huang Xian'er squinted her eyes, puffing on her old cigarette, and casually inquired, "What about Lu Changxian? Is he in the provincial city?" Upon mentioning Lu Changxian, Huang Jiao whimpered, "My dear wife, you must take my side." Huang Xian'er exhaled a plume of smoke and declared, "He must die. The status of a demon is determined solely by strength." Huang Jiao, submissive before his wife, understood this connection. Yet they had children together, and their bond was not trivial. Huang Xian'er's immediate sentencing of Lu Changxian to death demonstrated her protective nature towards Huang Jiao. The female corpse hailed from the 10,000 Great Mountains, her background equally formidable. While I did not engage with her, as Huang Jiao did, I still endeavored to express my concern and warmth. However, as the conversation progressed, I sensed something was amiss. No matter what I said, she merely responded with a silly grin, endearingly naive. Realizing the oddity of the situation, I turned to Huang Xian'er, inquiring why my wife appeared so peculiar. Huang Xian'er, putting away her old smoking pipe, replied, "Liang, your wife has not fully revived. Her mind is somewhat muddled." A pang of dread struck my heart, and I cautiously asked, "What does muddled mind entail? Has her inner core been taken from her?" In a flurry, I reached out to touch the abdomen of the female corpse. Unable to discern anything through her floral cotton coat, I slipped my hand beneath, feeling the smoothness of her flat belly, even grazing her navel. Realizing that her inner core remained intact, I playfully tapped her navel. Yet, despite this, the corpse remained unresponsive, her large eyes blinking innocently, her long eyelashes resembling delicate brushes, gazing at me with an odd innocence. Embarrassed, I withdrew my hand, my face aflame. I thought to myself, given her striking beauty, even if she were somewhat simple-minded, it hardly mattered. After all, we had exchanged vows, and she was alone in the city. I could not abandon her. Moreover, Huang Xian'er had stated that she merely had yet to regain her senses. "Liang, you must prepare yourself. In her current state, it is quite possible she may never awaken." Huang Xian'er's words fell upon me like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the last flicker of hope in my heart. After a brief pause, Huang Xian'er tentatively inquired, "If you do not wish for this, dear sister can take her back to the mountains. However, this would mean the end of your fated connection. It is likely that you shall never meet again in this lifetime. At my age, it is a time ripe for fanciful thoughts." In a fleeting moment, I indeed felt an urge to have Huang Xian'er take her away. After all, beauty fades with time, and I cannot guarantee that I will always be able to cherish her. Huang Jiao interjected, "Brother Liang, you must consider this carefully. Should she remain unconscious, you will be destined to live with a fool for the rest of your days. There are many wonderful ladies in this world." However, his words were abruptly cut off as Huang Xian'er delivered a swift kick, sending him rolling like a ball out the door. Yet, He quickly regained his footing and scampered back with a light-hearted demeanor. Despite the weight of my thoughts, his antics managed to bring a smile to my face. Chapter 78. The Wedding Night. An old adage states that a smile can take off 10 years. I may not be aging, but I certainly do not feel youthful. Yet, with that smile, the fog of confusion in my heart began to dissipate. Rising, I addressed Huang Xian'er, saying, "Sister Xian'er, when I wed her, I was utterly ignorant of many things. Yet from that moment, I understood she was my wife, and I have never held her in disdain." I glanced at the female figure before me, a sense of impatience bubbling within me as I suggested, "It is getting late. Let us close the shop and return home." The female figure, seemingly not as oblivious as one might assume, smiled subtly at my words, enhancing her already captivating beauty. I quickly took her delicate hand in mine. Filled with joy, without tidying up the shop, I hastily shut the door behind us and led her out toward home. The street remained desolate. A perplexity washed over me. To obstruct passers-by, it would suffice to create a veil of obscurity at either end of the road. How then did Lu Changxian manage to persuade the small vendors along the way to close their shops? After all, this area still housed the old and ailing Song. As I pondered this mystery, I took a moment to glance at Song's shop, noticing a note affixed to the door. Upon reading its contents, clarity struck me. Song had matters to attend to and had not opened his shop yesterday. I realized that during my visit to the museum that afternoon, I had overlooked this detail. It became evident that Lu Changxian had not sought out our company due to Sun Chao's fatal misstep, but rather had orchestrated this scenario with intent, deliberately avoiding Song. With Song absent, compelling the entire street to halt commerce was, indeed, a trivial task. Once the confusion was unraveled, the only remaining concern was He Xiaolong. With Huang Xian'er present, Huang Jiu no longer required my assistance. He perched contentedly on his wife's shoulder like a guilty schoolboy. I hurried to catch up and broached the subject of the Demon X sword-sizing talisman. Huang Xian'er replied, "Liang, dear brother, the talisman you can easily break is of little consequence. My concern lies with He Xiaolong." I ventured to inquire, could his heart be situated on the right side? Huang Xian'er shook her head, stating no. He possesses a unique power within him. However, rest assured, as long as he remains in the city, both Lu Changxian and he are doomed. If He Xiaolong receives even a slight wound to the heart, it is unlikely he will survive, let alone stay in the city. As for Lu Changxian, he may not necessarily depart. Yet, eliminating him would not solve the problem. It would, in fact, provoke the wrath of Laozhan. Nevertheless, Huang Xian'er dares to speak thus, which indicates her own discernment. The Wanshan Mountains are indeed a formidable force. Ultimately, it is I who must strengthen myself to establish a foothold in the city. Throughout my journey, I silently contemplated my plans. During the day, I had already arranged my home. Huang Jiu and his wife occupied the middle bedroom, while I brought the female corpse into the master bedroom. It was akin to a maiden in a bridal sedan chair. This was my first experience alone with a living girl, and I felt a mix of anxiety and exhilaration. Neither of us spoke, and we sat in silence at the bedside for over half an hour before I mustered the courage to inquire about her name. The female corpse blinked her large eyes, appearing somewhat perplexed. I observed that she seemed to have forgotten her own name, yet I could not persist in calling her merely a corpse. After considerable contemplation, I bestowed upon her a name that resonated with a sense of culture, Xiaocui. I called out Xiaocui a couple of times, and with a sense of satisfaction, I instructed her, in the future, should anyone inquire about your name, you shall tell them you are called Xiaocui. Do you understand? The girl nodded foolishly, indicating her comprehension. Seeing that she could grasp some words, and was not entirely oblivious, filled my heart with joy. I glanced back at the inviting softness of the bed and, with a bashful demeanor, suggested, "Xiaocui, it is late. We should retire for the night." She understood once more, removing her shoes to reveal her delicate pale feet, and quietly crawled beneath the covers. In my eagerness, I hurriedly extinguished the light and, after disarming myself in the darkness, slipped under the blankets. However, as I embraced her, I found myself at a loss for what to do next. After pondering for a while, I pressed my lips gently against hers and, enveloping her with my body, measured her heartbeat. With my hands finding their place, I felt a surge of reassurance, and the unsettling ember within me began to extinguish, leading me into a peaceful slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, I felt a vitality I had never experienced before. However, I noticed that Xiaoze, whom I had covered with my body, had shifted to the side while I lay sprawled across the bed. Thankfully, the object in my hand remained. I gently checked her heartbeat, which fluttered like a startled deer, and upon seeing her large eyes blinking at me, I could not resist planting a kiss on her lips, exclaiming, "We have already shared our bridal chamber." At least, that was my belief. Last night, I had a dream, as Xiao Peng mentioned, a dream that only men are said to experience. Observing Xiao Chui's slightly disheveled attire, I felt a sense of pride swell within me. Xiao Chui, somewhat perplexed by my words, blinked her large eyes. I initially wished to linger in bed, but the sound of a little girl's voice in the living room, presumably brought by my second uncle and Ting, stirred me from my reverie. Reluctantly, I pulled Xiao Chui from the bed, and we both washed our faces. Xiao Chui mimicked my actions, rinsing her face with plain water. Yet, even with this simple routine, her skin glowed as white as a peeled, boiled egg, and her cheeks bore a subtle blush. Noticing a few mischievous droplets clinging to her face, I swiftly grabbed a towel and gently wiped them away. As we stepped outside, Aunt Su Ime and my second uncle rose to their feet. The moment they laid eyes on Xiao Chui, their expressions momentarily froze. My second uncle hastily cleared his throat, attempting to mask his surprise. Aunt Su Ime approached warmly, taking Xiao Chui's hand to scrutinize her closely, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "What a beautiful girl." "Yang, is this your wife?" I nodded, candidly revealing to Aunt Su Ime that Xiao Chui's mind was somewhat unconventional. Upon hearing this, Aunt Su Ime sighed softly, expressing her regret. What a pity for such a lovely girl. It's no wonder she doesn't know how to adorn herself. I glanced at Huang Xianer, seated on the sofa. Her appearance was certainly striking, yet when compared to Xiao Chui, she paled in comparison. Ironically, Huang Xianer's fashionable attire seemed to diminish Xiao Chui's radiance. Aunt Su Ime showed no signs of disdain towards Xiao Cui, gently pulling her along and saying, "During the day, I shall take you to purchase a few garments. With a little tidying up, you will become a true beauty." As she spoke, Aunt Su playfully pinched Xiao Cui's cheek. Startled, Uncle Air rushed forward, seeking an excuse to separate them. I guided Xiao Cui to sit beside Huang Xianer, but found no trace of Huang Jiao. Just as I was about to search for him, he emerged from the inner chamber, leaning against the wall. From his appearance, it seemed as if he had experienced a night of newfound intimacy, his legs still weak. I pondered how one could transform while the other remained a yellow weasel. It still shares such a moment. Uncle Air, noticing the family gathered, suggested that I refrain from opening the door today, as we would all go out for a meal together, during which he would discuss matters concerning the Ghost Tower shares. I, too, had pressing issues to address with him. The situation regarding Lu Chongxian could not remain concealed. Uncle Air needed to be forewarned. However, such discussions would need to be kept from Aunt Su Ime. With ample time at hand, the family engaged in conversation at home. I lifted the little girl, Ting, who was playing with toy cars in the living room. After a few days apart, her complexion appeared much rosier, though her frame still remained slender. Yet, she was far from pitiable. Chapter 79, Is Uncle Really Incompetent? During our conversation, Aunt Su Ime was astonished to learn that Huang Xianer was the wife of Huang Jiao, her mouth agape in disbelief, taking quite some time to accept this revelation. At noon, Aunt Su Ime made a reservation at a restaurant and invited us out for a meal. The dining experience was delightful, except for Huang Jiao, who was visibly discontent. Huang Xianer expressed her disdain for the table, remarking that it was unworthy of her. Huang Jiao's pride was severely wounded, and with audacity, he retorted, "You wretched woman, now that you're out of bed, you refuse to acknowledge me and start to complain?" His harsh words caused Huang Xianer to flush with embarrassment, and she employed a spell that rendered Huang Jiao speechless for the duration of the meal. After dining Uncle, Huang Jiao and I took a moment to relax with some juice at the establishment, while Aunt Su Ime took Xiao Chui and Huang Xianer shopping. Seizing this opportunity, I recounted the events of the previous night. Uncle fell into a prolonged silence upon hearing my account. I was at a loss for words, as in Uncle's eyes, I would forever remain a child. By revealing this, I inevitably placed the burden upon him. Uncle was not a superhero. He could not resolve every issue. Faced with the challenges of Laozhan and Longhushan, he, like me, felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. After a considerable pause, Uncle finally spoke. You lack martial skills, and confronting others could lead to your disadvantage. I suggest you pay a visit to Song Kezi and learn a few self-defense techniques during the day when you have free time. As for Lu Changxian, with both your wife and Huang Xian present, they are unlikely to act recklessly. I cautioned Uncle. However, Xiao Chui has some mental challenges. She struggles to express herself coherently. Can she really intimidate anyone? Uncle Air remarked, the reputation of the 10,000 Great Mountains is not something to be trifled with. They know the gravity of the situation. However, he seems somewhat troubled. Uncle, please speak your mind. This is not something I should be the one to say, but you young couple ought to settle your residence soon. Xiao Cui's origins are enigmatic, and I fear there may be unforeseen developments in the future. I felt my cheeks flush as I replied, Uncle, it appears we have already crossed that threshold. Uncle Air gazed at me for a while, his expression peculiar as he said, if there are things you do not comprehend, you might inquire with Huang Jio. Huang Jio chuckled beside us. Could it be that last night did not count as a consummation? However, considering the matter concerning Xiao Cui, I found it inappropriate to comment further. I shifted the conversation, saying, Uncle, to be honest, I am more concerned about you. Uncle Air responded, do not fret about me. I have navigated this city for many years and am not easily intimidated. Suddenly, I experienced an odd sensation, feeling as if I did not truly understand Uncle Air. Was his demeanor merely that of a novice, or had he truly mastered his craft? As he drew a cigarette and took a leisurely puff, he stated, even if the sky were to fall, life must continue. I nodded in silence, sipping my juice. At that moment, Huang Jio raised his hand, saying, may I interject? Coughing, Uncle Air was momentarily taken aback by the smoke, squinting his eyes as he extinguished the cigarette. Huang Xian, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need for a formal announcement. Before Huang Xian arrived in the city, Huang Jio's tongue was like a cannon. Now, after just a brief time, he had transformed into a primary school student. Huang Jio leaped onto the table, took a deep breath, and lamented, they say that serfs rise and reclaim their fortunes. Look at my present state. As my brothers, do you not feel a pang of sorrow? My second uncle and I exchanged glances, our expressions betraying our thoughts. Their marital affairs were beyond our jurisdiction, and we dared not interfere. How many shape-shifting demons could there be in this world? Huang Jio, noticing our indifferent demeanor, expressed his disappointment, saying, ultimately, it is I, Huang Jio, who has misjudged. Seeing him about to ramble again, I interrupted, speak plainly. Immediately, Huang Jio leaned back on the table. Lowering his voice, I wished to take on a human form. My second uncle and I could not contain our laughter. Is it as simple as uttering a single phrase to transform a demon? Even if he swore to shatter the heavens and battered his head against the ground, sincerity alone would not suffice. Given his current cultivation, perhaps after a century, he might glimpse a glimmer of hope. As for the medicinal fragrance, it would not dissipate after Xiao Cui awoke, rendering his proximity to her futile. Unfazed, Huang Jio inquired, that wretched woman had a head 50 years ago and has yet to break through. Think about it. How could she suddenly transform completely? His words sparked a flicker of doubt within me. Could it be that Xiao Cui aided her? I cautiously probed Huang Jio. Do you wish for Xiao Cui's assistance? Huang Jio, displaying a modicum of self-awareness, shook his head. Even if your wife were willing to help, with my mere abilities, I cannot achieve transformation. Then it is settled. You should focus on your cultivation diligently. I suspect that his mind has been damaged by Huang Xian's kick, as he dares to utter thoughts that one would scarcely dream of. Huang Jio, with a glint in his eye, lowered his voice to a whisper and said, if I could devour the demon spirit within that ancient mirror at the museum, I might very well transform on the spot. My grip on the drink tightened instinctively as I inquired, are you certain? Huang Jio affirmed, absolutely. I never dared to dream of it before. But now that both my wife and your wife are present, with their assistance, it should be manageable. A frown creased my forehead. Huang Jio's potential transformation provided an additional layer of assurance. My second uncle asked, "Did you discern how many tails the fox possesses?" I shook my head, replying, "I cannot see clearly." After a moment of contemplation, my second uncle remarked, "There is no need to rush into this matter. I will contact Director Qian to see if we can borrow the bronze mirror. When the time comes, you must examine it thoroughly. Remember, do not act recklessly without certainty. Breaking the seal and stealing the demon spirit is certainly not something that should be attempted within the museum. However, given that it is an artifact from the Western Zhou dynasty, securing its loan may prove to be quite challenging. We shall see how my second uncle manages this." Upon hearing that my second uncle was willing to assist, Huang Jio was ecstatic, flailing his arms in delight. It struck me that he seemed to be fantasizing about kicking Huang Xianer. This couple, indeed, is quite eccentric, behaving as though they were sworn enemies. In the afternoon, Aunt Su Yimei and the others returned. My second uncle, cradling Ting Ting, led the group out of the restaurant. As we passed by the bank, my second uncle withdrew 100,000 yuan in cash for me, along with a bank card. I invited them to my home for a visit. Aunt Su Yimei expressed a desire to join, yet Uncle Air glanced at the sky and remarked, "Let's postpone this for another day." With such words from him, I refrained from further comment. The arrival of Xiao Chui extinguished any interest I had in opening the shop. Meanwhile, Huang Jio was reluctant to linger by Huang Xiener's side, prompting me to place Xiao Chui's garments into the wardrobe, only for her to rush me to open the door for business. The ebb and flow of fortune, akin to the waxing and waning of the moon, saw Uncle Air and I successfully securing several substantial deals, indicating that no significant business would arise in the near future. Moreover, hasty actions might likely result in a financial loss. The decision to open or close the shop seemed inconsequential. However, unable to withstand Huang Jio's persistent urging, I left Huang Xiener and Xiao Chui at home and ventured out to the shop. As I reached the street corner, I spotted Su Dazhuang loitering at the entrance. Huang Jio grinned. "That old fellow looks anxious. Something must be amiss." My thoughts, however, were not aligned with this. Instead, I pondered Uncle Air's swift departure. Could it be that he truly possessed the ability to foresee events? Chapter 80. Mastering martial arts. Lost in thoughts about my second uncle, I approached and called out, "Grandfather." To my astonishment, Su Dazhuang emitted a rare grunt through his nose. A sound so faint yet startling that I hurriedly opened the door to welcome him inside. Upon using my spiritual vision, I perceived that his aura was normal and his appearance seemed untroubled. However, his eyes were bloodshot, indicating he had not rested well for several days. Unable to discern further through my spiritual sight, I tentatively inquired, "Grandfather, have you encountered any troubles? Would you care to share?" Su Dazhuang averted his gaze, his tone irritable as he responded, "What troubles could I possibly have? Just give me 2 more talismans from last time." He slammed 30,000 yuan onto the table. The talismans I had provided for my second uncle were left in the shop, yet at this rate, 20 talismans would soon be depleted. Under normal circumstances, I would not sell to anyone else. Seeing me hesitate, Su Dazhuang urged, "Hurry up." He appeared impatient, so I refrained from further delay and fetched 4 talismans from the storeroom. Before I could utter a word, he seized the talismans and exited hastily. Huang Jio approached and asked, should I send a subordinate to follow him? After a moment's hesitation, I nodded. My concern did not lie elsewhere, but rather that Laojun Mountain and Longhu Mountain might target those close to me. Upon hearing this, Huang Jio promptly entered the inner room. I contemplated whether to call my second uncle, but ultimately decided against it. His avoidance of Su Dezhuang indicated a strained relationship, and with 2 volatile tempers colliding, trouble was surely imminent. I decided to let Huang Jio send his little brother to observe first. Throughout the morning, I basked in the sunlight, only closing the door at noon to pack up some food to take back. Xiao Tsui donned the pleated skirt that Aunt Suimei had bought for her, gliding through the living room like a little fairy. Though her intellect may not be sharp, her smile radiated brilliance. With Huang Xianer accompanying her, I felt a sense of ease. Of course, Xiao Tsui might also be a formidable character in her own right. Otherwise, Huang Xianer, Huang Jio, and my second uncle would not regard her with such caution. However, I had yet to witness her in action, and her seemingly harmless demeanor led me to treat her as an ordinary person in need of protection. I handed over the 100,000 cash given by my second uncle to Huang Xianer. In city life, one cannot do without money, and besides, this sum also included Huang Jio's share. Huang Xianer would certainly not overlook Huang Jio's contribution. If I were to be excessively stingy, it would not bode well. Moreover, I had promised them that we would be one family moving forward. During the meal, Xiao Tsui did not eat much, but her clumsy nature left her lips smeared with grease. I completely forgot about my own meal, continuously using a tissue to wipe her mouth. By the end of the meal, I was filled with visual delight, having not eaten a single bite. Huang Xianer, having spent years in the mountains, was unaccustomed to such fare. She paused after finishing a whole chicken, wiping her mouth with a tissue and saying, "Liang, my brother, the vast mountains are a solid backing, yet they also attract attention. Your wife's presence here may draw considerable trouble. You must be mentally prepared." I nodded, for I had anticipated this situation long ago. Once Old Man Song returns, I shall seek his guidance in martial arts and swiftly master the 9-character mantra. The version I employ against He Xiaolong is merely superficial, lacking true essence. Yet, even this rudimentary form possesses considerable power. Once fully mastered, the effects will be profoundly different. As for the internal Tao energy, it is said that youth enhances strength, while age diminishes vitality. Such energy accumulates over time. It cannot be rushed or forced. After dinner, I reclined on the sofa, holding Xiao Tsui's hand and savoring every moment without the desire to part. However, the phone rang in an opportune moment. It was my second uncle, informing me that Old Man Song had returned and urging me to come over immediately. I wore a reluctant expression, while Huang Jiu seemed eager to rush out the door. Within the confines of our home, it refrained from conversation, not daring to make a sound. Were it not for its attentiveness to Huang Xianer, I might have nearly forgotten its presence. I informed Xiao Tsui that I was stepping out and advised Huang Xianer to take a stroll if she found herself bored, to experience life in the city. To my surprise, Xiao Tsui accompanied me to the door, making me wish to return home at that very moment. Yet, without mastering any skills, how could I protect Huang Xianer once she departs? Suppressing my reluctance, I pressed the elevator button. Upon stepping outside, Huang Jiu exhaled deeply, remarking on the freshness of the air. I held back a question until I could no longer contain myself. "Brother Huang, if you do not harbor feelings for Sister Xianer, why endure such torment?" Huang Jiu fell silent, and his silence lingered throughout our journey. It seems there are quite a few stories to tell. I dared not provoke it further, so I refrained from asking more questions. I opened the door to the inquiry shop and left a note with my contact information before departing for Old Song's establishment. The faade of Old Song's shop was not as grand as ours, spanning merely over 30 square meters, with incense and paper offerings displayed at the entrance. Inside, there was a T-shaped display cabinet showcasing a variety of urns. Although the storefront was modest, it concealed a courtyard where Old Song crafted urns. Perhaps due to his military background, the materials in the courtyard were neatly organized, creating an illusion of ample space despite its small size. Old Song reclined in a lounge chair, swaying gently as he inquired, "I hear from the air that you wish to learn self-defense?" I nodded in response. After taking a sip of water, Old Song remarked, "Martial arts are techniques for killing. They're not as glamorous as you might envision. In fact, they can be quite unappealing, failing to attract the attention of young ladies." I was somewhat at a loss for words. My intent in learning was not to show off, but rather to prepare for confrontations, even to the extent of taking a life if necessary. Moreover, I had witnessed what he described. When Lu Chongxin struck, his movements were broad and unrefined, reminiscent of a gorilla swinging its fists. Indeed, not aesthetically pleasing. Yet each of his blows landed precisely, targeting my vulnerabilities and cutting off my escape routes. Old Song extracted a cigarette from his pack, and I promptly reached for the lighter beside me to ignite it for him. After taking a drag, he said, "Now, tell me about your encounters with others." I pulled up a small stool and sat beside him, recounting the details of my clash with Lu Chongxin in full. Old Song, with a cigarette in hand, finished smoking, and then sought out a round log, placing it on the ground. He then laid a wooden plank across it for me to stand upon. My expression darkened. Wasn't this akin to a performance by a large bear in a circus? Surely, this was more suited for Huangjiao. Unable to suppress my discontent, I remarked, "Grandfather's song. I seek to learn martial skills, not to perform acrobatics on a wooden cylinder." Noticing my disdainful countenance, Old Song's expression hardened as he retorted, "I'm only training you out of respect for Lier. If you're unwilling to learn, then leave and do not waste my time." The old man had quite a fiery temper. My lips twitched, reluctant to cause difficulties for my second uncle, and though I felt somewhat indignant, I shed my outer garment and steadied myself on the plank, thinking, what is so hard about standing on a log? Old Song scoffed, "Not difficult? Well, if you can't maintain your balance today, don't bother returning." Fueled by youthful bravado, I thought, this is trivial. Not only will I stand, but I shall also run upon it, and readily accepted the challenge. However, the moment I stepped onto the plank, a heavy sensation weighed upon my heart. Chapter 81. The serpent coiling around the waist, the wooden surface was circular, and the contact area with the plank was minimal. As soon as I stood upon it, the plank wobbled precariously. Upon witnessing my fall, the old man's song chuckled derisively and retreated into the shop. Frustrated, I adjusted the wooden cylinder and the plank, attempting to stand once more. Yet, even in a crouched position, I could scarcely maintain my balance for more than a couple of seconds before tumbling down, let alone stand upright. Determined to prove my resolve, I rolled up my sleeves and confronted the wooden cylinder. However, after laboring until lunchtime, I could only manage to remain atop for 5 or 6 seconds. Any slight breeze would send me plummeting. At that moment, Huangjiao approached, expressing his hunger. Initially, I intended to inform the old man's song that I would fetch lunch and return, but upon seeing his dismissive demeanor, I felt a surge of irritation. I instructed Huangjiao to return home and asked Huang Xianer to bring Xiao Chui out for a meal. Observing my unsteady stance atop the wooden stump, Huangjiao seemed eager to applaud like an onlooker, but a sharp glare from me sent him scurrying off with the message. In less than an hour, he returned, seemingly hoping to witness my folly, but I promptly sent him back to the shop. After several hours of exertion, I began to feel hunger pangs myself. I ventured next door to purchase a few buns to satiate my appetite, and when exhaustion set in, I sat in meditation to regain my energy. With the assistance of my internal energy, by the break of dawn the next day, I had finally subdued the wooden cylinder. Just as I was about to boast to the old man's song, he produced another wooden figure, studded with an array of nails, each driven in only halfway. With a sturdy iron rod in hand, the old man's song thrust forcefully, and a single nail was driven home completely. He handed me an iron rod and instructed, stand on the board and drive all the nails in completely. Filled with confidence, I grasped the iron rod, but as soon as I began, I found myself at a loss for words. The moment I exerted force, I lost my balance and tumbled down. After a long while, I managed to exert force while maintaining my balance, only to discover that the wooden figure was surprisingly light. A mere poke sent it toppling over instead of driving the nail in. However, I soon uncovered the trick and understood the intentions of the old man's song. Maintaining balance required precise control over my body, and now the challenge was to harness speed and instantaneous explosive power. Only with sufficient speed and force could I drive the nails into the wooden figure without it falling. Yet, knowing this was one thing, executing it was another. After a day of struggle, I had not managed to drive a single nail in. Fortunately, the old man's song did not make things difficult for me and allowed me to return home in the evening. Once home, I hurriedly took a shower. Upon emerging, I found that Xiao Chui had already nestled under the covers. Eagerly, I turned off the light, disarmed myself, and climbed into bed, covering myself with her warmth. However, in the days spent honing my skills with the old man's song, I had neglected to inquire about the specifics of what to do on the wedding night with Huangjiao. My heartbeat racing, emboldened by a surge of courage, I began to explore the removal of Xiao Chui's defenses. Yet, the very one who had urged me to measure my heartbeat, to kiss me, and to envelop me in her embrace, fiercely clung to her clothing, resisting my attempts to disarm her. In a moment of impulsiveness, I gasped and exerted force. But amidst our tussle, Xiao Chui suddenly bit down on my shoulder. The pain jolted me back to my senses. Calmly, I found myself consumed by profound regret, incessantly apologizing to Xiao Zue. However, she turned her back to me, uttering not a single word, refusing to allow me to embrace her once more. Fortunately, when I measured her heartbeat, she did not resist. Holding something in her hand, I continued to express my apologies until, unbeknownst to me, I drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following morning, my mind lingered on the events of the previous night. To my surprise, Xiao Zue appeared unfazed, cheerfully accompanying me as we rose to wash up. It dawned on me, then, that she was somewhat simple-minded, lacking any recollection. Perhaps this was for the best. I would wait a few days before attempting once more. After all, I had disarmed myself, and she was clothed and unyielding. In the ensuing days, my routine consisted of leaving in the morning, unlocking the shop, and seeking instruction from the old, limping Song. Huang Xianer had acclimated to life in the city, spending her days indulging Xiao Zue. Each evening upon returning home, I was greeted by a plethora of shopping bags strewn across the living room. Initially, when my uncle spoke of the proverb that a full moon must wane, urging us to accumulate wealth lest we find ourselves destitute, I was skeptical. I thought that possessing tens of millions would ensure I could never be impoverished, even if I were to burn it. Yet now I had come to believe it. My heart ached with a sharp pang. But witnessing Xiao Zue's joy compelled me to endure in silence. After more than 10 days, I had mastered the art of rolling a log and precisely driving nails into the wooden figure. I had anticipated that upon reaching this milestone, Song would impart martial skills to me. Instead, he presented me with a wooden figure that wobbled left and right when plugged in, instructing me to continue driving nails. A fortnight passed without me learning a single technique, and frustration inevitably brewed within me. However, regarding the theory, Old Man Song simply stated, "If you do not wish to learn, then leave." In order to acquire his lethal skills from the battlefield, I endured. One day, while I was hammering nails into a swaying wooden figure, Huang Jiu approached me, announcing that Su Dazhuang had returned. A few days prior, Huang Jiu had dispatched a subordinate to confront him, but several astute old rats were eliminated by the security guards of the complex, dissuading Dehei from sending any more. I calculated the time, for talismans, each lasting precisely 4 days. It seemed that Su Dazhuang had genuinely encountered a predicament. I descended from the cylindrical structure, wiped the sweat from my brow, greeted Old Man Song, and returned to the shop. Su Dazhuang, visibly restless, approached me as soon as he saw me, grasping my hand and inquiring, "Liang, do you believe in the existence of gods and ghosts in this world?" I paused for a moment, finding it somewhat amusing, and replied, "Grandfather, with such a question, if they did not exist, would you truly believe that a talisman costs 10,000 yuan?" Just as I took a sip of water, Su Dazhuang urgently urged, "Close the door." Sensing his air of mystery, I curiously used the remote to lower the rolling door. Once the door was shut, the old man began to disrobe. My brow furrowed in confusion, unsure of his intentions. It was not until he had completely bared his upper body that I gasped in shock. There, a thick, dark brown mark as wide as a wrist encircled his waist, emerging from the right side and passing through his right armpit, where it culminated in the head of a snake, its tongue poised menacingly towards his heart. This was no mere tattoo. I hastily set down my cup and stood to observe more closely. "Grandfather, how long has this condition persisted?" Su Dazhuang lamented. "It has been nearly a month. During the episodes, I experience excruciating pain in my chest and an unbearable itchiness all over my body, as if something is about to emerge. I have consulted numerous renowned physicians to no avail, until I came across your talisman from the Zhang family girl, which has alleviated my suffering." I replied, "No wonder you are adept at discerning the authenticity of talismans. Fortunately, you have been carrying one. Otherwise, the serpent coiling around your waist might have developed scales, and even divine intervention would be futile at that point." Su Dazhuang, visibly anxious, inquired, "What do you mean by a serpent coiling around the waist?" Huang Jiu, perched upon my shoulder, could not contain himself and remarked, "That refers to a certain feng shui arrangement. Grandfather, someone has tampered with your ancestral grave." Huang Jiu's articulate speech startled Su Dazhuang, causing him to stumble. I quickly steadied him, saying, "Grandfather, it is quite reasonable for Huangjio, being a spirit, to speak." Quite reasonable indeed. The old man, however, remained skeptical of such notions. He was reluctant to consult his second uncle, likely due to past experiences where he had mocked him regarding these matters. Huangjio's ability to articulate was a significant shock to him. Chapter 82. The Dark Dragon of the Earth. I assisted Su Dazhuang in donning his garments and offered him a few sips of water to alleviate his shock. Once he regained his composure, I addressed him, "Grandfather, your condition suggests that there has been a disturbance at your ancestral grave. We must act swiftly before the venomous serpent coils fully to resolve this matter at your family tomb." Considering that Su Dazhuang might not be a native of the provincial city, I added, "If the journey is lengthy, I shall need to summon my second uncle." Su Dazhuang, coming to his senses, replied hastily, "It's not far at all. Several years ago, I had the ancestral grave relocated to the city, just on the outskirts. I cannot help but reflect on the old man's skepticism towards our beliefs. After all, if business were flourishing, who would choose to move their ancestral resting place? Initially, I intended for my second uncle to handle the situation and ease their relationship. However, upon observing the old man's reaction, I refrained from further comments. Some conflicts cannot be resolved overnight. I turned to Huangjio and inquired whether he wished to bring his wife along. Upon hearing this, Huangjio thumped his chest with his paw and declared, "This trivial matter is well within my capabilities. No need for that bothersome woman. Besides, the graveyard is saturated with yin energy. It would not be suitable for your little Chui to accompany us." I must admit, he was quite adept at gauging my intentions. I had no desire for Chui to accompany me on this frantic endeavor, so I took the blood spike and the 5 emperor coins and set out with Su Dazhuang. As Su Dazhuang hurried to keep pace, he anxiously asked if I had a solution. I replied, "Grandfather, we can only ascertain the truth upon visiting the grave site." Huangjio and I had examined the old man's energy on multiple occasions, yet we remained unable to discern anything conclusive. My apprehension was that this was not merely a straightforward case of serpent coiling, and I dared not make any promises. Su Dazhuang tidied his clothes and led us down a narrow alley, eventually reaching the main road opposite. It was then that I realized this elderly gentleman had instructed the driver to park the vehicle here while he walked to the shop himself. This truly corroborated what Huangjio had previously remarked. The elderly often suffer for the sake of maintaining their dignity. Passing by a hardware store, I asked the driver to procure a hoe. However, to my disappointment, there was none available in the city. He returned instead with a shovel. I gestured to indicate that it would have to suffice. Observing this, Su Dazhuang, with concern, inquired the young, "Are you planning to excavate my ancestral grave?" Regardless of belief in superstition, the desecration of an ancestral grave is a grave matter for anyone. I reassured Su Dazhuang, "Rest assured, my dear elder, I shall exercise discretion." Yet, he remained visibly anxious. The driver maneuvered the vehicle with great speed, and we arrived at the burial site before noon. It was here that I discovered Su Dazhuang had relocated not just one, but several ancestral graves. The arrangement appeared rather haphazard. Nevertheless, despite the seemingly casual placement, this burial ground had been meticulously arranged by professionals hired by the developers. Moreover, Su Dazhuang's disbelief in feng shui seemed to align with the principle of one white, 3 clears, purity of self, family, and surroundings. Consequently, his frequent relocations of the ancestral graves posed no significant issues. Yet, it was precisely this situation that filled me with trepidation. Typically, the feng shui here would not generate any positive energy, and now that Su Dazhuang was facing troubles, it could only be attributed to human interference. I feared that the people from Laozhan might be employing some form of trickery, but fortunately, upon checking the timing, I realized that when Su Dazhuang encountered his predicament, Lu Changxian and his disciples had not yet located me. Merely with He Xiaoyan alone, he lacked the capability to orchestrate such a scheme. The ancestral graves have been neglected for 3 generations, and it is unlikely that only one individual would be affected by any disturbances. Many would inevitably be impacted. Thus, I proceeded directly to the graves of Su Dazhuang's parents, promptly activating my spiritual sight. Strangely, I was unable to discern anything at all. Likewise, I found no indications regarding Su Dazhuang's condition, which caused me to remain vigilant. After examining all the graves of the Su family without discovering any anomalies, I returned to the shared tomb of Su Dazhuang's parents. "Grandfather, were your parents buried or cremated?" I inquired, glancing at the sun overhead, aware that noon was fast approaching. "They were buried," replied Su Dazhuang. I nodded, remaining still. Noticing my immobility, Su Dazhuang grew anxious and asked, "Liang, is there a problem?" "Oh, there is no issue. It's merely that the sun is high in the sky at the moment, and the yang energy is too strong for me to see anything. I will take another look when it reaches noon, when the yang is at its peak and the yin begins to emerge." Since we were family, there was no need for me to exaggerate. I spoke candidly. Su Dazhuang muttered something under his breath, but I couldn't quite catch what he said. At that moment, the clock struck 12, and I activated my spiritual sight once more. This time, I finally perceived a wisp of dark mist entwined around the gravestone. It was faint, evidently. The one who set this trap was not particularly skilled. Alas, it was a family matter. Had it involved an unsuspecting outsider, I could have easily taken advantage of the situation. Contemplating this, I intended to step forward and dispel the malevolent energy accumulating around the gravestone with my spiritual power, thus avoiding the need to exhume the grave. However, Huangjiu, noticing my intent, quickly interjected, "Little Li, allow me to demonstrate my skills for grandfather." Upon hearing this, I halted my steps and graciously offered the opportunity to him. Huangjiu squatted on my shoulder and addressed Su Dazhuang, saying, "Grandfather, watch closely. I, old Huang, shall demonstrate a trick. In the future, when I dine at your restaurant, you must treat me to a complimentary meal." I found myself at a loss for words. No wonder he was so eager. It was for the prospect of a free lunch. Su Dazhuang, still struggling to adapt to the fact that Huangjiu could speak, nodded with a contorted expression. Huangjiu took a deep breath, puffed out his cheeks, and suddenly exhaled a plume of malevolent energy. As his aura wafted past, the faint, ominous energy lingering on the tombstone began to manifest, wavering and dissipating. Just as I felt a sense of relief at the dispersal of the toxic energy, a sudden black whirlwind erupted from the mound behind the tombstone. The wind rose abruptly and eerily, enveloping the area in an instant, plunging our surroundings into darkness, followed by a deep, thunderous roar. From the earth of the grave, a black dragon surged skyward, swiftly swooping down, unleashing a fierce roar directed at us. The sound was deafening, and I was jolted backward. Yet before I could fall, I braced myself with my hands, nimbly springing back to my feet, drawing forth my blood dagger and thrusting it forth with precision. The dagger erupted in a burst of crimson light, and the black dragon roared once more, its vigor instantly waning as it retreated rapidly into the grave mound. Su Dazhuang, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, his voice trembling with astonishment as he asked, "What was that just now?" "It was the earthly fiend black dragon," I replied, my pupils shimmering with a faint golden light as I activated the second layer of my spiritual sight, observing the black dragon now lying on the mound, glaring at us with fury. However, mere seconds later, an excruciating pain pierced my eyes, compelling me to hastily close my spiritual sight. Huangjiu, still shaken, clambered back onto my shoulder and inquired, "How did this venomous serpent entwined around my waist transform into a black dragon?" I refrained from answering, instead circumventing the gravestone to address Su Dazhuang, saying, "Grandfather, I beg your pardon." With that, I plunged the blood spear into the mound of earth. As the spear penetrated the soil, it instantly turned a vivid crimson. Observing this, I dared not delay. I hastily seized a spade and began to excavate at the designated spot atop the grave. In less than half a meter, I unearthed the lifeless body of a cobra. It was indeed a serpent, not a dragon. Surely, there exists no one in this world capable of procuring a true dragon for the arrangement of a feng shui site. Yet, why did the venomous serpent manifest as a black dragon? Furthermore, my first level of spiritual sight revealed nothing. Confounded, I hesitated to disturb the serpent's remains in the earth and turned to activate the second level of my spiritual sight. enduring the excruciating pain as I sought the tail of the black dragon. Chapter 83. The Earth Pearl, my spiritual eye possesses 3 tiers. However, after enhancement, it does not grant any extraordinary abilities, merely allowing me to perceive a greater array of entities. For instance, before me lies a coiled, venomous serpent. The first tier fails to detect its presence, while the second tier reveals it. At present, I can only tenuously access the second tier, unable to maintain it for an extended duration, and it feels as though several needles are incessantly piercing my eyes, causing excruciating pain. Upon discerning the approximate landing point of the black dragon's tail, I hastily closed my spiritual eye. Unbeknownst to me, Huang Jiao had taken a perch on Su Dazhuang's shoulder, directing him to follow my lead while vividly elaborating on the coiled serpent. "Old sir," he explained, "the so-called coiled serpent refers to the practice of burying a venomous snake at the 3 critical junctures of grave. The serpent's venom seeps into these junctures, contaminating the bones and creating a toxic malevolence that befalls future generations." Su Dazhuang's complexion paled as he listened, his eyes betraying a calculating demeanor, likely pondering who might wish him harm. Huang Jiao continued, "The 3 critical junctures are the blood pass, bone pass, and heaven pass. The blood pass pertains to the bloodline. The bone pass can be likened to DNA, while the heaven pass represents fate. Consider this. If your bloodline, DNA, and fate are tainted by poison, how can one expect to thrive?" Su Dazhuang, enveloped in confusion, found it difficult to fully believe Huang Jiao's words, yet he nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that failing to respond would only lead to further inquiries from Huang Jiao. As for Huang Jiao's motive, it was simply to secure a complimentary stake. Nonetheless, Huang Jiao's assertions were not entirely unfounded. In the realm of burial sites, the essence of feng shui is fundamentally rooted in these 3 critical junctures. Without identifying them, even the burial of a venomous snake, or even a nuclear power station, would prove futile. I ventured over 50 meters and halted before a mountain hollow. Upon noticing my return, Huang Jiao gasped, gripping Su Dazhuang's hair and pointing at me, exclaiming, "Grandfather, look! In order to assist you, Xiao Li's eyes are bleeding." I had always assumed that the liquid flowing from my eyes was tears. However, her reminder prompted me to hastily wipe them, and indeed, it was blood. It seemed that my inadequate spiritual cultivation had resulted in significant harm from forcibly activating the second layer of my spiritual sight. I cast a glance ahead and stated, "I have used my blood to suppress the malevolent energy gathering at the 3 passes, but this will not hold for long. The 3 of us must separate and search. Within this hollow, there lies a patch of crimson earth. Whoever finds it should call out." After assigning our tasks, Huang Jiao leapt down from Su Dazhuang's shoulder, and the 3 of us dispersed in a fan-like formation, delving deeper into the hollow. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, Su Dazhuang shouted. I rushed over. The hollow was sparsely populated with trees,